You also sound like you're driving. We can only talk to people that aren't driving. Laura, thank you for the $30 on Venmo for the first donation of the stream. I really appreciate you for the love, Laura. Everybody right now, all together, W Laura in that chat. So base, thank you for that love. What is going on, Andrew? Are you voting for Trump?
Hey, not much. I hope you're doing well. And yes, I am.
Okay, are you driving?
No, I'm in my car. I can turn off the AC, I guess.
Can you do something for me? Can you do something for me? I want you to, on your phone, turn off the Bluetooth. You could do that by swiping down at the top right-hand corner, then clicking the little Bluetooth symbol.
Yeah, I'll just turn off my key.
You have to turn off the... Oh, well? Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Awesome. So, Andrew, why are you voting for Trump?
So I'm voting for Trump because I believe that he will... be the best person, for the next 4 years, essentially.
I know. So why do you think he'll be better than Harris? And Jay, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate you for the love.
Yeah. So I think he will be better because when he was in office, I think it's easy to conclude that world leaders around the world respected him in the fact that there wasn't an escalation like there is now in the world.
With sunglasses with other world leaders. So I'd actually say we have more reason to believe that foreign world leaders respect Harris more than Trump. That reason being that we know that Putin thinks Trump is easy to manipulate through leaked Kremlin documents. We also know that Trump believed Putin's word of mouth over U.S. intelligence from the DOD and the CIA. And on top of that, right, we could point towards a video of a UN council where all the other world leaders are laughing at Trump. But, you would never be able to find a video of that same thing happening in the context of Harris.
Yeah, but
Brittany,
let's go back
to the $2 on PayPal. I appreciate you.
Yeah, so back to the main point. If you just look during Trump's term in conflict like there is now, I mean, would you not agree with that, or would you?
I'd agree. I disagree saying that there was an escalation in his respective presidency, but not under Harris's, that's because of him and because of Harris.
So what would you need to see for you to be able to draw that, direct line?
I don't know. I feel like you'd have to explore that a little bit more, but I know for sure that you can't say just because it happened in the world while he was president that he caused that. I mean, for instance, we also saw COVID happen in the world while he was president. Did Trump cause COVID?
No, he didn't.
Okay, right. So things can happen in the world without being caused by the U.S. president. So you're going to have to give me additional evidence to show that Trump caused greater levels of world peace.
Well, I mean, even from you said that you need to explore it more. So given that you do need to explore it more, it could be factual that he did, in fact, there's a correlation between him being in office.
But you're going to have to give me the argument for that, right? So you have to give me the argument to demonstrate how Trump caused there to be higher levels of world peace.
Yeah, but so you don't have an argument to basically, say that there isn't a direct link.
Okay, so you're saying that I have to prove the negation of your claim true. Okay, well, what about this? We all shouldn't vote for Trump because last night he raped a little girl. Go ahead and give me an argument to prove that I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think this conversation is getting too deep, but
No. Actually, you told me that I have to prove your claim wrong in order for you to be wrong. So we all 2.8 thousand of us shouldn't vote for Trump because last night he raped a child. Okay, so I mean, using your logic here, in order for that claim not to be correct, you have to prove it wrong, sir. So go ahead and give me an argument against that. Yeah. Adam, thank you for the subscription.
If you want to go down this road, that's fine. I mean, I'm not being paid by the DNC. I'm not being paid by any party. Oh, you're not. So you can say that on the record, right?
Yeah, I'm not getting paid by the DNC. Whoop, whoop,
okay.
Whoop.
Okay, great. Because, Ying,
I appreciate you for the $5 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. W Ying's in the chat. I'm getting paid by Ying and other private donors that watch the stream, enjoy the content, not like a private political party like the DNC. That's just your scapegoat, end all be all response to Democrats when you lose in a debate. But it's okay. I think it's cute.
Okay, well, that's fine. You can say that, but I mean, you're getting paid, and that's a fact. And you can say that you're not.
Who am I getting paid by?
You know who you're being paid by. I mean, why do I even have to?
Which is who?
You're being paid by the DNC.
Okay, so real quick, do you think it's okay to believe in things without evidence?
There is evidence.
Okay, what's the evidence?
I can't disclose it now.
Yeah, you can.
No, because it would be unlawful.
Why would it be unlawful for you to disclose the evidence?
It hasn't, it's not at the point. You ever hear of like when companies report earnings, there's like a blackout period. You can't talk about it until it happens.
No.
You never heard of that?
No, what's the evidence?
No, I'm talking about
Wait. But if it was true that
at a company.
wait, you're saying that you can't talk about it, but you are actively talking about it.
Yeah, but that's fine. But I'm not talking about the details. So in essence, it's not.
No, you're just lying.
I'm covered legally.
You're just lying. No, you're absolutely
fine.
Right,
you know what?
Definitely lying.
It's okay. It's in your purview to just argue about all of this because
no, all I'm doing is I'm asking you for evidence for what you believe in. It's very fucking simple. It's incredibly simple.
Okay. Essentially, you were put on TikTok to get the young voters and persuade for Kamala Harris.
So I have a question. If I was put on TikTok to get the young voters and persuade for Harris, then how come my first political TikTok wasn't posted until a year and a half after my first post? Oh, that's crazy. If I was put on TikTok to persuade people to be a Democrat, then how come I live streamed for a year, 365 days, every single day, right, making non-political content? Right. In fact, right during that first year, there was periods where I didn't even co-sign to the Democrat Party because I believe the issues that were important to me, right, such as fighting against homophobia, misogyny, sexism, etc., right, shouldn't be political. And I had a very hard time coming to grips with the fact that they unfortunately are political, forcing me to co-sign to the party that actively is trying to do anything about them.
So you're saying that basically because of all of that, you have immunity on types of, crimes. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that your claim that the reason I'm on TikTok is to persuade people to vote for Harris and getting paid by the DNC not only lacks evidence, but it also is inconsistent with the track record of my TikTok account.
How much? You know how much money? Well,
one second, Andrew. Thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo in the bio from the DNC. Exactly. I appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Andrew.
That's
money straight from the DNC. Money straight from Taylor Swift. Money straight from George Soros. Money for the adrenochrome. We are having a good day. Thank you so much, Andrew and the DNC. I want to ask you a question. What does DNC stand for?
Listen. You're getting paid, and that's a fact.
Well, tell me what DNC stands for.
Democratic National Convention. I don't know. Is that what it stands for?
Yeah, okay. So, Andrew, here's your issue. So what your issue is just believing in things without evidence. It's called conspiracy theory. Donald Trump has made this like incredibly acceptable in the society around us. But I just think that you need to really consider the fact that you are actively engaging in delusion, and you're just coping with the fact that I'm smarter than you and have beaten you in the debate with like 2 fucking breaths. Because in all reality, when you say, Dean's paid by the DNC, what you're doing is you're closing yourself off to engaging in good faith critical thought and having a rational discussion with me, right? Because you don't want your butt to be hurt that maybe Andrew is wrong about some things. And that's the issue with a lot of people in our world today, is you just can't come to grip with the fact that you can be wrong, and you probably are wrong about a lot of the things that you believe in. And Austin, thank you for the $25 on Venmo from the DNC. W Austin in the chat, I really appreciate you for the $25. Massive W Austin's down below. That's so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much, Austin.
Exactly. That's exactly my point. Exactly. So, I told you like back to the original question, there wasn't an escalation in the world like there is now under Trump. Now you can say that that's not due to Trump.
Tessa, thank you for the subscription. And Jesse, thank you for the $5 on Venmo.
But I think he did, he was tough on other world leaders. And I think through what he would say to them, like, if you do this, we'll do this. And, I think that type of, talk did deter potential conflicts.
Here's what I'll say. Yeah, Trump is like a meanie, like psychopath, insane man. Okay, like let's just face the facts. And like in some sense, right, I could grant you an argument that he probably scared a lot of other world leaders. But that's not a good thing because it reduces our ability to create long-term cooperations and agreements, right, to build with other countries, and it just allows us to have short-term peace because other world leaders are scared, right? It's not diplomatic, right? It doesn't allow us to build a better global society with more bonds that are conducive towards better relations. It just scares other world leaders. And that's like the one thing that you could possibly argue Trump has had going for him in the past. But then we also see that that claim in of itself has some holes in it because we know Putin wasn't scared of him. We know Putin's interfered with the last 3 elections pushing pro-Trump propaganda. And we know that Putin thinks that Trump is easy to manipulate.
Hold up. So how come you think when Trump gets other world leaders scared, that doesn't benefit the prosperity of the U.S. long term, not just short term? Why do you think it's only short term?
Yeah, because it negates our ability to make like cooperative long-term agreements because it's just scare tactics. It's not diplomacy.
So what diplomacy are you looking for?
Yeah, like diplomacy, right, to stop innocent people from dying in the Middle East, advocating for a ceasefire between Israel and Palestine. Diplomacy to keep, innocent Iranians safe from an attack from Israel.
So how come they weren't able to do all that stuff in the last 4 years?
With how Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are actively told Israel not to invade, attack, and flatten Iran, with Donald Trump telling them to, right? Diplomacy in Ukraine, continuing to support Ukraine because of the Budapest Memorandum, to stop Russian advancement and to fight for greater expansion of democracy, especially within NATO. Thank you so much for the boo. These are all things that the Biden-Harris administration have done.
So how come they didn't do it?
How come they didn't achieve a ceasefire between Israel and Palestine? Because of like incredibly complex geopolitical issues, all right, and resentment of Israel towards like anything good, right?
So why do you think she's going to be able to do it this time?
Kill.
Why do you think she's going to be able to do it this time if they weren't able to do it?
We're increasingly getting closer, right? And we see that now in the last 7 months, Israel has at least entertained the idea of a ceasefire agreement and not just rejected and denied every single claim by Palestine, Hamas, and the U.S., right? And then now they're like trying to engage, right, larger levers of controls such as weapon embargoes. All right, I agree that all of these things should have happened sooner. In fact, I think we should have had a conditional allyship with Israel since like the mid 20th century. But you know what? Like at this point in this context, we're voting for damage control.
So you're basically like. The fact, like, so basically, who would have to run against Trump for you to vote for Trump?
I would never vote for Trump, right? Because I don't
so
think
you would just not vote at all?
No, I would vote for anyone but Trump, right? Like, for instance, Purdy, I appreciate you so much for the 20 subs on TikTok. Let's get some W Purdy's in the chat. I really appreciate you for the 20 subs. You were absolutely phenomenal. Massive W Purdy's. Thank you so much. Like, would you ever vote for someone that sexualized a little girl, raped a woman, and tried to overturn the results of a federal election?
Yeah, so a lot of those things, I just don't agree with the premise of,
Vanessa, thank you for the $20 on Venmo from the DNC. Thank you so much, Vanessa. W Vanessa's in the chat. Thank you. Go ahead, man.
So Vanessa's with the DNC too?
Yeah, no, Vanessa is the DNC, right? That's just like a fake front end profile that they use to like send me money, right? And like,
well, you could be getting money through, money laundering. So
that's what they do. Yeah, they money launder it through like fake profiles on Venmo.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, so I mean, I think that your hatred to Trump is basically not allowing you to see certain things.
Parker
might be,
Hold up, Andrew, 1 second. Taylor came in with the checks. Dean, where should I put them?
Oh, great. No, yeah, you could just put it in my cubby, right, at that like one like Praise Satan club with like all the adrenochrome and shit, like the one that Hillary Clinton goes to a lot.
Oh, like, yeah, that one. I got you.
Yes,
I got you. I'll make sure to let Hillary know. And the reptiles. I got you, bro.
Cool. Thank you, Parker. Awesome. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. No, Parker just had to come up here. You just had to ask a quick question. You know what? He probably didn't know that I was on live. He thought it was a private phone call, so we didn't mean to talk about that in front of you guys. But anyways, so you said that you reject the premise that Trump has sexualized little girls, raped women, and tried to overthrow and coup the outcome of an election.
I mean, I know that, for that civil case, civil is a lot different than, criminal.
And what are the differences, Spooky?
Basically, like the level of evidence that's needed.
Okay. So what's the standard of evidence in civil court, and what's the standard of evidence in a criminal court? And Ken from the DNC, I appreciate you for the $5 on PayPal. WDNC's down below.
I think for civil, it's basically just based on more or less likely, and if it's over like 50% likely, then
so it's due to preponderance of the evidence. But what we'd say is that the civil court that held Trump liable for raping E. Jean Carroll, right? The actual evidence submitted proved that Trump had raped E. Jean Carroll beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt. And if you'd contest that, I'd just simply ask you, name a piece of evidence that you believe you have a reasonable doubt to.
I mean, but remember, the civil is not based on more than a reasonable doubt, so you can't even bring that into the...
Romina, I appreciate you for the $15 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love. Seriously, thank you, Romina. Romina's in that chat. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, like, you shouldn't bring up the point of being, beyond a reasonable doubt, because it wasn't in the criminal court. It was in the criminal court. I mean,
if you listen, I don't know if you were listening to what I was saying. I will repeat it. I said that the evidence submitted in that civil court, right, proved that it had occurred beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt. And if you would contest that, please tell me what your reasonable doubt to the evidence was.
No, you're just not understanding, I think.
I'm not bro. Okay, fine. No, I'm not understanding. Fine. We'll leave that argument behind, because you literally can't rationalize a very simple sentence. Would you vote for Trump if you sound civilly liable for raping a little girl? And Oscar, thank you for the $11 and the 11 cents on Venmo from the DNC. Thank you for the love, Oscar. Oscars from the DNC down below. But go ahead and answer that question.
Like, if I believed in the evidence and because listen, plenty of people get incarcerated when they're innocent.
If you believed in the evidence. Okay, so I have a question. Can you name one piece of evidence submitted in this civil court that held Trump liable for sexually abusing a woman?
Well, give me a piece of the evidence, just so I can stay on one piece of evidence at it,
No, I'm asking you if you know any of the evidence.
Well, I think there was there's like a picture of them together. Was that used as evidence? I don't think that should be, or was it?
So that was used as evidence against Trump's claim under deposition that they had never met. I'm asking you for a piece of evidence that he had sexually abused her. And Leah, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate you for the love. So can you name any?
Well, yeah, so I guess I'll have to look into,
No, it's just a yes or no. It's just a yes or no. Can you name any?
No, I can't, simply because I need to review the evidence, not because
that's your issue. That's your issue, Andrew. You're simply irrational, okay? You're simply a silly little man that doesn't really care about harm towards women, right? So instead of looking into this court that held Trump liable for rape, right, the guy that you want to vote to be our president, you instead ignore it, right, never look into it, appeal to willful ignorance, and perpetuate rape culture on the basis of the fact that you're going to deny the experiences of a woman who didn't just accuse a man of rape, but then proved it in court.
I get it. So if you want to protect women, why would you want, Kamala Harris in there who's going to push this whole transgender? I mean, that's probably got to have bad implications on that thing that you care about.
Leah, I appreciate you for the boxing gloves. I don't know how you could push incongruence between gender identity and phenotypical sex traits, but how do transgenders harm? How do gender individuals harm women?
It's not.
Sorry guys. That was crazy.
It's not that. Directly, but I'm talking about the push of it on Americans and the kids, and it's the woke culture. And
Elaine, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo from the DNC. Thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate you so much for that. Massive W Elaines for the $20 on Venmo from the DNC. So tell me what's being pushed. Be very specific.
I told you there's an agenda,
which is.
Yeah, I'm getting to it. So it's the agenda of the whole. They want to. You got like drag queens, and you got like people. I mean, it's just a mess, and
Drag
it's got to be
queens.
taken care
So
of.
how do drag queens harm women?
Well, it's not simply that.
I'm
It's in
gonna be
context.
honest. Like, I'm gonna be honest that like 9 out of 10 women in this live would feel safer with a drag queen than they would with you. Okay, so please tell me how drag queens harm women.
I'm just talking about this whole push from the left. You know what?
Push of what? You got to tell me what they're pushing, Andrew.
You don't understand.
I don't understand because you're not telling me.
Whatever, man. Just keep on making money from the DNC.
This is no.
Pretend
Don't
like
leave.
you
Don't leave.
know
Don't crash out.
anything.
Don't crash out. Don't crash out. Don't crash out. Do not crash out, Andrew. Do not crash out. Okay. Just tell me what the left is pushing that's harming women. Don't crash out. Don't do the thing where you're like, you're paid by the DNC, then run away. Just tell me what agenda the left is pushing.
Actually, wait, before we'll ask that question here in a second, but just type 1 in the chat, everyone, if you would rather be stuck in a room with a drag queen than Andrew. 1 in the chat if you agree. Only type it once, everyone, so it all counts it. Everyone type 1 in the chat, okay? And then Andrew, bro, what agenda are you referencing, bruv?
You guys just don't get it. I know you're paid too, Parker, so whatever.
Oh my God.
Wait, can you tell me what agenda?
Parker.
Because like, do I get the scripts? Do Dean get the scripts? Like for the agenda?
Yo, Sophie, thank you for the $30 on PayPal from the DNC for the silly little
know
man.
what? When
Everybody
this-
WDNCs, everyone
Dude,
W
stop-
selfies. Thank you for the 30
Stop
bucks on
talking
PayPal.
about how much money the DNC is paying you. Like, if I have to
I'm
hear
getting
that
donations.
crap, like, what?
Are you trolling, Andrew?
What?
Are you trolling, Andrew?
What?
No. I'm talking
That's
from my
actually
heart.
kind of embarrassing, dude.
Huh?
Like, I'm just gonna be honest with you. That's like actually kind of embarrassing. The fact that you're not trolling, like, I really like. I would believe that you're trolling. Like, I'm totally honest. Like, it's like bad. It looks like you're like bad at trolling too.
No.
Almost.
What?
Ken, thank you for the $2 on PayPal for what?
Are
Fine,
you
you know,
like flabbergasted?
You guys are paid. That's a fact.
Okay, what's the evidence for this fact?
Okay, you just sound like a drone.
Yeah, for real. I mean,
what,
you just
a
sound
drone?
like you just sound like
Yeah.
every other white man that's voting for Trump that doesn't like us. Megan with a
We're gonna
unicorn
be
fantasy.
in communism.
Holy, shut up.
Communism?
Thank you for
Wait.
the unicorn. Let me thank Megan for the unicorn fantasy. Everybody, W Megan's in the chat right now for the
Andrew,
unicorn.
can you
Oh my
define
God, thank
communism,
you,
Andrew?
Megan.
We're going to be in communism if
What's
Kamala Harris.
communism?
I'm telling
Andrew,
you.
define communism.
Tell me who Shuknuk Shahunte is.
Thank you so much for the
You
move.
know
After you
what?
can define communism.
Exactly. Like,
Ariana,
what's that got to
$35
do with the
on Venmo.
price of potatoes? Nothing.
Andrew,
So-
you said that
You
we're going to
just-
be communist
okay,
if
this
she's
guy's definitely
elected. Tell me
trolling.
what communism is.
I'm telling you, if Kamala Harris wins, we're going to go to communism and we're going to go to anarchy.
And what's communism?
Jesus. You just don't get it.
I'm asking you to tell me what the words you're using mean. What is communism? Why is
Hey,
it a bad
Andrew, like
thing?
if you're trolling, would be able to like respond better than this. That's why it's kind of like I'm kind of thinking that this guy's like not trolling right now,
Dude,
and I'm
Yeah, I
not
don't
sure
think he's
whether
trolling
he
that.
What,
is.
like,
Thank you for the
like if you
subscription.
want to learn more about like human behavior, why don't you just take like a psychology course and you can figure it out? I
No,
mean, like,
apparently you're the one that needs to learn about it. We already know what it is. I'm asking you what it is because you're using the term.
Yeah, Andrew's communism good or bad?
bad,
Okay, so
why?
what is it to say that it's bad?
dude. Like, come on, what are you talking about?
It's a very simple question. Why is communism bad? And
Yeah,
what is
like I'm just
communism?
dumbfounded by your response to that. Of course it's bad. Like,
Okay,
what
what about
Yeah,
communism
but like,
is
what
bad?
is it? What is it that you're saying is bad?
Yeah, like what
What's
about what about it is bad?
So you're thinking it's good?
Well, I mean,
No,
I'm
I'm
waiting
just
for you to
asking,
tell
what
me,
is it?
like,
You're
what
like-
is it?
It's
Oh, yeah, I
bad
think of the $2 from the
Okay.
RNC.
Okay, why?
because it's about, distributing wealth. It's about, it's bad. Taking away
Distributing wealth?
opportunities from other people.
Wait, so like for example, like using taxpayer funds to build migrant detention centers.
Thank you for
right.
that.
That's communism, right?
I'm talking about the level of the distribution. You don't want communism. I don't know why you want it. Like,
No. Is Trump a communist because he wants to use FEMA funds for migrant detention centers? Oh, wait, he did that.
He's a capitalist.
$2.
That's not. Wait, I thought you just said government redistribution of wealth. That's redistribution.
Yeah. And you know what? I mean, the way with these tariffs, and I'm for the tariffs. I know people say, like, if you just
increase prices on American citizens,
plummet U.S. exports and destroy them American companies. They do not deserve your money.
$5 from the DNC.
So, listen,
Colin, thank you for the $5 on Venmo from the DNC.
There's a lot of variables.
Rachel, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the communism. Thank you.
You have to look at like what the exchange rates are. You have to look at like elasticity between certain products. It's not simply.
Whoa! You don't even know what you're saying. You think you know what elasticity is?
I would love to ask a question, Andrew.
Yeah, dude. I
explain
know
to me what a tariff is. Like I'm a 5-year-old.
So tariffs, it just basically just raises the price, of the particular product.
From where?
Well, I'm sorry.
From where?
From what do you mean where?
Tariffs are taxes on imports, bruv.
So I just want to let you know, Andrew.
Yeah, and it raises the price.
So Andrew, you just define a tariff as inflation. So you said that one moment, Andrew.
We need inflation.
Hey, I'm in at 5, 4,
the mandate for
3,
inflation, I think, is 2, between like 2 and 3%. So we need it.
0.
This guy's so delusional.
So you said that tariffs are good, and then you define tariffs as inflation. So you think that inflation is a good thing? Emily, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Well, we've had the most inflation in the last 50 years happen under Kamala Harris. So we should vote for Kamala Harris because there's been the most inflation under her, right?
It depends how much inflation it is. You can't just say because tariffs go up that causes inflation, so therefore it's bad. Like you got to look at like how much inflation is going up comparably, and there's going to be benefits from outside sources from the tariff that lower inflation.
Like what?
So I don't know why.
Like what?
Sorry?
Like what?
Yeah, there's just going to be benefits from outside sources.
Like?
Yeah, like from. Let me see.
Go ahead. Thank you for the $5.
Jesus Christ, dude. Fucking hell.
I mean, there's going to be benefits.
Like what?
What are those benefits?
Yeah, like what? Like what benefits, Andrew?
Like
Damn, dude, I miss these streams. For the 8.2 thousand people in here, I fucking miss these streams. These are great. These like fuel my soul. Like God.
So if another country, if we raise tariffs, right? If we put on tariffs, that's gonna get all these other countries back in line.
How?
What do you
mean? Think of the $5. How do they get back in line because we put tariffs on them?
Sheila, thank you for the $5 on PayPal for schooling these Trumpers. I appreciate you for the $5.
So listen, there's different economics of thought on, how you want your trade policies to be. They can be like cooperative or, other,
we were asking you like what the benefits are, and like you're not telling us what the benefits are.
I know, you just said that they get other countries in line. Like historically speaking, when we increase tariffs on China, they actually just like put tariffs back on us and reduce agricultural exports and destroy American farmers. So it's like destroying American farmers, putting China in line.
So tell me what the correlation is to that, to the exchange rate changes after that specific thing, and then talk about
over the $1 Venmo. What the fuck are you talking about with exchange rates?
Yeah, exactly. Like, what are you talking? Exactly. That's why I know that you're not knowledgeable.
For the United States dollar will go down if you actually decrease the incentive to engage in trade with the United States. When you increase tariffs, especially universally, you're decreasing the incentive to engage in trade with the United States, which devalues the United States dollar in terms of exchange rate.
Yeah.
So thank you for the $5 on PayPal.
Listen, I'd like to talk more about this, topic and, kind of like, educate y'all on all these things. But I got to go.
One last question. How many
questions? Wait, Andrew, before you go, can you tell me what market equilibrium is?
Yeah, answer his question.
So are you talking about like in the stock market, or
No, just tell me, what is market equilibrium?
Yeah, exactly. Like market equilibrium. Are you talking about like? Listen, I mean, I could go on and on about this, but I really got to go.
No, what is
really
market equilibrium? Colin, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. This is the first thing that you will learn in like your 2010 intro macroeconomics.
What is market equilibrium?
Market equilibrium is where suppliers match demanders. That's basically what it is.
Yeah. Did you just look it up?
He did, because why would he say that? It's talking about
my master's.
You have a master's? No, you don't.
Of course, he looked it up because he said, "Are you talking about in the stock market?"
No.
15 seconds.
No, I do have my master's.
Definition. Yo! Oh my God! Yo, Efi, thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. Oh my God! Yo, let's get 1,000 Efis in the chat. That is IFE. It is so good to see you. Thank you so much for the $100 donation. That is absolutely absurd.
Andrew, real question before I go as well. You said you have a master's in econ. Can you tell me what price elasticity of demand is?
I have a master's in finance. I took a few economics, but what was your question?
Never mind. That was. I mean, do you know what price elasticity of demand is? You said elasticity earlier.
Yeah. Basically, like if think about like if you lower the prices on something, that means that like more revenue, comes in from that.
What the fuck are you saying?
So like
price
gas.
elasticity of demand is essentially for a given change in price, what would be the percentage change in demand, right?
That's what I exactly said.
Okay, dude. Okay, dude. Good luck today, everyone. This is brutal. I'll be on probably like 1:30, bro, and I'll see you again.
Hey,
I'll be on like all day.
Yeah, keep on making your money from
Let's
the DMC.
Let's go all day. Hey, Andrew, are you mad? Are you jealous, man?
Yo, feel free to pop up again if you want. But I appreciate you so much for coming up, Parker.
No, absolutely will. But deal with a little jealous Andrew right here. Jealous Andrew. He's so fucking jealous.
Well, yeah. Well, I appreciate you. I'll continue talking to jealous Andrew. All right, Andrew. You said that you have to run. I honestly just have one last question for you. You said that you have a master's in finance.
Yeah.
Okay. And how many years did you have to go to school to get a master's in finance?
Well, I mean, I got my bachelor's, and then just took me 2 years to get my master's.
Okay. So how many years as a whole?
Well, I mean, after high school, probably 6 years.
Okay. So if you have a master's in finance, I just want to ask you a question. Why is Kamala Harris's proposed tax policy bad?
I got to go.
Oh, that's terrible. That is so fucking bad, ladies and gentlemen. Holy shit. We're gonna go and get our next guest up in the box literally right now. Well, that is quite a way to start the stream for the night. That is so funny. That is so funny. My soul's rejuvenated. Hello, Joseph. Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Oh no, dear God, why?
I am voting for Trump.
God, why would you ever do that?
Shit, I don't know.
Brand, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying that I'm funny. You're funny.
I'm a smart guy, right, Dean?
You're I don't know. I mean, if you're voting for Trump, probably not.
No, just solely off of that, right? I'm brilliant.
Okay, well, prove your brilliance by telling me why Trump is a better presidential candidate than Harris.
Why is he a better? Well, he was the president. Kamala Harris was never the president. So just off of that alone, you could say he's a better candidate. I mean, what has Kamala really done?
First of all, her name is pronounced Kamala. And then second of all, she was more active as the VP of our country than Trump was as a president.
No, she was not.
Okay, so she helped influence the PACT Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the American Rescue Plan, the CHIPS and Science Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act. Can you please tell me 5 or more policies that Trump influenced to get passed?
The border. Why hasn't she done anything for that?
So we could talk about the border next, but I wanted to see if you could answer my question. You said that Donald Trump was definitely more active as a president than she was as a VP. So Kamala Harris helped so could you mind if I finish talking?
Well, yeah, you already asked the question, though.
But you obviously didn't hear it, or you would have responded, right? So do you need me to ask it again?
Well, yeah, but you can't just ask me. I'm asking you questions.
Thank you for the $2 on Venmo, and Ken, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo as well. Let's get some W's in the chat for Ken with the $20 and Ashley with the $2. Thank you, Ken and Ashley.
This isn't just you asking questions. I asked you a question, you didn't answer it either.
Well, you asked me a question after I answered mine. I have no problem talking.
I asked you the question first.
Okay, you didn't.
Yeah, I did, but okay. You probably don't even remember the question, but okay.
No, so I sat here and I told you that she was more active as VP than he was active as president.
Okay,
right? And then I told you 5 policies that she influenced to get passed. And then I asked you to say the same 5 policies for Trump. And then you didn't answer and you asked me about Kamala Harris and the border. I have no issue. Hey, Joseph, do you mind if I finish, man?
But you told me one thing.
Can we have a conversation without speaking over one another?
No, absolutely, but don't tell me to say 5 policies, but you name one thing and then you're like, oh, can we name 5 policies? You're just trying to make somebody sound stupid.
I named 5. I named 5. So Kamala Harris.
You did not name 5.
I did. I'll say them again. Kamala Harris helped influence the Infrastructure Bill, the PACT Act, the American Rescue Plan, the CHIPS and Science Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act. We'll do 6. She actually also passed the most tie-breaking votes in the Senate out of any VP that we've had in American history. So if Trump was more active as president than she was as VP, can you please tell me 5 pieces of legislation that he helped influence to get passed?
What are the resources behind that?
Congress.gov?
Where'd you get that? Yeah, okay. Explain in depth each of those policies.
Okay, sure. The infrastructure bill invested $1 trillion into local communities across the U.S. to spur their economies, to renew their infrastructure, and to create manufacturing and construction jobs. This was to help renew and rebuild the economy after the reductions in economic growth as experienced under the pandemic. The CHIPS and Science Act particularly invested $27 billion into U.S. chip producers such as Intel or NVIDIA, specifically so we will be producing 20% of the global chip supply by 2030, when right now we would produce 0. Right? The Inflation Reduction Act spent over $240 million investing into things such as fracking, so we could increase our ability to make use and produce things such as crude oil. And it's also the largest multi-million-dollar investment into renewable energy resources ever. And it's also deficit reducing over the long term, so it has marginal impacts on reducing inflation. The PACT Act invested $800 million into expansion of VA healthcare benefits, right, to particularly provide new benefits to over 1 million veterans, covering new things such as toxic burns or burn pits overseas. And then the American Rescue Plan was a bipartisan bill, right, rebounding from COVID, stimulating the economy with a $1.9 trillion predominantly through things such as stimulus, through the STEMI checks, and that was influenced in the first 3 months of their term. So now I want you to go ahead and name 5 things that Trump influenced to get passed under his term and explain them in depth.
You said 5 policies. Well, Trump is currently not president right now. Neither is Kamala.
No, I'm asking you for 5 things he did under his first term.
Well, I'm talking about this term. All I know is in the first term, what he did is he made it for everybody in America to younger. Like you're 20, right?
I am 20. Oh my God, yo, okay. Nicole. So one moment, sir. I apologize for cutting you off. Purdy. Oh my God, Purdy. Thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal, saying I'm so glad you're back. I know we were gone for a couple days, but thank you so much for the love, everyone. Right now, W Purdy's in the chat. That is seriously so incredibly kind. We love you here, Purdy. You're always hanging out. And Abbott with the $20 on PayPal as well. Everyone, show some love to Purdy and Abbott. You guys are so very kind. And Marilyn with the $20 on Venmo, saying cookin'. I appreciate you for the love, Marilyn, Abbott, and Purdy. You guys are phenomenal. Go ahead, man. I apologize for cutting you off.
No, you're good. Well, Donald Trump, a lot of people, I'm 28 years old, right? And when he was the president, I bought a house. And at that time, you only needed about $75,000 a year to buy a house. Now, with Biden being president, and I'm sure Kamala is not going to make it any better because usually Democrats, things just go up. You're not even able to buy a house. It's over $150,000. No, it's $125,000 to be able to buy a house. Nobody can afford that.
Surprisingly, the specific figures you just gave there are spot on. So good on you for that. But how did the Biden-Harris administration cause houses to be more expensive?
Well, that I do not know. I'm not one of the people that follow politics in depth, but I just go off of my life, and I was able to buy a house while Trump was president, and then when Biden became president, everything got more expensive. Okay, the groceries skyrocket. It costs $200 a week to buy groceries right now.
That's a little bit of a stretch, but I'll still listen to you.
I mean, if you're with maybe one person, it might be a little less, but if there's three people, it could cost $200+ easily.
Okay.
It was a lot cheaper when Trump was president. One of the main reasons why I vote for Trump is mainly off of financial reasons. I'm not
responding to that point.
Okay, yeah, you can go.
So inflation wasn't caused by the Biden-Harris administration. You can't just say because it happened under their term they caused it.
I'm not saying they caused it.
Okay, well, I mean, if they didn't cause it, then why would we hold them responsible? Should I hold Trump responsible for COVID-19 and like the 700 million people that it killed just because it happened under his term? Should we blame that on him?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, then why would we blame inflation onset by the pandemic in every country around the world on the Biden-Harris administration?
So you have to understand, this is what you do. You follow politics. Most people don't do that. So they go off of what they see while the president is.
I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate that. No, dude, I'll be honest. I absolutely understand. I think that you're right in the sense that the average American, right, probably has similar thought processes to you. Okay, right. But my point is, with exposure to more information on these related issues, right, you shouldn't hold to those thought processes because they can be explained, right, as insufficient, right, to cast judgment or to deem the Biden-Harris administration responsible for some of the bad things that have happened under their presidency, right? Like, it's really important for us all to learn that no, they didn't cause inflation, right? COVID caused inflation. It wasn't local to the U.S. It was global in every country around the world. But in fact, because of the monumental policy passed through Congress by the Biden-Harris administration, the U.S. had the quickest rebound from the inflation onset by COVID out of any other country in the G7, right? And we could even take this to a whole other level by just like evaluating your logic in a very fundamental way. You're essentially saying when something bad happens in America, the president caused it. Well, we had the highest level of unemployment since the Great Depression under Trump in April of 2020 at 14.8%. So there's no logical difference between you saying that Biden and Harris caused inflation and me saying Trump caused the highest level of unemployment in the last 100 years.
But since Kamala has never been, how do you say Kamala? I can't even say her name. Kamala.
You said it right, bro. Kamala.
Oh, well, you said it right. The first time I said it wrong, I didn't really know. But yeah, I see. Like, I'm not like for Trump or for Kamala. It's just like.
Okay, then you said it the wrong that time. Just say Harris. Just say Harris.
Okay, Harris. I'm not even doing that on purpose.
No, I know. Like you don't seem to be. A lot of people do say it on purpose, but you seem.
Oh yeah.
You could call her Harris if that's easier.
Okay, yeah, I'll say Harris. But Harris, what worries me is that she's never been the president, so we really don't know how well she's going to do. I think some of the
dude. What was one of Donald Trump's main campaigning points in 2015?
One of his main points. I mean, it was definitely
not being in government, never holding a public politician office, being outside of the swamp. Right, not having that experience in these political related career, but now all of a sudden, right, this year, right, because he was a part of the government, because he served in a public office, because he sat in those positions of power, it's a good thing. But in 2016, 2015, it was a bad thing, right? And here's what I could say. I'd get the argument that, well, Kamala Harris has never been president, Trump has, it should give us reason to vote for Trump if Trump actually did a good job while he was president, but he didn't, dude. He took those 4 years and he was terrible. During those 4 years, he tried to ban all new Muslims from coming into our country. During those 4 years, he tried to overthrow our checks and balances and change the outcome of a federal election just because he didn't like that he lost. During those 4 years, he implemented tax policy that cost nearly $2 trillion, served to the top 1% disproportionately, increased income inequities, right, and didn't achieve any large-scale economic growth when we see some studies by Republicans indicating that they had only added $10 billion to our GDP per year, right? He did a piss-poor job as our president, and the social repercussions were worse because he normalized homophobia, he radicalized Christians, turning it in from a symbol of peace and love to a weapon of hate, and he instituted grape culture and misogyny to a higher degree because, well, now all of a sudden, a lot of Republicans are very apologetic towards the fact that he's raped a woman and even deny her experiences, although she proved them in court. There are so many bad implications.
Wait, he was guilty of what? He was guilty of rape?
Yeah, but we could say grape on TikTok Live.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I did not know that.
He was. I mean, it's not talked about enough. I don't fault you for not knowing. No one talks about it nearly enough. And in 2022, Donald Trump was held civilly liable for violently sexually abusing or raping a woman by the name of E. Jean Carroll.
How is he able to go for the president if that's true? You would think that they...
I mean, well, Jeffrey Dahmer, could run for president if he was alive today. Right, there's no constitutional.
Well, I disagree with that.
Rapist from running for president, but don't you think the fact that you're questioning why Trump could even run for president in the first place gives you a damn good reason to not vote for him?
I mean, yeah, definitely. I mean, if we're talking about all things like that, like I see, like I said before, I'm going off things of what life was like when he was the president and what life was like when Biden was the president. This is not me being against Trump or Harris.
I get you, bro. Faye, thank you for the $10 on Venmo saying that I've missed you, so happy to see you back. Thank you so much for the love. Everyone show Faye some love in the comments.
Do you think Biden did a good job?
Yeah, I do. I think that they did a monumental job with their policy, right? But that's just been overshadowed by the work of the right to appeal to people's ignorance, right? Negate and disregard their policy and just blame all the bad things that have been happening in the world in the last 4 years on them. Like for a lot of Americans, it sounds incredibly absurd to say that the Biden-Harris administration was really good. Right. And the reason is over the last 4 years, the Republican Party has been dumping millions of dollars into advertising and selling the lie that they caused all the problems in America. Cassidy, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you.
Well, my question is, like I said, I'm not like a expert on this. Why is everything so expensive right now?
For sure, because of COVID. So I'll wrap it up in a nutshell. COVID hit the world, right? It destroyed supply chains, right? It stopped shipments, and it decreased consumer confidence, and people stopped spending their money. So there was two things that countries around the world could have done. They could have waited it out, which would have caused a recession, or they could have stimulated their economy by injecting money into it, giving money to the consumer that causes inflation, okay? Every single country in the world, right, decided to go the route of negating a recession and stimulating their economy with literal fucking money printing straight to the consumers that caused that inflation. It wasn't local in the US. There's not a country in the damn world that you could name that didn't undergo similar levels of inflation. Our country handled it the best. We had the quickest response from that inflation. We had the quickest rebound from the 30-year lows in the stock market. We had the quickest rebound from, like a regressed state of economic growth. We did it the best.
Yeah, I love how since me and you are arguing, they're not coming at me no more.
Hey, dude, you're being good faith, man. You're say it anyway. Welcome into the stream. It is so phenomenal to see each and every single one of y'all. We got another week ban on the main account after 40 minutes of being back on it from a prior week ban. Am I like a little upset? Like, yeah, sure. Like, I don't know why they have been targeting me so hard. Like right before I left on my trip for Michigan, I had account after account after account get taken down. And like now it's like first day back and we're just already right back at it. It sucks. But regardless, ladies and gentlemen, make sure that we are double tapping away on that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 20,000 likes here real quick. And then also do share this live with a handful of friends. We're at 5 shares. Let's just get right back up into that algorithm. The fact that we're right before the election and they're really critical about the content that they want to allow. But yeah, anyways, if you're voting for Trump, let me know in the chat by spamming MAGA. We're going to go and just get our first guest up in of the night, y'all. So everyone just do give us a minute. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Hey, can you hear me?
I sure can. Are you voting for Trump?
I actually don't really know who I'm voting for. I was going to ask you what...
Okay, are you driving?
No, I'm in my car. I'm on my lunch break.
Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure that you're driving because I could hear the car moving in the background, right? It's not like it's sitting still. But as an undecided voter, honestly, what I'd do if I was you is I'd go watch not only my video with Dash, but then also like a handful of the most recent videos on my main account and join my Discord. Those are like great assets and resources for undecided voters, especially right now. And just like expect like more videos from me in like the next week and a half, specifically designed for you and other undecided voters because like you are very important. What's going on, Chaotic? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
All right, and why is that?
So I know we're only a few days away, and I think it's super important for us to get a message out now. And I know that, a lot of viewers of you may not appreciate this, and maybe you won't either. But you've got all these people like Parker and Harry, and they're fine. But then you got other people that show up and talk to Ben Shapiro and all these people, and you're half my age. I'm over 40, and you're super intelligent and doing a good job, and I love all the information you're putting out there. Please keep it up until the election. Trump for prison 2024.
Hey, I appreciate you for coming up, man. I was confused on whether it was going because he said that you may not like it, but you just ended up being a chiller. You were absolutely phenomenal, bro. Base W guess. I appreciate you for coming up. What's up, Colin? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
All right, why is that?
Well, I have some...
Are you driving?
Say what now?
You're driving. All right. Guys, if you are in the queue, make sure that you're not driving. And for the 1.7 thousand people hanging out with us in here today, make sure to just share out that live. I feel like we could get back into the algorithm, no problem. But we just need to put the work in. So everyone do double tap, share out that live. Y'all already know. What's up? May the 4th be with you. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Think of the hands up. So why are you voting for Trump?
I'm voting for Trump because I believe he's the president that's going to keep this country safe.
All right, why so?
What'd you say?
Yeah, how's the rapist felon going to keep our country safe? I mean, if he can't even keep those around him safe.
Wow, that's pretty disrespectful, but...
It's disrespectful to call the shots as they are? Wait, am I disrespecting Hitler by calling him a genocidal maniac? Am I disrespecting Jeffrey Dahmer by calling him a murderer? No. So then why would I be disrespecting Trump by calling him a rapist?
Well, Donald Trump has never been found guilty of that crime ever.
Okay. So yeah, while I'm pulling this up, in the meantime, guys, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. But I mean, yeah, just for the record, Donald Trump has been held civilly liable for violently sexually abusing a woman, right? With the judge defining it in the case as rape in the way that we'd colloquially use the term, right?
But he's never been found guilty of the crime of rape, ever.
So here's a verdict form, right? And what they held him liable for was like the penetration of a woman's vajayjay against her will. So,
but a liar like E. Jean Carroll, that case won't be going too far into appeals because it will be overturned.
Okay, so on what grounds does Trump have to appeal the findings of this case that held him liable?
He's a disgusting liar, and you happen to make some pretty disgusting, comments yourself, just like Kamala Harris.
So I'm just very curious. You have a lot of conviction in the claim that she's a disgusting liar. How so?
Well, she had a lot of time to make this claim.
Thank you for the $25 on Venmo. 1 second, be quiet. Hey, 1 second. Let's get some W Christias in the chat for the $25. I really appreciate you for the love. Massive W Christias down below. Thank you. Thank you so much. So how do you know that E. Jean Carroll's a disgusting liar? Right after I thank Christian for the $50 on PayPal. 1 week until the election day gift from Norway. Christian, I love you. It's so good to hear from you, man. Let's show some love to Christian and Christian in that chat. Thank you so much. You guys are phenomenal. Go ahead.
Okay, well, it's my opinion that she's a disgusting liar.
So what's one piece of evidence that she submitted to the court to prove to the jury that Trump raped her?
She literally had no pieces of evidence.
Okay, so that's a lie.
She had zero pieces of evidence.
Yeah, so you're lying, right? You could read the court documents and learn for yourself that you're wrong, all right? There's medical records from the 90s, consistency between the testimony and the medical records, her own testimony and the testimony of 7 others, all right? Then there's also the dress that she claimed had Trump's DNA in it that they confirmed to be male DNA, in which then he failed to refuse to provide his DNA back to the court. She also had evidence insofar as disputing and disproving Trump's claims that they had never met with a picture of them together. So when you say that she had no evidence, you're just literally engaging in cult-like activities, repeating what you've heard from Tucker Carlson on Twitter. I think you're engaging in cult-like activity.
Okay,
well, you respond to, so we could talk about what you think of me, but let's like first respond.
This is coming from a guy that says the N-word repeatedly, and we're supposed to take your word for it.
I don't say the N-word repeatedly. That was a lie.
You do. So we're supposed to take your word for it.
Okay, so why do you think that I say the N-word repeatedly?
Well, you said it a few times, so you probably said it many more. It's evidence, physical evidence. That you say the N-word repeatedly.
So what came out, right, specifically speaking, what I've held myself accountable for, what we've been talking about, all right, was
you can't hold yourself accountable. It's up to other people to hold you accountable. Who gives a shit what you say? Nobody cares what you say.
So just because Donald Trump can't hold himself accountable doesn't mean other people can't. But I'm so happy to talk about this for the reason being that, it came out that I did use slurs when I was younger, and I've talked about this for the last 10 months, right? And today, I'll even sit here and call those actions deplorable, say that I was engaging in racism, say that I was engaging in bigotry, right? And I'm beyond fucking happy that I was exposed to education that made me grow in a positive direction so I could turn around and share that same education with other people. And don't you think it's fucking crazy that a 20-year-old white boy on TikTok has more self-accountability and respect for those around them than Trump, your guy for presidency? But it's
Donald Trump has never said the N-word and nobody's ever accused him, so we don't have to hold him accountable.
Oh, he actually has.
That was you.
He actually has.
Oh, do you have evidence that Donald Trump has used the N-word?
Yeah, you said that he's never been accused of using the N-word. He was accused by 3
Do you
producers.
have evidence that Donald Trump has used the N-word?
1 second, if you'll let me finish. You said that Donald Trump has never been accused of using the N-word. He was accused by 3 producers on The Apprentice of using the N-word. Right? He also, he was. Look it up.
There would be video, there would be recording, just like the tape where he said, "I'll grab them by the
So I just want to clarify. You said Trump has never been accused of using the N-word. Is that something you said?
There's no physical evidence.
No. You said Trump has never been accused of using the N-word. Is that true?
So we're supposed to believe a liar, another liar?
No.
Didn't this guy also say he had a tape?
No. You said that Donald Trump has never been accused of using the N-word. Is that a sentence that was uttered out of your mouth?
That's not what I said, actually.
Yes or no?
That's not what I said.
So everyone laugh at him.
If you want to go back and listen to what I said
everyone laugh at him because he's lying. Do you truly think that you could lie in front of 2.7 thousand people? Right.
I said no one is
everyone point it left. No, maybe
so he doesn't have to hold himself
May the
accountable.
4th be with you. Look at everyone in the chat laughing at you because
engaging in cult-like behavior.
Here's
right?
the issue.
Is that what they're doing? Are they engaging in?
No. Here's the issue: is that you cannot try to gaslight me in front of a stage of nearly 3,000 people and not expect to be held accountable for it. Right.
Well,
but I will now go back to what I was saying. Right. Wait. You think I'm racist?
I do think you're racist.
Okay, do you think Trump is racist?
No, I don't.
So how can I be racist for using the N-word at 14, learning from my bigotry and changing as a person, but Trump not being racist with an unapologetic track record of racism, starting in the 70s with denying housing applications to black people because they're black, going into 1991 where he called all black people lazy, affirmed that something that he said in 1997, right? Then in the early 2000s said that migrants were poisoning the blood of our country, said that Kamala Harris turned black implying that she wasn't black prior, said that Obama was born in Kenya because of the color of his skin, he shouldn't be able to run for president even though he's a birth certificate certificate specifically from Hawaii, said that the Haitian migrants in Springfield, Ohio are here illegally, even though he knows that they're here through legal processes because he renewed those legal processes under his term in 2017. Like, go ahead and describe that indiscrepancy to me.
Right, everything you said wasn't true or accurate.
Okay, what's one thing I said that wasn't true?
There were some things that you said were true.
What did I say?
But other things weren't true.
Like what?
He never said Obama shouldn't be president because of the color of his skin. That's
the birther myth. He said that he was from Kenya, right, and instantiating the beliefs that thereby he shouldn't be able to run for president because he's not a U.S.-born citizen.
He said both his family, his brothers from the same parents were born in Kenya, and Obama possibly could have been born in Kenya because that originated from Hillary Clinton.
It didn't originate from Hillary Clinton. It originated from followers of Hillary Clinton. But I don't care if like you're the first to engage in a racist behavior or the last. It's all just as deplorable.
Okay, well, Donald Trump isn't being accused of saying the N-word. So
I mean, so you just said it again. You just said that Donald Trump isn't being accused of saying the N-word.
Yeah, I said that the first time. He's not being accused. Is anybody going on TV saying he's saying the N-word? Even on MSNBC?
Actually, yeah, they are.
Well, I haven't seen any of that news.
I mean, like, obviously, like, you're just, like, making, like, a really bad point, right? Because saying the N-word is racist, just like denying housing applications to black people is racist, or saying that black people are lazy is racist. But you're now saying that he's never been accused of
when
saying
you bring up the housing applications, I mean, his father...
No, we're not going to pivot there. We're not going to pivot there yet. So Trump accusation of N-word, like, yeah, you could just look up Trump accusation N-word. You could read a Vox article that goes over how a producer on the Apprentice TV show accused him of saying it. There's a Forbes article that goes over the same thing. There's a Rolling Stones article that goes over the same thing. There's a Daily Beast article that goes over the same thing. So I just want to clarify, you think that Trump's racist because he's been accused of saying the N-word, right?
No, I don't think Trump is racist. I think Donald Trump has been a friend to all races for a long time.
Wait, but you said he's not a racist.
Didn't he receive a word from the NAACP?
Well, wait, so you're saying he's not racist because he has black friends?
Didn't he receive a award for the NAACP for the work that he's done with African American communities?
What work has he done with African American communities? Cat, thank you for $5 on Venmo.
He sent an airplane to bring Nelson Mandela and his large party here when nobody else would send it to him. The government wouldn't help him out. Nobody else would help him out. He's helped people in his community all over New York City.
Like how?
For years. What?
Like how?
I mean, there's a lot of instances that he's paid off people's mortgages.
Like who?
There was a man that had a flat tire on the side of the road, an African-American man, and Donald Trump pulled over to help him with his flat tire.
Wait, I have a question. How do you know about Donald Trump helping someone with their flat tire on the side of their road?
Donald Trump's driver told the story.
Oh, wait. So you're saying that you could accept Donald Trump's driver's word of mouth, but you can't accept E. Jean Carroll's word of mouth plus what she proved in court? Why? Oh.
There was reversible error in the case. It was a staged case, just like his fraud case that's about to be overturned.
Wait, so can I just say the same thing about the words of his driver?
So you're saying you don't? It's fine.
No, it was staged. It was fake.
Sure, but it wasn't.
Treat. Thank you. Well, I mean, can I just say this?
It was a story that was told before he even ran for president.
Everyone is saying to look at your posts. So you accuse Parker of grape in a post? Why would you do that?
I said I got a DM to you one day. I put this post up. You actually muted me from coming back on to show the post.
You can't be muted.
You muted me from being able to come back on. Yeah,
that's not a function of TikTok. You probably.
I said you muted me from commenting, and I tried to request to come back on, and said you have been muted from this live.
So first of all, when you get,
but I'm glad you brought that up because.
So first of all, when you
there's
get
the DM I said I got.
So first of all, when you get muted in the chat, it doesn't restrict you from requesting up, and then second of all, you probably got muted by one of my mods. I'm literally telling you how TikTok works. That's not a function of TikTok.
Okay. Well, I couldn't request to come back up after that.
Oh, and I just requested. But you were the guy that was talking about, all right, a grape accusation of art. So let's hear about it. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I said this person sent me a DM. I said, if we're going to believe people, why wouldn't we believe that?
So can we see the DM?
It's on my page, I guess. I didn't know it was still there because the original post.
I just sent you an invite to turn on the camera and then just click the green screen effect and show us all.
It's on my page.
No, show us on live.
Why can't you just go to my page on live? I don't know how to operate the green screen.
Because you can't go to TikTok pages on a live stream, like when I'm like hosting the live.
I don't know how to operate a green screen.
Okay, you accept my invite to turn on your camera, and then you click on effects, and then you click on green screen. It's like 3-4 buttons. Okay, okay. In the meantime, guys, make sure that we're double tapping away in that phone screen.
Yeah, I don't.
This guy's a little helpless, so maybe
it's not. I just don't want to appear in front of a green screen.
You don't have to. You could just set your phone up and then like not have it pointing towards you. It's pretty simple.
Yeah. Well, just not. It's on my page.
Well, I'm actually looking at your page. There's no content published.
Oh, well then somebody.
So you actually don't have it on your page.
Someone just said that I did, and you said that to me, right?
I'm actively.
And I said I didn't know it was still up because the person took the original post down after I posted a screenshot.
I'm like actively looking at your page right now. There is no videos on it.
Like I said. It was a reply to someone.
And it looks like there was a lot of people in the comment section that saw something on there prior.
I didn't delete it, actually. I'm trying to explain the story.
He'd fucking delete it. So, chat, what was...
Do you think if you let me explain the story, I could tell you what happened to it and why I didn't think it was up anymore. Somebody posted our live when I was talking to your live.
The $1 on Venmo.
Right. So someone posted your live and said... Dean destroyed this guy. He ran away. He's a liar, blah, blah, blah. So I posted the screenshot in a reply to a couple of the comments, or one of the comments, and then the person took the original post down. So that's why you can't see what I put up. But when I look at my page, it still says it's there.
Okay, well, you can't gaslight 6,000 people. So I just have a question. Let's just assume that you got a DM. Do you believe them?
I never even asked them for proof because I don't care. It's not my business. It's like...
You don't care if someone's a potential grape victim? See, that just makes me doubt the validity.
No, I don't care for
what that makes
an
me
accusation
think,
through TikTok.
No, the only reason that you wouldn't care is if you knew that it was fake. And what that makes me think, Haley, thank you so much for the $1 on PayPal, is that you either had a friend DM you it or you made another account and you DM'd it to yourself. Like in any other scenario, you would care, right?
In the screenshot, the person's account was there.
Yeah, right. So it's either the case that it was an alternative account of yours, right, or like the account from like a friend's account. And then like apparently you don't care.
I can give you the account right now.
Wait, so I'm actually looking at the screenshot here in Discord. Christian, thank you for the $5 on Venmo.
Okay.
Like, he's a sexual assaulter and they have proof. And you're like, he interrupts anyone when they debate and he changes topics immediately.
Yeah, that's
so
the
one. I just have a question. So like typically when someone is like coming to you about being a victim of grape, do you just like want to talk about how you don't like the debating tactics of like a 22-year-old online? Like I feel like that's I feel like these things should be like taken with like processed with more care, right?
Like you told, first of all, like I told you last time, when this person DM'd me, I thought this was a known accusation.
Wait, it literally says backup in the fucking name, dude. Get a load of this guy. We're just gonna go to move on to the next guest. Get a load of that guy. Holy shit. Parker could sue. He could. It's probably not worth his time, though. Hi, are you voting for Trump?
What on God's green flat earth? My bad. I didn't mean to come up here.
Wait, but I want to talk to you because you're voting for Trump.
Well, my kid's kind of crying right now.
Okay, vote for Kamala Harris. Get that increased child tax credit so you could buy more food and more binkies for the kid. But take care of that baby. You'll just be able to better take care of it if Harris is elected. By the way, for the 6,000 people watching the stream, if you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in that chat. But we're going to move on to our next guest literally right now. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, she won't be elected. You haven't seen the polls lately?
The polls of what?
Of everything, man. She's behind by she's got 30%. Trump has 60% right now.
You're talking about like the projections of like the outcome of the electoral college
polls.
votes.
People are betting on it right now.
Oh my God.
People are betting money against it right now.
Oh my God. Well, I have a question. What kind of percentage should Trump have in 2016?
I'm just saying, right now you're about to lose and you know it.
Answer my question. What kind of percentage should Trump have?
You're about to lose, man. It's obvious.
Yeah,
he was on Joe Rogan. He was on Joe Rogan the other day. It was awesome.
I'm asking you a very straightforward question.
He didn't go on Joe Rogan. She hasn't talked to anybody.
JD Jones, I know that you can hear me.
Hammered on Fox News the other night by that guy.
5, 4. Thank you. So I'm asking you I'm asking you a very. Okay, I'm gonna mute you if you interrupt me one more time.
Hey, when
I'm asking you a very. Okay.
It's gonna be.
I'm asking you a very direct question.
He's so funny to see your face when she loses.
I'm asking you a very direct question. We could talk about what my response will be if Trump wins momentarily.
It's so funny to see you.
Okay, fine. I'll just address it right now. Sure. Yeah, if Trump wins, I'll be like, oh, that sucks.
You're gonna talk about when she loses. Fine, I'll just address it.
Okay, I'm telling you right now. Okay, go ahead, get it all out. Just get it all out. You need to do your thing.
Talk about when she loses. How are you gonna make money?
Get it all out.
Oh, you have an echo? Go in and out of the app. Go out of the app like you're gonna check your text messages, and then come right back into the app. You have an echo. See how you could hear me like 3 times? Like there we go. Okay, go ahead.
What are you gonna do when she loses? What are you gonna talk about?
Yeah, sure. So if Kamala Harris loses the election and Trump wins, my first reaction will be...
It's already statistically... It's
okay, why are you not interested in having a two-way street conversation with me?
You're not interested in having a two-way street conversation with anybody.
That's not true. In fact, that's all that I've been doing all day.
You're a bully.
Okay, so your claim is just going to be that I'm a bully, so you want to be the vigilante that shits on me?
You are a bully.
So, I mean, I think that there's 2 like potential things that you're doing here.
Of a bully. Do you know what the definition?
Yeah, so I mean, what I feel like you're doing is you just don't want to let me talk because you know if you do let me talk, that I'll end up making you look bad because that's what I do for all Trump supporters.
What's the definition of a bully?
Yeah, someone that you want me to define the term bully?
Yes.
Yeah, you and Trump.
I mean, every other time you know how to read something off of Google, but this time you don't want to do it. Why?
At least I know how to read. Period. Sorry. I mean, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Still gonna lose, man.
I'm so sorry.
You're still gonna lose, and then what are you gonna talk about?
The only reason I said that
what are you gonna talk about?
You're being like willingly obnoxious. So JD.
But what are you gonna talk about then?
Yeah,
also, I saw you in front of Ben.
Like regardless of who.
In front of Ben Shapiro.
Hey JD, I'm talking. Regardless of who wins or loses the election.
Ben Shapiro spanked both of you.
Okay, well, I'm still talking, JD. Do you mind if I could finish and then we could talk about Ben?
Go ahead, man. Keep talking.
Thank you. Right?
You're gonna lose either way.
I hear you. You've already said that a handful of times.
Is it sinking in yet?
Well, no, it's not sinking in because the election hasn't happened yet.
All right, well, you want to bet some money on it?
No, I don't want to take your money from you.
No,
but I'm going to go ahead and finish talking.
I bet you $1,000 Donald Trump wins.
Okay, so what are you going to do if Donald Trump loses?
I'll give you $1,000.
Are you going to be one of like the insurrectionists that tried to coup our country, raid and cause an insurrection upon our capital? Or are you going to be like Trump when he sent fake slates of electors and literally tried to change the outcome of the election by rigging it with fake votes in Congress? See, my thing is I just think it's absolutely so funny and even puts a little smile on my face every single time Republicans say, oh, you're going to be so emotional and you're going to cry when Trump wins. Because, well, when Trump lost, he literally tried to overthrow our government, right, and pose the biggest threat to democracy, right, since the Civil War.
If you believe she's going to win, put your money where your mouth is.
Oh, well, that's the thing. I'm not like you, JD. Right? I don't hold to irrational claims just because I want them to occur. I'd say right now it's a flip of the coin, 50-50. I don't know if Harris is going to win. I don't know if Trump's going to win. It could honestly go either way.
Why wouldn't you make your easy $1,000?
Well, it's not like it's a 50-50. I don't have certainty that Kamala Harris is going to win.
So she was ahead and now she's not anymore.
Yeah, she had like a pretty like sizable lead on Trump, and I'd say that she's lost a lot of that momentum.
And you helped Trump because you're such a terrible person. You scared people away from voting for Kamala.
Wait. Tell me what attributes of my character make me a terrible person.
Everything. You're a bully. You're a terrible bully. You bully people for a living.
Give me an example.
Every time you're on here, you're mean and cruel to people. You're a terrible human being.
Give me a specific example.
Every single time you're on here, you go out of your way in order to.
Can you please repeat the question? Can you repeat the question I asked you? Cameron, thank you for the $5 on PayPal, for the $5 on Harris. And Haley, thank you for the $1. I appreciate you.
You also lie about how much money you get in order to interrupt people.
Sarah, thank you for the $5 on
Whenever you're losing, you say that and you make it up.
I know I actually just got a donation from Sarah.
Whenever you're losing an argument, you scream an answer saying that thank you for the donation.
Do I need to fucking show you the donation?
No, you need to bet me $1,000.
No, I'm just gonna fucking prove
bet me $1,000 if you believe what you believe, you loser.
I've already told you that it's a flip.
You're gonna lose.
I don't make bets unless I know.
You're gonna lose, and if you bet me, you're gonna lose $1,000.
There's Cameron on the $5.
Well, then you can afford it. Afford this $1,000. It'll be the best bet ever.
Wait, can we not pivot around the fact that you said my donations were fake and I just proved you wrong? Yo, Purdy with the $50 on Venmo. Shut up. Purdy, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo for the real donation. Holy shit, everyone right now. W Purdy's in the chat. I really appreciate you for the love, Purdy. Let's get some massive W Purdy's in the chat. Christine, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for the real donation. Matthew with the $5 on Venmo to bully him and the other Trumpies. I really appreciate you guys so much for the love. Holy shit, you're going off.
Any one of you want to bet $1,000?
Wait 1 second. I'm still reading off my donors. Give me a second, man. Elena, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Massive W. Elena's down below in the chat for the real donation on the Alejandro. Thank you for the $5 on PayPal, saying that you rock, bro, as well.
This is what Dean does when he loses.
I read off fake Venmos?
This is what he does.
Thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Yeah, so anyways, I'm going to repeat what I said last time. So I don't think that we have like certainty that one candidate is going to win over another, right? And probabilistically based speaking, I don't think that we could attribute like more weight to one candidate rather than another, right? So like the reason that I wouldn't place money in the outcome of the election is because we don't have certainty about it, all right? And like the fact that you have such certainty is like indicative of like just being like low IQ, because in all reality, like you don't have sufficient resources to come to the conclusion that Trump is going to win with certainty. You're just saying that because you want him to win and like you have the IQ of a rock. But here's something that I will say. I will bet you $1,000 if it is the case that you could define communism. Or tell me how many continents there are. Lindsay, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Brittany, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the fake donation to kick this guest, please. Thank you.
It's a deal? 1,000?
Yeah, sure. If you could tell me how many continents there are. And what their names are.
You're a chicken.
Wait, why?
Bet the 1,000. Come on, let's go, chicken boy.
Why should I bet the $1,000 on something that I don't know the outcome?
Come on. You got enough money you can afford it. You got
I could afford $1,000 wager.
You got the whole Rainbow Mafia fund in your lifestyle. Let's go.
Wait, I have a question. What's the Rainbow Mafia? Courtney, thank you for the $1 on PayPal. What do you mean by the Rainbow Mafia?
The closet that you're in. You and Parker are both gay for each other.
Wait, I actually have a real question, JD. Samantha, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. So are you the one that wrote like?
Bet.
Hey, 1 second, let me talk. Are you the
supporters to help you with the bet?
Hey, 5? Hey, sir, I'm talking. Guys, everyone, listen. He doesn't want me to let me talk because he knows I'll cook. All right, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. Like JD, you're being very annoying right now. I'd like to respond to what you're saying.
Take the bet.
All right, I'm just gonna go ahead and like spam the mute button and talk. I gotta treat him like a child. Like it's actually like harder, right, to try to talk to JD than it is my 5-year-old nephew. So you said that like me and Parker are both gay in the closet for one another. Hey, you have the echo again. Go on pause. You have the echo again.
You said that like everybody in the chat.
Isaiah, thank you for the $5.
Chicken.
Buddy, you have the echo again? There you go. Anyways, what I was saying, so you said that I'm gay and I'm in the closet and me and Parker are... Hey, JD, I'm talking.
He's a chicken.
Hey, Mason, thank you for the $5 on Venmo.
Chicken emoji in the chat.
Hey, JD, you could talk after me. Should I just let him go for as long as he wants? Ashley, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. I appreciate you.
Put a chicken emoji in the chat if you think he's a chicken. Or
just
a rainbow.
Let me know when I could speak, man.
Or a rainbow if you think he's not straight. Come on, you're faking to be straight. You're not straight.
I mean, I'm waiting. Can I speak now?
Are you straight?
I am straight, but can I speak? As soon as I could speak,
just let me know. Why would you lie about your sexuality to people?
Okay, well, I'm just going to go ahead and speak. Don't speak over me. JD, why are you speaking over me?
You can't bet it. Rainbow in the chat or a chicken.
It's funny how I've seen no one
rainbows
doing
or
it.
chickens in the chat.
JD, I need to be able to speak. Is that fair? Miranda, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Kick this obnoxious person. He's still doing it. Joy, thank you so much for the $2 on Venmo.
To make the bet.
Jamie, thank you for the $5 on Venmo to kick him at 8 words. I mean, I'm still trying to get one message through to him. We're still waiting. The funniest part is that no one is fucking doing it in the chat. Haley, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I just have a question for you, JD. So, like, how come it's always like the white cis het Republican males that like to talk about my sexual orientation? Like, let's just face the facts. JD Jones wants to fuck me. Like, no one else is pretending and convincing themselves that I'm attracted to men, and the only people that do that are like the white Republican, quote unquote, straight men that want to fuck me. So then they write the Wattpad stories at 3 a.m. every Saturday, pretending as if I'm into that shit just like they are. Maya, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. But you've made up my mind. You convinced me. I will bet you $1,000 on the election if you could answer one question.
It's $1,000. It's the bet. Just
you've convinced me. I'll do it if you could answer my one question. Would you like to know what my one question is?
Anything you say.
David, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat for David.
I gotta go. It's $1,000.
No, I'm telling you, my condition is one question, take it or leave it. If you could tell me what the 7 continents are.
Conditions by you.
No, the one condition is you have to name the 7 continents.
No, I'm not doing anything.
He can't name the continents. Oh my God, JD doesn't know the continents. Wait, how can you say that you know Trump is gonna win the election, but you don't know what the continents are? Get a load of this fucking joker. That is the average fucking conservative for you, right? They know Trump is gonna win the election, but they don't know the damn continents. He was pretty bad. He was pretty bad. We're gonna move on to our next guest here, y'all. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
No, I just wanted to just hop on here.
I do appreciate you for coming up. We are just looking to debate Trump supporters, but you are phenomenal. We're gonna get our next guest, Frankenstein, up in here right now, y'all. If you are in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. JD was cringe, dead ass on God. And then Nisa, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. Nan, thank you for the love, Nan. That is NGAN. Thank you for the love. All right, guys, throw a MAGA down below in that chat if you do want to come up and debate. We're gonna get our next guest up in here literally right now, y'all. Everybody, just do give us 1 minute, guys. Spam MAGA down below. All right, hop in that queue. You guys already know. Just be patient, guys. Do be patient. We got Sean loading up in literally right now. We need intelligence voter test for the voters ASAP. So real. What's up, Sean? Are you voting for Trump?
What's up? Yes, I am voting for Trump.
Phenomenal. Justin, are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
All right. So why are you guys voting for Trump?
Sure. So I'm voting for Trump literally just because I want more money in my pocket.
What's your
under Trump,
income?
Go ahead, Justin. What'd you say?
No, it's me.
I didn't say
Oh, my bad.
Anna, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. W's for Anna in the chat. What's your annual income?
Me? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
Emma, thank you for the $6 and the 66 cents on Venmo. Thank you, Emma. W's for Emma. What's your annual income?
60,000.
Oh my God. Yeah, you will have significantly more money in your pocket if Kamala Harris is elected.
Well,
it's like an undisputable fact. So her tax policy is designed for you. It is made for you and 100 million other American workers in the low and the middle class. Donald Trump's policy actually benefited people making under $50,000, the least out of any other wealth group by annual income in America, right? And he wants to implement tariffs that will harm you the most. I'm so sorry if you're making $60K a year and you think that Trump will support you more than Harris. You are just like literally a product of indoctrination, and that is so sad.
No, it's because I'm living it, dude. And first of all, it's a starting job. I just got out of college making 60,000, so still plenty of years ahead. But I want to be very
Barbara,
clear
thank
here.
you for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Barbara. W's for Barbara down below.
It's more than just the tax code and the tax policy. I actually was a former Biden voter in 2020. I voted for Joe Biden in 2020, going from Biden to Trump. I have friends in Israel, and I have family members in Eastern Europe who I'm scared for. And I think the weak leadership that's been on display these past 4 years has led to absolutely catastrophic consequences around the world. And I want a strong leader in there again.
Such as what specifically?
Are you talking about what strong policies I want specifically?
No, what? Could you please show me, right, or give me an example of like weak leadership on behalf of the Biden-Harris administration, right?
Yeah,
that you
sure.
Prove as catastrophic. One moment, Sean, I'm still talking.
Go ahead.
Right. So, give me an example of weak leadership in our current administration that you can prove has caused catastrophic consequences around the globe.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, the fact that Joe Biden can't string a sentence together. Vladimir Putin and Hamas terrorists were aware that, hey, we, the United States, the global superpower, the leader of the West, the leader of NATO, has a president who has dementia. They saw that and seized the opportunity. I do not believe that Vladimir Putin.
Okay, so the outcome of that. The outcome of that should be, right, the idea that Putin would want Biden back in office because of his bad leadership, because it allows him to do more bad things, right? However, it is the case that we have proven Russian interference in the 2016, 2020, and now in the 2024 election of Russia interfering and pushing pro-Trump propaganda, right? And we know that the reason Putin wants Trump in office is because he thinks that Trump is weak and easy to manipulate. We have leaked Kremlin documents that prove that. And then we even have external evidence for this claim, such as when Trump believed Putin's word of mouth over U.S. intelligence from the DoD and CIA in Helsinki, right? So like you're like one-liner of like, oh, you can't string a sentence together, therefore I could just round and say that that's demonstrated of weak leadership that Putin's been able to take advantage of, right? That fails in comparison to the legitimate claims that we know are true, proven by the DOJ and through leaked Kremlin documents.
It's not a weak one-liner. It's a legitimate.
Erica, thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. Let's get some massive W's for Erica down below. Thank you for the $15. What are the necessary and sufficient conditions of dementia?
Dude, you don't need to know that. Here, I've had a grandparent who said dementia in the past, so I'll gladly tell you. Constantly forgets what they're saying or what they asked a question before, repeating themselves. They don't know where they are. They don't know who they're talking to. These signs have been clearly evident. You don't need to have a degree in any related medical field to know that he clearly has gone through cognitive decline, and it's sad.
You don't need a degree in related medical fields to make diagnoses. Or then also, you understand that every single thing you just said you would apply to Trump. Like, let's talk about when Trump forgot that he was in Arizona, saying that he was in Texas, right? About not knowing who you're talking to. Ashley, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. You are absolutely phenomenal. Let's get some W's for Ashley in the chat. Massive W Ashley's down below. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Like, we could talk about when he confused a picture of E. Jean Carroll for his ex-wife.
Okay, right? I will absolutely.
One moment, please. Would you please allow me to finish?
Go ahead.
Right.
Yes.
So my question to you is, right? We see these qualities in Biden and Trump. Do we see these qualities in Harris?
Well, no, we don't see dementia in Harris. We just see idiocy with Harris.
Oh, and wait. Of this quality of like dementia, right, is what would qualify weak leadership, and you'd say that this trait is present in Trump, but not present in Harris, right? Would this
no, I did. Did I say it was present in Trump? When did I say that?
You did. Yeah, you.
No, I did not. I said that there. I was going to say, but you didn't let me finish.
Every single qualifier of dementia that you just fucking said. Right,
no, I did not say it. I absolutely did not. You didn't let me finish.
You gave me the qualifiers for dementia when I asked you, and then I gave you very one moment.
Slipping a word here and there does not equal dementia. If you look at Donald Trump and Joe Biden side by side, it is obvious which one is more in cognitive decline than the other. Trump is old. He might forget like a thing like very temporarily, but it's not dementia. It's not even close to what Biden has had.
Okay,
Harris,
so give me the differences between the behaviors of Biden and Trump that would qualify Trump as not having dementia, but qualifying Biden as having dementia.
Oh, I would absolutely, no problem, sir. I'm sorry, I don't know what your name is, Dean, whatever. I just jumped on because you were asking if I was a Trump supporter.
Wait, but no, 1 second. You just said that Trump has mental decline. Okay, so Trump has mental decline more than Harris. Right? If your qualifier, right, for weak leadership is this type of mental decline, would you say within this respect that Harris is a stronger leader than Trump? What's going on with like the fucking crazies today? Like, I just want to be able to talk to normal people But like these people, like they're fucking not normal. J Zero, I appreciate you for the galaxy. Like the first thing that this guy comes up and says is that he wants more money. Like I say in 3 sentences how we will have more money under Harris, but then he just starts rattling off about fucking Joe Biden and all this crazy nonsense. Like just be like a normal, rational human. Use your damn brain. Like I'm so sick of this shit. I'm so sick of the cult members. I'm so sick of like these diehard Republicans that treat politics like the NFL. I'm so sick of the partisan hacks. I can't believe that you probably work a 9 to 5 and act like you're a normal functioning member of society, right? But then in your personal life, you pull this shit. But Sean, you have to unmute your mic. So click on your profile picture, then click the icon of the mic. I doubt you could even figure out how to unmute it, right? Because like you have to have a low level of intelligence to be making these claims, right?
You are a fucking bully.
There you go. Erica, I appreciate you for the $15. After you just got done fucking spouting off for 10 minutes about how Joe Biden has fucking dementia and we all know
because
it,
I was
and that
listing
Kamala
another
Harris
reason
is
as
an
to why
idiot.
I was
Like
not
God, do you just think like you could only
And
be
you
a
just
bully
threw out the ad
when it
hominem
would
calling me
apply?
crazy.
Wait, what's an ad hominem?
It's an attack on it's a personal attack on someone rather than sticking to the debate, the topic of the debate.
No. An ad hominem is when you attack someone's character to discredit their argument. Right.
Right, and that's what you did. You called me crazy.
No, I discredited your argument with facts, right? And then
you called me crazy. You called me a name.
Okay, Sean, do you mind if you let me speak, little bro?
No, because you didn't let me speak.
Okay, I'll go ahead and let you speak.
Thank you. Finally. So you were asking me about dementia, and you were saying, does Kamala Harris's intelligence or whatever make her a better candidate than Trump? And the answer is no. She said, oh, we have to support our North Korean allies. She is on tape saying that. She confused North Korea with South Korea. So you said Trump confused one state with the other. Well, she confused North Korea and South Korea. She's not respected on the global stage. She's not feared on the global stage. She's going to be, she's not going to win. Thank God.
So where are the leaked Kremlin documents where Putin says that she's easy to manipulate?
The documents, you don't need documents, man. Just look at what's going on around the world and the chaos that's happening under this administration. That's all you need to see.
Would you say that FDR caused World War II?
No, he
then
declared.
Then how could you say that Biden and Harris caused Russia's invasion of Ukraine or Israel's attack on Palestine?
Because these are completely different circumstances. Japan attacked the United States as a preempt. They thought that they were going to be able to completely demoralize.
Well, I mean, using your logic, couldn't we say that Japan attacked the U.S. because FDR was weak?
No.
Okay, so then how can we say that Russia attacked Ukraine because Biden and Harris?
Because they thought they could get away with it.
Thank you for the
and they did.
Wait, no. We actually know that our current administration, right, holds a more proactive and resistant response against Russia, right, than Trump. Right, because it is our administration, it is the Democrats that supports sending more funding and more weapons to Ukraine to stand against Russian expansion. Right,
and how has that worked out?
Rally NATO together, right, to specifically stand against Russia. And then it is Trump, on the other hand, who literally wants Russia to win the war, saying that he wants Ukraine to give up land and doesn't support any further funding of Ukraine.
Because if you really think that Donetsk and Oblast regions are coming back, I hate to tell you, no amount of funding or money, it's never going to come back unless American troops get involved. We have to negotiate a peace deal. The war is going to end in a stalemate. The top generals and military experts have said this. Military historians.
You trust top generals and military experts?
No, you do. So I'm listening. That's why I mentioned
No. I just want to ask you: do you trust?
Certainly be wrong on an issue.
Do you trust top generals and military experts? Yes or no?
Yeah, I tend to trust in every field. I tend to trust experts.
So when some of the top generals under Trump's administration said that he was unfit to serve and he had qualities that were redeeming that of fascism, right? Do you trust that?
No, I trust the other generals who said that they're full of shit.
Oh, got it. So
there are no sources to back it.
It's trust them, right, when they align with your worldview, but they're delusional and wrong when they don't. I'd actually like to ask you a question, right? Because seemingly you care about strength. Do you think that it was strong when Trump lost the 2020 federal election for presidency, and he was such a big baby that he tried to cope wine and literally overthrow the results of the election, right? We know that he sent fake slates of voters to 7 different states to cast fake votes into the Electoral College, right? Saying that he won when in all reality he lost. Right, then he wanted those to get sent into Congress and then certified as real by Mike Pence. How strong was that, Sean? Is that strength? Or is that a big baby whining and crying? 81 million Americans fired Trump because of his weakness. And I would just love to know how you respond to this argument. You are muted. You have to click on your profile picture and then click the icon of the mic again.
Can you hear me now? Okay. So, yes, I can debate all day about Trump's character. I agree he's an asshole. Okay.
Well, no, I was instantiating that was very weak.
And yes, it was. He has a fragile ego. I agree with that. No debate there, man. I'm literally voting based on policy. I just want the world to be a better place.
You're voting on the basis of policy. What's one policy that Trump implemented through Congress during his first term that you liked?
Well, I already mentioned one, and that was the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
Wait, why did you like the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act?
Oh, because I got a raise, for one. That was nice.
Oh, okay. All right. So if you're just going to say that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, right, increased business investment so companies could pay their workers more, so we'd actually have a Brookings study done, and on the macro scale, we saw no increase in business investment, right, and in companies that offered their employees a raise due to the TCJA, right, existed in a minority, and it wasn't true on the macro scale, right? And then once again, right, do you think that our current tax code, right, is good or bad?
The current tax code?
Uh-huh.
There are flaws to it. I think there's, things that are unfair about it, things that make sense, but overall, no, I'm not a fan of the current tax code, and I'm not a fan of the income tax really in general. I don't like the federal income tax. I don't think there should be an income tax. I don't think it's fair to tax workers when people sit on their ass.
Our current tax code is Trump's tax code.
Well, then what's happened the past 4 years? Why haven't they done anything about it? That's another thing too.
Because Congress
your
gets
side likes to
together
blame
every
Trump
10
for a lot of
years to
things that
replace
Joe
tax
Biden
code.
has had 4 years in office to fix, but apparently hasn't. And he had 2 years with the
they did a
Democratic
lot,
Congress.
just nothing about the tax code because Congress gets together every 10 years to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, well, again, Congress is also a disgrace. They've done nothing.
Okay, well, I mean, without pivoting and deflecting, will we respond to the fact that you said the only thing that you were a fan of under Trump with his tax code?
I didn't say that was the only thing. I did not. I said for one.
Okay, so you said that you really liked.
I mentioned
his tax
one
code,
thing,
but then you said that you didn't like our current tax code. But our current tax code is
no. I said there were things that were unfair about it. Some things that make sense.
No,
some
you
things
said
that were unfair.
You said
and I
overall
said the
you're not a
tax was
fan.
Unfair. You're completely misconstruing what I said.
No, I'm
That's
literally
the problem.
I'm literally quoting you verbatim. You said overall you're not a fan.
No, overall I am not a fan. I didn't say.
Okay, so then overall
like
you thought that the TCJA
I said that there
was
were
not
things
a good thing.
No, and mainly because of the federal income tax.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you don't like the TCJA, well, then what is one piece of legislation that Trump influenced to get passed under his first 4 years that you liked, that you were a fan of?
The USMCA, which was bipartisan.
Oh,
Repealing
okay. So
NAFTA,
the USMCA.
that's another thing.
So repealing NAFTA and replacing it with the USMCA literally only served to further cooperations between America, Canada, and Mexico, right?
Is that a bad thing?
No, it's a good thing, right? Because reduction of tariffs between countries is great for trade. So you're a fan of reducing tariffs, right?
I think tariffs need to be implemented where it makes sense, and then you can reduce tariffs between countries. It's more complex. It's not a black and white when it comes to tariffs.
Well, if it's not a black and white when it comes to tariffs, you'd obviously disagree and discredit Trump's very black and white plan of implementing a 10 to 20% flat tariff on all imports into our country, right?
And that I disagree with. And I actually work for Amazon, so that would negatively affect.
So that's.
But
like,
there are things. Unlike
that's a
you, apparently, I can disagree on some policies and agree on others. And besides, my company.
One second. Go
ahead.
That's a significant portion of Donald Trump's policy, right? Is his tariffs that are inflationary will destroy American-owned companies and will make it more expensive for you to live, right? So why do you want to vote for the person that is going to cause inflation through tariffs compared to Kamala Harris?
No, it's not going to cause inflation.
Tariffs do cause inflation. That's the point of them. They're supposed to cause inflation because that's.
And by the way, like you mentioned, he needs Congress. He needs Congress. We know how ineffective Congress is. So you're just saying that he has
bad plans, but they're not going to get put into law because Congress?
No, and besides, I actually don't think it's necessarily a bad plan. Some of it flat tariffs across the board. That's the aspect of it I disagree. But if you said 15 to 20, I'm sorry, what was the metric you gave? Just repeat that for me real quick.
10 to 20% flat
10 to
tariffs on all goods
20%.
imported, and then like special tariffs, like 100% on China, 200% on John Deere.
Okay. Yeah. On China, yes, you have to do. I mean, you mentioned Russia and having a check on Russia. Well, China's an ally of Russia, so I think putting pressure on them is a good thing.
You disagree with like his plan for flat tariffs that will cause inflation and destroy American companies. So
it's not going to cause inflation. If anything, it'll help our supply chain. Why not make the products here? That's
Sean,
what Samsung did. He instituted tariffs on products in his first term, and Samsung opened plants in the United States. It gave us more jobs.
Hey, Sean,
it was a good thing.
So the reason I disagree with tariffs isn't because I disagree with the sentiment of more American manufacturing. It's because there's other ways to inspire American manufacturing that don't create the same inefficiencies as tariffs do, right? Such as raw investment. But B, right, like you're saying that tariffs don't cause inflation, right? If tariffs don't cause inflation, how do they incentivize American production of goods?
They do incentivize American production, and they did not cause inflation under his first term. That's for darn sure.
How do tariffs, right, incentivize American production of goods?
Because if there's tariffs on goods coming from overseas, then the supply chain becomes less expensive as you produce them here. That's just basic supply chain management. And that's exactly what Samsung did. They opened a plant in South Carolina after a tariff was instituted during his first term.
Right, so you're saying that tariffs
bring more jobs
so I just
to
want to
the United
clarify.
States. We should want that.
I just want to clarify. You are saying now, right, that tariffs incentivize a higher level of production in America by making goods from other countries more expensive, and what do we call that?
I did not say more expensive. I did not say that.
So then, in a sentence or less, very slowly and confidently, explain to me, like I'm a 5-year-old, how tariffs incentivize a greater level of domestic production of goods.
Because when you institute a tariff on one good, let's say you have washing machines that are built in South Korea, and then Donald Trump says, "Well, no, I want them built in the United States." Then you instituted tariffs on those goods.
Which is a what? A tariff is a what?
A tariff is essentially a tax.
A tax on the import, okay.
Okay. And then the company says, well, no, I don't want to pay this tax, so I'm going to move my supply chain to the United States, have them built there. Then I won't have that 10% tax. We can get it built in the States. And hey, we're spending less on transportation because we're shipping them to Americans anyway.
Oh, wait, you think that tariffs make companies move to America?
They did. They did under his administration.
We actually had more jobs overseas on Trump's administration compared to Biden and Harris's administration. And we had greater levels of investment into manufacturing under Biden and Harris administrations compared to Trump's, right? And the reason
greatest level of investments. And how's it working out? What's the end result? No one can afford to live.
It's working out well, if you would let me finish.
No, it's not at all. It is not work. If you think everything's going better under these 4 years than the final 4 years, I think it's delusion.
Well, now you're making an abstraction between two separate issues, right?
No, it's not an abstraction.
Do you mind if I speak?
Two separate issues.
It is. Do you mind if I speak?
Yeah, I mean, you don't let me speak, but go ahead.
I feel like I have been letting you speak, right? You're just
you cut me off constantly, but go ahead, go on.
It's really funny how you said that as you're cutting me off. So the abstraction that you're making between
I'm doing it because you did it. Go ahead.
Okay, so Sean, if you do it again, I'm going to have to start muting you like my 5-year-old. Do you really want to be treated like a child by a 20-year-old on live in front of 7,000 people? Or do you want to have some respect for yourself, act your damn age, and try to engage in a real conversation with me? Which one? You choose.
I will choose. Let's have a conversation.
Good to hear, Sean. Anyways, I'm going to go back to what I was saying, right? So I was explaining to, right, the real figures, right, how we had more jobs overseas under Trump's administration compared to Biden and Harris's administration, right, which is provable given facts and stats. Just ask me for the source and I'd happily give it to you, right, with the fact that we've had higher levels of inflation under the Biden-Harris administration, right, compared to Trump's administration. So this is just an equivocation of issues, right? Your point would be good and it would stand if it was the case, right, that the same issue, right, causing there to be more jobs overseas is what caused inflation under Biden and Harris. But no, that's not true, right? COVID caused higher levels of inflation under Biden and Harris, right? And that was true not only for America, but for every other country around the globe. So when you just equivocate and very arbitrarily associate two issues with one another, acting as if one caused the other, right, you just sound uneducated. And I understand that like 9 out of 10 Democrats that you will probably debate on this issue won't won't point that fact out to you, but guess what? I fucking will. But anyways, I'm going to go back to what I was saying. You said that tariffs incentivize a greater level of domestic production by causing countries to move from South Korea, right, to America, right, so they don't have to pay that tariff. So
and
that's not what they do at all. I'm going to go ahead and finish. That is not true, right? If you could demonstrate one source to me that would say companies move to America to negate having to pay tariffs, go for it. But that's not what they do at all, right? Because the expense of producing goods in America, right, compared to the production of goods in, say, China or South Korea, right, alongside the costs of moving your company's headquarters, right, is going to be more expensive and outweigh, right, the burden that the producer would take by just paying that tariff and then raising their price so it's passed off to the consumer. Okay, right? And it's like, you should seemingly know this, because isn't it you and every other Republican that says Kamala Harris's proposed tax policy of raising taxes on rich people is bad because that's just going to trickle down to the average American because they're not going to pay it? Well, seemingly you should understand the logic that when we see tariffs imposed on producers from other countries, well, that's just going to trickle right back down to the consumer in America because guess what? They're not going to pay it.
Okay, can I speak now?
Yeah.
Okay, so everything you said, and first of all, I'd be happy to give you a source. I'd be more than happy to. I spent 4 years doing this and researching this. Inflation and the current tariffs, first of all, you mentioned inflation because of COVID. Yes, we did have the pandemic, but also our inflation rate is actually higher than many other G7 countries. In fact, namely groceries.
It's actually lower. So we had a quicker rebound from the inflation onset by the pandemic.
Yes,
and then also I do have a comparison here for you.
Wow.
Yeah. So this is from Reuters. Just look up Reuters, how offshoring rolled along under Trump and who vowed to stop it, to show that there's more jobs offshored under Trump than Biden and Harris.
Is that so? Because that's funny. I sure as hell don't know where that's coming from. What's your source?
Reuters, Bloomberg, Public Citizen, Economic Policy Institute.
Yeah, great sources you got there.
They are.
So,
they are.
Look, I have to log off in a minute because I have a job to go to, but I want to. So I'd be more than happy if you join a live again. I'll try and request it. And
wait, could you tell me why you just laughed at those sources?
Yeah, well, those were the sources you mentioned. I laughed at them, but I will give you sources of my own, and you will have the opportunity to laugh at them if you do another live and accept my request. But
I mean, answer my question. Why did you laugh?
Well, because, I mean, you mentioned Bloomberg for one. I mean, it's clear that Mike Bloomberg hates Donald Trump.
Well, I mean, Bloomberg is reporting on the same consistent fact that the Public Citizen and the EPI, Economic Policy Institute, and Reuters would be. And
again,
like the founder of Bloomberg is a Democrat. So does that mean that everything that Bloomberg reports on is false?
No,
it just sounds
not
like
everything.
It just sounds like you're a victim of like the same like quote-like behaviors that Trump has been like conning people into since 2015.
I had a victim. I literally told you I voted for Biden.
You're a fucking victim of a con man, bro.
A victim. That's sad. Well, I will be back, and I will have a source for you for the tariffs, but I have to get going.
The all-elusive source. The all-elusive source that they'll get after they run away. Okay.
No, I will have scholarly sources for you, and they will be backed by professionals.
Oh, well, the professionals better not be Republican, or I could just throw my hands up in the air, throw a hissy fit, and say they hate Biden and Harris, therefore they're invalid.
Like I said, you could react how I reacted the way I did. You can react however you want to. This, I will tell you, the last 4 years were so much. Everybody I know was better off under Donald Trump. Everyone's suffering, I know, under this administration. That's all I need to know. And
no, that's not all you need. That's not all you need to know.
4 years.
Because just because
it is,
I could explain to you how it's not. Because just something happens.
Well, dude, I gotta go.
Oh, well, yeah, you could run away, but I'm still going to explain it. Just
well,
because
go ahead
something
and explain it, then I got to leave.
Just because something happens in the country doesn't mean that it's caused by the president. So when you kind of reduce your worldview down to the fact that people were better off 5 or 6 years ago than they are now, thereby you should vote for Trump compared to Biden and Harris. Well, I mean, you're just negating like the external variables that can impede and cause things in a functioning economy. Right? And this logic not only is false, but it could lead us to absurd outcomes about Trump. For instance, like you'd have to blame Trump for like the net negative loss in jobs under his term, you'd have to blame Trump for COVID as a whole, and you'd have to blame Trump for the 14.8% rate of unemployment at the end of his term in April of 2020. Because if you don't blame Trump for those things and you instead say that external variables can function in an economy and cause those outcomes to be the case, well, that's like the same response that I would give to a multiplicity of things that you'd claim, right, has made the average U.S. citizen worse off today. But you said that all you need to know is that people were better under Trump than Biden and Harris, thereby Biden and Harris causing
we had a
worse
pandemic,
off, thereby
like you
should
said.
vote for Trump.
We had lockdowns, which he opposed. That is why we lost jobs, for the record.
So now you're appealing to external variables. That's what I want you to do. You're walking into the point, but you have to apply like that same line of logic, right, to your claim that all you need to know is that people are worse off today, right? Because external variables can also impede upon like the average livelihood of a U.S. today.
Right, because external variables can also impede upon like
Go on and off the app. Just pause real quick. You got an echo.
external variables can also impede upon.
He's not going to figure out how to do it. Just go on pause like you're responding to a text message.
Yeah, you're echoing. It's all echoing right now, but I gotta hop off. I'll join again.
Whatever.
You're echoing.
For the 7.7 thousand people hanging out with us in here today, guys, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. If you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. We got banned on my main account. I don't know why. Like really shucky, but that's okay. Let's go to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone just do give us a minute. Dean with a W. I was being real patient with him. Like, honestly, it is hard time to time to be patient with a lot of these people. But I feel like that patience is important, right? Because these are the arguments that I want to be debunking and disputing, not just for the people that I'm debating in the moment, but then also for the people that are listening. You know what I mean, guys? So I feel like it's really important for me to do that. But we're going to move on to our next guest. Guys, if you're MAGA, if you're voting for Trump, let me know in the chat, and we're going to go and get you. And we're going to go and get you up here. What's up, Tommy? Are you voting for Trump?
100%.
Alrighty. Why are you voting for the dictator and day one wannabe fascists?
Well, for one, we'll start with the fact that he's not a dictator. And if he was a dictator, then he would still be in office right now because he wouldn't have conceded, right?
Dude, wait. Tommy, Trump's whole thing is not conceding the 2020 election.
So you're saying that he never stepped down?
No, he hasn't conceded the outcomes, and then he was forced to step down after his ploy to steal the election from Biden failed.
Okay, so let me ask you this: how many votes did he lose by?
What was it, like 81 to 76, 74? So like, I think 6 million. Someone could fact check me on that.
So I'm not talking about popular vote. I'm talking about the one that matters, the electorals.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, so it was around 20,000, and then if we look at all of the election interference, such as the Hunter Biden laptop and all the things that were done to poison his image, that very small margin seems to disappear. In fact, they say that had the FBI been honest about that whole situation and not just completely ran a mud all over Trump's name, then he would be in office right now.
Yeah, and yeah, I will condemn and concede that censoring of the Hunter Biden's laptop story was bad and anti-democratic. If you could condemn and concede Donald Trump for paying off Stormy Daniels through the falsification of business records to stay quiet about sleeping with him, right? Because that was also the suppression of information that could have been pertinent and relevant for voters.
So how does Trump's relationship with Stormy Daniels impact the election at all? And
yeah, because he cheated on one of his wives.
All of that was public knowledge. Okay, so he cheated on his wife. Kamala Harris's husband cheated on her ex-husband or on his ex-wife and had a baby with the nanny.
Okay. My relation is between you saying that it was bad to censor the Hunter Biden laptop story and me saying that it was bad for Trump to try to censor Stormy Daniels from telling the world that she had slept and cheated with Trump.
So, I mean, again, she signed an NDA, non-disclosure. She broke that non-disclosure 100%. That shouldn't even have been brought in front of
that was the suppression of information that could have been pertinent to voters, right? And see, like you're like unwilling to condemn, right? Suppression of information.
We're talking about political persecution. And go ahead.
You're talking about like the suppression of information that could have been pertinent to voters and could have potentially swayed the outcome of the election, right? When it is in the context of the Hunter Biden laptop story. Well, I'm talking about the same thing, just in the context of Stormy Daniels.
Okay, but was that trial not allowed to be heard?
Was that trial not allowed to be heard? What?
Exactly. So that means that the trial was...
No. Explain to me what that sentence meant. What do you mean that trial wasn't allowed to be heard? I'm really confused.
Heard as in heard by the court. The trial made it to the stand. Exactly right. Now, what about the Hunter Biden laptop?
Yeah, I think the FBI confirmed that it was his authentic laptop.
Okay, so and then when was all that occurring? When did that happen? Before or after the election?
After the election, just like the Stormy Daniels.
Exactly. Okay, so now let's keep.
So if it occurring after the election would qualify it as suppression of information from voters, well, we do understand the court that ruled that he had paid Stormy Daniels that money and convicted him of falsification of business records also occurred after the election.
Okay, so let's keep going down this train of thought here, right? Let's keep this train of thought, right? So when was the laptop case initially brought forward, and when was it indicted, and when should it have been heard?
I don't know the dates for any of those things.
All pre 2020, which means that they continued to push it off. They continued to push it off. They continued to push it off, and then they started alleging all the
same thing with the courts that we're talking about Stormy Daniels and the felony counts for falsification of business records. Alvin Bragg was talking about that as soon as 2019.
Okay, so again, the Stormy Daniels entire case. How does any of that political? How should any of that even play into the election when in comparison the Hunter Biden laptop plays directly into political shenanigans that he did?
Specifically what about?
Okay, so Ukraine.
Like what about Ukraine?
His dealings in Ukraine with
Hunter Biden?
The income, Hunter Biden.
Okay.
With,
if you could hold to the claim that Hunter Biden having dealings with Ukraine is political, right? Well, I'd be able to say, like, not only, right, that is Trump cheating on one of his wives with a Peace Star political, because once again, what happened to Bill Clinton after he cheated on his wife?
But that was
also,
in office.
I could say that specifically speaking, right, it should have been political. That Donald Trump's dad, Fred Trump, right, got arrested at a KKK rally. But I think that my main point here is like there was widespread, definite fraud attempted by Trump in the 2020 election when he attempted to overthrow the results of the election through his fake electorates plot. And now the claim is about Hunter Biden's laptop story. No, Donald Trump attempted to overthrow the election because he believed, and well, he said, he could have been lying, that it was rigged by the right. I just want to agree here, right? Would you ever vote for someone that has attempted to overthrow the results of a federal election?
So again, it's not an overthrowing of the results whenever you look at the totality of the evidence that was compiled, such as the political persecution with the entire process.
Tommy, so we could have this conversation after you answer my question. Would you ever vote for someone that's attempted to overthrow the results of a federal election?
No.
Okay. Donald Trump attempted to overthrow the results of the 2020 election with use of fake certificates of ascertainment. So what he did is he sent fake slates of electorates to 7 different key swing states prior to January 6th with the certification of the vote, and he sent them with false certificates of ascertainment saying that Trump literally won those states when he literally lost. They then took those fake certificates of ascertainment and they sent them into Congress on January 6th to be certified as real by Mike Pence, with the real votes being thrown out. This was certified not only by the governor's office of the individual states, with them going to Congress on January 6th, saying that they don't know where these false certificates of ascertainment came from, pleading to Mike Pence not to count them. But then this was also affirmed by Rudy Giuliani and John Eastman, Trump's 2 personal lawyers that actually lost their law licenses after the attempted coup. They admitted it in court and are currently seeking immunity. And then Donald Trump himself, right, admitted in the past January 6 indictments, as well as to the Supreme Court, that yeah, he did send these alternative slates of electorates into Congress, right? But he should be protected from any criminal repercussions due to presidential immunity. But in order to appeal for presidential immunity, he had to argue that it was an official act of his presidency, right, taking responsibility for it. So in court of a law, Donald Trump has taken responsibility for attempting to overthrow and change the outcome of a federal election.
Okay, so again, if we go all the way back to the entire beginning of this conversation, right, where we stated what are the things, okay, so step number 1, right, the very first thing that happened is the political persecution of Donald Trump, right? This has been since day one. There's been no other president that has had to endure the type of things that you as the left has thrown at him, right? And
Neil, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. As a 19-year-old Republican who loves politics, I really appreciate your passion. You're awesome, man. I appreciate you for the love. Go ahead, man.
So if we look at it, right, since day one, there's been a persecution of Donald Trump since day one. you can look at every single court case and then say, okay, when you take those cases in front of a jury and try him and say,
hey, Tommy, this is all great, and I don't mind having a conversation with you about political persecution of Trump, but like you said that you would never vote for someone that's attempted to overthrow a government and rig the outcome of an election. I explained to you in great detail how that is something Trump has admitted to doing, and then in your response, you just ignore it all and go back to political persecution. So we could talk about multiple things, Tommy. With all due respect, I'm going to mute you now. We could talk about multiple things on the live, and in fact, we could talk about the like supposed political persecution of Trump next, but we need to stay on one topic at a time. And right now, I would like you to have a conversation about the things that I had brought up. So we're just going to recap it in like 10, 15 seconds. I asked you if you'd ever vote for someone that's attempted to overthrow the results of an election. You answered verbally saying no, right? In which I then detailed to you how that's exactly something that is what Trump did, right? And I even detailed to you how he's admitted to it. So please either concede that you shouldn't vote for Trump given that he's tried to change the outcome of an election, or, right, argue the points that I brought up, instantiating that what I said was incorrect.
So we'll start here. You saying that he tried to overthrow is your opinion of that? My opinion of him. So hold on. Are you going to let me answer, or
you can't just
are
say
you
that's my opinion?
But, okay, but that's the opinion that you brought forward, right? I don't know if that's your ideology or not, but here's my ideology. Okay, so you're saying that he tried to overthrow the government. I'm saying that that is not the case because of the various factors that played into this election and the things that could not have been certified that were certified anyways, such as ballots coming out from underneath the table, such as dead people voting, so on and so forth. So there's things that were not correct. Personally, I think we should have had a revote, an in-person ID only revote, because I know of myself at least a dozen illegal aliens that have voted in 2016.
Really? How did they vote?
They walked in, they used dead people's credentials and voted.
Oh, so they just committed fraud. Got it. So I have a question. If they could get a dead person's social security number, why can't they get a dead person's ID?
Well, then you think it would match the ID on file?
Well, I mean, if they can match the social security number on file, of course.
And well, so no, because the social security number doesn't have a photograph attached to it, right? Does your social security card have a photograph of you on it?
Wait, you think that when you go in to vote, they check your picture?
No, but I'm saying that they should.
I'm saying that they would do that in accordance with the ID. If they can make a fake voter registration, stealing a dead person's social security number, what's stopping them from making a fake ID?
Sure. And have you ever seen somebody get their fake ID scanned?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, and then it comes up to the real ID, and if your picture is not the picture associated with that ID,
no, that's not what happens. No, when you like scan an ID, right? It's just like pulling data, right? And if it would align with like the framework and like the construction of real ID information, you're good to go, right? All that an ID scanner does, right, is that it pulls the information, and then it confirms that. The name matches up with the address, matches up with all that information.
Have you ever been a police officer?
No.
Okay, so whenever you're a police officer and you're sitting in your patrol cruiser,
the $2 on PayPal. Oh, so now you're saying like they're gonna scan them and like run them against state databases?
It would have to be a federal database, correct?
I mean, well, the same thing is true for voter registration, though.
So okay, again, so that's my idea. I'm not saying this is how it is. I'm saying this is how it should have been. They should have done a recount. They should have had everybody.
Wait, so you're saying that undocumented migrants are voting for dead people?
Yes, they are. 100%.
Can you give me any widespread evidence of this?
Yeah. So, as a matter of fact, my fiance, who passed away,
I want like a source to denote that this was seen on the.
I'll tell you what. Give me your email, and I'll send you her registration card where they voted for her as a Democrat.
No. I want a source that shows that this is happening on the macro scale.
I mean, so if it happens to one person, you don't think it happened to many? I can give you.
Yeah, we should have evidence that it happened to many. Where's the source that this happened on the macro scale?
I have evidence. I can show you proof where it happened at least 7 times. One for my kid's mom, and 7 times with illegal aliens that work.
If it happens so much in your own personal life, wouldn't we see this on the macro scale?
Absolutely, you would.
Okay, so then give me a source that demonstrates that this happened on the macro scale. I don't want your anecdotal evidence. I want a source that demonstrates it happened on the macro scale.
So what you're saying is you won't accept evidence that proves that it occurred. You just want somebody else to have compiled a list of evidence. You're not willing to say.
No, you're saying that you have anecdotal experiences of this at least happening You said that you have anecdotal experience of this happening at least 7 times within your own life. Like,
Absolutely.
If that's the case, we'd see this repeated hundreds or thousands of times in the entirety of the U.S. There should be at least one source out there that would demonstrate this widespread issue of undocumented migrants voting for dead people. So please give me a report or a study that indicate that this was happening on the macro scale.
Give me 2 seconds, and I'm going to pull the source for you. 2 seconds.
Phenomenal. This will be great. This will be great. This will be great. The greatest conversation ever. Gilberto, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. You were absolutely phenomenal, saying Idaho Bravo voted blue. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's get some Gilbertos down below in that chat. Thank you for the $20. And Aaron, thank you for the $2 and the 24 cents. And Danielle, thank you for the Daniel, sorry. Thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo for trying to educate the MAGAs. Thank you so much, Daniel. You are absolutely phenomenal. Massive W Gibraltos, massive W Daniels in the chat. I really appreciate you guys for your donations. If you do want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal are in my bio. Then Cameron, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. You were phenomenal, Cameron.
Ballotpedia.com, AP News. Those are just the top 2.
Okay, AP News. What's the name of the AP News article? I can't hear you when you're on pause.
The first one that I pulled up was Ballotpedia. That's the one that I have it currently on.
Okay, what's the name of the article? This is widespread evidence of undocumented migrants voting with dead people's credentials.
Hold on, I'm going to copy and paste it so I can read it exactly.
I just want to know the name of the article.
Votes cast in the name of deceased people.
All right, so let's read this about how undocumented migrants are casting votes in the name of deceased people. Phenomenal. All right, so, well, I mean, 3 sentences in, out of the 180 million people, out of the 170 million people that voted in 2020, there's 1,200 proven cases. And this says nothing about undocumented migrants. In fact,
again, that's
referenced
proven
once
cases
on this page.
That's proven cases. So if you take that scale that have been proven of 1,000 people, then you can guarantee it to have been done.
Okay, then it also says here that this is the Heritage Foundation's voter fraud database contained, as of December 2019, 19 cases since 1997.
Okay, and then what happened in 2020? Over 1,000 proven, right?
So where does it say that?
Okay, so you just read it that there was 1,000 cases of proven during the election, and then pre that,
those are cases. Those are cases of voter fraud, right? When we reference it down to dead people, right? That's 19.
So you're saying pre-2019. That's not at all what you just read. Let me go back.
No. So once again, it literally says they've found since the 90s 21. Yeah, this is a Heritage Foundation, by the way, guys. Yeah, the Heritage Foundation. They found 2,100 cases of voter fraud since
1,200. So it's 1,200. So you're not even reading it. You're just picking out small pieces that you want to make it look like it fits your rhetoric.
I'm literally just trying to read your story. And where on here does it talk about undocumented migrants?
1,200. So again, if you paid attention to what I told you, right, then you would know that first of all, how are they going to prove who it was of undocumented? That's
not what I asked you. You made the claim
cases that I know of were undocumented aliens.
Hey, Tommy, you made the claim that you could prove that on the macro scale, that undocumented migrants are voting in mass. What you gave me was the Heritage Foundation saying that they've proven 2,100 cases since 97 without accounting for less than 0.00001% of the vote. Wait, I'm so sorry. Wait, this proves... Whoa. This actually proves that Biden won 2020. The Heritage Foundation only found 21 cases of fraud in the election that they think, one of the most far right-leaning think tanks thinks, was voter fraud. How many votes did Biden win by?
Okay, so again, you completely misrepresented
How
the
many
entire
votes
thing.
did Biden win
You're
by?
completely full of shit, dude. You don't even read the entire thing. You're full of shit, bro.
How many
You're full of
votes
shit.
did Biden win by in 2020? He left. He ran away because his own source disputes what he was saying. He gave me a source from the Heritage Foundation that says that they were able to prove 2,100 cases of voter fraud, right? I'm interpreting this as reading that is since the 90s. If every single one of those cases was in 2020, the Heritage Foundation agrees and believes that Biden won because there wasn't enough fraud to overthrow the results of the election. Oh my God, he got cooked and he ran away. Of course he did. Phenomenal. We're going to move on to our next guest. Let's go and see what they have to say. Oh my God. And then of course he comes in and blames undocumented migrants for it all. And by the way, on this website, undocumented migrants aren't mentioned once. See how easy it is to pick apart and dispute these Republican shit talking points? Justin, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying MAGA hates facts. No, he literally hated the facts so much that he ran away. Like, he wasn't even interested in engaging in a conversation with me about the facts and how his own source, the Heritage Foundation, disputes what he believes in. He would instead prefer to continue to believe in what he believes in and not engage with an alternative perspective, even when the alternative perspective would be reliant on a source which he would obviously accept, that being the Heritage Foundation. Hey, what's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Hey, I just want to say, I find it funny how MAGAs call you a bully when they do nothing but bully me for being neurodivergent. That's all I want to say.
For real, man. I appreciate you for coming up. You're a G. We love you here.
Thank you.
Hell yeah.
Love you.
Let's get some W's in the chat for the guest. We love you here. Shout out to the homie. Everyone, show him some love. Show him some love. Our live just got flagged for civic and electoral integrity. Like, I'm over here defending the outcome of the election, and then TikTok wants to take me down for it. Crazy work. We love you here, bro. We love you here. We got a lot of us in here that are a little bit neurodivergent, huh? All right. If you guys do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms compared to about 30% here on TikTok. And that is what allows me to continue to travel around, go boots on the ground in a bunch of these different states and have fun. I appreciate everyone so much for your support. What's up, Emmy? Are you voting for Trump?
I'm so sorry, Dean. I didn't mean to join.
No, you're absolutely all good, Emmy. You are all good. Don't even worry about it. We're going to move on to our next guest. All right. For the 6.3 thousand people hanging out with us in here today, good to see you all. Come to PA. I'd love to come to PA. I'm thinking about heading out to Nevada here soon. Like, we only have like another week and a half tops before the election, right? And I wanted to go boots on the ground one more time. And I understand I'll be taking a lot of time off of streaming, but I just love that shit so much. What's up, y'all? Are you guys voting for Trump? All right. No one's voting for Trump. Literally no one's here. We got a bunch of RNC bots. Yeah. Oh, hi, you're here. Why are you voting for Trump?
Rather pay less for gas and groceries and...
Okay, wait, do you think that energy independence makes gas less expensive?
I think that Trump has a way better economic policy.
Yeah, we could talk about his economic policy next, but do you think that energy independence makes gas less expensive?
No.
Okay, so then how did Biden and Harris make gas more expensive?
Cutting off the pipeline.
Okay, cutting off the Keystone XL pipeline couldn't cause higher prices of gasoline. And the reason that I say that is because it wasn't currently producing gasoline. So it didn't impact the oil supply curve. So when it was shut down, that was gross, have some decorum, right? It couldn't have increased prices because equilibrium price would have maintained consistency. Secondarily, right, the goal that you'd be hoping to achieve there is a reduction in U.S. crude oil supply because the pipeline was shut down. But we've actually only seen increases in the U.S. crude oil supply since Biden and Harris have gained presidency.
All right, you asked questions to start off, so let me ask you some questions. What do you think Kamala's going to do?
Her name's Kamala?
Whatever.
No, it's not whatever.
She's gonna, all right, dude, what do you think she's going to do in the next 4 years that she didn't have time to do in the last 4 years?
Yeah, well, things that she's going to do now that she hasn't already, right, is like the implementation of her tax policy that serves to 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class to reduce income inequities, to make the country as a whole better off by increasing her GDP and giving more purchasing power to the average American. She's also going to institute and codify federal protections for every single American woman and girl's right to choose, right, ensuring that grave victims can get abortions, including the 65,000 that were denied abortions in the last 3 years, and the 1 out of every 3 women in our country that currently doesn't have elective access to abortion. Right. And we'd also see policy initiatives from her to increase the overall housing supply by offering $25,000 subsidies for some home buyers developing or buying newly developed properties. Like, I appreciate you for the $5 on PayPal. We'd see that she wants to cap the amount that any American citizen could pay out of pocket for pharmaceuticals to $2,000 a year. And she also wants to increase the child tax credit to reduce childhood poverty.
So why wasn't this done in the last 4 years?
Yeah, because she was focused on other things like the Chips and Science Act to bring 20% of the global chips production here at home in America by 2030, or the
It seemed like to me they were more focused on giving money to other countries and helping out other people outside of the U.S. than people inside the U.S.
What percentage of her federal budget goes to other countries?
Well, being that they left billions of dollars in military-grade weapons and also vehicles and whatnot overseas, and also gave billions of dollars to other countries. You tell me.
Okay, well, the answer is 2%, but if you want to reference the things left in Afghanistan that saved money so we could relegate more money to Americans.
How about the fact that America's in debt and they're giving... Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, leaving a military equipment in Afghanistan and breaking it so it's inoperable was less expensive than shipping it back. And then secondarily, there's actually, right, under Trump's pullout plan. So
what about the tangible money that was left overseas?
Where?
The currency that was left in Afghanistan and the weapons.
How much currency
Why couldn't they ship that back? Why couldn't they just bring it back with the soldiers?
We didn't anything that was left in Afghanistan was destroyed because it was more expensive to leave it there and destroy it than to bring it back.
Destroyed by who, and what proof or
by our government?
Could you present that proves that?
The like the pullout plan, right? You could read the pullout plan.
All right, read it.
Okay. I mean, that's just like a weird thing to ask me for a source for, but sure, I got you. In the meantime, guys, make sure that we're double tapping. Yeah, sure. There we go. CNN, NBC, Radio Free Europe, Radio Foreign Policy. There we go. The U.S. left billions of dollars worth of weapons in Afghanistan, and then it goes over how they destroyed them all. It's also the case that like the pictures that you'll see of like our fighter jets of also, hey, real quick, everyone's like CNN with a bunch of different laughing faces. I gave 5 sources. Like, if you don't want CNN, just reference.
I heard CNN and NBC. What were the other 3?
Foreign Policy and factcheck.org.
Let's talk about foreign policy. Actually, what do you think about the difference in foreign policy between? This isn't a pivot, bro. This is a different subject. We talked about that already. This is how debates work. We carry on the conversation. We don't just stay on one thing.
I can't believe you just said that. Okay. Yeah, go for it, man. What do you want to talk about?
I think his foreign policy is a lot better than Harris.
Okay. Why?
It's focused on America first.
No, the fuck it's not.
How is it not?
No,
renegotiating trade deals, fostering peace agreements in the Middle East.
Oh my
How is it
God.
Not? Stronger national security.
Shit. Killy,
explain how it's not.
I appreciate you so much for the $5 on
Instead of reacting to what I said, explain why it's not.
Yeah, like the reason that like not funding Ukraine is putting America last is because that's us honoring a contractual agreement that we have with them called the Budapest Memorandum from the 90s, where we said if they give up their nukes, we'll protect them if they're invaded. When we don't fund them and we dishonor that agreement, right, that decreases the likelihood of us able to get more denuclearization agreements with other foreign adversaries like Iran, Iraq, or North Korea, right, putting Americans' life at a greater level of threat because we no longer have the ability to denuclearize these foreign adversaries, Right, like also when he tried to coup the country and overthrow the result of the election, that was not putting America first. Right, when he like shot down the bipartisan border bill in the House and the Senate 2 years ago so he could campaign on the continuation of the crisis, that was not putting America first.
What does this have to do with foreign policy?
Then like also if it is the case, and then it is the case that you said renegotiating trade deals. Are you talking about the USMCA? And if so, the point of that trade deal was to reduce tariff-related inquiries between like international trade when he's currently campaigning on flat tariffs on all goods imported into the country. All right, then also Trump, like Russia literally fucking owns Trump. We have leaked Kremlin documents where Putin says that he's easy to manipulate, and we know that he's interfered in the last 3 elections, including this one. He absolutely does not place America first. And in fact, America First, the alt-right movement led by Nick Fuentes, is not voting for Donald Trump and are abstaining from the vote because they don't believe in accordance with their values that he's putting America first.
Okay. I like that you brought up Ukraine and Putin, and I like the fact that you brought up that Putin said allegedly Trump was easy to manipulate, being that he didn't invade Ukraine until Trump was out of office, because we all know that he was intimidated by Trump. Otherwise, he wouldn't meet up with him in person, shake hands with him, cower in fear on camera, and
we know that he's not intimidated by
dude,
Trump.
come on.
Trump believed Putin's word of mouth over U.S. intelligence.
Okay.
Sarah, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, saying love watching.
Let's talk about the fact that he waited till Trump was out of office.
Thank you for the $2 on Venmo.
Ukraine.
Justin, thank you for the $5 on Venmo.
Because he knew
Khalil, thank you for the $5
Democrats
on Venmo.
are
Emily,
soft,
thank you for the $11. No, that's just speculatory bullshit. Like I'd say
no, dude,
that we don't have any reason to believe.
It's clear.
How is it clear?
Dude,
you're just saying, dude, your argument is that it's obvious. My argument is that we have reason to believe that's not the case because of the leaked Kremlin documents, because of Helsinki, because of Russian interference pushing for Trump to be elected in the last 3 elections.
I like how you
actually don't have sufficient knowledge to believe a hypothesis over another hypothesis, insofar as why Russia didn't invade Ukraine under Trump but did under Biden and Harris.
Because he knows they're soft and they're not going to do anything. I like how you say reason to believe when we
wait. The Democrats are actively doing more for Ukraine than the Republicans. Remember, Democrats want to protect.
Yeah, and they're not doing
Ukraine,
shit for America.
And then Republicans don't.
Cool.
Taylor, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Wait, don't pivot, bro. Right, your claim was that the Democrats are soft on Russia and the Republicans are strong on Russia. No, that's a fucking pivot. You said that. Yes, it is.
Literally said,
yes, it is. Because you're no. I will verbally. No, I'm gonna mute you. I will literally fucking explicitly detail your pivot. You're pivoting from which political party in our country is softer / more stern on Russia, right? And you're using that to pivot back to who's helping Americans out more. Let's stay on one topic at a time, right? Because the issue, right, of fighting against Russia through support for Ukraine proves that the Democrat platform is harder on Russia. And that's why Putin has interfered in the last 3 elections, including this year, to get Trump elected. It was the Mueller report in 2016 that proved it. It was a DOD and the CIA that proved it in 2020. And now it's the DOJ that's proved it in 2024.
How can you say I'm pivoting when we were talking about economic policy and you went to
because we actually weren't talking about economic policy.
Segue.
We were talking about who's more stern and strict and hard on Russia.
And what let's look in the pudding, bro, because there's plenty of proof. They did not invade Ukraine until soft-ass Biden and Harris were up in there.
Right, Trump, but I dispute the claim that they're soft.
They're completely shook.
And the reason I dispute the claim that they're soft is because they're the only administration wanting to stand against Russia by funding Ukraine and fighting for more NATO opposition against Russia, right? And I'd say that we have no reason to believe one hypothesis over another hypothesis insofar as why they didn't invade under Trump. But we know that Putin wants Trump back in office, and we know that Putin wants Russian expansion. And if we know these two facts are true, all that this tells us is that Trump being in office, right, at least in Putin's eyes,
I can
makes
tell you
Russian
why
expansion
he thinks
easier.
I can tell you why I think he wants Trump back in office, but I need you to tell me why you think Putin is wanting to expand Russia.
Because
other than the fact that he invaded Ukraine under Biden.
He just wants the old USSR back.
You genuinely think that?
Of course.
Then why doesn't he put that into place? I mean, he's in power.
He annexed Crimea. He has now launched a war in Ukraine, right? They just don't have sufficient resources to like do it all at once because Russia's a crumbling fucking country. And I know that that's true because like Putin said that. It's what Putin said that he wants to do. Georgia as well, like fucking read, bro.
Bro, why do you curse in a debate? Like,
anyway,
if with your words and your quotation,
so using
let's talk
cuss
about
words
the
is
fact
bad.
that you said Trump
is raping
in a
women
debate
bad?
is crazy. That has nothing to do with debate. Anyways, in your words, you said that Putin said that Trump is quote unquote easy to manipulate.
Yeah,
why was there no wars under Trump? Why was there full peace under Trump? How come no other president before Trump, if he's so bad, made peace with Korea like he did? That was history making, and we know this. Me and you both know this. Whether you'll say it or not, I don't know.
It's just a fake claim. So
it's not a fake claim. We saw the photos. We saw the videos. He was the first president to step foot in South Korea.
You mean North Korea? It's
North Korea, whatever.
It's North
Sorry,
Korea
as a whole.
Korea.
Korea as a whole. How about that?
Korea. There's no such thing as Korea as a whole. There's two countries, North and South Korea.
All right. Anyway.
And he didn't make peace with him. They actually continued nuclear testing right after their summit, where he failed to get a denuclearization agreement, and then Trump just went back to calling him Rocket Man. And then you said that there's no wars under his administration.
I have guns at home that I clean, but that doesn't mean I'm planning on committing homicide, bro. That makes no sense.
So
like, you can't just say because they are doing
data?
Nuclear testing, they are planning to go to war. They're just readying themselves for it.
No, that's how they like intimidate South Korea and other countries. But what would your measure be for peace like after the summit be? Because you said that he achieved peace with North Korea, right?
Well, there was no wars under Trump at all, right?
Okay, that's not true. We had a Turkish-Kurdish war caused by a pull out of Kurdistan, right? Trump basically
What does that have to do with us or NATO?
Boom. That's nothing. Well, I mean, it kind of does because it was caused by a pull out of Kurdistan, right?
So in Trump's hands, there was nothing. No wars.
Yeah, Trump didn't cause any wars, just like Biden and Harris didn't cause any wars.
But in their hands, under the UN and everything, they saw that their quote unquote ally was soft. So they were like, I'm going to get in here and do this thing because I know they're.
Wait, what war?
America's not going to do anything about it. Russian invasion on Ukraine.
Wait. If you're just saying that the Biden-Harris administration caused Russia's invasion of Ukraine because it happened in the world while they were president, then I could definitely say that Trump caused the Turkish-Kurdish war, Trump caused the Yemen genocide, Trump caused.
How so? I'd love for you to back that up.
In Syria, fighting.
How can you correlate those two logics at all?
Just because Trump is weak and it happened under his term, of course.
No, you can't say that because that has nothing to do with NATO or the UN.
Do you see how you're debating yourself right now?
Do you see how your logic is folding on itself? You're not even using the same logic I am. Like,
yes.
Do you see the problem with the premise of your statement?
Dude, oh my god, I'm gonna start doing this more. So like this guy's like lacks so much self-awareness that he can't tell when I say that he caused the war by being weak and it happened under his term, and all of a sudden he's like, oh, that's piss poor logic, you sound so stupid.
No, you're trying to use my logic, but it's not working because it's not the same logic. My logic is that Russia invaded Ukraine because we're supposed to be allies with Ukraine, and they saw that we weren't going to do anything because they knew that Biden and Harris are soft. They're not going to do anything about it.
Name the allyships that we have with Ukraine and tell me how they were dishonored.
Russia was not supposed to invade Ukraine.
What
under the UN?
Fuck are you under UN?
You know what I'm talking about, bro. I don't know why you this is like your whole thing is like when someone trumps you. No pun intended. That you just like laugh or be like, "What the fuck are you talking about, bro?" How about you debate me instead?
So I think that Mildred, I appreciate you so much for the $5 on PayPal, and Christine, thank you for the $10 on PayPal as well. OMG, this guy's an idiot. I know. Thank you so much.
I'm an idiot,
Mildred
but you literally read out donations so you can wait and think.
How can I be thinking while I'm reading off their name and their message?
You can do it in between people, bro. Like you don't have to do it while I'm talking. You do that shit all the time.
I
feel like it's literally your way of running away for a second. Let me catch my breath.
No, it's my way of thanking the people that donate their hard-earned money.
Well, do it in between people. We're in a debate.
If you were more respectful, maybe I would.
I am respectful. I let you talk. You talk over me and you question my logic with what the fuck are you talking about?
Actually, like you're being like disrespectful just out of being annoying.
I'm not.
Oh, okay.
I'm letting you talk, and I'm like talking when it's my turn.
So in one or two sentences, sum it up for me. How did
Don't
Biden
blink your eyes with that egotistical like.
Did you just say how I was blinking my eyes is disrespectful?
Bro,
Cameron,
so
thank you for the
smug
dollar
of you
on
to
PayPal.
like blink really fast and
Oh
close your
my
eyes
god!
when you're
Oh
talking.
my god! Are you
drive a
joking?
Prius for sure.
Oh, is this a troll?
No.
Oh my! You don't blink, motherfucker! What?
No, when you talk, like you close your eyes real soft, like, and it's so smug.
Oh my god! You guys
Look! Oh my god, bro! It's funny. Keep going.
What the fuck? Okay, are you crushing? Do you wanna fuck me?
No, but I know you want to fuck me. Keep talking though.
So wait, you just okay? See, this is the projection. You just assume that. Wait, what the fuck did you just say? What the fuck did you just say? What? I'm so sorry. That just took a moment.
You muted me completely.
Why is it always, well, dude? Why is it always the cis het Republican white?
Can we keep
men
debating, or do you want to
think
like?
All the liberal guys want to fuck?
I'm
'em?
obviously winning here.
It is
I'm
the
obviously winning
ultimate.
here.
Okay, how many continents are there?
Dude, 7.
That's
you keep
right.
muting
Name
me
'em.
for what?
Name them.
What does that have to do with this debate?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Go back to losing. Thank you. Anyways, I'm so sorry. That was just a crazy fucking comment.
I'm not losing. You
so
missed
tell
the mute
me in
button.
like what?
North
I'm muting
America,
you. I'm muting
South
you.
America, Europe, Asia, Antarctica, Australia,
Africa. There you go. Fucking hell. You can't even name the goddamn 7 continents. Jesus
I just
Christ.
did. What, bro? You have no argument at all. You just like pivot.
I literally had to help
hey,
you finish.
How many
naming
colors
the
are there in the
continents.
world? I'm losing.
I
Count to 100.
I
losing.
literally just had to help you finish naming the continents.
No, I was literally on the way to it, and you interrupted me so you could try to make me look.
You know
dumb,
what?
but it didn't work.
Could I just chat? Did it work?
Hey, how many hairs do I have on my ass? Who gives a shit? We're talking about the fucking presidential election, weirdo.
1 second. Chat, did it work? Did it make him look dumb? Thank you.
Not at all.
Thank you.
You're losing.
If you want to think I'm losing, that's fine. Like, I don't know. I feel like a good, like, I want to say 6 out of 10. Jeremy, thank you so much for the $2 on Venmo for the soft eyeballs. And Kenneth, thank you so much for the $2 on Venmo. You said Australia. That's yeah. Anyways, yeah. I mean, I don't like. Yeah, I want to be honest with you, man. I feel like a lot of like the right wingers that come up in here, like actually lack so much general intelligence.
Who's to say I'm a right winger?
And you're voting for Trump. Joanna, I appreciate you for the $8 on PayPal. And Naomi, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. W's for Jonah and Naomi. And DJ, thank you for the $5 on Venmo to stop blinking. They actually think that they're winning these conversations. Like, it's embarrassing.
I am winning, bro. You literally stopped the debate, started muting me, and talking to your followers. You're losing.
Okay, well then let's just reiterate one point so I could drill it in that no, you're not fucking winning. You said that there were no
I'm
wars
100% winning. You think you can't lose a debate because you start muting people?
I definitely don't think I could lose a debate
or start reading donations.
Skyro, I'm literally going to demonstrate to you how you're losing the debate and how much of a cakewalk this is for me. You said that there was...
because you're clearly...
Do you mind if I finish?
You will mute me again.
The reason why I may mute you again is because the reason I may mute you again is because you're interrupting me right now. I will happily stop like muting you if you could just do this conversation
Go ahead and finish your point,
without the incessant interruptions. And Shalika, thank you for the $15 on Venmo for the eye drops. I appreciate you so much for the love. Let's get some massive W Shalikas down below. Thank you so much. You're on pause, man. So yeah, you said that you're winning. You said that there was no wars in the world under Trump's administration. There was. We had the Turkish-Kurdish
that were
war.
pertinent to us as Americans. But go on.
What do you mean by pertinent to us?
The Russian war with Ukraine or the invasion with Ukraine is much more relevant to us as American citizens.
Okay,
than
so you're
the
just
one
so
you
you're so
mentioned, the
now
Turkish
you're
war
now
that had
you're
nothing
so
to do
your
with us
claim
as
is
a
now.
whole.
Well, it was caused by us by our pull out of Kurdistan. If you knew a damn thing, then for you to also say that our fucking proxy war, where we had boots on the ground fighting Russian troops in Syria, wasn't pertinent to us. That's fucking insane.
I didn't say it was.
But then
I said
this
it
is also a
was.
shift of the goalposts because there is a complete difference between the claim that there was no wars in the world, meaning that there was world peace while Trump was president, and saying that there was no wars that were sufficiently pertinent or bad. Okay, so that is a shift of the goalposts, right? Well, you recognize, concede, and agree that there's a difference between the claim that there's no wars currently going on in the world and that there's no wars that you believe are as important, relevant, or pertinent to us?
I never claimed that there was no wars under Trump.
And you've lost the debate.
How?
Because you did.
What? How do you guys follow this clown? He sucks.
Read the chat.
Bro, that has zero to do with me talking to you one-on-one. I haven't read the chat this entire time. That's how people
read it right now.
They start reading the chat.
No,
dude, these are your followers
right
talking. Why would they side with me?
Because they're not fucking delusional, and you said that there was
I'm
no
not delusional either,
Trump.
obviously, because I just spanked you. You kept getting quiet, kept muting me, and started just.
Is this guys? Is this
thank
really
you for
like
the $24 for the.
Is this really the level of delusion? Like I don't know. Like these people like come up in here that act like they can gaslight in front of like 8,000 people. Buddy, you can't gaslight in front of 8,000 people, man.
Dude, you're
but Olivia, thank you so much for the $2 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Olivia. 1 second, let me thank my donors. Be quiet. Trisha, thank you for the $3 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Heather, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo as well. Heidi, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Devin, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for the Crashing Out Fun. Shelika with a $15 once again. Thank you so much for that love, Shelika. You were absolutely spectacular. Thank you so much. Let's see. Timberly with the $30 on Venmo to kick the uneducated mess. We're going to go out and have fun with our food with one last question, and then we're going to go out and kick them. Let's get some W Timberleys in the chat.
Of course you're going to kick me, dude. I would too.
Yeah,
if I were you, honestly.
All right, I got a question for you. Can you name one piece of legislation that Donald Trump influenced to get passed under his administration that benefited the average American more so than rich people?
How about you answer me this?
Alicia, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. And Jeremy, thank you for the $2 on Venmo as well. Thank you for Alicia and Jeremy. No, well, you're losing because you want to leave.
I'm not losing, bro. Every time I try to talk, you start screaming.
Amber, thank you for the $1 on Venmo.
There it is.
Go ahead and leave. Go ahead and run away because you can't name a policy. Every single time. Every single time. That's what they do, ladies and gentlemen. Dude, I feel like I was just like made. I was conceived in the womb for talking to these cocky, stupid Trump supporters. I am just built for this shit. You know what I mean? Like, God, they can't do it to me. Like, no one, none of them. You know what I mean? So we just have these conversations. Hey, hello, are you voting for Trump? All right, they're not here. Guys, go back to spamming Trump. Go back to spamming MAGA down below in the chat if you do want to come up and debate. Megan, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. In the meantime, guys, make sure that we are double tapping away in that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 1 million double taps here today. We're actually...
Ain't no other way there, Dean. How are you, sweetie pie?
It's been a while.
Oh, have you remember me?
Of course I remember you.
I ain't changed my bit a bit.
I missed you. I missed
75 years are going strong.
Hell, good to hear. Mason, thank you for the $3
I've just been
on Venmo.
Watching you all the time, you know, Dean. If you just change your mind, I'm telling you, you're ready to switch, buddy.
Oh, no.
I don't care. You can't tell me that. I'm not one, Dean, honey. I'm not one to go on politics. I'm an old-fashioned woman. You'd have to know me. I got 2 boys. One's 50-some, actually, one's 45. One drives a train, one works at a law firm. And I talked about you.
Wow. Well, that's good. Good to know that the word gets around.
I don't believe you mean and hateful and your little cuss words. I just think God's going to change you down the road. You wait and see.
God's going to get God down.
Dean, you listen to me now. I'm giving you good advice. God's got something good for you. And it's not Harry and Parker and Chris, right? God's got something just for you, fella. Just for you. And you know why?
Yeah.
Because you don't believe and you say you're an atheist. You're not. You're not. If something would happen in your family, Dean, honey, the first one you'd call on is God to help him.
I'd get down on the hand. I'd start praying. Go back to church.
Well,
Gabby and Sarah, thank you for the $5.
But I promise you, you'd call out for God. If something happened to one of your parents and they needed a healing, you would call out for God.
Yeah, amen, sister.
Yes, so I believe you know that. But you know, I do watch you, Dean, and I listen to you. But I can't change my mind because there's just too much on both sides. It's not just Trump's side, but you know, in your heart, Harris has got a lot of bad stuff there too.
Let's talk about it. Why are you voting for Trump?
Right, come on now, right? Am I right?
Well, I mean, just tell me why you're voting for Trump, and like, if you could point out bad things about Harris that are true, I'd agree. But let's agree. So why are you voting for Trump?
There you go, talking over me. I'm going to tell you why I'm voting for Trump.
Okay.
Because everybody says he's not a Christian and stuff. But you know what? That's not up to us to judge. God's the judge. And if he's asked forgiveness for anything, God forgives it. No sin is bigger than another. And Harris, well, I don't even want to say nothing bad. I try not to. But I just know that I'm going to follow Trump until I believe he's going to win it.
Do you mind if I
believe that in my heart. I just feel like God showed me he's going to win this, regardless of how much money Harris thinks. And Dean, let me ask you something.
I want to interject, though. Can I say one thing?
Wait a minute, one time. All those followers that's following her, every one of them is on that Diddy list. Every one of them.
Okay. All right.
Every one of them. Now, and she's on it. She dated him.
Oh, so no, I'd like to clarify.
No, there's a story. She was, yes,
okay.
She did.
All right. Can I hop in here, please?
You go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I literally love you, Dean. I think you're a sweet guy.
Well, I appreciate you.
I'd like to take a paddle and bust your hind end.
Oh, okay. Well, let's not do that. All right.
I won't do that. I promise.
All right.
You're so cute. Great. You know, you're so cute. It just makes me mad. You're on the wrong side of the track.
That's right. That's right. That's right. All right.
I think you're sweet as sweet can be.
As sweet as some of those good old sweet peas with all that butter and yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Anyway, so about your claims. First of all, you were talking about how Trump's a Christian up in there. So
no, I said don't ask between him and God.
Hey, but you got to ask for forgiveness.
Yes, you do, but you don't know that he hasn't.
We actually do.
No, you don't. He said one time, long time back, that he wasn't a Christian. He did say that. But God's brought him through a lot. And I'm telling you right now, that man's changed.
Bethany, thank you so much for the $5.
That's my opinion. I don't want to try to tell you, Dean, vote for Trump. You vote for who you want to vote for. And that's okay, because I'm not one to tell anybody to vote,
In 2018, Trump said on a C-SPAN interview that he's never asked God for forgiveness.
That's
right,
his life. But that don't mean he has it now.
Destiny, thank you for the $5.
Yes.
I'm so sorry for interrupting you. I just have to read off this Venmo from Tiffany. Tiffany, thank you so much for the $20 and the 24 cents. I really appreciate you for that. Everybody, please show Tiffany some love in the chat. Thank you for the $20 and the 24 cents.
Thank you, Tiffany, for supporting Dean. I mean, I pray, thank God for people supporting you. This is your job. And you try to do the best you can do with it. But, I don't agree with you, and you ain't going to agree with me. But I'll give you something. You're the only one that called me up. I've tried Harry and all of them. They won't even let me come up. They just ignore me.
How about this? I will tell them to stop ignoring you and
they ignore
to
me
have
or
you up
they
for a
mute
conversation.
me. I'm going to tell you something. I told TikTok this. I've been banned 3 or 4 times. My son said, "Mom, I can't believe you're banning on TikTok." I said, "Well, but that's what I do at night, Dean. I don't have my husband passed, so I take and get on TikTok just to watch you guys. I love people. Phenomenal. I love you guys, and I do Harry. I just get mad. I just like to smack and put a piece of duct tape on his mouth."
Jesus Christ! You can't say that. You can't say that. You can't say.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, see, I don't know what I'm saying because I'm not used
you
to this.
can't, dude. Oh, meanwhile.
Oh, you can't say that.
No.
What do I gotta say?
No, you can't.
I told you I'm not smart with TikTok.
No, it's not even just about TikTok terms of service. You can't like call for like violence and like.
Well, I'm sorry. Well, my granddaughter, I got twin granddaughters. One of them lives in Vegas. She's a publicist, and the other one's a nurse. And she said, "Mama, you gotta," and she kind of watches out for me. And she said, "Mama, you got to watch what you're saying when you're on the thing." I said, "Well, what can I say? I'm being honest. I ain't going to hurt nobody. I'm 75 years old." She said, "Somebody will be knocking on your door and coming after you." You know what I told her, Dean? I said, "What are they going to do? Carry me out in my roller, my push chair?" I said, "Dean," I said, "I can't walk. They're going to have to carry me." I don't mean to hurt nobody. I love everybody. And I am just,
Oh, dude, I'm like,
I know you think I'm a crazy woman. I'm not. I'm like this all the time. I've never been on TikTok after my husband. He's been gone 2 years. And Dean, we were married 57 years.
Yeah.
And I just really want to tell you, I ain't changing my mind about Trump. Nothing can change me or sway me or nothing. Well, but I just want you to know, I respect what you do because you believe it. But God's going to change you. Now, you mark my words someday, Dean. I'm going to come on here and say, Dean, God's got something good for you. And he has. You got a glow about you.
You just remind. So I come from a very conservative family. You remind me a lot of my like conservative family members. You know, you're right. I feel like the older you get, the less likely you are to change your views. I wish you'd vote blue. I really do. But at the end of the day, I appreciate you for coming up in here and being sweet.
Well, I want you to know, from me to you, I love you, fella. You just keep doing what you feel in your heart, and and down the road. And I'm just going to say this, and I'll leave you. If you get to that polling booth and you're inside, nobody's going to know, Dean, if you vote red.
Jesus Christ. I'm going to move on to the next guest. Thanks for coming up here, Mima. Jesus Christ. It's like, okay, that's the only positive interaction we'll have with a Trump supporter all day. You know what? We'll let Mima do her thing. She's probably from a state that hasn't voted blue since the Electoral College existed. It's okay. All right. Before we do, move on to our next guest, Tanner here. I got a couple donors to thank. I didn't want to interrupt. Trey, thank you for the $5. Vanessa, thank you for the $5. Destiny, thank you so much for the $5. Bethany with the $5. Alex with the $5. Ciara with the $5. Gabby with the $5. Mason with the $3. And Megan with the $5. Thank you everyone so much for your love. And Ginsey, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Destiny, thank you for the $4 and the 20 cents. Rachel, thank you for the $10. And Ashley with the $2. Sunflower Seed with the $5 as well. You guys are phenomenal, actually going off on the donors, on the donations. Thank you all so very much. What's up? Are you voting for Trump, Tanner?
I am.
All right, let's talk about it, man. Why is that?
I don't know. This has been probably one of the hardest, I would say, elections for me. I'm 26, so this would be, I'd say the third I've voted for. So I don't know. I'm going with Trump. So,
and why is that?
I'd have to say I just don't know if I trust Kamala, really. Like that's.
Okay. I mean, if your main thing is just like how much you could trust the candidate, right? There's no one that you could trust less in American politics than Trump. He lied over 30,000 times during his presidency and told the biggest sitting lie that any president has ever told, with his denial of the outcome of the 2020 election. That's convinced 70% of Republicans to think that it was rigged. So like we don't even need to like evaluate Kamala Harris's character to see how trustworthy she is. We just need to know that no one is less trustworthy than Trump. And just like out of virtue of that fact, Kamala Harris is at least more trustworthy.
Okay. Well, but I see Kamala as, she made truancy illegal in California when she was a what was it?
No, she prosecuted she prosecuted reckless parents of truant children, and I agree with that. I think that is child endangerment. I would do that same thing for like parents that would like let their kids do drugs, right? Because it sets you up for a bad future and could make and build negative habits. I think that like with intention, like recklessly letting your kids skip school, right? Is bad. I completely agree with the prosecution of parents with truant children, right? If they're truant out of a place of like recklessness and like not truant out of a place of like they gotta like work or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Or like hospital visits or other things like that.
Yeah. And Regina, thank you for the $25 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some massive W Reginas in the chat for the $25. Thank you so much for the love, W Reginas.
From her last 4 years, do you think there was anything that she did that really made you a supporter of Kamala? Like,
yeah, sure. I think the main thing that I really like about Kamala Harris was her ability to adapt and provide for the needs of more Americans by working with both sides of Congress. I think that that's something that we never saw under Trump, and that was just such a polarizing thing. And that was just such a polar difference between the two candidates. Is Trump was very firm in his beliefs. They want to aid or they want to abet to anyone, all right, and he just wanted everyone else to conform to him. But meanwhile, Kamala Harris actively shifted her views to be able to meet in the middle of of Congress, in the middle of the aisle in Congress, to swim to make good, effective bipartisan legislation. All right, and the Biden-Harris administration had some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. history. So, I mean, I think it was great.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see where you're coming from. Yeah. I still see Trump as more of an effective candidate just because he has already been president. He was president currently, or not currently, but in the past.
Okay, so Jimmy Carter's been in politics. Carter's been in politics longer than Trump. Would you vote for Jimmy Carter over Trump?
Oh no, that guy's old as hell.
Okay, so you're saying that there's like a candidate can be in politics more than another candidate. Like Trump could have been president for 4 years more than Kamala Harris has been president, but there can also be like unredeeming qualities that would kind of displace that, right? Such as Jimmy Carter's age. So I'd say that there's unredeeming qualities that would displace his 4 years in service already, right?
Okay.
Most pertinently just be how undesirable his 4 years was. Like, yeah, he was our president already, but when he was president, he tried to ban all new Muslims from coming into our country. When he was president, he called for the incarceration of people that burn the American flag, even though the Supreme Court has ruled that that's protected under a First Amendment. When he was president, he said that we should take people's guns first and give due process second. When he was president, he literally tried to overthrow our democracy and overturn the results of the 2020 election. When he was president, he elected justices to the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade that has placed 75,000 victims of rape that have gotten pregnant in our country, right? Sorry, 65,000 victims of rape that have gotten pregnant in our country to being forced to bear those children. Upon like many other things. Like he did so many bad and undesirable things during his first term.
Yeah, I'm not saying that's a good thing, but it's also not it was his first time. You know, if I was president, I would make big mess. Like I'd mess up pretty hard too. So like I don't see that as like I kind of just see it as a first attempt. Like he's got all this power. He's number one in the country. He's like ahead of everything. Like of course you're gonna mess up. Like you've got all this pressure. Like I just kind of see it as maybe a redemption. Like this time he's coming in with other people in his team that are here to help him, and it's
wow. You're
as kind of a better idea.
You're like talking like my mom talked about me in my first track meet in 3rd grade when I lost the 300-meter dash.
Oh, dang.
Like,
okay.
no, this is the goddamn president of the United States of America that we're talking about here, you know?
It's true, yeah, and I've got more confidence in him than Kamala, so that's like that's just my main thing is like I don't see
Kamala
her
was her
being,
first time being VP of the country. Where were her massive, huge like mess ups that we could excuse because it was her first try?
I don't know. There was nothing she really did. So
no. She passed more legislation than Trump. She was more effective as VP than Trump was as P. Name any legislation that he that he influenced to get passed through Congress.
Well,
and then also Marcel, thank you for the $20 and the
24
cents on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Marcel. Everybody right now, show Marcel some love for the $20 and the 24 cents on Venmo. And Allison, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for the unexpected crossovers with other people that you follow on TikTok. I had a very fun weekend. And Maddie, thank you for the $7. But go ahead.
Yeah, nothing. Yeah, just I appreciate your time, man. Like, dude, I appreciate you.
Please research yourself. Like, research these issues more. I'd say that the one place where the Republican Party wins and is currently fucking blowing the Democrat out of the water with is like contorting what is true of the world around us to make it seem obvious and apparent that our current administration is bad by just literally preying on people that aren't politically educated. Like, please educate yourself on these things.
True, but yeah, it's very true. But it's hard to find any real like credible sources. I feel like nowadays, most sources that I take most of my things from, I don't know. Sorry, I've been awake since like 3, so
no worries,
I'm pretty tired.
Go take a nap. I appreciate you for coming up, Tanner.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. Hey, for the 9,000 people hanging out with us in here today, it's so good to see you all. Everyone, double tap on that phone screen. Yo, Justin with the $5 on Venmo saying just voted Kamala. Everybody, show Justin some love for voting for Harris. Fuck yes, everyone, right now. Kumbaya around Justin. Let's go. Thank you for the golden necklace. What's up, Drewby? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
Oh, no. Why? No, terrible. Why?
I mean, I've always been in the middle. Just objectively looking, I don't see anything Kamala Harris has done that's actually good.
Oh, the Chips and Science Act was based. The PACT Act was based. The Inflation Reduction Act was based.
The Inflation Reduction Act really didn't do anything for anyone making under, I forget what the dollar amount per year is, but like for me, it kind of screwed me over.
How?
I had to pay $324 exactly more in taxes I paid, or more than I paid the year before.
Would you say that like our current like tax policy under the Biden-Harris administration is like a good reason that don't support them because of how it's like screwed you over?
Yes.
Okay, so we're actually still under Donald Trump's tax policy under the TCGA of 2017. And the reason that you've paid subsequently more in taxes year by year is because Donald Trump designed that tax policy to include immediate tax reliefs for the middle class, right? But those would sundown as the years were to pass. So that tax burden on the middle class would increase year by year, right? So that is literally all due to Trump and his policy.
Okay.
That's why... that's like another reason why it's really bad, and that also just has to do with like the staggered IRS enforcement of his tax plan. So, yeah,
totally understandable. I'm going to vote today, so I'm trying to make my decision.
If there was like, we're not even going to treat this as a debate. Ask me anything. Darla, thank you for the $20 on Venmo saying go Kamala Harris. Thank you so much for the $20. Everyone, Darla's in the chat for the $20.
Another issue that I have with that is like between the border policies with Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, why would you favor Kamala Harris over Donald Trump?
Good question, and I'll give you a great answer. So the reason I'd favor Kamala Harris over Donald Trump here is because she's the only one with a real plan. Her plan is Langford's bipartisan border bill that he showed up in Congress with 2 years ago that Donald Trump torpedoed, right? Her plan includes more funding for the courts on the border that process asylum claims. And the reason that's a really good thing is because it expedites how long that takes. Right now it takes like 8 to 9 years, right? With the additional funding, and it will get it down to under 1 year, right? And when we can fix our legal systems and make them process migrants much faster, right, we will no longer see as many people coming into our country through undocumented means of entry, right, because that will be disincentivized, right? There's also more funding going towards Border Patrol, right, to pick up on more of the drugs coming across our border or the sex trafficking, right? Not to mention it even included some funding for the border wall that Donald Trump only built 2% of, right? And like, the reason that is better than Donald Trump's approach is because Donald Trump doesn't really have one. He, like a lot of Republicans in the last 30 years, have just kind of campaigned on like mass deportation that no one's ever done, including him under his first term, and getting them all out of the cities and demonizing these people, treating them as if they're like super bad. Like, just ask yourself, like, can you name any specific qualities of Donald Trump's proposed border policy? Or when you think about that in your head, does it only go insofar as like him saying that undocumented migrants are terrible and we need to get them all out of the country?
Well, this will stop my asking questions phase and like debating starting. Like, you can't say that illegal migrants have not caused any crime. So,
but what we can say,
what's wrong with deporting illegal migrants?
So, well, what we can say is they're less likely to commit violent crimes than U.S. citizens. And then secondly, right, I find there to be nothing wrong with the deportation of undocumented migrants who are violent, right? For those that aren't violent, I think we should offer them pathways to residency or citizenship because they add to our country's economy. But 100%. I think the main point that I was trying to get at there is that the mass deportation plan is not practical and it's physically impossible. Ask yourself why this is also something that Bush was campaigning on. But
if you were in the country illegally, I believe that you should be able to apply to have a legal asylum. And if you have any criminal history from any country you've ever lived in, you should immediately be deported.
Yeah, I'd say that same thing, but for like violent criminal history, 110%.
I wouldn't even just say violent criminal history. We want the best for America. We're not obligated to open our borders to just anyone, and we shouldn't feel that we have to. if you're a good, hardworking person, like I believe there should be an easier pathway to like becoming a legal U.S. citizen.
What's Trump's plan to making the legal processes of migration into our country easier?
Do I have no idea?
Like, he doesn't have one. He doesn't have one. He doesn't have one. So where we stand from today, I'm just trying to break it down.
What is Kamala's plan, though?
Right, to expedite the asylum-seeking claims on the border, right, to reduce it from 7 to 8 years to under a year, and to further fund the border to provide for more legal ports of entry and to further disincentivize undocumented migration into our country.
Is going to allow people we don't want in, though.
Like who?
Like, if you have a criminal record, but it's not particularly violent, you can still have a way into the country. That's,
okay. So you're saying that you don't like migrants coming into our country with any criminal record.
Correct.
Okay. Well,
I'm 31 years old.
I don't. So like, yeah, I disagree with that. Like for instance, like we have people that will come into our country through means of like tourism, right, with nonviolent criminal records, and we know that the migrants that are in our country are actually significantly less likely to commit any crimes than natural-born U.S. citizens. Well, and we know that they actively provide to our economy, and they're a functioning member of a growing of our growing GDP and a reduction on the individualistic tax burden, because the more people we have here, the less we individualistically have to chip in.
Where do you get your statistics from saying immigrants are less likely to commit violent crimes than natural-born citizens?
I believe that's CMAS. I'll verify that for you right now.
Like, and I may be wrong. I'm not trying to like be argumentative or anything, but
yeah, no, we were good. Carly, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. And Lauren, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Everyone, W. Lauren's in that chat. Lily, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. I really appreciate you so much for that. That's fucking insane. Everyone, right now, W. Lilies, that is Lili. Thank you so much for the $50 donation. That is literally insane. Thank you. Darla, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. And go Kamala. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much, Darla and Lily. And Justin, thank you for the $5, and another Justin with the $5 as well. You guys are great. I have a couple more Venmos to read off here, then I would love to grab you that source and continue our conversation. I just want to make sure that I do thank everyone. And Christina, thank you for the $1. Yeah, sure, let me get you that source right now. U.S. citizen versus crime rates. Yeah, so you could find this on the National Institute of Justice.gov. Just look up NIJ, undocumented migrants offending rates lower than U.S.-born citizen rates. That is a government source from our NIJ. Secondarily, here's a thought that I wanted to bring up for you. I disagree with you on the basis that just because someone has a non-violent criminal record, that they should be able to enter into our country. But I don't believe that I'm going to be able to change your mind, because I bet that's pretty foundational to you. So here's what I would say.
I wouldn't say it's foundational to me.
Here's what I would say, right? So, like, because Trump doesn't have a plan, right, to renew and expedite our legal, systems of people entering into our country, right, migrants will be further incentivized to enter into our country through undocumented means, right? So, I mean, what do you prefer, right? Like some restriction and vetting of people coming into our country, or more incentivization for unrestricted, non-vetted entries into our country?
My whole point is, if we have millions and millions of people wanting to come to America every year, why wouldn't we pick out the best ones that could help us, help our country? America First isn't a bad ideology, like
because right, I don't believe that we could play God and determine who gets a better life and who doesn't, when all things considered, right? They have lower offending rates than natural-born U.S. citizens, and they actually provide further into our economy and into our GDP.
Well, exactly. To my point, if they're going to provide further into our economy and GDP, we should be able to filter out the ones that are going to hurt us, or the ones that are going to provide to our economy and GDP. Why wouldn't we do that? Why doesn't that make more sense? Why would we just let anyone in? Like, I feel bad for them. It sucks that they have that life, but why would we just let anyone in.
I mean, using your logic, why don't we also just do this with like U.S. born citizens?
Because they were born in the United States.
I mean, who cares, right? What if we were to redraft the Constitution, write legislation where if you are born in the United States, or if you like fall below a particular like income threshold, right, you are deported to another country.
What is law and what is underneath the Constitution right now is we have the freedoms and liberties. If you are born in the United States under the Constitution, you have that. So why would we welcome people that are not going to benefit the United States into the United States?
Because I would say that America is about promoting opportunity for all and giving incentive to build in our economy. And I don't think that any one person is incapable of that. And with the right social with the right social systems, right, we could see everyone in America, right, achieving those ends. I believe that there will always be inefficiencies in an economy, whether that be a constant rate of inflation, a constant rate of unemployment, or a constant rate of a small amount of people who are genuinely lazy and don't want to work, right? But it's unrealistic for you to say that we need to pick those people out and destroy their livelihood and send them to other countries where they could die because they don't have a job, instead of being reliant upon social systems that we intend for them as well as other Americans to reduce things such as like childhood poverty and to provide more economic mobility for all members of our economy. And then secondarily, like once again, your claim here is that we should just be picking and choosing the people that are best fit to provide to our economy. Well, I mean, how about we just build better social systems to make more people fit to provide to our economy? But the overwhelming fact is that on the macro scale, we see that migrants coming into our country do, right, reduce the tax burden of the average U.S. citizen and do provide trillions of dollars to our GDP with the systems that exist today.
Better social systems would require more government employees to run those, would require more government money, would require more tax from poor people like me that I pay $1,500 for a 1-bedroom apartment. Like, I'm barely scraping by, homie. I can't pay more in taxes. Like, why would someone like me want to give more money to the government that just sends shit to Israel or fucking Ukraine?
Well, actually, so I mean, less than 2% of our federal budget goes to other countries. The reason we're sending money to Ukraine is because of the Budapest Memorandum, and Trump is advocating for more funding to Israel than Kamala Harris. Alexander, thank you for the galaxy. And then second of all, right, I say if we want to increase taxes to provide better social safety nets, we do that on the wealthy. And with the intention of these social safety nets is to increase economic mobility, meaning more people could get more wealthy, right? So then with, right, like that more, like with like the increase in ability for people to gain wealth due to these social safety nets, like we could say that that would justify a higher tax burden as a whole.
I don't think anyone needs.
And no, that's not flawed fucking logic. That's like actually what we see in countries with better social safety nets is higher levels of economic mobility. You could reference any country in the
What's
Nordic
wrong
region.
with just you're your own person? You're responsible for yourself. You work your ass off and get to where you want to go.
Jamie, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal, saying that Trump is a criminal. That's a good point. We're actually going to bring that up next. What's wrong with like providing no social safety nets?
Yes.
Okay. Never call the cops, the fire departments, or use public roads again, bitch.
I thought like social safety nets meant like food stamps and shit like that.
Those are food stamps. That is a form of a social safety nets, just like the cops, the firefighters, or public roads.
Well, I would disagree with like food stamps or taxpayer money going to people who don't want to work, but cops and first responders and stuff like that.
Oh God, you need to man the fuck up, go to the gym, get some bigger biceps, buy a couple pew-pews, train yourself, and if any harm ever comes your way, deal with that yourself. I can't like believe that you're relying on these social safety nets. You're basically a communist if you think that you should have the ability to call someone else to come and save your life because you can't.
Well, that's a completely different argument.
No, I mean, you're saying that people don't want to work, so they're on food stamps. Well, you don't want to defend yourself, so you're relying on the cops. Get a load of this lazy
I've
manner.
literally never called the cops, and if someone broke into my place, they would not be living in the next 30 seconds.
No, now you're actually arguing that you wouldn't call the cops. That's not what I intended.
I never said I was going to call the cops.
Oh my god. Yeah. Also, I don't think that poor people should starve. Not everyone is below. Not everyone that's like on food stamps that lives below that poverty line, right, is on there because they don't want to work. Like for instance, growing up, right, like my family was on food stamps and Social Security, and that's because my mom was like a drug addict that had fallen into addiction problems from prescribed O drugs from a back treatment, right? And then that also rebounded on like me and my sister, right? Because we lived under her roof. Right. So I guess like what I'd say here is, well, if it is the case that we didn't have those social safety nets for that provided social security and food stamps to me and my mom and my family. Right. Well, like I probably want to be here today. Right.
I mean, I would even go as far as saying, like, even if we're going to have those social safety nets, excluding first responders, but with food stamps or Section 8 housing or anything like that, you should be able to pass a drug test or something like that. Like, why are we giving out money that I
don't think that would like result down into like the best like outcomes empirically speaking, because if we like say that like the criteria for getting like these particular social benefits, right, is like passing a drug test, well, I mean, what is that going to do for those that are on drugs that do want to better their life and work in a positive direction? Like a lot of like a good reason that people, well, not a good reason, but a reason that people like typically would have to explain like their use of drugs, right, has to do with like devastations in their quality of life. And when you deny all social safety nets to drug users, I mean, what is that going to do for them, right? That's just going to put them in a worse off scenario where they're even more likely to abuse drugs and regress in a negative direction, right? So like this idea of like removing social safety nets for like members that people that fall below like the poverty belt, and not offering incentives to help people increase their quality of life to reduce their reliance on things such as drugs to work in a positive direction, is we have worse outcomes in like in a quantitative sense, like in like the GDP per capita or the GDP as a whole, or like levels of economic mobility. Right, it's really important to provide these social safety nets, not just for the single mother of three that's reliant on the food stamps to feed her three kids, but also for the country as a whole.
So what you're saying is, if people make personal decisions, are completely 100%, they could just choose not to do it. They choose to screw their life over. All of the other Americans that make good decisions have to pay for it.
Yeah, we're going to take 3 cents out of your paycheck so their children can eat food. Yeah.
Well, that's
right. And then also that, yeah, taking the 3 cents out of your taking the 3 cents out of your paycheck there. I mean, like, what does that do? It just creates better benefits, so they're more likely to scale in our economy. Thank you so much for the $2 on Venmo.
We already pay government services to take children away from families that.
I'm going to repeat this one last time because it's so simple. The conditions that you're describing, you wish people below the poverty belt were in right now, right? Well, you understand that these conditions will only further make more people live in those the conditions that you're describing will only make those people worse off and less likely to scale and to provide into our economy, right? Like impacting you.
Drew, because you made those videos, society needs reparations from that. We all had to watch that. That's fucking weird, bro.
What?
That's so weird. I can smell through the phone. I can smell it through the phone.
You're talking about my farting videos.
What the fuck?
Dude, he literally made videos of him farting, bro. I'm not trolling. That's the only part of the video.
Anti-immigrant.
Dude, how'd you go on a platform of 8.6 thousand people and you just you're not embarrassed right now?
I'm not embarrassed.
You
at all.
posted that on a public platform. What, dude?
I
I'm
fully
sorry. Are you
back up
12?
my farting videos. I have no shame about it.
Are you 12, bro?
I'll post more. No, I'm 31.
Jeez, dude. That's like a video that I would post when I was like fucking 11 years old, dude, playing Clash of Clans.
Are you serious right now?
I'm serious, bro. Like
farting videos.
Yeah, dude. What was that, man? And you're talking about taking stuff away from children? What are you talking about?
Bro, did I really just like have like or like try to like inform this voter that's like voting today and have like an intellectual discussion with like this guy that's posting fucking videos, dude? I'm gonna quit the streams. Alec, thank you so much for the $1 PayPal. I'm done. I'm done with the streams. I just need to like stick right to like debating like you know the more credible conservatives. Like you're just like fuck, dude.
I wouldn't even call myself a conservative. I've voted Democrat before. I've voted Republican before. I just usually vote for who I think will better the country more. And I came at you with more questions than I did arguments. And I didn't mean to be disrespectful if I came off as disrespectful, but
no, we're good.
This other dude,
I mean, like you kind of are going on a public platform arguing that like you want to get rid of like food stamps, right? Which I think is fucked up because like we're talking about like such a small portion of our budget. Like if you want to talk about cutting expenditures in our federal government, you should be focusing on like things like military, right? You shouldn't be hyper fixating on like whether or not like children have food. Like I think that's just such an insane thing to look at when you look at our overall federal budget and how much that makes up of your federal budget.
You are mischaracterizing my argument. Never said anything about taking away food from children. I said taking away food stamps, but I also said that people that can't provide for their children shouldn't have it.
With $5 on Venmo.
Yeah, why don't we just create a society that like allows for people to be able to take care of their children and then ensures that all children are taken care of, rather than a society that doesn't care about children, instead cares about like literally like sending literally spending hundreds of billions of dollars on the military. Like talk about that. Food stamps is such a small portion of our budget, and yes, food stamps are used for children. You understand that?
Let's take that same logic. Right? Let's take that same logic but why are we sending all this money to Ukraine? Why are we sending all this money to Israel? Why are we sending this money out of the country when it could be used inside of the country?
You guys wouldn't even spend the money for here in the country. And I'm sorry, are we going to use the 70% of money that went to Ukraine that was weapons and equipment on feeding children? You think the guns are going to feed the children? They're literal guns. How is that going to feed a child? You need to talk about how this spending was allocated in the very first place for you to be able to critique things like that in terms of Ukraine. Because you guys aren't advocating for spending money on children in this country. You guys aren't advocating for healthcare policy, for childcare policy. You're not advocating for
my man. Like I've voted for both parties. Like why are you coming at me like I'm a hardcore conservative?
You're like on the live arguing you're going to vote for Trump. I'm talking about the Republican Party. If you actually
I'm not arguing I'm going to vote for Trump. I'm asking advice of who I should vote for today.
Oh, okay. So you're not arguing you're going to vote for Trump? Everyone who comes up here is voting for Trump.
Hey, are you free for like 30
Trump.
seconds to cover me while I go pee real quick, Parker?
Yeah. Just do it real quick.
You're great.
Yeah. So what do you mean, Drew?
I don't understand like why I can't have like a conversation with either side. Like I've even gone on lives with like hardcore Trumpers, conservative people, and they come at me the same way. Like I have my own ideals, my own opinions, and I'm trying to figure out.
You have to acknowledge the space that you just came into. You came into a space that says, I'm voting for Kamala 2024. Why are you voting for Trump, right? We're talking to people who typically like debate. So I had the impression that you were on the live voting for Trump.
Yeah,
right?
like I'm leaning toward
and
Trump right
reconsidering
now.
it.
And I'm trying to reconsider it. Like I'm going to vote in like 2 hours.
What gets you leaning towards Trump at all?
Excuse me?
What gets you leaning towards Trump at all?
A, the border policy. B, the tax cuts he is proposing. He's proposing to eliminate the income tax and compensate for that with tariffs.
So what you're going to do is you're going to take a progressive tax model and then you're going to shift it into a regressive tax model that negatively impacts lower income individuals and middle class people. I don't understand how, one, you would even be able to replace that, because that's not going to pay for all the federal expenditures. So you're also going to have to cut spending along with increasing taxes on poor people. So you're just going to double whammy and negatively impact poor people.
How would increasing tariffs and eliminating income tax?
Yeah, because income tax is progressive, right? Tariffs are regressive.
My question, man. Like,
Look,
let's just chill.
I'm answering the question right now. Would you like to let me finish?
You didn't let me finish. Like,
you just asked me a question.
I was trying to. You didn't let me finish my question.
Okay, what was the rest of the question? I thought you fully finished the question.
I was saying, how would increasing tariffs and eliminating the income tax make it more expensive for me as an American?
Yeah, because tariffs increase the price of consumer products coming into the country, like imported goods. So it causes not only imported goods, but also domestic goods to be more expensive.
Not if his plan works. If his plan works, then more.
What? That makes no sense. What do you mean, not if his plan works? What? Do you know what a tariff is?
I understand. Could you let me explain? I work with tariffs, and in my career, I work with tariffs all the time. I fully understand how tariff works. If I could get a couple sentences across without being interrupted, I'd appreciate it. So how his plan would work is if he increases them significantly, it would bring more manufacturing, more goods made in the U.S. So we would pay less on those goods if they're made from the U.S.
No. So if you have an idea that prices are going to go down because of tariffs, I'm sorry, but you don't understand this. Tariffs will undoubtedly cause the prices to go up because it reduces the available supply to American consumers, because it cuts off how much goods are coming from countries around the world. So it will not cause stuff to be less expensive here in the United States. It will cause it to be more expensive here in the United States. That's the only way it would incentivize more goods.
Completely ignored my point.
Please finish. Please finish.
Completely ignored my point.
I didn't ignore your point. I'm actually addressing your point right now. So the only way that it would actually increase production of goods in the United States is if the prices for the goods in the United States increased, because there would be a greater incentive due to the extra profit that they could get from it, because there's less competition, which means that the price would go up. So the only way you could say that there was an increase in domestic production is if prices were to have gone up, which is what you don't understand here. I have a degree in economics. I understand tariffs very well. I'm surprised that someone who engages with tariffs on a daily basis doesn't know that this is the fundamental basis of how a tariff operates.
Again, let me try to dumb it down for you. If companies outside U.S. are too expensive to sell to one of the world's greatest economies, their best money makers, they would then be incentivized to then create production facilities in United States, therefore cheaper. Is that simple enough?
Drew, there's no way you didn't listen to what I just said. The only way that it would cause a greater increase in production in the United States is if goods went up in price in the United States, therefore incentivize suppliers to produce in the United States. Okay? So it would mean it's not cheaper, it would mean it's more expensive. Drew, you don't understand how tariffs operate.
That is just not correct, man.
Drew, every economist disagrees with you. There's not one economist that you'd be able to cite.
If you manufacture in the United States, you don't have to pay tariffs, correct?
Yes.
Is the United States one of the most powerful economies in the world, correct?
Yes.
Why wouldn't making companies that import goods that we could make here exponentially expensive enough so that they have to move manufacturing facilities here good for our economy?
It means that there's going to be less supply of goods available to U.S. citizens, because it is the case that there's a higher price for other companies to operate in selling their goods here, because their goods are more expensive in the United States, right? Consumers in the United States are less incentivized to buy those goods because they're more expensive, i.e. the goods for the average American go up in price and are more expensive overall, because it creates a greater demand for domestic goods, right? Which also causes the domestic goods to go up in price.
But if there's a greater demand for domestic goods, then there's a greater demand for the job market. There's a greater demand for people to manufacture, make their own.
Yeah, but that also means price goes up given the same supply.
Which means more jobs. Like, I'm not understanding this logic.
Yeah, no, what you're not understanding in terms of, it wouldn't actually create more jobs overall, because it is the case that it decreases the size of the economy. And if it decreases the size of the economy and the GDP, that decreases the efficiency of trade and our ability to create and manufacture jobs continually in the future long run.
I feel like that's more of a personal opinion than a fact.
That's not a personal opinion. That's the effect of economic policy as it relates to tariffs. You can look in my bio. There's a link tree in my bio where economists project particularly what the effect is of these particular types of tariffs that Trump wants to do, which shows it will decrease the size of the economy.
I disagree with you, but I apologize if
No, that's your opinion, right? What I'm citing is studies, estimations from economists, people that know what you're talking about, know what they're talking about. You are just deciding to not believe the economists because you feel like you know more than them?
No, I've also there's economists that have the opinion that I'm stating, which is where I'm getting my information from.
Name one.
And there's economists from what you're stating. Like
name one economist that agrees with you.
So if you want,
I can name a right-wing economist that agrees with me.
I can name a left-wing economist that agrees with me.
Okay, name one.
Let me Google it real quick. Google is a powerful tool. Like, you can find opinions on both sides. Like,
yeah, I'm waiting. Go for it. I'm serious. Go look it up. You're not going to be able to find it. Like I'll even cite Milton Friedman. Literally, Austrian economics disagrees with you. Okay. Wasn't he coming on the live like arguing free market? Dean?
Yeah. Is he now? Wait, oh, that's right. Yeah, he came up here. Pro-libertarian, taxes bad, free market creates the best outcomes. But now guess what? This unnecessary regulation on the market that creates the drastic inefficiencies is exactly what we need. What's up with these fucking like pseudo like
pro-libertarian
libertarians?
and pro-tariffs is crazy. Dude, that's so crazy. Wait, if the person said Milton Friedman show that's wrong? No, Milton Friedman's against tariffs. What are you talking about? Milton Friedman, free to choose? Like, bro, he's super against tariffs.
Oh, I know. No, because like that's like a consistent libertarian. You know what I mean? Like libertarian in academia is so different than what these shitheads preach. By the way, Drewby, we can't hear you when you're paused. Bro, dude, Yahoo News just released an article about me.
Oh, he's looking up one economist that agrees with him.
Yahoo News just released a whole article about me.
Really?
Yeah.
That's sick.
Investopedia and Brookings.com both have articles of.
No, I'm asking one economist.
Well, I'm sure the economists that post that.
Like name one economist. I'm waiting. Just go find the economist's name. Drew, I'll wait. I will wait, Drew.
Okay, man.
I have got all day, Drew. I've got all day to wait for you to find this one economist that agrees with tariffs.
Yeah, honestly, we're just kind of hanging out here. If anyone wants to find that article...
Universal tariffs, by the way, not just like one tariff, universal tariffs.
If anyone wants to find that article, guys, just look up Dean Withers Yahoo. I also think I have...
that up right after this. That's sick as fuck.
Yeah, I have another one coming out on GQ here soon as well.
Dude, why are they fucking doing that? What the hell?
Dude, I have no clue. I've just been getting these emails, and then I've been like deciphering the ones from like awesome media sources, because I feel like I need those because I want to get verified, and that's like what you need to get verified, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what you need. Should I try doing the Jubilee videos as my media?
If you could apply more than once, it's worth it. Vox also did one about me, but they didn't put like my name in like the article title or anything. This is like the first big one. Mason, thank you for the $3 on Venmo asking me if I listened to Tyler's new album. Yes, the fuck I did, and it was great. Yo, let's see here. Jamie, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Kirsten and Brandon with $5 each. Claire and Samantha with $2 each. Brian with $1. Tia with $2. Catherine with $5. Lauren with $10. Thank you guys so much for the love on Venmo. You guys have been
all right, I'm not afraid when I was wrong. All I found was articles with news authors. They were not actual economists.
So you still have yet to find one economist that agrees with you?
James, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. I appreciate you. W. James.
You were right. I apologize if I came at you combatively. Like, I mainly am just throwing my viewpoints out there and trying to decide which side agrees with my viewpoints more. And I was wrong on that point of view. but I have yet to be.
That's fine. I appreciate that.
Like, and I think we both sides should be able to have like a civil conversation and be able to disagree about things, like disagreeing about border control and stuff like that.
So will you vote Harris?
Still leaning toward Trump, but
boo. Okay. Yeah. So
what
remember,
leans you towards Trump?
Excuse me.
You answer Barker's question.
What leans you towards Trump? And then I'm gonna get off and I'll join here in a few minutes. Soon.
Bet.
I could barely hear the other dude.
Oh, here. I'll just ask you. What leans you towards Trump?
Mainly the border policies and.
See you soon, Parker.
From if both parties are going to lie to you, you're going to.
Okay. Yeah. Earlier you talked about the border. You're like, all the criminals, they shouldn't be able to come into our country. It doesn't matter what they are. It doesn't matter what the crimes were for. So if you don't think that someone from Mexico with a criminal history should be able to come into our country, how come you think Trump from New York with a criminal history should be allowed to run the country?
Well, his criminal history, from what I understand, is currently being debated. And
no, he has been sentenced guilty of 34 felonies. That's right.
Well, no, he.
You can't tell me I'm wrong. No, he was.
Just because someone's sentenced doesn't mean that, like, I forget the word for it, but like he went back to court, and now the court of, I think it's 5 judges, are debating on whether or not subpoenaing the people that brought the charges to him because they're such bullshit.
What were the charges? God, no. Have you ever watched the TV show called The Boys before?
I love that show.
Okay. So you have watched The Boys.
Yeah,
so
fantastic show.
Like I haven't gotten on season 4 yet, so no spoilers. But and at the end of season 3, what I'm seeing right now is Homelander, right, talking about how all of these claims made about him are all false and are all wrong, and how everyone is lying, and how he's being politically persecuted, and that. How did you feel about Homelander doing that in that TV show?
Well, you're basing fiction off of reality. You can't really do that.
Well, the creators of the Boys did. So the creators of the Boys are incredibly left leaning. In fact, you could even go to like Vought International's like official Twitter account, and it is literally them making fun of Trump. Homelander is based on Trump. And the reason I wanted to bring this up here is because it literally is real fucking life. You just told me in like 2 sentences how the criminal court that convicted him of 34 felonies is all bullshit and this and that and the other, and they're all fake, and they're gonna get appealed, and the prosecutors were so bad and so pity poor. But then all I did is I asked you like
the
what
court
he was
of appeals
prosecuted from. Yeah, they're trying to appeal the case, as they will always do. If you can name the grounds that they have to appeal, I'll give your argument credence. But when you just kind of parrot those points when not even knowing what he was convicted of, it's embarrassing.
So he was convicted of defrauding a bank, which he didn't do.
That would be the civil suit for fraud. No, I'm talking about the criminal suit for 34 felonies.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that. I thought that was all-encompassing.
No. So there was a civil suit in New York for sexual abuse. There's a civil suit in New York for fraud. There was a criminal case in New York for the 34 felonies, and then there's a civil suit in Florida for missing documents. The civil suit in New York about fraud is the one that's currently being appealed. The civil suit about sexual abuse, that's stuck. He hasn't appealed that. The criminal suit about the 34 felonies, he's been found guilty and he's getting sentenced next month. And then the civil suit about the missing documents, a judge ruled in Florida that he should be immune from proceedings. But what I was asking you about was the 34 felonies, because you're like, if someone's from Mexico, they can't come into our country with a felony. But if someone's from New York, they could run our country with 34.
I agree with that point. You are correct on that point. I don't think someone that is proven guilty of 34 felonies should run our country.
And does that make you like not want to vote for Trump? Because he was found guilty of 34 felonies.
I agree with that. Two more questions and I'll stop wasting your time. One, what is the most severe felony that Trump has been convicted of?
The most severe felony is falsification of business records with an intent to sway the outcome of an election. But I'd say the most severe thing that he's been found guilty by a court to have done was rape.
He is convicted of rape?
He was held civilly liable for it.
Of raping someone?
Yes. And we got to say we got to say grape.
Oh,
I just
grape.
wanted to say it like
I
just wanted to say it like that one time because sometimes I just you like I don't know, like having to censor that word. I don't like it because I want that word to communicate the full intention of what it entails, and like calling it grape without the G does that perfectly. But yes,
I agree with that as well. My other question is, what do you think is the best thing Kamala Harris could do for our country?
Reinstitute federal protections for every woman and girl's right to choose, and institute a tax policy that will make the average American significantly better off than they are now, or how they would be under Trump's plan. And, of course, unification.
But some of that is opinion and personal ethics-based policy.
I mean, well, yeah, that's when we start debating. Like, it's always going to be given my perspective.
Well, you can't
like,
really...
you go ask Nick Fuentes, like, what the best thing Trump could do for America would be. It would be like racism and homophobia.
Well, you can't really debate, like, personal opinion and personal ethics policy.
Yeah, you can. They do it all the time.
Because no one person is going to believe the same thing. This is the last thing I'll say, then I'll get off and I'll stop.
Wait. If you think that everyone has a different perspective, everything's personal, and no one will agree, well, then shouldn't you just like say that it should be up to the individual woman? And like we shouldn't say that like everything's personal, everyone thinks differently, but we should just let like this one group of people in Congress that all think the same decide for everyone else?
That's not what I'm saying either. That's why I believe in states' rights. I think states should have more leeway than federal law. I think state law should mean more. So you could move to a country or a state or a certain location that agrees to you more specifically.
So do you agree with like states' rights because it makes it more individualistic to the people living in the states?
Yes, I 100% agree with that.
Okay, logically speaking, do you think you'd follow that you'd be more in agreement with leaving it up to like each district or county because it's even more hyper-specific and individual?
I would agree with that as well.
What about county to city?
Sure.
City that, but see what follows here. We send it from city to household to woman. You know, if we want to make it as individualistic as possible, but the most power in the hands of the people, you give it to each individual woman.
I'm know this is going to be an unpopular opinion here, but I'm a Christian. I fully believe that the second that conception happens, that's a human being.
Yeah, but dude, that actually surprisingly doesn't fucking matter because you already fell into like the logical trap, and I just want to see what your out is here. So you said federal government to state because more individualistic power in the hands of the people, and then you agreed state to county because state to district because more individualistic power in the hands of the people, and then you agreed district to county because more individualistic power in the hands of the people, and then you agreed county to city because more individualistic power in the hands of the people. So why don't you agree with city to woman because more individualistic power in the hands of the people? It's like you're agreeing with every single step along the way except for the last one, and I just want to know why.
No, I'm saying like, why can't I go live in a county that agrees, that has laws that follow what I believe in? Like,
but what I'm saying is like you could just make it more individualistic than at the county level by sending it back to each household, and then you could make it more individualistic than the household level by sending it back to each individual woman.
For example, look at Texas versus California. Let's start there. Like, abortion is, except for emergency conditions, is outlawed in Texas pretty much.
It's actually not even allowed for emergency conditions like rape, but you know, go ahead.
Well, I wouldn't say rape is a emergency condition. Like, it sucks that happened, but because something bad happens doesn't mean you get to murder another human life. Two wrongs don't make it right.
Oh, wow. Okay. So, Cassidy, thank you for the $3 on Venmo. Remember earlier when you were shitting on social safety nets? How come you think that a 12-year-old has more obligation to provide to the great baby growing in her uterus than our country has to provide for the homeless people living on our streets?
Say that question again. You were breaking up on my end.
I mean, the argument that you're giving me is like 12-year-old girls that get raped are obligated to provide for the needs of the fetus growing in their uterus, because if they don't, they die. Well, I mean, the government is obligated to provide to the needs of all the homeless people on the streets with, a UBI, free food, free water, free housing, because if they don't, they die.
If an abortion is going to be a medically needed,
No, we're talking about great, bro. You're saying that literally fucking 12-year-old girls have more responsibility to provide for those in need around them than you and our fucking federal government do. Because earlier you were shitting on all of those social safety nets, saying no food stamps, no reducing childhood poverty through the childhood tax credit, no UBI, right? No food, no housing, no what, none of that. Delete them all, get rid of them all, right? The federal government has no obligation to provide for those in need that could die if they don't give them that care. But a 12-year-old girl all of a sudden has to provide a lifelong of trauma and 9 months of suffering and pain and a lack of understanding for the uterus or for the fetus in her uterus, just because if she doesn't provide for its needs, it'll die. I don't know. But we could also just bring up the issues with why the 12-year-old girl would be obligated at all, By the way, I can't hear you when you're on pause. For instance, I just want everyone to go ahead and respond to that.
Murder is bad?
Yeah, murder is bad, man.
So wouldn't killing that unborn child be murder?
No, not at all. If I was a vampire and I really needed some human blood and I were to walk up to you and start sucking on your neck and I tell you if you kick me off of you, I'll die, and then you do kick me off of you, are you a murderer?
That's a completely different argument.
What's different? I mean, in one scenario, a 12-year-old girl is forcefully connected to a fetus without her consent, and she's told if she removes and evicts the fetus that is existing in her uterus without her consent, that the fetus will die, and that makes her a murderer. Well, if you remove and evict me from sucking on your neck to steal your blood for 9 months, you're a senseless murderer.
For you to make your argument make sense, vampires have to be real. That's the difference.
Well, we could use analogies with shit that's not real to prove conceptual points. And I think this one's a good one.
That is not a good argument at all. You can't use a fantasy creature as
we totally can. It's because it makes sense hypothetically. Tracy, thank you so much for thank you for the $20 on Venmo, Tracy. Everyone, W Tracy's in the chat. Thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate that. Massive W Tracy's in the chat. Thank you so much. And the reason that we don't need to track reality with things that actually exist in hypotheticals is because a vampire sucking on your neck can exist conceptually in your brain, right? And you could conceive of the implications of what you would or wouldn't do in that scenario, even though vampires don't actually exist. But I mean, I guess I could replace the vampire with something that could possibly exist. Okay, right?
Let's do that.
So yeah,
let's live in reality.
I mean, just seemingly you just don't really have any understanding of conceptual argumentation. I'd say one of the main things. Ken, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, and James, thank you for the $10 on Venmo as well. Everybody, W James, thank you so much. You're phenomenal.
I wouldn't say I don't live in conceptual reality. I
God,
live in
what do you think the Socratic method is, dude? What do you think people like Socrates and Plato and all academics, right, relegated to dedicating their lives to moral and ethical philosophy over the course of the last 4,000 years have done? You understand that these conceptual analogies of going over things that don't exist in the real world, but exist in this conceptual realm, right? It's not just Dean being a dumbass on the internet. This is actually how we test our thought processes in academia. But I mean, I guess I'll just give you another one nonetheless.
I don't think it makes much sense to do that if it doesn't actually correlate with the real life.
Why?
Like-
Because we can make it logically correlates to real life, and that's what matters.
Yeah, but
Like so you admit that there's a logical correlation.
if you include fantasy world into real life, then it does.
Wait, Drew, if I slapped you in your face right now, would your face hurt?
Probably.
Oh God, you fucking delusional fantasy freak. I couldn't slap you in your
Completely
face
different.
right now. I would have to I would have to teleport almost instantaneously to whatever your location is, and I'd have to have on the go and immediate all-knowing powers to know exactly where you live.
Bro.
You just say, "Oh my God, you freak, you fantasy freak." That can never happen in reality. You
Can I
live in
say
a
something?
fantasy world of bullshit, make-believe nonsense.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Me being slapped in the face by you or anyone is a real life thing that could happen. A vampire sucking on someone's neck cannot happen.
It doesn't matter.
It does. One's real life, one's make believe.
Okay, so why are you laughing as if you're right?
Because I am.
Okay, then do you just credit all of Socrates' work?
If he's in the land of make believe, then yes.
What is a hypothetical scenario?
A hypothetical scenario and a scientific or not scientific fantasy analogy is completely
Wait, what's it? Are you an atheist?
No.
Okay, what's your religion?
I'm a Christian.
Okay, so if Christianity were to be false and Islam were to be true, would you be a Muslim? If Prophet Muhammad was accurate with his descriptions in the Quran, like, would you be a Muslim?
That's an extreme hypothetical.
No, it's not at all. Just like if Christianity was false and Islam was true, would you be Muslim?
If there were anything backing that, then maybe, but I believe
No, dude. See, this is the issue. This is why you didn't understand like the analogy I gave you. It's because you can't abstractly think. Like it's literally it's such an easy conditional. If Christianity was false and Islam was true, would you be a Muslim?
Yeah, but you can say that's the same thing for anything else.
Yeah, you could literally say it about
right and Kamala was wrong.
Yes. You could ask me if Trump was a better candidate than Kamala Harris, would I vote for Trump? Yes, I would. Okay, so just if Christianity was false and Islam was true, would you be a Muslim?
This goes back to my point
Carly,
of
thank you for the $2
personal choice.
Dude, just answer my goddamn question, please.
I just answered your question. It goes back to the point of personal choice.
No, it's a yes or a no. I asked you if you'd be a Muslim. Which one is it?
You can keep changing the question. Of,
bro, answer my damn question. You're pissing me off.
And if blue was red,
bro,
would you believe green is blue? Like
bro, you're pissing me the fuck off. If
because
Christianity was false and Islam was true, would you be a Muslim?
I'm not going to answer that question, man.
Why?
I'm going to be a Christian because that's the one true God.
Jesus Christ. If you knew Christianity was false and that no God existed, would you be an atheist?
If I believe that, then yeah.
Okay.
But I believe.
Okay, perfect. So you're saying that if God didn't exist, you wouldn't believe in Christianity, right? But in accordance with your own worldview, right, you believe that the Christian God exists, right? And a reality where the Christian God doesn't exist is
not
just
the Christian God, the only God.
Okay, you're fucking insufferable. Leave. I'm done. You can't have these abstract conversations. Like, you understand that a big part of these conversations is just about being able to logically explore, right, the things that we're talking about and their logical implications. All right? I'm not just fucking crediting your belief in Christianity. I'm not here to debate you about that. I'm here to debate you about the logical implications to engage in critical thought, right? And when I'm like trying to wrap in an analogy to demonstrate, right, how you just engage in a hypothetical where the Christian God didn't exist by saying that you would be an atheist, and this is logically synonymous to you engaging in a hypothetical about a vampire sucking the blood out of your neck because in accordance with your own worldview, you believe that both the Christian God does exist and vampires don't, right? In comparison to the worldview where the Christian God doesn't exist and vampires do, like, your response is not to engage with any of those logical implications, but then to be really fucking facetious, to be really fucking annoying and to correct me by saying it's not the Christian God, he's the one true God. Like, use your fucking brain. It's like, why are some humans on this earth just so incapable of like legitimate discussion?
Why does me being a
Thank you
Christian
so much for the galaxy. I appreciate that. Steven, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. W. Steve is in the chat. Thank you so much.
Why
What's
does
that?
me being a Christian irritate you so much?
No, the fact that you're a Christian doesn't irritate me at all. My family's Christian. It's fucking whatever. Okay. What irritates me, right, is that you cannot see the logical connection I'm making here. I asked you if Christianity was false, would you be an atheist? And you said yes, right? But that implied another version of reality where you think Christianity is false.
But again,
which is a make-believe fairy tale, but you still engage with a point.
Exactly.
So why will you engage with a point in that make-believe fairy tale?
Why can't we just make real reality points? Why can't we argue in reality instead of adding fairy tale? That's
because hypotheticals don't have a bound of reality. Hypotheticals only have a bound of what is logically possible and what can be the case to make logical connections.
Hypotheticals.
No, I'm not fucking incorrect. Dude, oh my god. No, I'm not incorrect. I'm not incorrect. Read a damn. I delegated 2 years of my goddamn life to over 60 goddamn credit hours of philosophy courses to get a degree in this shit.
I'm sorry
I've talked to the academics. Like,
I'm sorry.
I am an academic. I've written my own papers. I have like a combined, dude. Like, yes, I know that I'm actually crashing out. I'm actually crashing out because of how insane this shit is. It's not the fact that he's unaware of what I'm discussing. It's the fact that he's like sitting here ignoring what I'm saying and then like acting all like a pompous little fuck saying that I'm the stupid one. Oh my god, this is the closest I've been to crashing out in a long time. And the funny thing is, this is the closest I've been to crashing out in a very, 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 very long time. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit.
I'm just saying, you can base hypotheticals
Justin, thank you for the
in
$5
reality,
on
and you can base hypotheticals in fantasy. I'm
going to be honest. I'm going to be fucking honest, bro. You don't have an abstract thinking capability because if you did, you wouldn't be sitting here like a fucking toddler whining about logical connections that you can't see. But because you don't have that ability to abstractly think about, these hypothetical scenarios, I will happily give you a scenario that can engage with things that exist in reality just so I can communicate the point to you. Okay? So I'll now communicate the same point that I was trying to prior in a way that you will seemingly understand. Like with your level 1 critical thought synonymous to that of my fucking 7-year-old nephew. Okay. We'll give you the violinist example. So the violinist example goes as follows, right? There's this famous musician, right, who has a failing kidney, right? And in order for this musician's kidney to be saved, they need to be connected via an IV cord for 9 months to someone with the same blood type as them, to filter a bunch of new blood through their kidney, right? Gotcha. You go to bed one night, you don't know this famous violinist, but then in the morning, you wake up strapped down to a bed next to the violinist, connected to them via that IV, and you're told that they need your blood to filter through their veins for 9 months, and if you disconnect, they will die, okay? Right? So would you say that you are a murderer if you disconnect from this violinist?
No.
Thank you. And the logical connection here would be a 10-year-old girl gets raped, right?
There's
and
no
then she wakes. Shut the fuck up. And the analogy here would be is that a 10-year-old girl gets raped and she wakes up in the morning learning that she's pregnant and she's told that she has to supply her bodily resources to the fetus for 9 months without her consent. And if she disconnects from that fetus by evicting it out of her womb through an abortion, that the fetus will die. So is she doing anything wrong by disconnecting and aborting the fetus, or is she a murderer?
She is a murderer.
So what's the difference between the 12-year-old girl, right, getting an abortion and disconnecting from the fetus, and you disconnecting from the violinist?
One is a choice of murder. One is an uncontrollable circumstance.
No, so just like you were forced to be connected to that violinist in the bed and you chose to disconnect, the 12-year-old was forced to be pregnant and she chose to disconnect.
We're talking about some like Saw game type of, you're connected to a violinist and if you disconnect then you're gonna die. Like,
and then you're choosing to disconnect.
In the main scenario, we have what's called blood infusions. So violinists could survive without being connected to another person. So again, we're going back.
Okay, so when we're operating in these in a hypothetical, right, you have to accept the confines of the hypothetical. And you already engaged in it, but now you can't think of a distinction. Like, holy shit.
Like, I don't understand like why you operate in the land of make believe so hard. Hypotheticals can be realistic. Hypothetically,
bro, I'm gonna crash out, dude. Sophia, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. Bro's never had a critical thought in his life. Like, I want to see if you could follow like a really simple 2-point syllogism. Premise number 1, Socrates is a man. Premise number 2, all men are mortal. What do these two premises imply?
I mean, both are true.
Yeah, but what is the conclusion? If Socrates is a man and all men are mortal, what else do we know about Socrates?
Socrates is mortal.
Okay, you could follow 2-point fucking syllogism. Now leave. I'm not even gonna kick you. You don't have enough respect for me to kick you. I want you to leave embarrassed in front of everyone.
I'm not embarrassed.
Click the button goodbye.
You choose to live.
Magic. Thank you so much for the money gun. We will no longer be listening to anything that you have to say. Click the goodbye button.
Nope, won't do it. Gotta kick me. Because you live in fantasy land. I live in reality.
You're going to make my goddamn blood boil, but I'm going to choose the path of least resistance. We are going to be the bigger person, and we are going to move on. Glory, thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal. You have too much patience. I'm at my wit's end right now. This is a hard one. This is a new experience for me to test my patience. But thank you for the $15, Gloria. You are absolutely phenomenal. Thank you so much. This is like pushing on a boundary of my patience that I don't think even I knew existed. And thank you all so much for the $1 donation. Samantha, thank you for the $10 saying that he's insufferable. Audrey, thank you for the $2. Oh my God, I need a second just to take 2 breaths. But Ashley, in the meantime, are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely not.
Hell yeah, Ashley, appreciate you for coming up. And thank you so much for the booze, Jaden. You were absolutely phenomenal. W's for Jaden, man. If you're in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump, y'all. We are just looking for next debate. And yo, Victor! Oh my God, Victor with a $100 Venmo. Holy fucking shit, Victor. Cameron, thank you for the $2 on PayPal. And Jaden still going.
I don't want a fat puppy. Only when they're newborn.
So everybody spam W Victor in the chat for dealing with that guest. That is so incredibly kind of you, Victor. Hi, Mike. Hey, Mike from Texas. You're on the live.
Hey, thank you. I finally got here. I'm sorry I missed the earlier part. I just wanted to say, from my perspective, as a 71-year-old man, first of all, hypotheticals don't work with these people, and you can't really use them.
Oh, are you a Trump supporter?
I am not.
Mike. You know what? Continue. I won't interrupt you. Speak
I just have to tell you that if anybody wants to put tariffs on my coffee, my avocados, my pineapples, or my bananas, well, I'll tell you what. I'll be there to defend the Constitution on the steps of the Congress if there's anything going on, because you don't mess with my coffee.
Hell yeah, Mike. No one fucks with your coffee. Period, Mike. Hey, have a good rest of your day. Thank you so much.
I will. Thank you.
Hey, dude, who would have imagined that 73-year-old Mike, a white man from Texas, is so goddamn chill like that? Let's go, dude. Holy shit. Oh my God. You guys are fucking going crazy on the Venmo. My God. More W Victors in the chat. Thank you so much for the $100. And Cindy, thank you so much for the $20. By the way, we are getting our next guest up in here. But thank you so much, Cindy, with the $20. She says, thank you for sharing the insights you've gained about higher levels of consciousness and for your efforts to educate those who may not have that understanding. Your commitment to raising awareness is truly commendable. Thank you so much, Cindy. You are fucking phenomenal. And Michelle, thank you for the $50 on Venmo, saying that I'm showing the patience of a saint. I couldn't deal with that insufferable guy, and I'm just listening. Oh, it was really testing me. Thank you so much for the $50. Everybody, please show some love to Michelle. Whitney, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the Patience Fund. Oh, I love you guys so much. I love y'all so much. And Caitlin with another $50. Holy shit. With another $50 for putting up with that awful guest. I love you so much. Caitlin, you are great. Thank you. Everybody, please, all at once, W Caitlin, W Whitney, W Michelle, W Lisa, W all of y'all. Thank you guys so much
there
for
you
the
are.
love.
Hello,
you guys
Dean.
are phenomenal. 1 second, Lumberjack. Good to see ya. It's been a while.
Mm-hmm.
One more thing to shout out here.
Go ahead. Take your
Cameron,
time.
thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal, and Glory with the $15 as well. Thank you for the $10 on Venmo. All right, you said in the chat that I'm taking these people's money.
You are. It's cool though. I mean, I'm not gonna get in your pocket. Make your money, player.
Well, how am I? I'm like you said, stealing.
No. I didn't say stealing.
Okay.
I would never say you're stealing if they're willingly giving it to you.
So you're donating for Trump, right?
No, I don't donate.
I know. I said voting.
Yeah. You know I'm voting for Trump.
You mind if I ask you a question?
Sure, go for it.
Would you ever vote for someone that attempted to change and rig the outcome of a federal election?
First off, you would have to prove that.
Well, I know. We're operating the constraint. If this had occurred, would you vote for them? And then we can get into if this is something that Trump did. But in a general sense,
if they proved it, then no, I probably wouldn't.
Phenomenal. Great. So, Lumberjack would not vote for someone that's tried to rig and change the outcome of a federal election. So
if they could prove it.
Phenomenal. So Donald Trump has attempted to rig and change the outcome of a federal election. And the evidence we have for this is insurmountable. First and foremost, I'll lay out to you how. So Donald Trump attempted to change the outcome of the 2020 election by sending fake slates of electors with fake votes to 7 different key swing states in 2020 where he lost, right?
Okay.
But the votes that he sent them with, right, said that he won. And then he had these fake slates of electorates send those into Congress on January 6th to be counted and certified by Mike Pence is real. What is the evidence for these claims? So the evidence for the existence of the fake slates of electors is, well, videos of them and communications about them by Rudy Giuliani and John Eastman and Trump. The evidence of the fake certificates of ascertainment is, well, we have the fake certificates of ascertainment. Alongside, we have emails back and forth between those states' governor's office and congressional committees speaking about them, saying that they're not real. And then the evidence that Donald Trump is well involved with this is the fact that he's admitted it in the Supreme Court as well as in the January 6th indictments. He's currently seeking immunity by calling it an official act of his presidency. And Lydia, thank you for the $7 on Venmo.
Okay. So if you were able to vote, would you have voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016?
I mean, with like the knowledge that I'm exposed to, yes.
Cool. You would have voted for someone that sent those so-called fake Slater electorates. JFK did it. Bill Clinton did it. George Bush did it. So did the great Mitt Romney. That's all documented because, you know, they're allowed to send, you know, different electorates if there are dual. It's called, back in the day, it used to be called dueling electorates. as a possibility of terminology. If you guys want to go look that up, so Hillary Clinton was one that was the most recent, besides Donald Trump. That supposedly
we'll talk about Clinton because it's the most recent. There's probably the most information about it. So I just want to clarify. You're telling me that Hillary Clinton did what Trump did. So Hillary Clinton sent alternative or fake slates of electorates into Congress from different key swing states, acting as
it doesn't matter the
official board of
states.
electorate?
That's irrelevant. The states are irrelevant.
Okay, well, what states did she send them from?
I'm pulling it up 1 second.
And then what role did they play in Congress? What did they do? What did they?
It doesn't matter. It's the same thing.
So they were casting fake certificates of ascertainments?
It's not fake if you're allowed to actually send alternate electorates.
Okay.
And say you're allowed to do that.
So you're not allowed to send alternate electorates from states?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Is that in the Constitution?
It's not in the Constitution.
Okay. So okay, are you disputing like what
I'm not arguing
EDR
constitutionality.
would cover and what it cover?
I'm not arguing constitutionality. I'm telling you that multiple
that's fine,
presidents have done it, and no one until Donald Trump, no one said anything about it.
Okay, here's my response so far.
Okay.
I feel like you'd have a really hard time proving that Hillary Clinton sent these fake certificates of ascertainment. I'll give you two routes. The first route is for us to have a conversation where you can source these claims, right, and prove that this actually happened, because I don't think it did. That's a long route. That's a long conversation. Then the second route that we could take here is, well, nothing more than the fact that I can say if Hillary Clinton did, then I would not have voted for Hillary Clinton. And we can reference back to your first statement that you said you would not vote for Donald Trump if he tried to rig the outcome of an election.
I don't find
you he did,
sending alternate electorates
and you're still voting
rigging
for Trump.
I don't find that to be rigging.
Okay,
because
why?
they still have to go through the process of inputting the electors. That's not rigging. It's just kind of like with your buddy.
The electorates. What do you mean by that? Are you talking about like what Mike Pence certifies or doesn't?
Yeah. And what is accepted. So it's kind of like you know how your buddy was arguing with Ben Shapiro, and there's certain processes put in place. Mm-hmm. The processes work. If they didn't work, or you altered the actual process, you would be unconstitutional in doing so.
I just want to verify something. So you're telling me, let's say in 2020, you and me both know that Joe Biden won Georgia. And like on their official certificate of ascertainment from Georgia's governor's office, Joe Biden got more votes than Donald Trump, and Georgia like appealed their votes in the Electoral College like to Biden. So you're telling me, right, if Trump sent one of these fake or alternative slates of electorates, right, proposing as if they were from Georgia with a fake altered certificate of ascertainment,
it's not fake.
It's not fake. No, that one is fake.
You keep saying fake. It's an alternate slate of electors.
I said fake certificate of ascertainment, because the only place that can like certify the certificates of ascertainments in accordance with our electoral rules would be the individual state's governor's office, right? And yes, those are unofficial / fake. But my question to you here is: so if Biden won Georgia, then Trump was able to get a slate of electorate with a certificate of ascertainment that said Trump won Georgia, and he sent that on January 6th to Congress, and Mike Pence certified that is real. In accordance with what you've described to us so far, you wouldn't consider that to be an attempt to rig an election or successfully rig.
No, the processes stand.
Okay, that's crazy.
To do, I mean, you can say it's crazy, but I mean, again, multiple presidents have done it over the years, and
would you agree?
No one has ever had issues with it until this year or the 2020. And then you say, do you think that the popular votes determine the Electoral College?
It goes down to like what? Like that? I actually don't know. For like
it doesn't.
State,
it doesn't. Popular vote doesn't.
You could probably like the popular vote in the state. You could probably give me like the popular vote in like the districts. I don't know. You could probably educate me a lot on that. Like when it goes down to like that individual state level and like how the votes are delegated from the districts into the electoral college, you could give me education on that, but that's not what we're here for, because at the end of the day, regardless of what like the specific like measures are for like how a state delegates their votes in the electoral college, you said that if Biden won Georgia and Trump was able to get Congress to certify a vote from Georgia that said Trump won, that wouldn't be Trump trying to rig the election. I have a follow-up question. Would you agree with
me? Can I ask a question before the follow-up question? Keep your follow-up question. Yeah. Has there ever been any states where a particular individual won the overall vote in that state, but the electorates showed something different in the electoral college?
I'm not sure how like the electoral processes work on a state by state basis. I only know how
I mean, you're sending your electorates from the states to pose for the voting or the gathering and the certification. So that's what's actually happening in the process. There are states that have voted for a particular candidate, and then the electorates vote different than than what the people want. If I'm not mistaken, was it Nebraska? Nebraska's done it several times, if I'm not mistaken, where the overall vote of the state was different than the electorates.
So like the people like vote for someone and then the electors just decide they want to vote for someone else?
Yeah, it's happened several times.
Would you agree that in that scenario that the outcome of the election was not determined by the people?
Now we're getting into the good waters. Yeah, I would.
Okay. And do you think that in accordance with our civil and electoral processes that the outcome of an election should be determined by the people?
Yes, I
do.
do.
And when it's not determined by the people, that would serve to significantly erode our checks, balances, and civil and electoral processes, and can present an unprecedented like level of an unprecedented threat to the functions of our Republican democracy?
Well, yeah, that secondary word, democracy. We're not a democracy. We're strictly a republic. But
I think that
we have a democratic process.
You could say that like a representative democracy is like analogous to a constitutional republic.
It's not. But let me answer your question. You a question.
The way that I find representative democracy, it is.
Well, if you look up training manual 2000-25, it used to be what they would give people that entered the country to be able to become citizens of the country. Chapter 118 through chapter 122, it actually breaks down all forms and modes of government as to what they are, how they work, how they function. But I don't want to get into that. So answering your question, I would agree with you. And this is why I would push for the abolishment of the 17th Amendment.
How's everyone doing so far? What's up, y'all? I love y'all so much. Let me fix my microphone. Hear myself. There we go. What's up, everyone joining in? How's everyone doing today? Much love to everyone joining in. Much love, much love. I've got the Discord raging. I know it. But do tap that screen, do share the live. It will help get out to more people. What's good, everyone joining in? Check out the video that I just posted, everyone. Just posted a video of me on like this really big group debate where I didn't even get to speak out one thing to say. Push the hand heart. And they cut me off. And I said it, and I got no response from anyone there. Except for 3 people like raising their hand and the rest of them not. So go check it out, watch it, like it, comment it. on it, I would really appreciate that. We're going to get people up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Thank you for the hand heart. Only send a guest request if you've not been on the live yet. We are just looking for some debates. Never got to hear the second question. Yeah, because they cut it out. And because I asked them about precocious puberty. I appreciate that, Mustache. Thank you so much. If cis kids should be able to get access to like puberty blockers as it relates to precocious puberty. And almost none of them knew what I was saying. Appreciate that, Mustache. They didn't know that precocious puberty is early puberty. I should have said precocious. I fucked up. I shouldn't have assumed that MAGA would understand what that word means. I pushed the ICU. Literally, no one knew what I was saying. I was like, yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker. I'm over a Kamala, but just real quick though. Where do I get access to your YouTube?
I'm sorry. I am looking for people who are voting for Trump. If you have that question, put it in the comment section and at me right now. And I'm looking at the Discord. Please do that if you're that person only. Appreciate the boo. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi. My dad wants to debate you. He is a Donald Trump supporter, and I am not. And here he is.
Got you. Yo, what's
hey,
up?
Parker, how you doing?
I'm doing good. You're voting Trump. So why are you voting Trump?
Well, you know, based upon recent history, I'd have to say that I'd have to support him because economically, it's been so much better under him than it was in the last 3.5 years.
Really? So based on what measure?
Well, we can go off of several measures. It doesn't matter, but we'll go ahead and start with just inflation rate on itself. We seem to be drawing massive amounts of inflation, 19.2%, whatever it is. And then if you look at the job
right now,
creation,
it's 2.4%. It was 2.45% annually in 2018.
Okay, no, Parker. So if you look at it, you're talking about a month over month, right? That's how they report them, and year over year. So if you go the year over year, you will find out that it's been over 19%.
No. What measure?
100%.
That's what index?
Okay, so if you go off the Department of Labor statistics, right?
The Bureau of Labor Statistics. Yeah, which they go based upon CPI. CPI was never at 19. It was at 9%, the highest month over month.
Yeah, that was the highest one, right?
Just 9%, not 19.
Inflationary rate for out-of-pocket expenses, based upon the last 3.5 years of the administration, we've gone up approximately 9.2% inflationary rate. Now, also, if you go into the job market itself, we can talk about whether or not.
Wait. So you can't just say that because it happened under the administration, it's because of them. Because we also didn't have a 14.8% unemployment rate under the Biden-Harris administration. That doesn't mean Trump caused the 14.8% unemployment.
No. So it also does mean one thing, though. How fast of a recovery did we get coming out of COVID? Because prior to going into COVID, we had all-time lows across the board for every demographic in the United States. Every one. It's undeniable. Until COVID hit.
No, that's just wrong.
How's
Are
that
you
wrong?
talking about unemployment? There were multiple times where unemployment was lower in 1969 and in 1952.
Okay, so in 54 years.
Yeah, so 50-year low, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Right, but
okay.
then there was an even lower level under the Biden-Harris administration at 3.4% in 2 separate months. Push the confetti.
That I will concede to you. That is true. All right. So for 2 months after you've had the bounce back from it all, you've had the unemployment rate go down for those 2. But now when we look at that unemployment rate as an aggregate and we start going into the numbers for it, what is the largest gaining aspect of the job industry?
I don't know. I'd have to look.
Okay, so if you go to the Department of Labor for their statistics on that,
Are you trying to say like that most of the jobs were just things that came back from COVID?
No, because there was a lot of jobs that were created on the government side of the house. I can tell you like last, I don't know if it was June or July, of the supposed 240,000 jobs that were created, there was over 80,000 that were government jobs that were created. Now, if you go independently by each state, you'll see like, for example, the state of Missouri, when they added up all their numbers together and they put it in, over 70% of the jobs that were created were done at either the state or the federal government level. So 20% of the jobs that were created.
You said 70%?
70%, I believe, is what it was. Yeah.
Is that for new jobs that were added? Right?
Yeah,
or is
for
that
added jobs. Yep.
Okay, that could just be in a particular area. So that area requires investment, right? It's lacking private sector investment. What the government is doing is it's stepping in and it's ensuring that there's public sector investment to ensure that people are still like employed. Otherwise, right, you wouldn't see any of this type of employment. So are you saying that it's bad that the Biden-Harris administration is making sure that people are employed through various acts like the bipartisan infrastructure legislation?
Okay, now we won't go into that just yet, but we can talk about that here in a little bit. If we'll just stay on the employment aspect of it. The problem is once we create all these government jobs, somebody's going to have to pay for them. With those payments coming out, because they come out of you, they come out of me, they come out of everybody else who works, right?
Trump signed off on more debt-related spending.
Well, also you'd have to look into the time and aspect of that, which was COVID. So a lot of that was carryover. But if you want to go into like a green
even
new
non-COVID related spending.
Yeah, because
I'm talking 4.8 trillion non-COVID related spending for the Trump administration and 2.2 trillion for the Biden-Harris administration signed into law.
Yeah, but a carryover of that was also the fact that you couldn't get a whatchamacallit, you couldn't block that vote that was coming in at that time either, because when you had both the House and the Senate were both going and spending like crazy, you had to throw actual money into it because the way that we were growing was it in a contractionary look. So at that time you had the government.
I'm talking about non-COVID related spending.
I know. This is talking prior to it too, right? So you can go all the way back to 2000, probably 18 or so, right? When I think the last giant one prior to COVID came out, right? What was it? It was like 2.3 trillion or something like that they spent on that budget. I mean, it was a large budget that they threw into.
I don't see how you're responding to my point.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. It's a lot of that had to do with the Green New Deal pushings and all this other
There was
stuff.
no Green New Deal.
No, but there was stuff that went into infrastructure.
You're talking about the Inflation Reduction Act? If you're talking about the Inflation Reduction Act, that was deficit reducing. It was deficit reducing, so I don't understand why you're saying that's a very big spending policy, especially when we can look at the TCGA specifically that spent 1.9 trillion over 10 years, $190 billion a year, and I can send you a paper from a liberal and conservative economist from Harvard that indicates only added 0.04% to the annual GDP, which is $10 billion a year in annual GDP growth, and that's probably less than 2 trillion in federal revenue, or 2 billion in federal revenue. Sorry, so that does $190 billion in investment every year pay for that if we're getting like 10 billion out of that in GDP growth and less than 2 billion in revenue? That's a terrible economic investment.
That's an average GDP growth. When you look at the total output of the whole country as a whole, that's actually pretty stagnant. It's not really a radical growth, is it?
No, but I'm asking you, is $190 billion a year in spending, right, justified by getting 10 billion economic growth? No, obviously not.
No, of course not.
No, that is a terrible economic investment.
Yeah, and that's
right?
what
So you're telling
me
the TCGA, which predominantly helped rich people as a terrible economic investment, is nowhere near what you're referencing when it added $1.9 trillion to the debt, but it's somehow a bad thing for the Inflation Reduction Act that was deficit reducing and actually gained revenue?
But it's not deficit reducing.
It is. It is. It's been rated by the CBO
right
as
now.
deficit
You
reducing.
can find a ticker anywhere out there that shows you how fast our debt is growing.
Wait. I'm talking about the Inflation Reduction Act.
Yeah. Okay. The Inflationary Reduction Act. When you go to put
the
into that,
Inflation Reduction Act.
Inflation Reduction Act. It's the same thing. I understand what you're saying. I'm not trying to get my words all twisted. So if you go and you dig into that thing a little bit deeper, when you go ahead and you say this is what we expected to get and what we actually net earn have been two separate things. It's been a balanced sheet. There hasn't been a positive outflow from that act. We're hoping that there will be
what's your source?
A positive act. Let's see. You can go off of the DOE on the energy side because energy's only gone up on that. So part of their input into it. You could go into
that has no relevance of whether or not this had an effect because the reason why energy went up. The reason why energy went up is because we have less imported oil into the United States because of the Russia-Ukraine situation and because of the fact that Trump signed a deal with OPEC to cut oil production in 2020. So that's specifically the reason why we have less oil imported into the country right now. That's actually what's led to the increase in energy costs. We can help decrease them by investing in renewable energies, which acts as a substitute. You can't just demonstrate whether or not there's an effect by saying there's high gas prices right now.
I could say that too.
The Handart.
The one thing that I can definitely say to that is you can't tell me if we go into renewable energies that's actually the way forward. Because you and I both know that we've dumped a lot of money that's gone nowhere. $650 million into Stellantis Corporation that just went upside down. They just got buried. So there's a net loss. Actually, what was it? 340 million
Out of,
or
you're talking
680 million?
But
that's part of the renewables.
So listen,
right?
listen. So if you're talking about an overall multiple, like over $1 trillion spending bill, appreciate the hint heart that you're referencing, of course there's going to be some portions of it, right, that don't necessarily follow through in terms of investment. There's not 100% efficacy, 100% efficiency, but what we're doing is we're bettering the scenarios that exist. Are you saying we should have no fight against climate change? Are you saying that this policy isn't good? And I want to ask you, what about the overall policy isn't good, especially when it's deficit reducing?
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and put this out there then. I can agree with you that I think everything needs to be done in order to make it a tenable solution for any type of pollutants and anything like that, climate change, whatever you want to call it, right? However, when they do that stuff, you have to have buy-in from everybody. Right now, you're losing buy-in. All of your major corporations that are trying to do EVs are going through a contraction, even though Elon Musk just hit a massive freaking windfall.
Are you just saying it's EV?
No, I'm just not saying it's no, because you're wind turbines, that too, that aspect of it, we don't have a constant production of that. You know, the coal.
I'm not saying there is. So you're just telling me that there are some limitations that exist for it, and I understand that these limitations exist, but that doesn't mean that we can't have any type of transfer mechanism. And for the inconsistencies that exist for wind and solar, there's things like tidal, nuclear that can offset those particular scenarios.
How are we going to get a nuclear built again?
There was that in the Inflation Reduction Act. We already have nuclear right now.
I know we already have nuclear.
France uses it right now. Are you saying France can do it, but we can't? Where's the paper?
Oh, no, not at all. The problem is trying to get the approval through the government because there's so much red tape for it. For probably about the last 15 years, the University of Idaho produced a cool running, I think it's equivalent of a 10 meg, house-sized nuclear facility, right? A nuclear power structure. And it was cold. So you would use geothermal and stuff like that to cool it off. It wasn't hot. You wouldn't have the catastrophic meltdowns and all that other stuff. They're finally building one. This thing was ready to go all the way back in 1998, I believe. So the technologies have already been there. But when you go from 1998 to today, when they're actually starting to build just one, and it's at 10 megs, right? So your 10 megs probably run a city of about 10,000 people or so on 10 megawatts. So
are you just going to say it takes time to develop these things? Because I'm not
at
like
all,
fucking.
because the development
I'm not lost.
was there.
I know what's going on. Can I explain the position so you understand that this is a transitionary model, right? We're not saying that we're going off of fossil fuels right away. This policy doesn't do that. This policy just makes us less dependent on foreign oil. And you're against that. You guys are literally rambling about the fact that, we're so dependent on other countries in terms of oil. We shouldn't be dependent on them. But you guys aren't willing to make the investments in renewable energy here in the United States?
Okay, so you can be weaning away from it, right? But what's the market date that everybody wants to hit to be fully exclusive on EVs? 2035.
No, that's not it at all. You're talking in terms of specifically like one aspect. They say specifically by 2050 there's going to be net zero carbon emissions.
Okay, how close are you to that right now?
That's 26 years from now.
Yes, and how close are you to that right now? And then
it depends on legislation that we get passed.
The one thing that
wait. By the way, what is the alternative? Tell me.
The alternative is we start utilizing the clean aspect that we have. Get more into the nuclear. Get more into the nuclear for the power generation. I agree with that. Now when we start talking about, we need to build up the infrastructure in order to do that. Nobody's building any infrastructure. Nobody's tied in for any electric lines going anywhere.
Bipartisan infrastructure bill.
Coal? We use low sulfur coal all the time. Guess where all of our coal goes that gets dug out of Wyoming? It gets thrown into trains.
Wait, I'm asking you for solutions. You're not providing them. Do you believe in climate change caused by humans?
I believe that there's definitely climate change.
Caused by humans?
Now, am I going to say that is the lion's share of it done by the United States?
No, I'm not. I'm asking you, is it caused by humans?
Can I ask you this? What's been the greatest cleaner?
Yeah, if you don't answer my question, I'll kick you from the stream. I'm not going to do this whole thing where I'm walking in circles. I want to ask. I'm asking you the question: do you believe in climate change caused by humans?
By humans, yes, relatively speaking, and I think the biggest aspect
is a majority of the climate change recently that we've seen in terms of an increase caused by humans.
You know, I'm going to go off that deep end and I'm going to say the largest affected climate change is going to be our polluting of the oceans. By jamming all that plastic, you're creating all those hot spots. You're going to affect all the atmosphere.
Those are still you need EPA regulations for that, right?
Yes, and we also need.
So if we got the EPA, push the pinch face. If we got the EPA, that doesn't work.
You do, right? But why aren't we pulling away from plastics being used as throwaway stuff? Why don't we get back into like they used to do in the 1970s? Go home with a paper bag. That's a renewable.
Wait! I never disputed that. I never disputed that.
No, but I wish.
And also, I just want to let you know, it's not just what's in the ocean, right? Do you accept what climate scientists say about climate change?
Not all of them, but yes, I do. I also believe.
If you do accept what climate scientists say about this, you completely dispute what Donald Trump says about this because he thinks the climate's going to start cooling, and that science just doesn't know it yet.
Not at all. Not at all.
So do you see that as actively delusional?
No, because I can see this, in my lifetime, just in my lifetime, 55 years. I've gone from the world's going to freeze to the world's going to boil to that we should have been dead 10 years ago.
None of that is true. Can you tell me specifically, like, do you dispute that? Do you dispute Donald Trump thinking that the earth is going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet? Do you think that's delusional?
No, I can't dispute that either because we're cyclical. And you know that as well as I do.
Okay, yeah. So do you think that this is off cyclical, like off of what's typical?
I don't believe so. We'll find out when we have.
Okay. So then you just said it's not caused by humans. So you just contradicted yourself.
It's a contributory factor. But
no, okay. Is the main cause humans?
Do I think
you said yes because of plastic? So now you're contradicting yourself.
No, I'm not. What I'm telling you, I think
you are absolutely contradicting yourself.
No, not at all. I believe that we contribute to.
First, the gold medal. You just said the main cause. Right? The main cause was plastics in the ocean, right? Which is human caused. Yeah, but now you're 100%. Telling me that it's not human caused.
Yes, I think you can turn it back if you clean up the plastics. I think you can turn back some of that loss.
So it is human caused, yes.
I think that we're playing a role in it for sure.
It's human
100%.
caused, yes. It's mainly human caused.
No, I won't say it's mainly human caused.
No, okay, but that's what you just said earlier.
No, I said I will go down a different route and say that it is also part of. And I will even buy
you explicitly
into,
said, I asked you, do you think the main cause is humans? And you said yes, and you said specifically because of the effect on the ocean.
They play a part in it. There's a very fine aspect.
Okay, so you're telling me that the small, so it's not a majority of this. So you dispute what climate scientists say.
No.
So you're delusional and you dispute what climate scientists say because you think you know more about how the climate operates than climate scientists?
No, I'm not going to say that at all. What I'm going to say is this. If we can learn how to clean up after ourselves, we can slow any potential growth that humankind does to our own atmospheres, right? To our own climate. We can control what we can control. There's other circumstances that we'll never be able to control.
I don't know what you're responding to. What specifically are you responding to that I said?
By you thinking that I think it's 100% human factor. It's not 100%.
I never said 100%. I said is most of it, right? Because there's a natural balance within our particular nature. We saw how it affected the temperature, right, in the past millennia. We've seen the effect on carbon emissions. There was a huge increase since the 1850s, since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. Anyone that has 2/5 of a brain cell can realize that that's obviously going to be related to human beings.
Yeah, but if
literally,
you go
that's an obvious thing. Climate scientists indicate it's a very obvious phenomenon that we can test. We have evidence that
100% not true,
with more carbon in the atmosphere, it increases temperature. We have studies on how ocean acidification, coral reefs have been getting destroyed based upon the increase in the ocean's temperature. Right? We can see all of these things. We have tests that prove that.
We also have tests that show where there are barrier reefs that are increasing in size. There are other.
Is that a majority of areas?
Well, it depends on how you look at it because some always
no. What is the net level? Is the net decrease or is it net increase?
The Great Barrier Reef is actually recovering at a
net decrease or net increase?
That's a net increase on the Great Barrier Reef.
No, I'm saying net decrease or increase for the globe.
I'd probably say it's sustained like polar bears. It's probably about even.
It's probably about even. Where are you getting this information from?
Even. That I would have to look at, but I know that the Great Barrier Reef, the largest
probably
one,
even. So
is actually growing.
He can just intuit it. He has telepathy, right? He's omniscient.
I'm not saying that. Oh, I wish I were, but no, I'm not. I can tell you that if you look at ice core samples, right, and you can look into popular
So, are you saying that you get this from
stuff.
science?
Some of it is
so if you get it,
fact.
Oh, some of it. So not all of it.
Well, because I don't know everything. I'm not omniscient, as you pointed out.
Okay, so
But
then
I
why
can
don't you
tell
trust
only
the
the stuff that
why
I
don't
know
you
that
trust
I've
the
read.
professionals and the scientists that actually have studied this for decades?
Okay, so how about the scientists that don't agree with what you're saying? How about the ones that are totally on the
What
opposite side of it?
3% of the 97, right?
Well,
97 versus 3.
Okay, well, that's kind of like 3% of the educators versus 97% of the
Wait,
educators.
I'm sorry. Like, if it is the case that there's 97% of climate scientists
Okay, let me
versus
put it this
3% of climate scientists, right? I think the 97% of climate scientists are significantly more likely to be accurate with the level of technology that we have access to.
I wish that were the case, and I wish I could believe you. And I wish
What
I
do you
were
mean?
a better
You
human.
think the 3,000?
You know
I mean, the
why I
3%.
can't?
You think the 3% is more reliable? Can
You know
explain to
why
me
I
why?
can't go with it? Because a lot of those people that are doing it and are along for that ride want funding. So they're going to say whatever they can to get the most funding available to them. If you go through other sources like people out of
Then
Scandinavia
why do the big fossil
countries,
fuel
they'll
companies
tell you that it's
fund
the
the
opposite.
3%? So why are a lot of the people in the 3% taking money from big fossil fuel companies?
Well,
How come
I imagine
they're
like
not
anybody.
funding?
They're all
How
looking
come the
for it.
big fossil fuel companies aren't funding the majority of the climate scientists that specifically are indicating this? How come they're funding the 3% of individuals that believe otherwise?
You're kidding me, right? You're kidding me, right? Because who's done the most to clean up the environment in the United States? Those fossil fuel
government?
companies.
The
Those fossil
government.
fuel companies. No,
Because
it's
they've
their
been
research.
forced by the government.
Yeah, but you know what they did?
Yeah, but like
no. So once you put that mandate down and they did it, they went ahead of it and they got in
Lisa,
front
thank
of
you
it.
so much for the $1. Dude, I can't believe this guy, man. Bree,
What
thank
can't
you so much
believe?
for the $3. Thank you so much. Janice, thank you so much for the $10. Mo, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Right? How ridiculous. You just acknowledged it. You just acknowledged that it was the government that forced them to do it. It wasn't them out of their own right.
No,
like,
oh, when you're
they
telling
just
us- I know that.
care about stop.
Okay.
Let me please finish.
No,
Let me
I
please
th-
finish. It's
Yeah.
not that it's not that big fossil fuel companies care about us. It had nothing to do that had to do
No,
with
you're
governmental
right.
regulations. We forced them to do the right thing.
You're right.
Come on.
100%. But then why did they go the extra mile and why did they go further than the regulations demand?
Which ones?
Oh, we can go into coal companies that did it turning scrubbers. DuPont. You could go into DuPont doing coal scrubbers, plant scrubbers for getting rid of emissions, lowering all that down. When we were talking about Lake
lowering
Erie.
all that down, it isn't lower it all down.
Oh, it's
it
lowered
helps,
it down.
but it doesn't
Is
lower
acid
it all
rain
down.
an issue anymore?
You understand that that's because of, again, the government.
Do you understand that it's at a higher level than just the government? Because you don't want to buy, and neither do I. Want
So
to
some
buy from a dirty
firms
company.
do that, but the overwhelming majority is not that way. You're not looking at it from a macro lens.
Even the smaller companies are doing it because more people like you and I don't want to buy dirty.
Oh,
it's a
okay. So now
consumer-driven
you're just saying
event.
it's consumer ethics based, right? What you're not
No, a lot of
understanding
it
is
has
that
to do
again,
with
that
it.
doesn't affect the overall market because a lot of the market has asymmetric information. So we don't even know whether or not the particular good that we're buying, how much carbon was in the process of producing or contributing to that. Right?
No, but-
There's no idea. So again, we don't have information about that. So clearly there's going to be the case that they are able to pollute at mass levels without us having that information.
You do have
That's
that
why
information.
that's important. That's why it's important for us to have a governmental entity to specifically ensure that these types of things, right, aren't taken advantage of, which Donald Trump wants to undermine the EPA.
No, he wants to put the regulation down and do it so that you don't have 87,000 steps to go
So no
through.
regulations, right? So
No,
again, the
that's not it.
thing that specifically limited the acid rain that you're referencing, let's get rid of that.
No, 100% no. It needs to be in place, but you don't need to do it at 17 different locations, 17 different entities. Why can't you have 5 entities to go through? Why don't you have your local? Why don't you have your regional? Why don't you, or your state, your regional, and your governmental? Why do you have to have 18,000 different steps and 18,000 different agencies to go through to get the answer, yes or no? When you should be able to
That's
meter
not
that
what
down into
Donald
something
Trump's
smaller.
advocating for. He's not
That's
advocating
100%
for
what he's
those types of EPA regulation. No, he's shown no interest in that.
No,
Zero
he's
interest.
already told you. What did he do before? You know what? I'll get rid of 2 if you give me 1.
He said clean water and clean air. That's specifically
right,
what
because that's what you want.
That's what his environmental policy was. It wasn't acknowledge climate change because he doesn't even believe it. He thinks that it's going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet. You guys are anti-science. You guys are anti-facts. You guys are delusion conspiracy based, and you guys all want to spread that across the entirety of our government sphere. You want that to be the main influence within our academia, within our education. What our children are hearing, they're learning conspiracy growing up because we don't use evidence anymore. We don't rely on science. Is that what you want our children to be learning? Are you?
You know what I want? This is what I want the kids to learn. I want them to learn how to be a good husband, take care of husbandry for their
That
planet,
is totally irrelevant.
right?
Of course, we want people to be good people, love and
So with
compassion,
that,
but that's
you
not
have
by
to
voting in
have-
a guy that
No.
sexually abused a woman. That's not by voting in a guy that wanted to do a complete and total shutdown of Muslims into the country. That's not
hold
voting
on.
for a guy that says he
Hold
grabs
on.
women by the
Can I
vagina
ask you a
because you have
question?
to ask. That's not a guy
This
who
is
says
great.
specifically
This is
likes to
great.
walk
I'm
into
glad you
changing
said
rooms and
that.
naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owns the place. That's not a guy that did any
no.
of those things.
No,
Right?
that's
That's not
great.
the moral character of what we would want from our children, what we'd want our boys and our girls to treat their spouses, the people that they care about, the people in their family. That's not how we care about that. If you care about character, you wouldn't say that bullshit. That's unbelievable.
Okay, so since we're going on to a character thing, can I ask you a question? What was his
Wait,
personal
you brought up
gain?
character. You brought
Okay.
up character.
What's his personal gain from any of that stuff that you just mentioned? What did he personally gain out of that?
What do you mean? What did he sexually abused women, right? He engaged in bigotry, right? You understand that, like, those things, right? I don't see any justification. I don't think there's
see the
any good
bigotry.
reason that he could have engaged in those things.
Where's the bigotry
That's
at?
disgusting and disgusting. What do you mean? Where's the bigotry? Calling for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. Is that not bigotry?
Are you kidding me? He's never
What is
said
bigotry?
that
Can you?
either.
Yes, you did. You
How
want me
do
to
you-
play
no.
it?
I'll
Oh,
tell you
you
which
fucking
sta- oh,
liar! You are
states.
unbelievable
What
liar, Madison. Give me
countries
the
did they
$10.
pull out?
Hold up.
What countries?
Don't lie. Listen. You said that he never said he wanted a complete and total shutdown of
Muslim
Muslims
ban.
entering the country. Do you want to bet?
Muslim ban? No, I know about the
Hannah,
Muslim
thank you
ban.
for the $5. Thank you so much.
What
Michaela,
did it
thank you
go
for the
to?
$1. So are you going to lie and say that? Now he did. You're going to move the goalpost.
No. I'm going to agree with you, but I want you to give me the context to it.
For a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
So, what do you think that meant? Just kicking them all out. Don't let anybody come in. What that is people coming in.
Here, I'll tell you what he meant. I'll tell you what he meant. Complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country.
No, even that was walked back, and you know that as well as I do, because what that actually meant was, great, just like us, we have to go through a vetting process in order to get a passport. You have to know what the background is for those individuals. You couldn't get those backgrounds for those individuals coming in from certain Muslim countries because of the war-torn.
Can you tell me what completely? Can you tell me what complete and total means?
Complete and total, as reference to outside that speech, was if you couldn't be vetted, you can't come in.
No, he said a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country.
That's what he said in his speech.
That
and
is
what did he have
all
to do? He had
Muslims
to
will
walk
not be
that
allowed
back,
in
right?
the country.
Did
You
he not
cannot
walk
tell
it
me
back?
that's not what it means. You can't
Did it
tell me
not
that's
get
not what it
walked
means.
back?
You cannot gaslight me out of that.
No, did it not get walked back?
When you say walk back, what do you mean he walked back?
Did he
What
not
walk
have to come
at?
back the next day and specifically say, that's not what I mean. I'm not shutting off all Muslim nations because people can come from Saudi Arabia. People can come from other ones. I'm talking about whatever. Hell, it's probably when he used the word shit hill or whatever in the hell countries, right? Shit house countries or whatever in the hell he said. I don't remember that either.
Oh,
but anyway.
can you play me that? Can you play me that? That clip? Because again, let's just be very clear.
I gotta Google that one.
Let's be very clear. Complete and total to everyone else.
Nobody.
Can I please finish? Complete and total to everyone else means every single person who's Muslim would not be allowed into the country. That's what it means.
Okay. Now, with that being said, did he ever shut it off so where no Muslims could come in this country?
He can't do that constitutionally.
Yes, you could.
The only reason, no, he can't. So
Yes,
can
you
you tell
can.
me how he could? Do you know
Easy.
what freedom of religion is in the Constitution?
No. I know that. But
Freedom
the
of religion
Constitution- But
is
you got to remember,
we are
that is
protected
for
against
your
religious
citizens.
persecution by the Constitution.
Nah,
I understand
you're
Donald Trump
convoluting
wants
it.
to terminate the Constitution. Donald Trump
Nope.
doesn't care about our Constitution,
Nope.
pushes the boxing gloves. But our Constitution does not allow for him to do that, and that's why he couldn't.
Not at all. You see, that's where you're wrong. Because when you're talking about immigration and when you're talking about religion, you're talking about
Could
two
you do a
different
complete
things.
and total shutdown of Christians entering the country?
When you are talking about those
Do you think that's
two,
possible?
You're conflating.
Do you
You're
think it's
trying to
possible
bring
to
two
do a
pieces
complete and
together
total
which
shutdown?
don't fit. Hey, you can't put that round
answer the
peg in
question.
that square hole.
Do you think that it is by law allowed constitutionally to restrict all Christians from coming to the country? Do you think that's by law allowed? Do you think that's constitutional?
If you were to stop any one particular group of people, you would have to shut down every single one of them because we are open to everybody, regardless of race, religion, or creed, or ethnicity.
Okay,
anything
so
like that, right?
what you just did is you just acknowledge let me please finish. You just acknowledged that it is the case that it is constitutionally protected against religious persecution. Right? So if you're constitutionally protected against religious persecution, the reason why Donald Trump couldn't do this in particular is because it's not constitutionally allowed.
That's not true.
That's the
What
reason.
I'm telling you is when we go through and you look at how the immigration processes work, a non-native citizen, which would be a non-native or citizen of the United States, is not afforded the same constitutional rights as somebody who is a citizen or just recently somebody who's immigrated into the country is also
so what you're
protected
arguing is
by that.
you're arguing is that constitutional rights don't apply to legal immigrants?
Are you in the country? Yes. If you're coming into the country, no.
Constitutional, that's still, you understand that, like, this is like akin to saying that, like, you could have limited like the Puritans from coming from Britain during the beginning aspects of the U.S. Country. That's what you're arguing, right?
You
That's not true.
anybody.
You can't block on the basis of a religion that is not allowed constitutionally. Okay?
Why has that happened in the
because you are
past?
that you are discriminating on the basis of that. There have been Supreme Court actions against these
It's
things
happened
to
in the
engage in.
past.
Do you know what the Civil Rights Amendment is? The
Absolutely.
Civil Rights?
Do you understand
The
that
Civil
it's
Rights
happened in
Act?
the past?
Not Amendment Act. You know the Civil Rights. So there has been plenty of things specifically that constitutionally have been protected for other groups, whereas they previously were not protected. So now they're absolutely
when they
protected.
are constitutionally protected, who is constitutionally protected? Are they citizens or non-citizens?
You are
they
constitutionally protected if you are a citizen in the country. You're constitutionally protected through legal migration. They cannot specifically discriminate
yes.
right on a legal process right against someone's religion. They can't do
Yes.
that. If they can't do that, well, then you cannot specifically limit all people who are
But
Muslims
what
from
you
coming to the
can
country.
do is
That's
what?
why listen. That's why Donald Trump couldn't have done that. Okay, that's the only thing that held back Donald Trump from doing a complete and total shutdown of Muslims into the country, which is religious persecution.
Well, no, that's not actually it. It was because you weren't shutting it down from other places and you weren't vetting them. This is the one thing that.
What are you talking? You're not answering the question.
No.
You said
I'm going to
complete and total
answer your
shutdown of
question
Muslims.
100%. I'll 100% you. They did not limit anybody coming in, right? But you can. According
because
to
they can't
immigration law,
constitutionally.
you can stop anybody from coming in. No, constitutionally, you can. Because you are not affording somebody an opportunity to enter into your country to infringe upon your rights. You, Parker, they can't just bring anybody in. They're supposed to be vetted. If they don't come in a legal manner, you can send them out because they're breaking the law.
What you're saying is that what you're arguing in terms of Donald Trump is that there's no legal manner for Muslims to come into the country.
No, not at all.
Again, discriminating a legal process. Be quiet. Listen, let me please finish. You're discriminating a legal process, right, on the basis of someone's religion that is constitutionally protected. Ask any civil rights lawyer. Literally any civil rights lawyer, any constitutional lawyer will tell you that is not allowed constitutionally speaking. You are speaking gibberish. You are yapping, my guy. You got a degree in fucking yaponomics, right? Linguistics specializing in Japanese, my guy. What the hell are you doing, dude? This is not constitutionally allowed.
I like that one. That one's good. I got to remember that. Japanese. All right. That was good. That was pretty, that was fun. Hey, no, seriously though, on an actual note, your Constitution applies to you, right? Immigration law, if you read into the immigration law itself, you can shut off this pipeline to anybody coming into this nation if you wanted to. It's been done in the past. I'm sure it'll be done.
You can't do so on a protected class like religion.
But I can do it from a regional basis. I can do it from a state basis.
Wait, you just conceded. You just conceded.
No,
right? No, you just conceded.
We don't do it. We don't do it.
No, you just conceded.
You could do it if you wanted to, but that's not
No,
what
wait, no,
it
you
was
just
meant.
conceded. You
That's
just said
not
that it's
what's
only a
meant.
regional
No.
basis and it's not based upon the religion.
Yeah. What is it?
Exactly
You're
my
not banning
point.
them. That's what I was telling you before. If you
Jaime,
couldn't
thank
be
you so much.
vetted,
I appreciate
couldn't
it. To
come in.
$5. Gina, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Kaylee, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. And Christian, thank you so much for the $50 from Norway, 1 week until Election Day gift. Thank you so much. And Gina, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that as well. Thank you.
Damn, you got a lot of contributors. That's awesome. You're doing well, Parker. You don't need to get a job. You got one. All right. So, congrats, by the way. Seriously.
I mean, I've already argued this thing against you. I don't think that you're going to give me a response at this point.
No. I'm not going to, because the one thing that I'm going to say, and you're not going to agree with no matter what, is, feelings and facts don't match. So
we have facts and you've only got feelings. We're still boxing those.
No, not at all.
You're literally the guy who doesn't believe in climate change caused by humans mainly.
I don't believe it is mainly caused by humans.
Exactly my point. Do you believe the Earth is flat?
Absolutely not. It's round. Well,
why
spherical.
not?
Why not? Because I don't know. Let's figure it out. I mean, without science, we can do it with math. So,
Okay. So
truisms.
Okay, sure.
Let's stick with truisms.
Do you believe in gravity?
I actually do. I've been hit by sticks and rocks falling out of the air.
Okay. So the point I'm making is that is specifically science. Do you believe in germs? Germ theory?
I do.
Okay. So obviously that's science, right? What do you get that from? Evidence.
But
do you believe in dinosaurs?
Do I believe in science?
Do you believe dinosaurs existed? Do you believe dinos?
Yeah, because I see fossil records.
You do? Okay, so that's science.
It's paleontology, but that's a different subject. It's a pseudoscience.
You don't think that's a pseudoscience?
Yeah, we'll call it a pseudoscience. Kind of like psychology.
Pseudoscience? Yet, wait, you think that paleontology is a pseudoscience? That means you don't believe dinosaurs exist.
Come on, Parker, work with me here. I'm trying to be
You didn't
funny.
believe dinosaurs existed?
Yeah, of course I do. I'm probably one of the few people you're going to get to agree that dinosaurs did exist. I think they did.
Okay. I mean, good. I'm glad that I'm glad that we agree that dinos exist.
Yeah.
Existed,
I also don't agree with scientists when they said that the world was going to freeze back in the 70s. But these are the same scientists.
What scientists?
Oh, come on, Parker. It's too easy for you to look up. I'd do it if I had my stupid phone with me. But in 1974,
I'll give you time to go look it up while I talk to people.
Well, hold on. I can just yell at my phone. Hey, Google. Tell me when Time Magazine published about the Earth freezing or going into a cold series of events in the 1970s, Ice Age.
Here's what I found.
Time.com. 1977. It is science.org, actually. Sciencefeedback.org. 1977. Where they were talking about the Earth going into a mini ice age. That didn't happen.
No, what climate scientist said it, though?
Oh, hell, I don't know. It was in the 70s and I was a kid. But it was the prevailing thought at the time.
Actually, the ice age that never happened says, but the Earth was not cooling and ice age was never imminent. That's what your article says that you just cited.
I know, but
the article that you just cited, scienceline.org, right?
Parker,
that article says, but Earth was not cooling and ice age was never imminent.
Hindsight being 2020, right? It wasn't imminent because it never happened. We also didn't have massive drying of the ocean when they said that was going to happen. We also haven't had massive flooding yet. Florida should only be about 5 miles wide right now if we believed everything that
right now it says in this quote unquote, it is a myth that scientists in the 1970s widely predicted global cooling.
Not a myth.
That is Sarah Green, an environmental chemist at Michigan Tech University. Right, that's what your own scienceline.org source literally just cited.
It was on Time Magazine.
It says, quote unquote, it is a myth that scientists in the 1970s widely predicted global cooling.
Time Magazine about Earth going into an ice age, 1977.
I have two things to say. One, you're wrong. Two, even if you were right, that doesn't indicate science today is wrong. Okay, so you should still accept science. In the same way you accept dinos existed, in the same way that you accept vaccines are effective, I hope. In the same way that you accept basic science like germ theory and you accept that gravity exists, right? All of those things, science, evidence related, right? You don't believe the evidence when it relates to climate change?
Many vaccines do work. There's also some that have had very bad aspects on the other end of them.
Do you think the mRNA vaccines are part of those?
I'm not sure.
There we go.
I don't know enough about it. All I do know is this, that, my kid has, heart issues now and he didn't have them until after getting the shot and he's your age, right?
Has he got COVID?
Yeah, of course he got COVID.
How do you not know
He
it's
got it
related to
after.
COVID? Because it's significantly
Because it
more
was
likely
from
to
the
happen
shot.
from COVID.
Because nobody else is
How do you know
genetically that way.
Wait, did the doctor say it's from the shot?
Yeah, probably a probable cause. A probability cause for it.
The doctor said that.
Yeah. Yes, and that is one of those things. Yeah, it was actually a nurse.
Really?
Yeah, one of the nurses down at Kansas Research Hospital.
But not the doctor that specifically looked.
Well, yeah. Periods now because of it, or
wait, you understand that
periods,
nurses don't identify those things, right?
You do understand that I do understand that they don't. I also understand that that's a major research hospital.
So the doctor
where
didn't
they work
say
on this stuff daily.
So the doctor didn't
said
say
it too. The doctor said it too
The
because
doctor-
it was a
really?
cardiologist
Now the
that had to
doctor
look
said
at
it.
Cardiologist.
So the doctor said it
supported this.
specifically.
So you don't believe in doctors?
So, no, I'm not disputing that. If the doctor said it, that could possibly be true, right? But the point I was making is that it's significantly more likely to be negatively impactful if it is from COVID, and it's significantly more likely to happen from COVID. So I was just asking if the doctor did say it, well then sure. But that's not what you said originally.
Yeah, but the thing is when you go through the COVID at such a young age, I mean, 16, the effects that it would have on your body was slim, especially in that beginning period, right? When they first came out, the COVID thing, the morbidity rate and the damage to the body was very small from that virus when it hit us, right? It really was. Unfortunately, a lot of people died, and that was horrible, absolutely atrocious, right? But a lot of the science at the time said that other aspects of treatment didn't work, when now we found out that everybody has published that, Trump wasn't off his rocker, that you could actually use ivermectin, and it is a treatable thing. They talk
Not
about
for
that
COVID.
today.
Not for COVID. There's no evidence supporting that. There's
There
no
isn't?
evidence supporting its
Okay,
effects
you
for
need to look
COVID.
it up because
Not
it
for
just
COVID.
came
Give
out
me
a few months
Give me a
ago.
source. What's the title?
Let me find out, because it was all over the news. Everybody was talking about it.
Yeah, and I bet it's gonna randomly come out someday that nuking hurricanes is effective too under your world.
No, I think that's a big pile of horse shit. I'm sure everybody thinks that's a pile of horse shit, because that's
We should trust the violent
pretty
offender who
asinine.
literally said that he wanted to nuke hurricanes with access to nuclear weapons. That sounds like a great
supposedly
idea.
Also said shoot freaking bleach in your veins. You're going to tell me that too, right?
Wait, but I can literally play the clip of this.
You can literally play a clip that says, "I want people to shoot bleach into their veins."
I'm talking about the prior claim.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Okay. All right. Well, I thought you were going to tell me some other stuff, and I wasn't going to buy into that either.
But we can talk about we can talk about how Trump did refer to that. Like he did refer to that. But like I was talking about the prior claim.
Oh yeah, I'm kind of confused right now. I was trying to look up something, and I forgot what I was going to look up. Anyway, ivermectin. Okay, Google. Ivermectin.
I can't believe people still these days believe this shit. It's unbelievable. I've been debating people with this for like 3 fucking years, dude. 3 fucking years. I did COVID debates for so long, debating people, and people still believe this shit. It's unbelievable.
I know.
You got flagged for misinformation. Bro got flagged for misinformation. I'm surprised. Wow. I couldn't see that one coming. Wow, dude. I didn't expect that one. That's interesting. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I'm surprised that it took that long, chat, honestly.
Hello?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
27.
What's your birth year?
1997, January.
What state do you live in?
Ohio.
What time is it?
It is 5 o'clock.
There's no way it would be 5 o'clock. Bro, what the hell? 5 o'clock? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. Why so?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I do hear you. Why are you voting Trump?
I get it that, he has a a personality to him. I get that. I mean, I get that a lot of people don't like him because of his personality. He says, I'm a Trump supporter, and he says shit to all the time that I'm like, I cringe. And I'm like, why did you say that? You know? So let's start there. But as far as the country goes, bro, he's much better than Kamala Harris. There's no doubt. There's not even a question.
How is he better than Kamala Harris?
Kamala Harris wasn't even voted into office. She wasn't even voted to be running for president in the first place. The Democrats,
she was by the delegates.
Yeah. Who put her there? They decided.
I'll tell you.
Joe Biden was not worthy, so they put her there. That's a fact.
Who's that? Who's they?
The Democrats.
Okay. You understand that one of the Democrats is Joe Biden, so Joe Biden did that. Joe Biden was like, "Yeah, I'm going to drop out." Right, because I don't think I have a chance to win based on internal Democratic polling, right? And because of that, let me please finish. And because of that, he was like, okay, I'm going to endorse Kamala Harris, right? And the entire party is going to coalesce around her, right? Because it is the case that most people support her. 8 out of 10 Democrats are satisfied with her being the nominee.
She was the most unpopular. She was the most unpopular vice president in American history. That's a fact.
Where'd you get that?
So how did she go from being?
Can you give me a source for that?
Look it up.
Yeah. I'm asking you what's your source for that.
Am I going to have to Google
your own claim? You have to Google your own claim? Because I'm looking right now, and I do not see on page 34 of trustmebro.university anything that justifies what you just said. Because, look, the entire page is blank, dude. It's blank.
Okay, well,
it's blank, dude.
I'll give you that. Let's go with that then. She was very unpopular, and I don't think anybody disputes that. Okay,
can you answer the question? Where you said that she was the most unpopular? Do you have a source for that, or did you just make that claim because you felt like it?
I'll have to get off this phone. I'll have to get off and stop disputing you. I'll have to go look it up and then come back. Do you want me to do that?
You can swipe out of the app. And you can stay in.
Bro, I think it's pretty clear that she was unpopular as a vice president. Do you dispute that at all?
Wait, I have a question. Did you know that Donald Trump?
Do you think that she was popular as a vice president?
Yeah, I do think that she was popular by a lot of people. But listen, push the boo. Listen, for vice presidents, vice presidents are some level of popular. Yes, of course. So let me acknowledge this real quick. Do you think that Donald Trump was very popular when he ran in the early 2000s?
Yes, he was very popular.
Really? Is that why he dropped out very quickly? I mean, his campaign lasted like 9 months.
How The View and everybody else, Oprah Winfrey,
lasted like 9 months, dude.
They all loved him. They all loved him, bro.
What did he get in the polls? What did he get in the polls? Did he even get 1%?
Everybody
he didn't even get 1%, and he dropped out within 9 months. He didn't even make it a year.
How can you not see that?
He didn't even make it a year?
How could you not see that? Everybody loved him until he ran against Democrats.
And that's why he got 0% in Trump 2000. Trump 2000, 0%. Let's go. Woo!
Are you insane, my guy? Are you insane, my guy? Are you insane? Everybody loved him, including the 0%. The View.
Yeah.
Everybody else
they
loved Donald Trump until he ran.
But if Kamala Harris
Democrats.
gets 15% in the Democratic Party, no one supported her, even before she was VP.
That? Why do you not acknowledge that?
Yeah, because you're.
Why do you not acknowledge that?
Listen, can you stop speaking for a second?
I'll shut up for like the next 3 minutes. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I do acknowledge everything as it relates to what's fucking reality. I don't acknowledge delusional bullshit that you just come up with and you make up with because you feel like it. Appreciate the boo. I don't just believe conspiracy because I require evidence, right? I'm not a sheep, right? I don't just accept things because
were you born in 2022 or not?
Wow, you really got me there. You really got me there, dude. You really got me there, man.
Can you go back a few years? At least a few years? You talk about 2022. Can you go back
Maze, thank you so much for the $5. Vanessa, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Vanessa. Thank you. Emma, thank you so much for the $8.
You're an idiot,
Coda,
bro.
thank you so much for the $1. You said I'm an idiot? What makes me an idiot?
Oh, yeah. Thanks for the $1. I can't go back past 2022. I can't go back. I'm just going to go back to when Donald Trump said blah, blah, blah. Fuck you, bro.
That was before 2002. Go back to 2000. Are you mad? Do you need a safe space?
I'm not mad at all. I'm not mad at all.
Okay.
All I want you to do is tell the damn truth, bro. Tell the truth.
I am telling the truth. Do you need your own MAGA safe space? Filled with
I don't.
Couch cushions?
Just tell the truth.
I am telling the truth.
Prior to Donald Trump running for office, everybody loved him. Everybody. The Democrats loved him.
And that's why he got 0% when he ran in 2000?
He could go on The View and say whatever he wanted, and everybody loved him. But once he ran against Democrats, that's when everybody hated him. And
he
you
got
know
0% running on single-payer health care.
So how did he get elected? How did he get elected, bro?
In 2000, he didn't. In 2000, he didn't.
Was it the Nazis? It was the Nazis, right? The Nazis.
I mean, they voted for him.
Is that right?
They voted for him.
God damn. You are so
I'm actually
stupid,
not
bro.
trolling. I'm actually not trolling. The Nazis literally did vote for Trump. I'm not trolling.
You are fucking stupid.
How?
There's literally. I'm sure that there are. I'm sure that the far right wing, the far right wing Nazis, people in this country, they probably voted for Donald Trump. There's no doubt about that. But to assume that all Trump supporters are Nazis is a completely different fucking thing.
I never said that. I never said you're a Nazi. Well, you just got harassment and bullying, Cash, because you've been so rude to me, apparently, according to TikTok. Bro, when did I say that everyone who's a Trump supporter is a Nazi? Like, what? I just said all the Nazis voted for him. Christy, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Christy. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Sydney, are you voting Trump? Oh, okay. Democrats or communist, socialist, Marxist? Communist, socialist, Marxist? You know what's the pal to you?
20.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Chad, thank you so much for the $3.33. What's your birth year?
2004.
And you said you're how old? Nice job. Solid. Great start. Great start. Let's get this next person up here. Tap that screen, share the live. Everyone, it will help get it out to more people, y'all. Yo, what's a pal to you? Hello.
Hello?
Are you voting Trump? Push the boo.
No, hell no.
Based. All right, let's get on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes, everyone. Fill the bar a few times. Let's try to easily get up to 1 million likes. I think we can do it within like a few minutes. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live. It will help get out to more people. You can watch the video that I just put out, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
I feel like they're not old enough. Let's get on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Tap that screen. Share the live, everyone. It will help get out to more people. You want to support me? Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link trees in the bio. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. I think that person was on earlier, by the way. I accidentally just added them up again. Push the boo. All right, let's get this next individual up. It's not adding this person. I apologize, everyone. Sometimes it takes a second to get people up here. Let me just get someone up here. I do apologize, y'all. Appreciate the love painting. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18, 2006.
Okay, what state do you live in?
Texas. I moved when I was like I've come from Australia and I've got a citizenship now because my dad.
What
was
time is it right now?
The time's not popping up on my phone, unfortunately.
Swipe down.
No, brother.
Just swipe down. Just swipe down.
Kamala Harris.
Just swipe down.
Her accent everywhere she goes.
Okay, so yeah, I'm just not gonna believe you. If you can't swipe down for 2 seconds, right? I'm not gonna believe you. What? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual up. Tap that screen, everyone. We're getting close to 600K. Let's keep going. Keep it going, everyone. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Someone said Parker picks the easiest ones. I sent them an invite. Are they going to even join? Please join. Please join. I picked the easiest ones. Is that why I picked you and you still didn't join? What's up, how old are you? All right, how old are you?
36.
What's your birth year?
1984.
Okay, are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Wait, 36, 1984? That doesn't even make any sense. What? All right, let's get this next individual up here. That's MAGA math right there, everyone. I'm telling you. Kathy, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much for still my favorite on TikTok. Thank you so much. And Julio, thank you so much for the $3. For happy to say I voted for Kamala today in the state of Georgia. Yo, good for Julio. Good for Julio. Let's get some W's for Julio in the comment section. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Literally, votes in swing states are so important, unbelievably important. But vote everywhere. Vote for Kamala Harris, everyone. Make sure you get out and do that. I'm actually going to be doing that tomorrow, everyone. So, yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. That's up. How old are you?
Hi, I'm 19.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Just because, like, you guys say he's.
What's your birth year, actually?
Racist. 2005.
Okay.
I'm in Boston. It's 8:30. Well, 1 minute until 8:30.
You're good. You're good.
All right. I'm voting for Trump because, like, you guys can say he's racist. He's like, I don't know, saying that women can't do like anything or whatever. But I just would like a president who can sit like at a table and be with other world leaders and like not start World War III. So, like, I don't care if he's like.
Who's more likely to do that? Who's more likely to do it? A prosecutor or a violent offender that, you know, claimed he wanted to nuke hurricanes?
So, like, what's your evidence, like, that he's a sex offender? Like,
yeah, he was held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people for forcibly penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will.
Okay,
Jamie,
and
thank you for the
Kamala should
$5.
be
Thank you.
arrested for murder
Kamala.
because of entering. Okay, Kamala should be arrested for murder because she let illegal immigrants enter the country and they killed 3 like innocent American citizens.
Okay, so Molly Tibbetts got killed by undocumented immigrants. Do you think that's the fault of the Biden-Harris administration?
Wait, what? I didn't hear you.
So Molly Tibbetts got killed by undocumented immigrants. Do you think that's the fault of the Biden-Harris administration?
No, I just think if Trump would have been in that scenario, they wouldn't have allowed any illegal immigrants to enter the border.
Really? So Molly Tibbetts actually died under Trump's administration and was killed by undocumented immigrants under Trump's administration. So
No, it
should he be
wasn't.
charged for the murder of Molly Tibbetts?
No, it was under.
No? Why
Kamala.
not? That was under his administration.
No, it
Should
wasn't.
he be charged for murder? He's a murderer. Right? Is that your view?
No.
No. Okay, so if he's not a murderer and that's not your view, Well, then clearly that's not a good argument you've got there.
Okay, but let me
Okay,
ask
so
you this.
so
If
why would you
have-
vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman? Why would you vote for a guy that wanted to do a complete and total shutdown of Muslims into the country, that sent false slates of electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win, to try to illegally steal the election? First that mustache. Wanted to terminate the Constitution. Said he wanted to date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Said yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass, calling his daughter voluptuous, which means sexually attractive and curvy, saying he likes to walk into
You're
changing rooms of
blabbing
naked
so
teenage
much
girls
that
because he
no
quote
one
unquote
can
owns the
understand
place.
you. Like I literally can't understand you. Like seriously. And also,
Okay,
like, let
I'm
me
sorry.
ask you
Which one
something.
do you want
Let
me to
ask you
elucidate?
something.
Which point do you want me to elucidate even further on?
Let me ask you something. All right. If you want to get braces, would you go to a dentist or a painter?
You'd go to a dentist.
Okay.
There's the cap.
So
So what should Trump go to believe in climate change or not?
no,
Should he
so
go to
Trump-
climate
What I'm
scientists?
saying here is that Trump is a good president. So I don't want him. Like I don't care if he's this and that.
Okay,
if
so
he,
should we look
like-
at what the economists say? You said look at the specialities, or let's look at what economists say. Do they say Trump's plan or Harris's plan is better for standout?
Well, I mean that's just opinion based. Like you say, Kamala is better.
Wait,
but I
you
think
said look at
Trump is
you.
better.
Would you go to a dentist or would you go to a mechanic for your teeth?
Yeah, well, taxes.
You'd go to a dentist, right?
Haven't taxes been way higher with Kamala and Biden than with Trump?
Well, yeah, we're currently still under Trump's tax plan. Push the hand art. That's interesting. Currently still Trump's tax plan. So thank you, Trump, for the high taxes. Thank you so much, Trump. I really appreciate you increasing taxes on us, right? Push the boxing gloves.
No, that was Biden with the gas
Nope.
prices and everything. Yes.
That's not a tax. And also, we actually have the highest level of production of oil right now than any point in American history. The reason why the price is higher is because we're getting less imports from countries around the world. Push the cap. That has nothing to do with the United States. So how did the Biden-Harris administration cause that? Justin, thank you so much for the $1.
I mean,
Kate,
it does
thank you so much for the
because
$5.
Kamala, like-
Maze, thank you so much for the $15. Lauren, thank you so much for the $40 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Bridget, thank you so much for the $20 for voted for Kamala in Florida today. Let's go. Turning it blue. And Kathy, thank you so much for the $20. Yeah, go for it. What were you saying? Sorry.
Why are you voting for Kamala? Let me
Yeah,
hear your-
Yeah, she influenced to get past really good policy like the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act. Right? She hasn't held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. She didn't try to coup the country. She didn't call for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. Basic things like that. Push the cap.
Okay, so can you like tell me what the acts actually are?
Yeah, so the Inflation Reduction Act had
Wonderful.
the largest investment in renewable energy ever of any country, and it had the $35 cap on insulin for people who are seniors on Medicare and other individuals on Medicare as well.
Okay,
right? So
and
all people on
where do you
Medicare are
think-
protected.
Where do you think the money where do you think the money comes from where she's getting to help businesses and free healthcare for like people who can't afford it? Where do you think that money comes from? Our taxes, doesn't it? Doesn't it?
So a price cap isn't like coming from our tax dollars.
No, I'm just
That's
saying
just a law.
she said that she's gonna give businesses like startup businesses
Yeah.
money to start off
Yeah,
and
so
like
I'll
also
tell
people
you.
that
I'll
can't
tell-
afford
I'll tell you.
healthcare and can't afford
I got
like
you.
education, free all of that for free. So
She
where is
never
that
said
money
she was gonna
coming
make
from?
all of
Is
that
it
free,
coming
but I
from
wish.
her pocket.
Where's the
No,
future
it's
encounters?
coming from our pocket, isn't it?
Okay, so I wish she was giving all those things for free. I don't think that they actually said that. But in terms of where
They said
they're
that.
getting
They
the
said
money,
that. They just said
no,
that.
they didn't.
No
but
lie.
where they're
Yes, they
getting
did.
where they're getting money for all of their spending policies, right? They have specifically an increase in the corporate tax rate to 28%, which is 7% lower than what it was under Obama. 28% long-term capital gains for income over $1 million in a year. Currently, it's 20%, right? And then also increasing income tax on income over $400,000 in a year. Where's your little crown? Whereas actually, if we look at the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, a nonpartisan committee from the federal government indicates that the campaign plans for the Trump administration versus the Harris administration. For the Trump administration, it's $7.5 trillion over 10 years, and for the Harris administration, it's $3.5 trillion over 10 years. So apparently, we have a greater ability to pay for our spending policies than Trump's administration. So where is the money for the tax cuts to rich people going to come from? Right? Is it going to be from the middle class? Is it going to be through the context of him increasing prices on American products, specifically coming to the country from other countries around the world? Because it is the case that he wants to do tariffs.
You think just because a person has more money, they should just give it away? Like, who worked for that? Themselves. Like, yes, there's some people that get lucky. Okay, that's how the world works. Like, what am I supposed to do? I'm not president. Like,
I have
and
a
about
question.
the abortion,
If
like-
the inevitability, before we move on to that, if there's inevitability of taxing someone to ensure that we have public policies for everyone, I would prefer it to be placed on people, right, who are much more wealthy than for it to be placed on middle class individuals. Would you prefer that it's placed on middle class individuals through the context of tariffs?
I mean, if you guys want to be fair, it should be placed everyone
That's a
the same.
regressive tax
isn't it?
system. No, because that's actually regressive because cost of living impacts people who make less to a greater degree. They spend a greater percentage of their overall income on cost of living comparative to people who are rich spending a portion of their overall income on cost of living. So obviously it makes more sense to tax people who have significantly greater levels of funds. Appreciate the boo. And thank you so much, Heather. Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Heather. I really appreciate it. Erica, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. Megan, thank you so much for the I voted for Kamala in Iowa today. Justin, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. Stacy, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Madison, thanant you so much for the $1. I appreciate it. And Christian with the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Christian. Can we get some W's for Christian in the comment section right now? Thank you so much.
Don't pay taxes just because they take bank loans, because who would deny like $100 million from like Bill Gates or something like that? That's why they don't do it.
So you say you should pay your money and stuff. I live in California, right? I do pay taxes, right? You understand that's consistent with my current philosophy, right? That's not inconsistent with my philosophy. What I'm saying is that extraordinarily rich people should be paying a majority of the taxes rather than putting it on people who are in the middle class, because I want people in the middle class to be better suited towards being able to have economic advantages, social mobility, right? Food for their children, reducing childhood poverty, right? Things that actually benefit everyone across the board, not just people who are extraordinarily rich, right? And are going to get an extra yacht. Reba, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Daisy, thank you so much for the $5. Jade, thank you so much for the $1. And Karen, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so like the money you're making off your lives and everything, like, are you gonna give it to the like underprivileged, the homeless? Like, what do you do?
Wait, I pay taxes. And I advocate for programs that help people like that. So yes, I pay. I live in California. I pay like one of the highest tax rates in the nation. Okay, is that not consistent with my ideology?
Sure, it is consistent.
Whitney, thank you so much for the $5. Bao, thank you so much for the $100 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Bao. Thank you so much. And Brittany, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Bao in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Like, so your place in abortion is that it should be legal. Why? Like, why?
Because I care more about the rights and autonomy of a sentient woman that's alive, right? And people who are pregnant than I care specifically about a non-sentient embryo, right? I don't care about non-sentient embryos. I don't care about zygotes, right? I don't care about sperm. Just because something's cellularly speaking alive doesn't mean I grant it value. I grant sentient human lives value.
Okay, what about after like there's a beating heart? There's no
I see you. I don't care about a beating heart. I care. That's not life. Life is defined at conception, right? But I don't care about just cellular life. I care about sentient life. So when does sentient life begin? Subjective experience?
No, as the heart like starts beating.
Do you think a family should be able to pull the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead? Delaney, thank you so much for the $10. Caitlin, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
I mean, depends what the person wanted as their, I don't know, like final wish, I guess.
Oh, wait, no. It'll say that they don't have any particular determination on that. Should the family be able to make that choice? And if the family does make that choice, are they murderers?
No.
No, okay, they're not, but their heart is beating.
Okay, you're right. I'll give you that one.
So it's not the heart that you value. It's not just the cellular life that you value, because both those exist. It's some other quality.
No, but you're taking an opportunity of a life.
You're covering your mic. You're taking away an opportunity of life? Are you saying sperm should have rights?
No, I'm just saying like...
I can't hear you. You're covering your mic.
Oh, after like the heart starts beating, and then if you like kill it, you kill the life, basically. Like you're taking the opportunity for it to grow, for it to like evolve.
So you're taking away an opportunity. So that's the same thing as like pulling out. Is it wrong for someone to pull out? For Standard. And Kevin, how old are you? For Standard.
No, I just believe, like, I don't think sperm is life. I just believe until there's a beating heart, that's life.
Sperm is living. It's
like,
biologically living.
And, like, sadly, I can't do anything about this. I just, like, would allow abortion, like, if someone's raped, but I'm not going to be president, so I can't do anything about that. But I just, like, don't agree when people use it, like, as like.
So how do you feel about Donald Trump leaving it up to the states, right? Specifically that restricted women's access to abortion in instances in which they have been assaulted in certain states based on their state's abortion laws?
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I think a woman should be allowed to abort if they were raped, but that's the only case, like nothing else. Just like
Okay, what about life of the mother?
But that is legal. If the mother's life is
No. Do you think that exception should exist for life of the mother?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Hey,
So,
yo,
what's up, Kevin? What am I scared of?
What are you scared of? Let me answer this question. You ready? So,
go ahead.
Can you enlighten me and the viewers on why, when Trump was president, there was no new wars, and under Kamala, you see all the wars going around? Can you
So, what's
answer that?
do you know what the Turkish-Kurdish war is?
So that's not what I asked you.
Wait, no, but that's something that happened under Trump's administration
but
because he
that's not
pulled
what I
troops out of
asked. There
Kurdistan.
was no
You
new
said there were no
wars.
new wars. I just gave you an
That's true.
example of
That's
one.
correct. That's correct. There was no
Based
new
upon
wars.
your definition of new wars, that's a new war.
What's your definition, Parker, of a new war?
Yeah, so if we're talking about like a new war, it would be a new conflict, right? Right, and actually, under either of these administrations, there hasn't been a new conflict, right? Because these were pre-existing conflicts.
See, a new
Thank you so
war
much.
is not a new conflict. The U.S. government did not define any new wars when Trump was president, yet they did under Kamala. And Kamala,
Wait, what new wars?
as you described, the prosecutor.
Kevin, which ones?
He was she was the negotiator for the Ukraine and Russia war and the war in the Middle East. She was the negotiator. They said that. She said
was
that.
for Ukraine, right? But like that was
She was the
there's no way
negotiator
you
for
could
the
have.
war.
Can I
She
please
talked
finish,
to
Kevin?
both
So there's
foreign
no way you
leaders.
could have.
He talked to Zelensky and to Putin before.
Okay. Yeah. So again, as it relates to that doesn't mean that she caused it specifically, right? Just because there was specifically like conversations that she specifically had with Zelensky does not indicate that she was specifically responsible, right, for this happening. There were already troops on the border. Appreciate the sunglasses. When she went out there were already troops on the border, and they were already known that there was going to be an invasion. Okay, so don't act like that wasn't known at that time, right? You're just like, your revisionist history is ridiculous. Click the profile picture in the bottom right, and then click the microphone. Yeah, there you go. Picture in the bottom right, and then click the microphone. Oh, now you got to swipe out of the app, swipe back in. Dova, thank you so much for the $6.66. And Trisha, thank you so much. I appreciate the $4. Thank you. And literally though, Trisha. Lady, thank you so much. I appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much. Okay, the other individual left. Kevin, did you swipe back into the app? Swipe out and swipe back in. Okay, everyone keep tapping that screen. Unmute your mic, man. Click the profile picture, bottom right, then click the microphone. Push the boo. Jeez, bro. Click the profile picture, then click the microphone.
Yeah.
Push that mustache. All right, go for it. Jeez, bro. Click the profile picture, then click the microphone. Okay, this guy can't figure out how to fix it. Nate, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much, Nate. Bro cannot figure out how to fix it. Are you voting Trump?
Yo, what up, bro?
Danielle, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. Are you voting Trump? Daily Minion Piece, thank you so much.
Look, I live in Sweden.
Okay, and you're also covering your mic.
Man.
All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live, y'all. It will help get it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, yes, I did.
Okay. You already did?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, yes, I'm 21.
Are you voting Trump? Wait, what's your birth year?
03.
What month?
May.
Okay. Why are you voting Trump?
Well, I mean, I'm leaning towards more Trump, but I just came on here because I just wanted you to like educate me more on why you think Kamala is the better option.
Kamala? Well, she hasn't been held civilly liable of sexually abusing women. She didn't try to coup the country. She didn't call for a complete and total shutdown on Muslims entering the country. What she did was she influenced to get passed the bipartisan infrastructure bill. Lindsay, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. The Inflation Reduction Act, the Chips and Science Act, and the PACT Act specifically. Amber, I appreciate the subscription, which benefit middle-class Americans, veterans, right? Increase infrastructure, right? Did things that benefit the American economy, right? Things like that, right?
Yeah. Okay. Well, that was it. I just literally wanted to hear your opinion because I was leading toward.
For sure. Appreciate you. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live, y'all. Yo, what's up, how to you? All right, let's go to the next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. By the way, everyone, we have what's it called? The rules of the live. If you come up on the live and you're not like debating, we do kick you off. That's just how the live works. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
What's your birth year?
Fuck.
That's truly unfortunate. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
35.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
All right. So, I looked at
Thank you so much.
Kamala Harris's policies, right? Kamala. Anywho.
Kamala.
Okay, whatever. All right. So, majority of her policies contradicts themselves. Like, she goes on, the whole 2025 crap. He's constantly said that he's not even for that. He's not even read it. Also, like you were speaking about the CHIPS Acts. If you look at the production of chips and whatnot, that actually was good under Trump. And because of the pandemic, all these businesses and whatnot, they quit working because of COVID, of government sanctions and whatnot. So to say that her plan was good under the CHIPS Act and you're voting for her, I just don't understand that. Because if you look at the production of chips, do what?
What did the CHIPS Act do?
Promote more computer chips in cars and whatnot. The production of chips.
In the United States, right? It's going to bring us up to 20% global production of chips. Right. So what about that's bad?
But if you go and look at the production time under the current administration, it's pushed back from, a year and 6 months? And before the pandemic under Trump, which I still don't understand how a lot of people doesn't understand, like from the pandemic and stuff was going good, then the pandemic happened and it's not so good anymore. But you guys still blame that under Trump when it was a pandemic. That's what
I never blame Trump. You guys are blaming.
No, I'm not saying you as general.
Okay, so then let's talk to me. We're talking to Parker right now, right? It is the case that I never specifically blamed Trump for that, right? But I will blame his response, like things that he did. And then in terms of this specifically, you're literally blaming the Biden-Harris administration for the economic state of affairs, right? When that's something that's a byproduct of the pandemic.
But
Katie, I appreciate the description. Thank you so much.
But yet you said you're voting for her because of her policy on the chips.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons, yeah. What about that increase that influenced the increase in manufacturing jobs? What are you talking about? Well, how's that bad? You never mentioned how it was bad.
But yet you're saying you're voting for her because of that.
That's one of the reasons. Yeah, that's a good thing.
It's majority of jobs coming back. Like I own my own businesses, and because of COVID, we had to shut down. After COVID, my employees came back. So how is that her doing? It's not.
I never said every single one of the jobs was that. I just said that this is a benefit and this increases the amount of manufacturing jobs in the United States. That's all I've said. I never said that it caused all the jobs.
True. I don't see that. Time to go vote. I can back all types of vehicles.
To create jobs. Okay? Right? So that's just a part of the policy.
Yeah, I understand that. Like she gave, was it?
Did you already vote?
1 billion. Do what?
Did you already vote?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't talk to people who already voted. You're already lost. You've already voted. Because we're talking to people who are voting for Trump, everyone. So if you already voted, then I mean, there's no point. It's not the topic. Olivia, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I appreciate it from Canada. You give me hope for the world. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Michelle, thank you so much for the $10.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't be driving on the live. It's TikTok TOS. All right, all right, all right. Okay. Get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. I tried to invite someone, it didn't work. It's very unfortunate. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, all right. Let's try to get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, it's not working. Oh my gosh, I swear I'm trying to add people up and it's like literally just not working. Yo, what's up? Are you voting Trump? Oh my. It's because people are literally sending requests so fast that I can't even invite someone up. There we go. I finally invited that fucking random up. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Margie, thank you so much for the confetti. I appreciate it. Thank you. Purdy, thank you so much for the here we go. I appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
11.
Okay, Purdy, thank you so much for the here we go. I appreciate it. Thank you.
In the crowd that yelled, Christ is King, Jesus is Lord. And she laughed dead in their face and said they were at the wrong rally. As a Christian,
you're taking that out of context. So it is. So by the way, I just want to let you know she is Christian, right? She actually does follow Jesus. That's one thing. Two, as it relates to this, they were heckling the rest of the crowd. They were Trump supporters. She was responding to the fact that they were Trump supporters. She wasn't responding to the fact that they specifically said Jesus is Lord.
Southern Baptist.
She's a Baptist.
Don't act like it.
Wait. Trump doesn't act like it. He cheated on every single one of his wives. The last one with a corn star while his wife was pregnant. Right. He specifically was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. He has 30,000 confirmed lies under his administration. Right. He's been lying about the 2020 election. Right. You think he acts like a Christian?
It's not about acting like a Christian. It's about truly knowing who you're following in Christ. She claims to be different races that she's not.
Wait, what do you mean? What race does she claim to be that she's not?
Listen to her rallies. Her voices change depending on where she's at.
Wait, you're making two separate claims. You were talking about her voice changing, and then you were also talking about her claiming she's different races. What races is she claiming that she's not?
First, she is like, what, 2% African American?
Where did you get 2%? Wait, where did you get 2%?
What is his name?
Where did you get 2%? Okay, so let me clarify. Ice. Her mom, right, is from Southern Asia, right? And her dad is Afro-Jamaican, okay?
So here's what I'm trying to say. If you go on YouTube, look at the podcast she was just on, you will actually see where she said, I'm only 2% African American. She flat out said it out of her own mouth. I'm gonna find the podcast and I'm gonna send you the name.
So are you talking about the Club Shay Shay podcast?
No, it was not Shay Shay.
Okay, what podcast? All the Smoke?
No,
Call Me Daddy?
Nope,
Which one are you referring to?
I'm actually going to have to go find it, and I will send it to his inbox personally.
Please, because I not only do I watch your interviews, but I watch podcasts as well. But listen, I'm not even going to go into a race because like that's dumb. But trying to educate you as far as why what you're doing is disrespectful. It's not even about who you're voting for. What I'm telling you is that you are engaging in a form of microaggression, which I would think you would appreciate if you have a quote unquote black husband. But the fact that people purposefully say people name of color incorrectly because it's a lack of respect and a sign of disrespect. It's very dehumanizing. It's something that a lot of other people don't have to deal with. So when you get corrected, it's not because someone's trying to just correct you. It's because what you're doing is super disrespectful.
Disrespectful to who? A woman who will never acknowledge that I even exist? She's aiming for the middle working class. What about all the low income families around here?
Wait, what do you mean that you exist, right? She's influencing it past policy that benefits lower income individuals in this country. She's fighting for workers in this country, whereas Donald Trump, he fights for rich people. Most of his tax cuts went to people who are rich. So how can you act like Donald Trump is more likely to recognize you as an individual than Kamala Harris?
And also, Ice, it's not only disrespectful disrespectful to her. It's disrespectful to me. It's disrespectful to your black husband. And if you guys have kids, it's disrespectful to your biracial kids. I'm telling you, it's not about her.
So that's the sad part. And I'm not saying that to be any weirdness towards anybody, because at the end of the day, you get freedom of speech. That is one thing that we had Americans fight for us. So I do have the right of freedom of speech. As long as I'm not coming out disrespecting you out of pocket or out of name, then there's no disrespect towards you. Like I said, just because I called her a chameleon, I called her a chameleon because didn't you just say she code switches? So that's what she's doing.
Thank you so much for the $3. Thank you, Nicholas.
In with where she's at. That's the whole point of there.
Ice, black people code switch, not just her. Not just her. Again, literally, I do it.
Because my dad. Okay. So give your definition.
Do you think Santana is disingenuous? Wait. Ice House. Do you think that Santana is disingenuous because Santana code switches?
Who's Santana? Saucy?
That's me. No, the guy you're talking to right now. The person right above you. No, me, right here.
I haven't heard no code switching.
That's because you haven't heard me in any other space except this one.
Exactly, you haven't heard me neither. So, like I'm saying, whenever you're saying code switching, where's the code switching originated from? Because here's my question:
code switching is a survival tactic of black people that we've learned. Yes, Ice, from the streets. It's absolutely from the streets.
Okay, then so my daddy must code switch then, because my dad was right there on the same street my husband grew up at. So what's necessarily, you see what I'm saying? So there's really no code switching there.
But
you think it's for the black community whenever it's not,
don't
because
understand.
My dad,
So
I understand a lot more, but y'all are trying to defend a woman who's not doing anything. Please do not call me out.
Ice, listen.
You okay, let me try to explain it to you one more time. So the way that you're hearing me speak at this moment, did she run?
She just left, yeah.
Did the Tik Tok get her? Listen, they've been getting people up by the paint quick, Parker.
I think they have recently, but like I didn't get like a notification that she got banned.
Yeah,
she could have though.
Listen, the AI is not playing. They are not playing, and so I've had to start telling people like, hey, I'm gonna let you finish demonstrating whatever you want to say, but please understand, I have to tell you that this is misinformation, and if you say it enough, I'm not gonna do anything. They're just gonna ban you. Like they are not playing.
They have not been playing recently. They've been going after everyone. Danny, thank you for $5. They got Dean a few times today as well.
Yeah. No, I was watching them, and it was just one guy that was up there, and he was just like all over the place. And Dean was trying to wrangle him, but it was the dumbest thing.
Definitely.
Anyway, bro, I'm gonna let you go. I'll drop down.
All right. I'll see you later. Good seeing you as always.
Likewise.
All right, everyone, let's go to the next individual. L'Oreal, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. Haley, thank you so much for the $1. Patricia, thank you so much for the $25. Patricia, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Let's get this next individual up here. Keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes, everyone. Share the live as well, everyone. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 30.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, why so?
I disagree with his policies and whatnot, but I had one question. Is Kamala Indian?
Kamala.
Yeah, Kamala. Is she
Kamala.
Indian? Okay, yeah, that's fine. Is she Indian or black? I'm still confused about that.
She's both Indian and black.
So her dad was
Afro-Jamaican and her mom is Indian.
Okay. That was the main question I had. I wanted to clear that up because I've been seeing a lot of different things. People said a lot of different things about that. But I already voted. So you said you didn't want to talk to no one that voted already, so.
Okay. Miss Boo Boo, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I hope your guest has a revelation. Seriously, again, yeah, that would be definitely. I hope so as well. I hope so. Hope different platforms on the internet can help inspire that. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. All right, let's get this next individual. Shelby, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Shelby. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I did see that they got set on fire. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you're voting for Trump in 2024. All right. By the way, you can check out the recent video that I just posted as well, everyone, from me and Jubilee, everyone. I posted 2 clips from me and Jubilee, so if you want to check that out, make sure to do so if you have not already. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Again, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Ashley, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Ashley. Are you voting Trump?
Yes, that's my plan too. Great. I haven't voted yet.
Appreciate the hand heart.
Yes.
How old are you?
24.
Okay, why are you voting Trump?
Because I believe he will, 1, secure our borders, 2, help education, 3, I agree with him on the abortion side of things. Am I allowed to say that? Am I allowed to? Okay. And I think overall we need a revitalization of patriotism, and I think he's the best guy for that, honestly. And I think I would love to, afford things again and create more opportunities on American soil and or not pulled out of wars, but stop wars overseas and just have more peace around the world.
Okay. All right. So there's a few things. I'll address all of these things. So you said secure border. He actually called people in Congress to undermine a bipartisan border bill that would have specifically helped build the wall, increase the amount of border agents, increase the amount of immigration judges to make the system go faster. So instead of asylum process taking 7 to 10 years to get through asylum claims, it would take 6 months to 1 year. And it would also cap the amount of people who can come in here, 2,500 daily average for a week, 5,000 for 1 day, and you could shut down the border after either of those thresholds are met. For education, he wants to get rid of the Department of Education. For patriotism, he wanted to terminate the Constitution. Appreciate the rock star. Thank you so much.
I don't like the Department of Education.
You also want to afford things. He wants a 10 to 20% universal tariff that would cause gas, groceries, housing development, everything you buy to go up in price because tariffs will cause prices to go up. And then for peace, he specifically pulled out of the Iran nuclear deal, right, which helped keep peace specifically. He increased the likelihood of conflict in the Middle East because he specifically increased drone strikes, right, 432% increase in drone strikes. He assassinated top military general in Iran. He engaged the Abraham Accords, which specifically excluded the state of Palestine, which is one of the reasons why Iran is engaging in more conflict in the region because they want the situation in Gaza to end. And then also in terms of this, they also allowed for Israel to illegally annex the Golan Heights and engage in illegal settlements in the West Bank. Appreciate the cap and appreciate the boo. Thank you so much. Those things did not create peace.
We weren't engaged in as many wars, or in any war for that matter. When
really?
He was
why did more
president.
service members die in conflict? 65 service members died in conflict under the Trump administration, whereas there were 16 under the Biden-Harris administration. Appreciate the boo.
Service, what do you mean by service members?
I mean people like military members in conflict.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay. People are saying repeat guest because I have been on your account before. So if you want me to, but I was talking to you. I was never talking to you. I was speaking.
You were talking to Dean.
Yeah. Does that count?
Okay. No. So then you want to respond to any of my points? 65 service members died in conflict under Trump's administration, 16 under the Biden-Harris administration. How, if we were not engaging in any wars around the world, were there more service members that died in conflict?
We're funding them, though. We're funding them.
Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. So as it relates to funding, you're talking about the Ukraine.
Yeah, that's what I'm concerned about. I think we need to have our money circulating more in our economy.
Do you know what the Budapest Memorandum is?
I do not.
So we signed an agreement with Russia and Ukraine that if Ukraine gave up their nuclear weapons, that we would defend them. Appreciate that mustache. They gave up their nuclear weapons. Now it's our turn to defend them. So we're defending them insofar as that it doesn't cause World War III.
World War III is going to happen if we vote Kamala in.
Appreciate that hand art. Thank you so much. How so? How is she more
Because
likely
things
to
are
cause
mayhem
World War
and we
III?
need change. And like the only
how
one
is she-
promising that change is Donald Trump. And I do not think I'm voting against my own rights.
How is she more likely to cause World War III when Donald Trump's a violent offender and wanted to nuke hurricanes? Do you think he's trustworthy with our nuclear weapons?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so do you think that violent sex offenders should be able to get access to guns?
Violent sex offenders should get access to guns. That's a very, again, I applaud you on asking questions that are just very bizarre. And obviously not.
That's not
I don't
a bizarre
know.
question.
I think anyone should, if somebody wants to own a gun, they should
answer
own
the
a gun.
question for you. Violent sex offenders should not be able to get access to guns. Okay, do you agree with me?
Yeah, anyone who's violent shouldn't have a gun. But how do you test that?
Okay, so if violent
That's
sex
not going to stop
offenders-
them from getting a
Listen,
gun. Nothing's going to
listen.
stop them from getting them.
I appreciate the ICU. So if violent sex offenders shouldn't legally be able to get access to guns, well, listen, if they shouldn't legally be able to get access to guns, why should they be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes? You don't trust them with guns, but you trust them with nuclear fucking weapons?
I don't see Trump as that, as what you just so you're
He is a
you're
violent sex
saying-
offender.
I don't see him as that.
He's been held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will.
I'm pretty sure all of these cases are still ongoing, and nothing is.
No, he was already held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people. A jury made a unanimous verdict when they did not have to make a unanimous
again, we're talking
verdict.
about the future.
Ashley,
we're talking
thank you
about the
for the
future.
$5.
And
Quenisha, thank you so much for the $5. And Natasha, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much.
I believe in like looking at today and looking forward. I understand. Yeah, he's done really horrible things, and I'm honestly standing like I'm voting for him, but I am more
So
independent.
you think violent sex offenders should be able to get access to guns?
I do not. No, but you're
No?
asking
Okay,
me
so then
questions.
Trump shouldn't be able to get access to a gun. He shouldn't be able to get access to a nuclear fucking weapon.
We're not going to use the web. He's all about peace. He's all about creating.
He said he
more
wanted to
peace.
nuke hurricanes.
Hurricanes? Like, what are you talking about? Like, this is really funny.
He said he wanted to nuke hurricanes because he thought it would make the hurricanes not as bad.
Okay.
He's delusional.
Where did he say this? And it probably
Do you
was
want
a
me to
joke.
show you? He
I
was
think
not joking.
there's an incredible amount of softness that comes from that has been emulating in the air, and I think that a lot of things that shouldn't be taken literally are. Hence,
Knight,
I
thank
mean,
you so much
I guess
for
I
the
could go
$2.
into
Thank you
like
so much. I appreciate it.
that comedy skit that people are freaking out about. I don't know
Acacia, thank
your
you so much. I
viewpoint on that,
appreciate
but-
that. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. So,
Like, we need to-
Camilla,
we
thank
need
you so much for the
to
$2.
be
If he
stronger as a
if he
nation.
wasn't joking and he suggested nuking hurricanes, would you vote for him?
Say that again.
If he suggested nuking hurricanes,
Yes, I
right,
would.
Jacqueline,
I would
thank you so
still
much for the
vote
$1.
for
You'd still vote for him?
I would. Yeah, I would. To be honest. The Guardian. Trump suggests nuking hurricanes to stop them hitting America. Report. Okay. Wow, that's a very nice headline. Yeah, again, I would still vote for him. So the answer to your question is yes.
So violent sex offenders should be able to get access to nuclear weapons?
Okay, I guess my answer, if that's how you're going to phrase the question and if that's how you're going to view him, then if it's going to make you smile and happy and feel proud of yourself for me saying yes, I will say yes, because I'm still voting for him. If I don't think the nuclear,
So
he's not going
violent
to try
sex
and nuke a
offenders
hurricane.
should be able to get access to nukes.
He's not going to try and nuke a hurricane.
Stand up.
Yes.
It could be anything he tries to nuke.
This is bizarre that you're even asking this sort of question. Let's talk.
How is it bizarre? I think if
Because it's funny.
you're the
I think-
party,
I think if this could be a money scheme, I think it's smart.
really
I think
funny.
you're getting views,
I
you're
think
getting
it's
people
really
angry.
funny that the party of law and order, the party of let's be tough on crime, doesn't want violence or wants violent sex offenders to have legal access to nuclear weapons and guns. I think it's really funny that the party of law and order and the party that's tough on crime that thinks that now.
I think it's really funny
Jocelyn,
that
thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much.
that I think it's really funny that I don't want to be rude. Honestly, I can't do it. I can't
Go
do
for
it.
it. Do it. Do it.
I'm
My
not
feelings won't be hurt, I promise
I'm not
you.
like that. I don't like to. I'm here
Then why
to
would
like.
you even say that out loud?
I know you're right. I was thinking about it. I was on the edge. I'm new to debating.
Go for it.
No,
Swing
I
your
just
best
think
shot.
I think it's funny how you guys are so about protecting people, and you guys claim that you are more patriotic or more. I don't know. Do you claim that? Like would you say that
we're
you
more
have more
patriotic than the
patriotism?
people that want to terminate the Constitution. Yeah.
Okay. Any live that I see or join or take part in, which I've been doing it a lot recently because I've just recently started forming an opinion. As I said, I was like independent, more right-leaning, voting for Trump.
Sequoia,
And
thank you so much for the $5.
All I've ever experienced is people just like absolutely ripping apart the guests for speaking their mind and actually answering the questions and taking it in such a direction it doesn't have to go down. Asking bizarre questions.
When you say bizarre
I think
questions,
it's
you
silly
mean
and funny,
questions
like-
that make you critically think. Gabriella, the reason why I'm asking these questions is because they're conceptually relevant to demonstrating why your reasoning in a particular scenario is not good. Julia, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much.
Like if I cared to bring you down, I could sit here and come up with like hard questions back for you, but that's not my goal here. I'm
That's
here
what a
to
debate
just,
is. Yeah, give me hard questions.
I know, you're
Go
right.
for it. You have the space in front of 10,000 people to give me hard questions. You and anyone that decides to join up my guest box. I keep
so
it open
how do
for
you
literally
feel- how do
anyone
you
to
feel-
join my live.
Okay, I appreciate you. Thank you for
Amanda,
like,
thank you for the
being
$2.
patient
Thank
with
you
me.
so much. Of course.
How do you feel about all these illegals running across the border and on the beaches and
Undocumented
all
immigrants.
of the millions of people that have come over that we don't know? Wait, sorry, I'm sorry.
Sorry,
We
I
don't know
apologize.
their initiative or why they're coming over or like, I don't know. Does that scare you? Or
No, because undocumented immigrants, they do not commit crimes at greater rates than natural born U.S. citizens in terms of violent crime, property crime, and drug crimes. Not only that, but it is the case that if we look specifically
Reported crimes.
at the scenario, yeah, of course, right? If we look at this particular, and by the way, undocumented immigrants, if they're undocumented, if they witness a crime, they're not going to come out and help you, right? Because they're going to get deported if it is the case
Exactly,
that
so why would they
something
report it?
specifically
So how are we
happens.
knowing about it?
No, they wouldn't report a crime happening to another U.S. citizen. Right, but they would report crimes specifically, or no, they wouldn't. They would report crimes if they were a citizen. If you want to give undocumented immigrants access to citizenship, right, people who have not committed violent crimes, people who have not committed bad crimes, well, then yes, that would make them or put them in a scenario where they would, right? And then also in terms of this, let me please address the rest of this. In terms of undocumented immigrants, right, there was a bipartisan border bill specifically that would have addressed the situation that Donald Trump called for people in Congress to not undermine or to not go for.
Okay.
Did you say you were voting for your own race?
Me?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Did you say you were voting for your own race? I thought you said that you weren't voting like against your race or something.
No, I did
Right?
not.
Because someone said that in the comments.
I didn't
Well,
say
that's what people are
anything
saying.
about-
That you
Sorry,
said
I
in
was
the
getting
comments.
a call. I wasn't saying anything about race.
No, you explicitly did. I remember hearing you say something about it. It was either the two things that I mentioned. It was either that you said you weren't voting against your race, or you said that you would only vote for your race.
Rights. My rights. I didn't say race.
Logan,
My
first
rights,
the
because I
$5.
saw a
You
comment.
explicitly did. I remember you saying that.
Rights. I said rights. RIGHTS. Rights, not race. I think you may have misheard me there. My woman's rights.
Okay. I mean, if you said rights, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So you
what
were
I meant.
saying that you're not voting against your rights?
Yeah, I'm definitely. I don't believe I am.
That's what I remember. Okay, so people were spamming
Yeah.
in the comment section that you said race, and I thought I did hear you say
Yeah, rights.
that. Okay.
That's what I commented on. And then that goes on the whole. Yeah, we can want to go down that rabbit hole.
No, that's fine. So we can talk about it. We can talk about that if you'd want to.
Yeah, I'm open to it. I think.
Okay, but in
it's
terms of
discussion to be had. The whole.
But in terms of immigration, right? It is the case that Donald Trump called people in Congress to undermine a bipartisan border bill.
Say that again. It cut out.
Yeah. So again, Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine a bipartisan border bill that was helped written by a Trump-endorsed Republican, Langford.
Okay,
That would have
and this
built
was in
more of a
February,
wall than
correct?
Donald
Because
Trump ever did.
I heard this today.
This is from 2023.
2023.
Yes, it was like May
Okay,
2023.
So I guess I'd like to look into that and
It was
confirm
like a year
because
and a half ago.
I heard on another live somebody told me that this happened in February. So I trust you because you're the guy to talk to about these things. I think. Yeah, kudos to you, but yeah, I need to look into that, to be honest. I still would vote for him, and would like to pivot to rights because I don't know much about what you just talked about. Again, new to these conversations and having fun doing it, but yeah, I'm writing this down so I can look into it.
Okay. Would you vote for someone? Wait. So, I mean, you said that you would vote for someone or let them get access to like nuclear weapons if they were a violent sex offender.
Yeah, since you're phrasing it like that, and since you're painting this picture for Trump and describing him this way, I'm gonna have.
I don't know how you don't see saying that violent sex offenders should be able to get access to guns is a crazy thing. I think that's crazy.
I think it is crazy
Jade,
too.
maybe, by the
I mean,
way.
you're backing me into a corner. I think it's crazy. But it's reality because people.
It's reality. What do you mean it's reality?
He's not this crazy villain that people paint him out to be.
He literally is.
I don't see it that way.
A violent sex abuser, right? That tried to coup the country and terminate the Constitution. You're saying isn't?
No, it's all propaganda. Because
it's
a
all
lot
propaganda.
Of these things
doesn't that just sound like you're just saying everything's fake news that disagrees with you?
I think both ends have horrible propaganda, like lies circulating on both ends, and it's terrible. Like, come on, it's like
yeah, but like you understand that it's significantly more prevalent on your side.
It's both sides. I think it's pretty equal.
You can okay. You say you think it's equal, but do we think that the 2020 election was stolen? Right? Do we have such a vast conspiracy like that? No, we don't.
Because you guys won it, and
in 2016
that's your
we didn't,
opinion. And
we didn't
tell you
send
you're wrong
false
for
slates of
thinking
electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes when we didn't win. We didn't do any of the things that Republicans did. We didn't raid the Capitol.
But who tore down the cities and started fires in the streets and do you remember that?
So you're talking about the protests?
Yes.
Yeah. So in terms of that, right?
The movements that were meant to create more division and divide. That's how I see it. I think that like
yeah. So I have a question. Because that's what Donald Trump did. He said that people.
I know something about
people specifically. He said specifically people that pled guilty to violently assaulting police officers should be pardoned, and that was on January 6th. He said people from January 6th should be pardoned. Who did that?
Okay. Did you know that Kamala arrested parents for not putting their kids in school when back in the day? I can't give you an exact time.
Wait, do you know what neglect is?
Do you want to vote for someone that would do that?
Yeah, do you know what neglect is? And no one went to prison. You're not referencing.
It's not neglect. Right? I think there are flaws in the education system, and people should have the right to choose how they educate their children. No.
Wait, no, that's not like homeschooling. We're talking about truancy in particular.
Truancy?
Yes. You don't even know what you're referencing. You're talking about a truancy law. You didn't even know that.
Oh,
Jeez,
I saw a very long.
Do more research on these claims that are bad about Kamala Harris.
The reason why I brought that up is
the fact that you're hinging on this is the bad
Can I explain?
thing?
Are you gonna let me talk? Are you gonna let me talk or no?
When you say something so insane, right? Of course, I'm going to address it.
It's not insane. This was the thing. There's videos of her proudly talking to people about how she can simply sign her name on one line and then she can have all these people arrested. And she was so proud of it. And these videos aren't probably being seen by your side. I hope people look into it more.
What she was saying was that with a lot of power comes a lot of responsibility. That's what she was saying there. What are you talking about? You are misinterpreting what she's saying.
I wish I could share. This was like a Teams meeting, and I could share my screen with you and share that video because, obviously, I guess you're not going to hear me because we're not looking at the video right now. But
I've already seen those things that you're referencing.
And also, do you want to vote for someone who has Beyonce, who is allegedly a part of all these Diddy things, like proudly?
Wait, you understand that Donald Trump was friends with Diddy, right? He literally said he loves Diddy. Right, he's also friends with Epstein. He said he was a terrific guy, that he likes beautiful women as much as he does, many of them on the younger side. So if you want to talk about that, let's talk about it. Push the hand heart.
Yeah, no, I know. I've heard you talk about it a bunch, and bring his character into it, and I never hear us talk about Kamala's character. So I'd love for you to highlight, I guess, specifics on why.
Yeah,
you're
what about her
voting for
character
based
is
on her
worse than
character.
Grape? What about her character is worse than Grape?
Everything that every time she's live or having an interview, it seems so scripted, and she repeats what she says every single time she says it. And I've never really felt strong or motivated after.
She doesn't totally repeat those things, and also that's not worse than sexual abuse. What the fuck is wrong with you? Not being able to answer a question is worse than Grape. even if that was true, right? That's like insane to say.
Who said that? You just said that for me. I never said that. Thank you for putting words in. Do you want your president to be able to like articulate what they're doing and their plan for the future? And when asked what would you do differently than what is being done today, she says, "Oh, I don't know. I think things like she wouldn't change it." She actually said that
Really?
she wouldn't change anything about
what's Trump's
the way
healthcare
things
policy?
have gone, and we can't
that's
afford
fine.
anything.
That's
People
fine.
are.
What's Trump's healthcare policy? What's Trump's healthcare policy? 9 years into running for president, what's his healthcare plan? Nothing. What's his child care plan?
We weren't talking about that. You just.
What's his child care plan?
I don't know. Off the top
What's his
of my
housing
head.
affordability plan?
His what?
What's his housing affordability plan?
To make everybody make more. To these plans that the left side's put in place, get people stuck in holes.
Do you see what I mean? You got nothing.
No, I do have something. I'm talking right now.
I like how you don't care about any of the plans from Trump's side. Push the hand heart.
No, but I'm saying Trump is going to revitalize work ethic and create more opportunity on American soil.
Revitalize work ethic?
And help housing prices.
His plan is to tell people to work harder?
Interest rates right now are at 8%. And under Trump, they weren't that high.
That has to do with the Federal Reserve. That has nothing to do with the president.
I want to have
God.
safe streets. I want to
Crime has nothing to do with him. He's literally a criminal.
Roles.
So you want to fix crime by voting for a criminal rather than a prosecutor? What type of crazy shit are you referencing?
He's not a criminal in my eyes. And
He is
not
a criminal. He's a convicted felon.
No, I don't. Nope. Fake news.
By definition, he's been convicted of 34 felonies.
I'm pretty sure most of these things are still pending for something, and I don't know the proper terms, but
What's pending? Wait,
sure.
no, it's not. It's not because sentencing hasn't happened, right? It's not pending on appeal. He was convicted, right? Already, he was convicted.
Yeah, no. Still voting for Trump.
Push the so you're going to vote for a criminal to stop the crime.
Yes.
Push the boxing gloves. That's fucking ironic.
Yeah.
You're going to vote for the violent sex offender to stop crime. Really? That's going to do something. You're really being tough on
He's not
crime
a violent
here.
sex offender. He's not.
Yes, he's been held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people for forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. Push the hands up. Acknowledge it, right? You can sit there and you cannot acknowledge great victims for so long, but it's very clear, it's very evident, it's true. Push the hand up. The fact that people are still denying it this far on is crazy and insane.
You're talking to a great victim, so trust me, I get it. I know it's not anything to
I'm really sorry to
play
hear
lightly
that,
about.
But you understand that you're still denying E. Jean Carroll. You're still victim blaming her.
I'm not-
You're still saying it didn't happen to her.
I never said it didn't happen to her.
Wait,
but I'm not. It's not going to stop
Wait, so you
It's
do
not
think-
going to stop
did
me
it
from
happen?
wanting a different.
Do you
to see a
believe E.
change
Jean
in
Carroll?
America.
Do you believe E. Jean Carroll?
Yes.
Okay. If
Oh, wait, no, actually, no.
Carroll,
wait. Eugene Carroll is the one who making these
Eugene.
accusations.
You said Eugene? Eugene. Martha, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much.
sorry. Oh my
you didn't
goodness.
you didn't even know her name, but yet you don't believe her?
No, I'm not. I need to look into it fully. I need to look into that. But
Well, why haven't you looked into this? Where's the hand art?
Because, I've heard you talk about it a bunch.
If it's true, would you vote for him?
Yeah, I would vote for him still.
Why'd you laugh at that?
Because it's funny how frustrated you're getting
Knowing
from it.
the harm that it perpetuates.
We have freedom of speech.
I'm sorry, Gabriella. I'm frustrated with the fact that people want to support rapists. Yeah, like I think any human being that has any type of ethical backbone would think
I can't tell if
that.
this is an act or not.
I'm not
For
acting.
money.
How is this an act for money?
Because because people are sending you a lot of money, which is awesome. Good for you, honestly.
I have
Respect the
12,000
grind.
people in the live. Of course that's going to happen.
Yeah, that's
right?
awesome.
How does that respond to the fact that I'm calling out you for your terrible behavior? I did this well before I made any money off of this.
Yeah, true. Respect. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, I should not have brought that up. That was rude of me. But don't support grape in any
You're going to vote for a guy even if he's a
I'm not
rapist. You said
voting for
if
that.
it were
I'm
true,
voting
you'd
for,
still vote for
again,
him.
the other policies is what I'm voting for, or the other reasons.
What policies?
Okay.
What policies? What policies are so great you're willing to vote for a rapist?
Well, I think the border is good. Is
What border policy? Victor, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Martha, thank you for the $15. Libby, thank you so much for the $15 for voted for Kamala and Colin Allred today. Yes, let's make Texas go blue, by the way.
he is planning on getting a lot of
Quincy, think of it
the
$2.
criminals out who have come over as of recent.
Yeah, so get criminals out, but not him. He's literally a criminal.
So
How
why
do you
is he-
evaluate that they're criminals? The criminal justice system?
Okay.
I thought that was corrupt.
Yeah. Okay. I'm still voting for him.
How do you know they're criminals? Appreciate all the roses. Thank you so much.
Because there are gangs like all over my area at least, and it's
How do you know they're
I've been getting
criminals?
warnings about leaving my house.
Wait, how do you know they're criminals across the entire nation?
How do I know?
Are you saying because you trust
because
the
there was-
process? Christina, think of the $5.
Because there are
Thank you
people
so
being
much.
shot and killed, and there was a 12-year-old girl. I don't know if you heard this story, but I'm sure you didn't, because this mom came to a Trump rally to like tell her story. I don't know. Did you see this? Her 12-year-old daughter was shot and killed by an illegal immigrant who came over with plans of mass. I don't even know. Who knows
And
what their
how would
plans were?
Donald
And
Trump
that's
have
the
stopped
scary
that?
thought of it.
How would
That's the
Donald
scary
Trump
thought
have
of it.
stopped that? If it was undocumented immigration, how would Trump have stopped that?
Because hey, the point of everything is to strengthen the border so this undocumented immigration
What border
doesn't
policy?
happen.
What border
We don't want-
policy? Push the paper crane. Because he's talked about mass deportation, which is deporting them after they're here. How is he going to prevent people from coming here who are undocumented? What's his plan?
I trust
vague
him.
generalizations, you just trust him? Vague generalizations is okay for Trump, and you trust him, the rapist, by the way, right? But you
Yes.
don't trust Kamala Harris, who actually has a policy plan proposal
No,
set up.
I don't trust her at
She
all.
actually has a bill, the bipartisan border
No.
bill, push the boo, that Donald Trump called people in Congress to undermine. Right? She
No, I
actually has
don't.
things to point to. Donald Trump has dog shit. He's got nothing.
Did you
He's got
read
vague
those? Did you read
generalizations
those
that,
in full? Like
I
who
want to
know-
mass deport people. So he wants to spend money on immigrants in the country rather than spend money on people in need? Is that what Trump is arguing? He wants to spend money on deportation, on
Oh wait,
flights
but
for
Kamala
immigrants?
wants to spend money. But Kamala wants to send billions of dollars across to other countries to fund wars and not reinvest
do you know
in
what
America.
do you know what the Budapest memorandum is? I'm running a hypocrisy argument on you guys. Appreciate that, Josh. Thank you so much for the subscription. Right, as it relates to this, because you guys argue this all the time. So what I was doing is I was applying the same argument you guys typically apply back onto you.
That's what you do all the time.
Of course. So yeah, use your own reasoning against you. It's called logic.
It's called manipulation.
Of course, you think logic and reasoning is manipulation.
No,
course.
because it's not logic and reasoning. Because a lot of your claims are fueled by like your personal opinion, which is fine. Again, freedom of speech is why we're here and talking.
Are you manipulating because your opinions are based upon your opinions?
No,
Wow, that
I'm
was
very,
a
I'm
very
being very
intelligent
civil.
point there.
I'm being very civil right now, and I'm not trying to anger anybody.
No, what I'm telling
But,
you is that you just said that I was manipulative. Appreciate the manifesting for having opinions, right? You have opinions. Are you manipulative? No, obviously you don't
Do
think
see
that
the
you're
way
manipulating
do you see
because
the
you have
difference
opinions.
in the way that you're approaching me and the way I'm approaching you? Like this is the problem we need to fix.
Me debating you? I'm showing you how what you just said didn't make any
disrespect
sense.
and the lies that are being spread.
What lies?
And just the way you've said a lot of lies today. It's hard.
What lies?
You know, Parker.
You can't tell me what lies.
Yeah, I'm not here to bring you down. I'm again.
No, I'm just asking what lie. Can you name a single lie that you're referencing?
I think you consistently calling him all these names is false.
What
Spreading
names?
false info.
What names? Be specific.
A felon.
A felon? He's a convicted felon. I'm not lying, right? There's literally court documents that indicate this. You're just denying reality. You're literally delusional. If you don't believe that he's literally been convicted of 34 felonies, you're delusional,
I think
right?
I think, and I see it as delusion to think that Kamala is going to get us into anywhere good. So, you know, again.
What? Wait, I can actually prove that you're wrong. You can't prove that. That's not delusion because you can't prove it.
I could prove it. Trump has.
No, you can't.
Okay.
I can literally prove he's literally been convicted of 34 felonies. I can actually prove that. What are you talking about? You can't prove to me that Kamala is not going to do anything. What? That makes no sense. She's actually been the most influential vice president ever.
Really?
You're about
what has she influenced that has helped America? Like what has she done that's good?
Most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever, and she raised billions of dollars in private funds for Central American countries to reduce the likelihood of them coming here in the first place. Jackie, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Lindsay, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much, Lindsay. Right, so I'll give you an example. She was a tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which gave us a $35 cap on insulin for people who are on Medicare. Right, it gave us the largest investment in renewable energy ever. And what's controversial about the Inflation Reduction Act?
Because of the efficacy of renewable energy. I worked in renewable energy recruitment for a while, and I've you know, it was right when the Inflation Reduction Act was passed, actually. And at this point, I wasn't very in tune with politics.
What year was the Inflation Reduction Act passed?
I'm pretty sure 2022. Am I wrong?
Yeah, you're actually right. So in terms of this, right,
That's
that
when I
doesn't
started
mean that
working
has a low level of efficiency or efficacy, right? That doesn't mean that it has a low level, right? Actually, if we look at the cost specifically of like solar, it has decreased in cost by 3 to 4 times according to the Department of Energy since 2013. So since we've been making large investments through the Obama administration and the Biden-Harris administration, we have seen massive decreases in the costs associated with solar. So it actually is significantly more efficient to produce kilowatts, right, in terms of solar, right, way more cheap, right, than it was.
I was working with more commercial and industrial and like utility scale projects, so it was insane. Like it was cool to be a part of building companies that could do it, but I also would find myself, you know, I wasn't in it, and I wasn't really into like the political side of it all, but I would have people reach out to me, and I don't know. I'm not against us like gas powered vehicles either, but I think electric vehicles are great, and yeah, solar is great. I have solar in my house.
Okay, so again, we can invest in renewable energies and do that alongside other types of things. I'm not saying get rid of fossil fuels right now. What I'm saying is that we should transition off them. Push the coffee.
I don't think we need to fight human cause completely. That's it.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
see,
so how are we going to fight human caused climate change?
There's a lot of other ways we could do that, and that comes from the big corporation. Like, I think it's up to every single everyday people doing their part and like being carpooling. Like, obviously, do you want me to like list out? I'm just saying there are ways like turning off our lights and saving energy that way.
And turning off lights. You understand? We've been telling people to do this already, right?
Wait, I know, and no one's doing it.
We fight against climate change. You think carpooling and turning off lights when you're not there is going to fix it?
You're not letting me speak, man.
I'm sorry. That was just so insane. Go for it. I apologize.
That was just the first thing I said out of a slew of thoughts that I had, and every time I go to
I'm asking you what the fix is to climate change, and you're saying carpooling. I'm just saying.
I know it's silly, but there's a lot of pollution that comes from whatever.
That's a very small percentage of overall pollution. I just want to let you know.
But I think like big corporations and companies, and it's up to the big guys up top, right? There's a big group of 6, or what's the number? There's like a group of a certain amount of people responsible for everything, right? Same thing for media and how everybody's getting their information. But yeah, I think it's up to like the big corporations to do their part. And again, the rest of the world. It's not just the United States of America that's
Gabriella,
affecting the climate.
what
It's not just the
incentivizes
United
big
States
companies to do that?
Sorry?
If you don't have regulations, what incentivizes big companies to do that?
They from knowledge and not just knowledge.
They'll just do it. Glenn, I pushed the
They'll just
$3.
do it. Yeah.
They'll just do it is not an actual fucking plan. Kaylin, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Kaylin. Thank you.
Yeah, I have to go.
Bye.
I have to.
All right, let's get this next individual up here. Tap that screen. Let's run it up to 2 million likes. Share the live as well. Verena will help get it out to more people. Joseph, how old are you?
26.
Are you voting Trump?
I am, yes.
Why so?
So Trump has a lot of really good policies. Number one, he will secure a border. Our border is at the all-time illegal high. We've had more people come into this country than when Trump was under administration. Number two, Trump will take taxes off of overtime, which is really good for people that, if they work overtime, they can get, they won't be charged tax. I feel like he will also make it more affordable for inflation. So, people who are first-time homeowners, like my husband and I, we're planning on
Okay, can I address these?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, so inflation, he's actually going to influence there to be more inflation because he wants there to be 10 to 20% universal tariffs that are inflationary. And you said border security actually called for people in Congress to undermine a bipartisan border bill that would have effectively addressed these things and built more wall than he ever built under his administration. Yet it is the case that he didn't support that bipartisan border bill. And then thirdly, what was the last point you made? Taxation. So yeah, in terms of no tax on overtimes. So you understand that he specifically is going to have no ability to pay for these types of plans. So it's very unlikely that this would get passed through Congress.
Okay. Yeah. This is just kind of like what I've researched on, but yeah, I definitely feel like it's been really hard to try to buy a home right now, especially for like groceries and stuff. And I just feel like living has just been awful the past couple of years. So I do feel that with Trump in office, a lot of these issues will be solved for sure. So
yeah, but Sydney, that no economist agrees with that because it is the case that there's going to be an increase in prices if Trump gets his main economic policy proposal passed, which is universal tariffs. But Sydney, you do kind of have a lot of background noise, so I would recommend just looking into universal tariffs and what its impact is going to be on pricing, because the prices went up under the Biden-Harris administration, but that wasn't caused by them. That happened globally.
Okay.
All right, appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, thanks. Bye.
All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all.
Hey, I can't
Trump?
only speak for but so much. So, hey, what's up?
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
I like his immigration policy. I think we should start deporting some of these illegal immigrants. Also, I think we should not...
Okay, what's your process to deport?
Grab them. Okay, I would like to round them in a nice little bus and send them...
How do you know who's undocumented?
You can take a look at them.
You just take a look? So you racially profile people?
Absolutely.
So if my girlfriend's Mexican, would you just send her to Mexico?
I would ask for her green card and say, hey, you should probably show me the
so
green
if she
card.
doesn't have her green... So if she doesn't have her card on her, which she doesn't have a green card, she's a natural-born U.S. citizen, right? It is the case that you would specifically deport her?
Absolutely.
If she doesn't have her papers on her?
Yes, why not?
You deport my girlfriend just because she's Mexican.
Is she there legally?
She was born in the United States. Of course, you'd question that. Did you question whether or not I was
so if
born
she's
here
born in
legally?
the United States,
Hey,
well,
Brendan,
it won't matter if she has a green card.
why'd you not question whether or not I was born here legally?
Because you're white.
Oh, okay.
Obviously.
So simply because I'm white. Okay. So you understand there are undocumented immigrants who are white in this country as well?
Okay. And?
Okay, so then why don't you assume that people who are white are here undocumented? That
Because
just sounds
all of you are
bigoted.
here undocumented if you really want to stop and think about it. No one really owes you any kind of morality. I don't care about what you can consider about racially profiling. Like, if you're here illegally, you don't need to be here. You gotta go.
My girlfriend is here legally, but you said you would deport my girlfriend because she's fucking Mexican, right? You're insane.
But
You're a
you didn't
delusional
tell me
maniac.
she had a green card. You didn't tell me she had a green card.
She doesn't have a green card if she was born in the United States.
You told me that she doesn't have a green card.
I told you she was born in the United States.
Okay, well then why didn't you start with that?
Do I have a green card?
You're trying to do gotcha, dude. Everyone's sick of this crap, dude.
Brandon, do I have a green card?
Do you?
No, I was a natural-born U.S. citizen. Same thing with my
why'd
girlfriend.
you ask me? What's the point of asking me? You're trying to do
because
gotcha,
you
man.
assumed that because my girlfriend is Mexican that somehow she's not here legally and somehow we should deport my girlfriend. That's fucking insane.
No, it's not.
The fact that you said you would look at my girlfriend and be like, oh, what's the border?
Well, I would say, hey,
Let's
do you
push
have
the
your papers? Are you here illegally?
If she doesn't have her papers on her because no one carries their papers everywhere, you're saying you would deport
Well, then
her.
we'll just go on to the next person. If you can prove that you're a naturally born citizen, you would have to go. But if you can't, you're going to get into the bus and you're going to go back to where the hell you came from. What's the problem?
Wait, so are you saying if they can't provide it on the spot they are, like where they are right now, you'd deport them?
Yes.
You know, they did that in the 1920s. That's actually ethnic cleansing.
Well, that sucks for them.
You're arguing to ethnically cleanse Mexican Americans that are here legally.
If they're here illegally, okay, but ethnically cleansing.
No, you're ethnically cleansed. No, you're ethnically cleansing them because they're here legally.
That's definitely not the same thing.
Ethnic cleansing is forceful removal and displacement from a place where someone is legally.
Well, that sucks, but hey,
Based
I have
upon
to
an
tell you
ethnic
this,
trait.
this-
So you're literally doing it
America
because they're
really
Mexican.
doesn't owe you morality if you consider our history, man. You keep thinking that because something is supposed to be like moral.
Are
it's
you
a good
rage baiting?
thing. No.
That's so sick for you to say that.
Yeah, well, you know what? You keep thinking that I owe you morality. That's the problem.
Wait, so
You're
anyone who's
arguing on
non-white,
gotcha.
you should assume that they're not here, not from here.
I'm just saying, if you see the amount of illegal Honduran drug dealers on San Francisco streets right now selling drugs to black people, you can tell if somebody's here not legally or not.
Judy, I appreciate
can
it.
tell
Thank
you
so
right
much.
now that
Wait, no, you can't.
Yeah, you
And
can.
I have a question. Are you white?
No.
So are you saying that anyone who's not white, you should assume is not from this country legally?
It would be hard for you to tell if they were here illegally, but you would have to prove that you aren't. But if you have to do, but if you've done something illegal,
Wait, are you actually arguing for racial
and you got
profiling?
caught if the police catches you and you've done something illegally and you're not from this country, you gotta go. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, so again, you are assuming people are not from this country just simply because they're not white. That's what you said earlier.
Well, hey,
Michael,
what's the
thank you so
problem?
much for the $5. Thank you so much. Lexi, thank you so much for the $5 as well. XYZ, thank you so much for the $4. Glenn, thank you for the $3. I don't know how you don't see that as crazy. You understand these types of policies that you're actually advocating right now have been used to disenfranchise and discriminate against plenty of communities in the United States on the basis of their ethnicity.
Bro.
Or Mexican Americans, again, we're ethnically... Be quiet,
This country does not owe you morality.
Hey, Brandon, I don't owe you morality to stay in this live. You keep
Okay, well then kick me
saying the
out,
same
man.
thing
I already
over and
told
over.
you I can't stay here for long.
Brandon, right? You understand that we do provide people ethics, right? And morality. Everyone, right? We have firefighters, we have police, right? We have healthcare policy that ensures that people have basic access to their needs, right? We ensure that there's food for children, right? We do provide, right, ethical standards to people. But for some reason, you don't want to apply these ethical standards to individuals who are non-white simply because they were not white, which is insane for you
Because
to
they're not
say.
American citizens. I hate to tell you. They're not American citizens.
Again, you were assuming that because they're not white, they're not American citizens.
I'm just saying, like if we're gonna get, he's specifically targeting illegal immigrants. Okay, I mean, if you have an ID, okay, fine. But if you don't and you're here illegally, I doubt very seriously. And besides, as a white person, you should know how easy it is to immigrate here. I don't know why are you even trying to do this gotcha tactic, man.
It is not easy. It
I'm
takes
pretty
7
sure
to
it
10
is.
years
Like,
to
I
go
hate
through the
to tell you,
asylum process legally,
a white
and it
Jew
takes
can
5
get
to
in
7
here
years to get through the legal
fine.
process.
Nah.
Brandon, you're just like not acknowledging reality.
No, I am
Amy, thank you so much for the
acknowledging
$15. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Amy. And Amanda, thank you so much for the $10. Elisa, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Elisa. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Taxes.
I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Chelsea, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. Wait, are you saying that if they don't speak English, they should be kicked out from this country?
Okay, moving along to a different policy.
Sabrina, think of the $5.
Okay, I think his
no, if
policy on
someone doesn't speak
cryptocurrency
English,
is
should they be
completely-
kicked out from the country?
Yeah, well, like, I think cryptocurrency and his idea of not taxing or getting rid of capital gains tax.
Yo, it's a how old are you?
Hi, I'm 19.
Are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely.
Why so?
I love his policies about closing down the borders. I know that we had open borders for a really long time. Also, that was, all over the news, especially what happened in Texas. They were literally tearing down the borders. Everything that happened with the Haitians a couple.
Can I address
years
these
ago.
things? So one, we didn't have an open border, right? Two, as it relates to this in terms of like the razor wire that they were taking down, that's because the state of Texas was putting that up when it's not their jurisdiction, it's federal jurisdiction, and that was harming federal border agents' ability to do their jobs.
Okay. But then what about all the Haitians that happened so when Biden, when he was or he still is technically in office, but a couple of years ago, when he told all the Haitians that he can come to America and that we have a place for them. And then there was thousands of people waiting for them to like come into our country. And Kamala didn't say anything about it. She didn't try to stop it at all.
Wait, the Haitians that came in the country are here legally.
No.
Benita, thank you so much for the $5. Deborah, thank you for the hanging lights. Yes, they are.
No.
You want to put money on that? Most Haitians here are legally.
But then how do you explain the thousands of people that were showing up with bags on their backs?
Because specifically people in those small town Republican areas actually were asking them to come. Because you know, if you've been to rural communities, right, they're losing people in these areas. The schools are dying, which means the city dies, and then everything goes underneath. So actually, people coming to these areas specifically revitalizes their economies.
Okay.
People are leaving rural America. We want people going back to rural America so we can build it up, right? People can come to this country for a better life, and we can help people who are already in this country continue to have a better life. You understand that if we just let these rural areas die, what happens to those people in the rural areas? Push that mustache.
So then what's the issue with a lot of the homeless now and the lack of employment?
Because Republican politicians don't want to provide any social safety net specifically for homeless individuals.
So lack of employment, homelessness, and the fact that the government, there's just so many things right now that people can get government assistance, but then they're not working. And then it's not really encouraging anybody else to work. And so if we're having to take care of all these people, we as in taxpayers and everybody.
Why don't you just stop working and do that then?
Because I'm morally correct.
So it's only morals that are stopping you from doing that?
Absolutely. I believe that this is definitely a huge moral debate.
So you're saying right now you could choose to just stop working and you'd be totally fine? Then why is there homelessness?
No, I don't think that it would be totally fine. I do believe that.
I thought if all these people are just doing nothing and they're living off the system, how come there are homeless individuals?
They're giving people food, they're giving people technology, they're giving people...
Lily, can you answer my question? Right? If it is the case that everyone is just able to live off of the government and they don't have to work, then why are people homeless?
Because they're living off of government assistance that isn't giving them housing. Sure. Actually, there is government assistance for housing, but people are choosing not to because they get more benefits living on the street.
So you think that people just living on the street are getting tons of benefits, right?
Yeah,
and everything is paid for them.
And some people choose not to get it. Of course, everything is a choice in this country. Everything is absolutely.
So what programs do they get?
Well, there's welfare. It's no longer known as welfare, but yes, you can get
what types of welfare?
Welfare for groceries, welfare for
food stamps.
Yeah, so food stamps.
So we have food stamps specifically that help children get food. So your issue is food stamps? Wait, do you think we should get rid of food stamps?
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah. Yes, I agree.
You know that children rely on food stamps for food, right?
Yeah, I know.
My friend Dean, when he was a kid, he relied on food stamps for food. If he didn't have food stamps, he would have starved. He would have gone to sleep starving.
Oh,
okay. So I think that food stamps absolutely should exist because I don't want children starving in this country. Push the massage. We live in the richest country in the history of the world. You're telling me we can't provide food for our children?
I don't believe that we are the richest country in the world. No, I do not.
Okay, name one country that has a larger economy than us?
I would imagine there's countries that are doing way better than us right now.
Name one country that has a larger economy than us.
Probably England.
No, not even close. California has a larger economy than the UK. It's not England.
But then you also do realize that there are more people in America than there is in like other countries in the world.
Okay.
There are more people here in California than there are in Canada. So
wait, you just said that we don't have the largest economy. We do. We have the biggest economy in the world.
No, but
Our
not the
GDP
best.
is the highest of any country. I
But
never
not
said
the
we were the
best.
best. I never said we're the best. And we're not the best because Republicans don't want to provide health care for every citizen. We're not the best because Republicans don't want to help fund education so that we can have the best educated society in the world.
Yes, and
Instead,
I
we choose
agree.
to be dumb and believe in conspiracy theories because we don't want to educate our children because we want to cut out the Department of Education. Well, that sounds like a fantastic idea when we have
Well, I
conspiracy
think that
so
there's a
prevalent in
lot
this
to say
country.
about the Department of Education. But yeah, I do think that our country definitely needs help. And I think that if Kamala wanted to help, she could have done that in the past 4 years.
And she did. The Inflation Reduction Act, Chips and Science Act, PACT
did.
Act, and the Infrastructure Bill.
Parker, as somebody that actually went to research, I encourage you to go to Google and type in the accomplishments of Kamala Harris. And
Wait, I just gave you
only
things.
have-
Reference anything I just said.
Again, you're
Can you tell me
interrupting.
3 provisions within the bipartisan infrastructure bill?
No, but you're interrupting me. I'm not done talking. And I'm sure you love that line because she loves it. But I do encourage you to Google her accomplishments, and the first thing that will come up is just her race and her titles and nothing about any of her accomplishments.
Lily, how do you think I found all the accomplishments to be able to tell people on the live? What the hell are you talking about? You understand that having her race is not an accomplishment, right?
Exactly.
No one claims it's an accomplishment.
No, exactly.
You guys just bring up her race all the time because you're obsessed. You're fucking obsessed with her race.
No.
Right? She doesn't bring up her race. She's not running on the fact that she's a black woman. She never did that.
But she just likes to, change accents once in a while.
You know what code switching is? Here's a little crown. Do you know what code switching is?
No, go ahead.
And you could reference dialect. You're talking about African American vernacular English. It's a type of vernacular, right? In terms of code switching, that's because she exists in a society, right, that perpetuates racism, right? And because it perpetuates racism, it creates conditions where people who, right, are black subconsciously or consciously engage in code switching, so they experience less racism.
So accent switching.
Yeah, I just explained it to you. One, it's vernacular.
Not code.
One, it's vernacular.
Not code.
Two,
Accent switching. So she.
you're not listening. You're not listening, are you? Can you repeat to me what my argument was?
So
Lily, I'm going to tell you to repeat to me what.
No, you love talking about people, so I'm going to tell you just as much as.
I can just mute you, Lily. You understand that I have total control over the live, right? You're on my platform. Okay? Can you tell me what I just said, Lily? Lily, please describe to me what I just said.
You said code switching, but in reality.
And that is? What is code switching?
So when she is put in a certain environment, she will then start talking in that environment.
That was a terrible description of code switching, Lily. I just described it to you.
I
Try
was
again.
listening to you. Clearly, I wasn't listening to you. I was talking at the same time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you weren't listening to me. And that's the issue, is that I was describing it to you and you're not listening to me. And that's why you didn't understand what I was saying. And you were going to try to let me speak. You weren't listening to what I'm saying. So why would I say that as a productive dialogue or continue to let you speak when you're not engaging with what I have to say?
But it's quite literally.
Lily, thank you so much for the $3 for Lily's for Kamala. Tarina, thank you so much. I appreciate the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Tarina. Okay, so code switching specifically, right? People will engage in who are black, typically speaking, within society, because it is the case that there is racism perpetuated in our society, and it's they don't experience as much racism, okay? Whether it be subconsciously or consciously, they engage in the code switching.
So what instance were you talking about where she was doing that? Because there's multiple interviews of her doing multiple different accents.
Interviews? What interview?
Interviews to. What do you mean? What interview?
Name the interview.
I forgot. She doesn't like to do interviews. I'm so sorry.
No, she did with 60 Minutes. She did with Fox News. Donald Trump did go on 60 Minutes. Every other presidential candidate has done so since the inception of 60 Minutes. Why didn't Trump go on 60 Minutes? Please tell me.
Well, he's done a lot more.
Why didn't Trump go on 60 Minutes?
I don't know. Let me call him.
Okay. No response. Incredible. Wow, that
So do you have a response to why he didn't go on 60 Minutes?
And no, because there is no good reason, right, for you guys.
But
Actually, the
didn't he
response,
get 2 minutes
the
before
response
his
that the response
testimony?
that is true that I wouldn't even want to bring up if I were you, Shayla. Thank you so much for the $5. Is that he doesn't want to engage with the other side. He's scared of being questioned on his fundamental beliefs
Well,
because
that's
he
okay.
doesn't have a fundamental basis for it.
No, because he did a debate with Kamala Harris with ABC News, and we both know that they
And
definitely
he got
feel the
cooked.
same way.
He literally had to say that she had an earring that gave her all the answers because he got cooked.
But then he wasn't only debating her; he was also debating.
Push the rock star.
Anyways, I also do want to touch on the topic of abortion and fertility, because I think that his policy of saying that he wants to make it so that any woman that is struggling with infertility now has access to IVF or will have access to IVF when
Are
he
you
is
pro-life?
Yes.
She doesn't know it. Okay, so when does life begin?
The second that the baby is starting to form in your stomach, the fetus.
In your stomach?
In
The
your
fetus?
uterus. In your uterus.
Okay, wait. So life doesn't begin at conception.
Define conception.
Fertilization of an egg.
Yes. I believe that that's when life starts.
Okay, that doesn't happen in the uterus. One. Where does conception occur in the human body?
It's the uterus. It's the vagina, the cervix, everything, the ovaries, the egg, the sperm.
Fallopian tubes. Jesus Christ, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's
Either
insane.
way,
That's
I
insane.
still believe that that is when life starts.
That's insane. Okay, so life begins at conception, right? I'm not disputing that, but you understand that IVF, right? They discard literally hundreds of thousands of lives that are zygotes and embryos, right? Because they create more zygotes and embryos than they actually utilize. So you understand that if you're paying for IVF, you're actually going to be killing people under your own worldview. You just didn't know what IVF is. You don't know where conception occurs in the human body, and you want to restrict other women's access to get abortion?
Yes, absolutely. I do not think that abortion is right at all.
Okay, but you're killing people if Trump wants to pay for IVF. You're going to kill more people by paying for IVF because there will be an increase in the amount of patients. First, the galaxy, thank you so much. There's about 5 to 7 zygotes and embryos created per patient, right? If there's 300,000 current patients, and we expect that to increase by at least 2 times because it's paid for instead of extraordinarily expensive, there's going to be literally hundreds of thousands of zygotes and embryos, possibly millions per year, that specifically die, right? Because Donald Trump wanted to pay for IVF.
Yes, he wants to make it so the insurance pays for IVF as well.
Yeah, that makes more people die under your worldview. That's going to kill more people than the overturning of Roe versus Wade, or than the keeping of Roe versus Wade, the codification of it into law.
But then
More people under your worldview will die. What's up?
But how does abortion not kill people?
Because it's not a person prior to sentience. But under your view, right, even if it is a person, Jordan, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. There are less abortions than there would be discarded zygotes and embryos from paying for IVF.
You think that
Marin, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. Shayla, thank you so much for the $5. Yes.
But not everybody can afford
listen,
IVF,
because
and there's
what
a
we're
very
doing,
handful of people that
what we're
can
doing
actually
is we're
afford IVF.
comparing. What we're doing is we're comparing the level of abortions that occur prior to Roe versus Wade being overturned, and we're comparing that to the level of abortions that occur after Roe versus Wade being overturned, right? Because then that tells us, right, specifically due to Donald Trump's policy that he wants, leaving it up to the states, what the difference in the amount of people who are murdered is. Push the stage, and there's going to be less people from the change in the determination of whether or not Roe versus Wade is in place, comparative to paying for IVF. So your policy, you voting for Donald Trump, will kill more people under your own worldview. But you don't give a shit about people. You just care about controlling other women for some reason.
That's not at all how I view that at all.
Well, then it's not about the person because you don't care about the zygotes and the embryos that are going to be killed by the paid for IVF policy that you're advocating for. Again, you care about them. I don't. I don't think zygotes and embryos are people. I don't think people have tails. Do you think people have tails?
No.
Appreciate the paper crane. Well,
That's
at that
actually
point, they
very
have tails.
I'm a Democrat. That people
At
don't.
that point, they have tails, and I don't think people have tails. I've never met a person with a tail.
And so are you, sorry, this is just going to be a question of just like what you believe. Do you like believe it's okay to like be a furry and like
That's not a biological tail. And yeah, if someone wants to like be a furry in their own time, right? Legally speaking, do what you want, right? Like if you're not harming
And
anyone
that's
else, right? Why would I stop someone from being a furry? Like, you think it should be illegal to be a furry?
I don't think it's right. I think that's definitely a mental issue. I think the desire to be.
I mean, I don't even wait. That's not even necessarily what it is. But like, even if it was
You don't
true,
think that
right?
somebody
That
trying to
doesn't.
be an animal
Right.
that is not
Yeah,
human.
so I appreciate the hand art. Yeah, someone like cosplaying
think
is
that
that?
is-
Yeah, that's
No,
I don't
no,
necessarily think
there-
that entails a mental issue, but I'm not saying like I would do that myself or like I'm into that. Do you know what a mascot is?
Yes, that's to represent a team. That person does not go around identifying as that animal. I'm sorry.
That's not what that's not what a furry is. A furry, someone who's a furry doesn't necessarily identify. It's cosplay. Okay? It's literally cosplay. Do you know what cosplay is?
Yes, I do know what cosplay is.
Okay, so they don't actually think that they're like that animal necessarily, right? Most people who do that don't think that.
No, sorry. You're right. I used the wrong word. It wasn't furry. It's oh my god, I'm blanking. It starts with a T.
I don't know what you're referencing. Like, do you think Halloween costumes should be illegal? Like,
No, not at all. Etherean.
okay, what?
You don't
Do I
think that-
what about it?
Do you believe that that is not a mental issue?
I'm actually not even really familiar with what it is, right? Like, I is there anything in the DSM that indicates it is?
I'm not too sure because it's, being supported everywhere, I feel like.
Being supported? I've never even heard about this, right?
You've never heard about people wanting to be an animal other than human?
No, not typically, no. Is it in the DSM?
It's... Oh my gosh, I'm surprised you've never heard of this. I'm sorry, I'm mind blown. There's actually some schools...
You're mind blown?
Yeah, that you've never heard of this, especially with the political side that you're on, because that's allowing kids, or they are supporting kids to want to do this. There's actual schools that have set up kitty litters for people who want...
Where?
Well, they're allowing it in schools, and they're encouraging it in schools.
Wait, you're saying people are they're setting up kitty litters to get people to want to be animals? Push the hand art. What are you talking about?
Not to want to be animals.
Where?
But there's some schools that have been on the news where they have set up litter boxes for kids.
Yeah, that's for school shootings, right? And for like lockdowns. What the fuck are you talking about?
There's also kids that think that it's okay to be another animal, and nobody is saying anything about it, especially in schools. I know because I went back to my former high school and I asked some of the admin if I had seen what I seen, because there was a girl wearing a foxtail pretending to be a fox.
By the way, Lily, you know that there are service dogs in schools, right?
Well, this was a human girl.
Wait, so you think that like human kids, right, are utilizing litter boxes at school? Christine, thank you so much for the subscription.
Probably are, but
give me
anyways,
one source. Give me one fucking source that indicates that, dude.
I'm not done with my story, and
and honestly, wait, you understand if kids are wait, by the way, right, like none of these things would you be able to provide any evidence for, one, and two, how the hell did we even get to this? What the fuck are we talking about? How the hell did we get here?
You were asking if humans have tails, and I said no.
Yeah, because I was like, because we were talking about the fact that fucking embryos at that point have tails.
But I also want to touch on this basis.
Max, thank you so much for the $1. Isla, thank you so much for the $2. Pauline, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Here, I just want to ask you. I want to ask you if you think that this, right, is a person. Kai, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate it. Thank you. Give me 1 second. Right here. Okay. Thank you, Kai. I appreciate the $1. Do you think this is a person?
Sorry, I can barely see. Your phone.
I appreciate this. Look, you think that's a person?
Well, it's an embryo.
Do you think that's a person?
No.
No?
No.
You don't think embryos are people? Trisha, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much.
I think that they're living. I believe that it's life. Yeah.
Joy, thank you so much for the $5. Do you think it's a human life? Joshua, I appreciate the $2.
Embryo?
What's a person?
A person is a human being.
Yeah. Okay. What is a human being?
Well, what definition do you want?
Your definition. Emily, thank you so much for the dollar. Thank you.
Has 2 arms, is made up of animal cells, that has the capability of thinking.
At what point does it become a human being? Or become a person? First, the money gun. Is it like conception? Cassidy, thank you so much for the $2.
Yes, I think it's a human.
Neandria, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Okay. So I have a question. Joshua, thank you so much for the $1. This is a human being. You think this is a person? So I'm just doing this so that the notifications don't show off someone's name.
That's a dolphin.
That's a dolphin? Really?
It looks like a dolphin embryo.
Is that a dolphin?
That looks like a human embryo.
That looks like a human? Really?
Embryo.
Really?
No.
Human babies out of the aquarium. Okay. Yeah, it's a chicken wing. Okay, true. So again, the point that I'm making, right, is do you think, right, this is a person, right? And I don't think it is, right? I don't think that they have the same type of value me and you have, right? Let's give you an assumption here, right? Let's say you're in a burning building, right? You've got 2 embryos you could possibly save. Push the money gun. Or you have 1 newborn baby. You can either save the 2 embryos from burning alive or the 1 newborn baby from burning alive. Which would you rather save?
I wouldn't make that decision because it's not a thing. That would not happen. You would not find a newborn baby in 2 embryos.
Wait, I have a question. Would you rather save 2 people or 1 person?
2 people.
Okay, so if you believe that embryos are people, right, you'd save the 2 over the 1. So I'm asking you the very, very clear question. Would you rather save the 2 embryos or the 1 newborn baby? Bug, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
I love that you're setting me up for no matter what answer that I'm doing or that I say, it's going to seem wrong. But
Trace, thank you so much for the description.
If it was for sure that those 2 embryos were going to grow and they were going to become adults one day, I would pick the 2 embryos because that's 2 people versus the 1.
You'd pick. So wait, the
Again,
embryos
like
don't
I
have an
said,
experience,
of
by the way.
course,
You would
set that
save
up.
the 2 embryos over a newborn baby that would experience being burnt alive.
Do you remember when you would get shots when you were little, when you were a baby? Did you remember when you were...
Wait, are you saying that's okay to do because they don't remember it?
No, I'm not saying that. But I love, again...
Okay, but like they had an experience, right?
That question up because, and then if I said, oh, I'd rather say the newborn baby...
Because you sound insane. You sound insane. Because an embryo cannot
that's
experience...
That's a very insane question, wouldn't you think?
The embryo can't experience. Obviously, I would say the newborn baby that has subjective experiences. It's going to be conceived in the stomach.
That was an insane question. That was insane.
How?
Because you set it up.
Okay. Push
You
the
literally
cap.
set it up, and I gave you my answer.
Do you want me to give you another one?
Answer.
Do you think sperm should have rights?
No.
No, but they're living. They're living.
Yeah, but it doesn't have the capability of being a human until it's...
What of what species are they? Every living organism has a species. Sperm are living. Therefore, what species are sperm of?
I'm not sure. What are they?
Human sperm is of the human species. It's human
Okay.
cellular life. So should sperm have rights? Sperm rights?
No. No.
Why not? Come on.
Because
Don't you care about sperm? Helping humans. Thank you so much for the
No.
dollar. I appreciate it. Thank you. And
Again,
Rachel, thank you so much for the
life starts at
$5. She definitely
conception.
did, by the way, helping human. She definitely did. What's up?
Life starts at conception, and sperm.
Wait, but sperm is living, right? Do you think sperm is living? Kevin,
for
thank you
a
so much for the
short period of
$15.
time.
She does support Jizicide. That's totally true.
They say I support Jesus' side.
Jizicide. Push the ICU.
No, because it's not a human. It's
What?
not.
It's of the human species.
Yeah, but it's not conceived.
Okay, it doesn't
If
matter.
it has no contact with an egg and it doesn't become a fetus or
Are
an
you saying
embryo,
because it has different DNA? Janie, I appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. Because if you're saying based upon DNA, well, then it actually is the case that I can give you an example for that, right? If it's predicated
That's
off
like
of
saying,
DNA,
like, I
right?
care
Then I have a
about
question.
my-
Do you think identical twins that have the same DNA are two separate people?
Yes, because they are two different beings.
But they have the same DNA. I thought you distinct individuals, people based upon DNA. Push the cap.
I didn't say DNA. I said
Okay,
that
so
they're
what
not yet
quality
conceived.
what quality differentiates them? Ashley, thank you so much for the
sperm
$10
doesn't
for the
have an egg.
protection of sperm. What's
Sperm
up?
does not have an egg to conceive with. So without the
That
egg, it is
doesn't matter.
nothing. To me,
Why is it
without the egg,
nothing?
it is nothing.
Alexandra, thank you for the $1. It's living. Why is it nothing? You don't care about life?
Well, a lot of things that are there's a lot of things that are living, especially on our body. That's like saying that the bacteria that's on my skin is living.
Save the swimmers. Save the sperm.
I didn't say that, but okay.
Crinkly, thank you so much for the subscription. But it's living. Come on. Lindsay, thank you so much for the good evening. I can't believe that you would support the killing of individual sperm cells. That is disgusting.
You're so
Morally reprehensible.
That's very mature.
What? That's just like, well, I mean, you're the one that wants to restrict women's access to abortion because you think zygotes are people. Appreciate the hand heart.
Yeah, well, I don't
Ashley,
think
thank you
that
so much for the
women should
$10. Thank you so much.
kill a life because they think it's inconvenient. No, I think it's very
I have a question. Do you think that this is a person, a human being? Do you think this is a person?
Those are your ring light. Hang on. Those are cells.
You don't think that's a person?
Um,
Kaylin, thank you for the $10. What'd you say?
I think it could have the capabilities of being a person.
Okay, so zygotes aren't people? Because that's a zygote, by the way. That's a zygote.
Yeah, I
Right?
understand.
That's under your worldview, that was a person. Right? And you couldn't identify that as a person. You didn't even know. Do you typically mistake zygotes for like single cell organisms? Right? People for single cell organisms, I mean? Susan, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much for Save the Sperm. Thank you so much. And Ashley, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Shannon, thank you for the 69 cents.
Sorry, repeat your question. I'm sorry, I'm too busy hearing you thank people for money.
Do you typically mistake people for single cell organisms?
No, I don't.
Okay. Like when you look at bacteria, you're like, oh my God, it could be a person.
No, I don't.
When you... Okay. Whitney, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. But like, you just mistook a microorganisms for like a person.
No, I said it has the capability of becoming a person.
Yeah, but a zygote under your worldview already is a person.
No, I said it has the capability of becoming a person.
A zygote is a conceived cell at conception. Appreciate the boo.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I thought you think it's a person. And Victor, thank you for the $20 for thanks for always thanking us. Thank you so much. And Whitney, thank you so much for the $5 for the Jizasad. Yeah, so Blake, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. So I mean, I don't understand what your point is, right? You literally just said that you would save two, or actually, here, can I ask you this question? Do you think that violent sex offenders should be able to get access to guns?
No, absolutely not.
But they should be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes?
In Trump's case, sure.
What? In Trump's case, bro, that special exception is wild. The Trump exception. I didn't expect that. Ashley, thank you so much for the $10 for just to annoy the guest. Carrie, thank you so much for the $2. Blake, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much.
People just love to frame him. So, and
They
of
love to
course,
frame him. How are they framing him? Chrissy, thank you so much for the 69 cents for sperm rights.
Criminals. Kamala loves criminals.
Really? Is that why you're voting for one? Leah, thank you so much for the $5.
But
You're
no.
literally voting for a criminal. Natalie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much for energy to debate Lily.
Favorite criminal.
He's your favorite criminal?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Dude, are you trolling?
Right now, I'm just being just as obnoxious as you are. So I'm just giving off your energy.
How am I being obnoxious?
Asking questions that are ridiculously hypothetical and it's just a really bizarre and set up kind of way.
Oh my god, I used a reductio ad absurdum. I used reasoning and logic. My bad.
So crazy.
Sorry, I forgot. I can't use reasoning and logic with MAGA.
Yeah, exactly. Using a burning house.
I appreciate the dollars. Thank you so much. Do I need to use action figures? Appreciate the head mustache.
Yeah, and to
Laura, and thank you so much for the subscription.
Embryos inside of a.
Do I need to use action figures?
Yeah.
And crayons?
Yeah, I agree.
We need coloring books.
With embryos.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Cassidy, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you so much. Shelly, thank you so much for the $10. Cassidy said, "How dare you try to reason with her?" I know, right? Julia, thank you so much for the $1.50. Misty with the $100. Thank you so much for the donation for the cause. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Misty in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Misty.
Woo! Good job, Misty.
Yeah, by the way, keep sending Lily money because it gives me money too. Push the little crown. Thank you so much. Thank you, I am Emery, for all the money you just sent me. Thank you so much.
I believe, though, at the end of the day, that morally it is not right what Kamala Harris has done, as in releasing criminals, as in saying that undocumented immigrants are not criminals, and also just...
You literally are saying convicted felons aren't criminals.
No, she said...
And by the way, Kamala Harris does not believe that it is not against the law, right, to come into the country undocumented. That would be a contradiction.
Yeah, but she said undocumented immigrants are not criminals.
Yeah, that's in 2019.
And said
Cody, thank you so much for the $15 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And they're not criminals in the sense that we typically refer to it. Shelly, thank you so much for the $10. Like, for example, right? Have you ever gone over the speed limit?
Sure. Yeah.
Morgan, thank you so much for the $5. Are you a criminal? Jesse, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much.
Sure, in that sense, yeah.
And Morgan, thank you for the $5.
Have you went over the speed limit?
And WW Morgan, yes, I have. Right, and so am I a criminal too? DYK, thank you for the subscription.
Criminal, right?
Wait, so I mean, you could say the same thing under your view, right? Like, if you're talking about like undocumented immigrants being criminals, well, then you're also a criminal. Lee, thank you so much for the $1. Kathy, thank you for the $5. And if you don't want criminals in the country, why do you want them in the Oval Office?
Like I said, people love to frame him for a lot of things.
What was he framed for? Push the little crown. What crime was he framed for? Trisha, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much.
You list me some of your favorite ones.
She didn't make 400. Trisha, don't worry. What's up?
I said,
Mama, thank you so much for the subscription.
List some of your favorite crimes, and I'll let you know.
Nah, get out of my life. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Thank you for the boxing gloves. Thank you so much, Kellyanne. Thank you so much for the superpowers. Thank you so much, Eden. Thank you so much for the 69 cents. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? Are you voting Trump?
Hell no.
Okay. Name's Trump 2024. Okay. Push the confetti. Thank you. Everyone, do tap that screen. Follow me if you haven't already, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Push the hand hard. Thank you.
What's wrong with you, bro?
Are you like 12, dude? Push the hand hard. Jeez, dude. What's up with the 12-year-olds joining the live? Push the confetti. Thank you so much. Push the gold mine. Thank you so much, Anthony. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I was like, we just got 2 fetuses in a row. Push the coral. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 27.
Push the money gun. Thank you so much. What's your birth year? Dude, 3 fetuses in a row is crazy. Appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you so much. I appreciate. Thank you for the hat and mustaches. Thank you so much. Taylor, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Kathy, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love you.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Thank you. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Let's get this next individual up here. Carol, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Thank you, Carol. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
I just really don't agree. Well, first of all, I want to say I am religious.
What's your birth year, by the way?
2003.
And how old are you?
About to turn 21. 2 weeks.
Appreciate the gem gun. Thank you so much. All right, go for it.
So first of all, I just want to say that I'm a religious individual, and I just don't agree with Kamala specifically at the rally when someone says Jesus is Lord, and then
look that up and put fact check right after.
Say that again.
Look up Jesus is Lord, Kamala, fact check.
And what about it?
Yeah, so she wasn't doing that. She never kicked him out for them saying Jesus is Lord.
There's a literal video of it.
Yeah, that's specifically was her not responding to that. She was never responding to people who were saying Jesus is Lord. She was responding specifically to them heckling the crowd, right? And being Trump supporters. They were engaging in clear Trump rhetoric. Push the hand art.
So, okay, even if so, what would be wrong? What would be wrong if Trump supporters were at a Kamala rally?
No, they were like heckling her.
So what would be wrong with that? I mean, they would be. That's
like for example, there are people that went into a Trump rally and were like, "This is boring. This is boring," and he's like, "Get him out of here!" And they kicked him out.
Okay,
Cody, I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. She made a joke about it. Catherine, thank you so much for the $1. That's not freedom of speech. It's a private area. Carol, thank you for the $5. Taylor, thank you for the $5 as well.
So what you're saying is, people at Trump rallies saying this is boring, and him saying, "Get out of here." I don't agree.
Thank you so much for the $5. You kicked them out.
Yeah, I don't agree with that either. I think.
Wait, that's a ridiculous statement. If someone came on my live and isn't talking about the stream, and I kick them, that's not anti-free speech. Miss Sophia, thank you for the $1. That makes no sense. How is that anti-free speech? Free speech is government. It's constitutional, right? And Trump actually wants to undermine that. Did you know Trump wants to terminate the Constitution and he wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag? Push the rock star. Thank you.
Okay, first of all,
prescription.
He does not want to get rid of the Constitution. That's just.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. He literally said it. You want me to show you the tweet?
Prove it.
You want me to show you the tweet?
Sure, go ahead.
I got you.
It's literally nobody can do that. It's impossible.
I'll read it off to you. So with the revelation, I appreciate that had mustache. Thank you so much. Good to see you, Caleb. Good to see you, Caleb. With the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception and working closely with big tech companies, the DNC and the Democrat Party, do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner, or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. That's blatantly and explicitly him saying that he wants to terminate the Constitution. If you can't see that, I don't know what to tell you, bro.
Well, when you strongly believe that the 2020 election was stolen, I don't think he's wanting to completely get rid of the Constitution. Nobody can do that. But he
just said it. He literally explicitly said it. He thinks the election was stolen and he wants to terminate the Constitution because he thinks the election was stolen.
A lot of people think the election was stolen.
He thinks it, and there's no evidence indicating that. He's running for president of the United States, and he believes in such a delusional thing. Caitlin, thank you so much for the $1.
In Wisconsin, how were there more votes casted than there were registered
Totally
voters?
Wrong. That's been disproven for like literally years.
No,
Yes, it has. Right there. Tell me how many people in Wisconsin specifically were registered to vote.
I don't know the number.
So how do you know it's different? How do you know that it's? How do you know it's?
Because at the time when they were counting the votes, it was however many votes above registered voters in Wisconsin.
So let's look this up. How many registered voters? We said Wisconsin.
I believe it was either Wisconsin or Michigan. I can't remember.
Wisconsin, 2020. Okay. Voter registration statistics specifically, there was in 2020. Let me get this for you.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. 2020. Registered voters by age group. So grand totals 33.67 million. Right. So how many votes? How many? You said there were more votes casted for Biden.
No. I'm saying just overall in the state, Trump and Biden combined.
In 2020, I got you. You said Wisconsin.
I believe so.
Yeah. So thank you for this rock star. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So in Wisconsin specifically, I got you. Yeah, and there was 1.63 plus 1.61. 1.63 plus 1.61 is less than 3.679.
You said
Samantha, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. If you want to do the math, right, it's less.
You said
again,
the total registered
1.63. Listen. It's 1.63 million for Biden, right? 1.63 plus 1.61. That has you at 3.24, right? And it was 3.68 that registered
voters. Okay, then
yeah. So there's way more registered voters than there was people who voted.
Okay, so I have a question. If say Trump wins, do you think you
got flagged for civic and election integrity, my guy? I got to go into the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live. Follow me if you haven't already. I go live literally every single day, y'all. Literally go live every day. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
Oh? What time is it?
2:30 in the morning.
Okay. Misty, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Misty. Can we get some W's for Misty in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Misty. All right. Let's go into the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next individual up here. By the way, everyone, do y'all see how the algorithm is totally different? Just letting everyone know. Algorithm is so much better today than it's been, in so long. And it's not because there's more people involved with the election. It's totally related to TikTok's glitches. Do you see the difference? It's unbelievable. We haven't hit 11K in so long, and we're consistently holding on to it for hours. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
57.
Megan, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Well, I just wanted to come on here. I just came across you, and I really enjoyed your debate. You're obviously very knowledgeable, and I appreciate that. It's been very entertaining. I just don't have a lot of faith that VP Harris, I hate Trump. I think he's an asshole, but I have very little confidence that Harris is going to be able to really bring our country back to where I would like to see it. And as much as I hate to admit that I'm, voting for Trump, as much as I don't like him, I think he has a better chance of turning our country around.
Okay, in what manner? How is he going to make the country better?
Well, I just think he's more. Well, first of all, I don't like a lot of the policies. I don't like some of the things that I've seen. I think the
what things do you like
better
of Trump?
during Trump. Well, I don't like the idea of paying for transgender surgeries for inmates. I don't like.
Didn't happen.
I know, but it's something she said she was interested in doing. I don't like the open border policy. I don't like the number.
Never said what she said specifically was that she would be okay with people getting access to HRT, which is something that's already provided right? Specifically, right? They give medicine to inmates. That's how it works, right? Those are meds specifically. And then in terms of open border, Donald Trump called people in Congress to undermine the border bill, right? And it is the case that Donald Trump has no plan specifically for the border. He doesn't really care about fixing it. And then also, actually, there were people in Trump's administration that actually did provide these sorts of things like HRT to individuals who are trans, right, during Trump's administration. So I just want to let you know that's also true.
That's a minor thing. I don't see in 4 years.
Daniel, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Zid. Thank you for the $1.11.
Harris being the vice president, that she has no control. I mean, she wants to take credit for positives that the Biden-Harris administration did, but any of the negatives, she wants to be, distanced from. Or
what are her two typical big powers?
Well, the general argument I hear is, she hasn't done anything in 4 years. Well, she's only the VP.
Wrong. So she was the most influential vice president ever. She had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever, and she raised over $5 billion in private funds specifically for Central America to reduce the likelihood of people coming here in terms of the migrant crisis. So the two particular authorities they have, right, tie-breaking votes and diplomatic, assigned by the president.
Yeah, it doesn't relate to, money in my pocket, how my family is living, the way I feel this country is going, the instability worldwide.
Instability. Can you name me two Trump economic policies you like?
No, I can't, absolutely, because I don't know that he has any absolute policies. I don't know, because again,
so if you don't know any of Trump's policies, how do you know he's going to be beneficial to you?
Well, because I think part of his ability is to find people that can do the job, not that he's completely capable.
And that's why a huge portion of his administration thinks he's unfit to be president. Like his old administration thinks he's unfit to be president.
The ones that he fired,
a laughing fool to foreign leaders, right?
The ones that he fired and the ones that he doesn't get along with. Sure, I mean, I get that.
Which was basically all of them, right? He had multiple national security advisors, multiple chiefs of staffs, multiple individuals across the board for all of these different positions. That's what Donald Trump did under his administration, is he fired people who disagreed with him. Right? Sure. A four-star general called him a fascist. A four-star general said that he said that veterans are suckers and losers. Okay? That's specifically what Donald Trump's character is. That's what Donald Trump does. He doesn't give a shit about the American people. He cares about him being in what he perceives to be the largest position of power. And Lona, thank you so much. I appreciate the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Lona. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
You're killing it, man. I wish I had done your job instead of what I did, because you're making way more money than I ever did working.
Bro, this is about making money. It's about getting people to vote correctly.
Well, I mean, but you're going to do this. You're still going to have a platform after the election. So obviously, this is still a revenue, whatever it is. I mean, I'm not.
I had a platform prior to the election. Kurt, I had a platform prior to the election.
That's what I mean.
I specifically diverted my time and my energy specifically into do things related to the election because it was super important to get people to go out and vote.
Yeah, I think you're doing a great job, man. I think you're doing a great job. I think a lot of your points cause a lot of people to think. I mean, I wish 100% that the Republicans had a better candidate than that guy. It's just hard to get away from the culture. I've always been a Republican, and admittedly, it's hard to deviate from that, even though I don't align myself with certainly what you would call a MAGA or a Trump supporter. I believe that women should have a right. I mean, I think they should be allowed to have a right to abortions. I think our gun laws need to be revised, even though I spent 25 years in law enforcement. I think, a number of other, I wish you would say, conservative type of ideas I'm on the fence on. But I mean, I'm
you don't know any of Trump's economic policies that you like. So here's what it is. If you make less than $400,000 a year, you will pay more in taxes under a Trump administration, not a Harris administration.
But I didn't under his last one.
I understand, but the point I'm making is that he's advocating for 10 to 20% universal tariffs this time, which he wasn't advocating for in the past. Tristan, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you, Tristan. Yeah, that's his main economic proposal. Person that had a mustache, thank you. Thank you for the $5. Instead of engaging in things like the Chips and Science Act that the Biden-Harris administration engaged in that increase manufacturing jobs without specifically using tariffs.
Yeah, but their increase in manufacturing jobs is not nearly the 700 some odd thousand that she.
No, I'm not. Yeah, I don't.
I think
claim
the
that
CBS fact checkers came out to like 135,000. But
wait, so again, I don't think that just because jobs happened under the administration, that means it's caused by them, right? Obviously, I would relate to specific things that they did that would have caused that.
Sure, and the GDP was better under Trump. I mean, right? The GDP under Trump under the 4 years was 2.3. What?
So you're talking about the GDP growth? Appreciate that.
It was 2.3% under Trump's administration.
So do real GDP growth.
I did that.
It's the same trend. It is
the 4 years.
It is the same trend under the Biden-Harris administration as what it was under the Trump administration.
2.0.
So you're not doing a real GDP increase.
I did, and
I can tell you real GDP growth rate. So if you look at real GDP, right, you can specifically see actually under the Trump administration in 2017, quarter four 2017, it was 19,398. When he left office in 2021, it was 21,058. So it went up by around 2,000, right? And then under the Biden-Harris administration, it went up from 21,000 to 23,000. So it went up by another 2,000. So it's literally the same trend. GDP was doing the same in terms of real GDP. Real GDP is higher now than it ever has been of any country ever. Here's your little crown. Hello? Where's the boo? Are you there? Hello?
Yeah.
Did you hear what I just said?
Can you hear me?
Did you hear what I just said?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Did you hear what I just said?
About the growth?
Yes.
Yeah, I know I heard you.
What did I say?
Repeat it. Because I can't repeat it to you.
Let's go on to the next individual. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live. It will help get out to more people. Let's get to 3 million likes. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's give you confetti.
Let's go Trump, baby. Let's go Trump 2024, baby. Let's go Trump, baby. Woo!
How old are you?
Let's go Trump, baby. Yeah, let's go.
Okay, why are people like that? What a weirdo. Let's get this next individual up here. Keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 3 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. It will help get out to more people. Cordelia, thank you so much. I appreciate the $3.40. Jessica, thank you so much for the $1. Yo, what's up? Are you voting Trump?
I just got a question.
Are you voting Trump?
I mean, I'm a Canadian citizen.
Yo, thank you so much for the confetti. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Appreciate the relaxed goose. Thank you so much, Appy. Why are you voting Trump?
Well, I just kind of, when I'm looking at this, right, like, if I try to debate you on, I mean, I just feel like you're going to win for the most part on anything of Trump versus Kamala, but I just look at it as like a viewpoint. So, like, I see people like you, and this, I'm really not trying to be rude, but like you, Dean, these other guys, like, you guys don't work these blue-collar jobs. You guys don't have these conservative values.
Donald Trump doesn't work blue-collar jobs.
No, I'm just saying your guys' point of view, right?
What about it? Donald Trump has the opposite point of view and doesn't do any of that.
I'm just saying, so like, conservatives have just different values, right? And guys like you are...
Description. What values?
That's the thing. It's like, I'm not as smart as some of you guys. I can't debate like that. But like, when you look at it, you can tell where the truth is, right? Like, when I look at Kamala, or however you want to say it, I just see fake, right? I mean, I'm not going to get into the race thing. That's stupid, but like...
But 30,000 lies, confirmed lies under an administration doesn't tell you fake. Lying about the election doesn't tell you fake. Being a grifter throughout your entire life isn't fake. Being a fraudster isn't fake.
When you see Trump on stage, right, you know what you're going to expect. You know who he is.
A fraudster, a scammer, a grifter, person that had mustache, a sexual abuser.
When Kamala's on stage, you don't even know what you're going to get. She's just such a different person every time.
Kamala, no, you know what you're going to get. You're going to get compassion.
You're going to get a different accent every time. She's going to appeal to whoever.
No, do you know what code switching is?
I'm not familiar, no.
Yeah, so individuals that experience racism in society, right, like amongst the black community, will engage in code switching specifically to experience less racism, right? What you're referencing isn't necessarily just a difference in accent, it's a difference in vernacular. You're talking about African-American vernacular English, right? It's a type of dialect.
See, here's like my thing why I'm voting for Trump, right? You know, people like us, we work hard, we're blue collar, right? Like you're on TikTok. I'm not trying to be rude, but like these type of people, you guys have money, you guys come from money, you guys sit on TikTok, you're well educated, but you don't have the same values. Like when I look at it, I can just see the truth, and I can tell you that she's a fake person.
Dude, I come from less than Trump came from. Right?
Right, but I'm just saying your values, right? Like you guys sit on here, you guys don't know what it's like to have to work.
I'm literally working right now. I work every single day.
This is not work, dude. This is TikTok.
Asher. Not only is it work, but I don't have any breaks. I don't take days off. I work every single day. I do this every day. So you can't say because I like what I do, that means it's not work. Because there's plenty of people that like what they do, that it's not work. All right, under your view then.
I can respect why you're voting for her, but you have to respect why people like me vote conservative, right? Because the way we see the world, like you're telling me, so I was on here earlier listening to when you're saying that Trump is, how do you call him? What do you call him again? He says a violent
sexual abuser.
Okay, right. So you want to tell me that like let's just say my entire town, right? I live in small town Iowa. My entire town almost.
You grew up in Iowa? I grew up in Iowa as well.
So you're telling me that like my entire town is for a violent sexual abuser? Like,
yes, you guys are voting for one. You misinformed, might be, but yes, dude, I literally grew up in Iowa. I grew up in the Quad Cities.
That's fair. Yeah, right. Right. I'm not saying anything against you guys. All I'm saying is that there is a set of values in the way people perceive the world as a conservative, which makes Trump look like the right answer. And I feel like you can sit on here and make all these little points, and to be fair, you do make good points, but there's just a completely different way people look at it when they're voting. And I don't think that you can.
What values? What are you looking at? Like, what values? What are you referencing? Like, I want to be clear. Let's talk about it.
I just think it's like.
I understand you think, oh, you're on here all day, right? I'm on here all day because I genuinely want to inform other people, get people involved, and critically think. That doesn't mean any of the things that I say aren't relevant. Right, sure. There might be some things that I don't experience because I'm on here and debating, and I'm not like out, working in the sun all day. Push the DJ glasses. Thank you so much. That's true. Right, I'm not doing that.
That is
then
fair.
You can inform me. I have conversations with people who do live in those conditions, right, and do work in those conditions, and I'm fighting for those people too. Right, I really fucking care about people who are doing those things because that's a very, very huge aspect of our economy. Right, people are taken care of because of people who do jobs like that. So it's very important. Lexi, thank you for the $5. But the point I'm making is that in order for us to have a working economy, for us to have stuff like that, push the booth, thank you so much. We have to have good economic policy that benefits the nations. Right, Donald Trump does not have good economic policy that benefits the nation. He's decreasing taxes predominantly on rich people to explicitly increase taxes predominantly on people who are lower income through the context of universal tariffs. 10 to 20% universal tariffs that will cause consumer products to go up in price.
Didn't his tax cuts, didn't that help the middle class?
It did help the middle class to some degree, but significantly more helped rich people. Right. So Asher, what you're not acknowledging is that I am totally fine with tax cuts for the middle class, but his tax policy mostly went to rich people. So I'm okay with keeping the tax cuts that were applicable to the middle class, but cut out the taxes that went to rich people.
Okay, I will take a benefit for the middle class. I don't care if the rich people are doing good for them. But
Asher, that's what Kamala Harris wants. Kamala Harris wants to cut taxes.
She wants it, but she's not doing it.
Asher, because Congress Congress isn't going to come together for the new tax plan until 2025. And actually, under her administration, she was able to add in one thing, specifically through the American Rescue Plan, right, which specifically was a increase in the child tax credit from $2,000 to $3,600 during COVID for till they're 5 years old, and $3,000 through them being 18, which decreased childhood poverty by 40 to 50% when implemented. So that was a COVID era policy that did decrease taxes for the middle class, right?
Okay. Can I take this back? And I will be completely fair. If I go down this route with you, you're gonna destroy me. I am not smart. I'm not smart enough for this, but I'm gonna ask you a question, right? So, like, every single male I know that I am friends with or acquaintances with, that, you know, like these stronger, higher testosterone, blue collar, sports playing, like, I don't know a single one that is a Democrat, and that's. I just want you to explain, like,
you live
why
in Iowa. You live in Iowa.
But are you saying they're all misinformed?
Asher,
or can you not accept that there's a certain, like,
Asher,
way?
I grew up in Iowa. I know exactly what culture you're referencing. I know exactly the type of people and the men you're referencing, right? I grew up in Iowa, right? Why am I not as relevant? You know me now, right? I grew up in Iowa. I'm from Iowa. Well, you do know me now. I met you. You understand we've met each other, right?
I guess. You don't know. I mean, kind of. In a way, sure.
In a way, right? Not maybe in the same type of way you do, typically speaking, but we've met each other in that type of way. I appreciate the massage. And you know me from Iowa, literally Iowa, right? I believe otherwise. I grew up in a Christian conservative household. I used to be a Trump supporter, right? I understand the culture. I used to be in the same position. I used to be misinformed, right? But as I got educated, I got a degree in economics, right? My position has changed, right? I've debated people on the internet. My position has changed, right? I was a Trump supporter, and then I became super left wing. I was a market socialist, right, for a really long time, wanting democracy in the workplace, cooperatives, like to mandate those things. And now I'm a social democrat, right, which is kind of like what the Scandinavian countries are. Right, which in the Scandinavian countries, not only do they have broader access to healthcare, social programs, right, social safety nets, but they also have freer markets than what we have here in the United States. They have more freedom, and they have broader social safety nets that help people when they're in need. And that's the type of community values I was taught growing up. That's how people care about each other in Iowa. So if we care about each other in Iowa like that, well, then why don't we support policies that do that?
I just think it goes down to, like, it's very simple for me, right? It's been everyone I know, and kind of in my little bubble, I'll be fair, everyone sees it the same way, right? And I just feel like you can't tell me that all these people are misinformed. Like, you can. So you are misinformed unless. Would you say that you're misinformed unless you vote Democrat this year?
No, they're misinformed Democrats. She/her, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Thank you for the subscription.
And be well informed.
Yes, right, but you could be very, very likely to be misinformed, right? And I'm not saying every single one is misinformed. There are people that are not misinformed that are just bad people. Rich the Paper Crane that still support sexual abusers, that still support people who wanted to do complete and total shutdowns of Muslims entering the country. And Angelica, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much.
So you cannot be moral and informed and vote Republican this election, according to you.
Yes.
Do you really believe that?
Yes, I totally believe that. And because Asher, this isn't a typical election, okay? We're talking about someone who is fucking insane. Push the hand out. This is not your typical Mitt Romney. This is not your typical John McCain, right? Comparative to Donald Trump, those men are good men comparative to Donald Trump. And I have my huge disagreements with John McCain. I have humongous disagreements with Mitt Romney, but comparative to Donald Trump, they are good men.
Okay.
That's the point we're at in this society, is that Donald Trump has destroyed the social fabric of this nation. He has tens of millions of people that believe the election was stolen, right? He's made it more common for people to accept misogynistic behavior, right? Racist behavior, right? Especially towards immigrants, right? That thing has become significantly more common, right? And also people denying like people who have been assaulted, right? That's significantly more prominent, right? Because of people like Donald Trump.
Can you accept that when people say this in reverse, right? They're like, this is different, where Kamala is just so bad, so terrible that I have to vote Trump.
I don't understand any of the reasoning. No, I appreciate.
Do you think she's a strong candidate?
I feel like the only reason that certain people do this is because they're like pro-life, and I don't think there's any good reason to be pro-life.
Well, I'm not gonna go that way. I'm just saying, like,
that's the only ethical view people have given. They're like, oh, more people die from abortion every year than all those other things. So I don't care about the grave, the sexual abuse. I don't care about the cooing of the country. None of that. I care about all the aborted babies. That's what people will say. Okay. And they're trying to run an ethical argument. It makes no sense because zygotes, embryos, and all those things, right? Like, I don't think that they're people, right? I think that's a ridiculous statement to say that they're just as valuable as me and you. So
I don't want to talk abortion, but
sure, but like that, I'm just telling you what other Trump supporters come from.
Yeah, that's fair. Can you not see how? Let me try to formulate my thoughts here.
Take the $3.
So can you not see how people can say, like, Kamala is such a horrible candidate that they have to go
Vote
Trump?
for Trump? No. Because Trump is just so much worse.
Okay, that's fair. But can you see how, like, people are like, okay, my life under Trump was pretty good, and this Democrat candidate is so weak that it might be safer to go with Trump.
No, those make no sense because what they're doing is a correlation causation fallacy. They're saying just because two things are associated, one caused the other. It says, oh, it's cheaper under Trump's administration. It was caused by him, which makes no sense. Because if you actually study economics, like I have a degree in economics, we know that Trump's tariff policy, 10 to 20% universal tariffs, will actually cause prices to go up. And that under the Biden-Harris administration, the inflation that they experienced was not because of the Biden-Harris administration. It's a global trend that happened around the world. Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world experiences inflation actually to a greater degree than what we saw in the United States.
So then how do you determine if someone was a good president or not, if you can't say that your life while they were in office was good or bad?
Yeah, because the policy they influenced get passed. See, like it was already good when Obama was in office, going over to Trump, and Trump inherited a well-performing economy already.
This is my thing. This is my thing with your candidate, right? It's like I don't even know
Justin, take the $5. Thank you.
I don't even know what her policies are, right? Like, she's for fracking, she's against fracking.
I'll explain them.
And you can explain them now, but she goes
these
back
are different
and
views.
forth on it.
Appreciate the hand art. No, she doesn't. Appreciate the little comment. She does not go back and forth.
She hasn't switched her view on this.
Asher, yes, she has. Right, let me explain. So in 2019, she was for a ban on fracking. This is what, 5 years ago? In 2019, she has changed her view and it's moderated. The reason why we know this is because in the Inflation Reduction Act, something that she was a tie-breaking vote on, there are fracking leases within it. So what she's learned as vice president of the United States is that you have to engage in compromise with the other side to be able to get things done in Congress. She doesn't like fracking. She still is against fracking. But what she's not going to do is ban it because she wants to compromise in order to get shit done. She thinks that we can reach a green economy without banning fracking because it's a necessary thing to have, right, in order to get Republicans to vote on legislation. That's what she says now. So her ethics, her morals have not changed, but the way that she enacts those ethics and morals have changed. And the same type of progression has happened for me in the past, like, 5 years, right? I used to be a communist, right? And a lot of the same types of values that I had, right, I have now. Like, I want people to have healthcare. I want people to have education. But the way in which I express that is different because I understand, right, the negative implications that could exist from a theoretical communist economy, right? And right from specifically, right, and how to actually get to those places. The best way to get to that is social democracy. It's having a capitalist market that in some scenarios we have certain regulations, and some scenarios we have a government to be able to enforce that it operates in a good manner because the market's not always going to do it.
Don't
and if
we
we
have
just leave
that
it up the government isn't always going to do it. So it's a combination. So to a certain degree we have it.
Well, I mean, we're not true capitalists. It's not complete free market, obviously.
Well, it is capitalism, but it's not capitalism it's not completely free market. Because I don't think that type of capitalism is good. I think that type of capitalism is undesirable.
So
right?
Because
it leads to insane absurdities.
Let me ask you more about this communism thing. Were you you supported like Marxist views? I'm just asking. So do you still support them socially rather than economically?
No. Because communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. If there's no money, there's no way of having accurate information across an entire market to be able to efficiently allocate goods, right? If there's no state, there's no monopoly on violence that is going to prevent institutions of oppression from arising and taking advantage of people, right? And then classes are just a byproduct of a market economy.
So you reject his not necessarily Marx, but what's come from him, his ideas socially, such as like postmodernism. Are you
okay?
do you support?
So like for example, I don't accept like socialism or communism, right, or any of those economic models, because I don't think that we have good empirical evidence to indicate that these models are beneficial for the average person.
Yeah, but I kind of want to.
In the same way that I don't accept those, I don't accept trickle down economics, because there's no good evidence, empirically speaking, that demonstrates that trickle down economics is effective.
That's fair. I just want to dig into more socially, right? So, like, you're familiar with postmodernism, right?
Yeah. I don't think this is all relevant, though. This is
no. I just kind of want to
get
into the point, like, so one of my main things against the Democrats in general is the whole critical race thing. And I just want to get your opinion. Like, do you support that ideology at all?
So, critical race theory is just a method of intersectionality, where you're analyzing the effect that race has on societal actions and how people engage socially.
You can.
So it's a specific lens, and this is taught in colleges. This is not something given
I'm actually being taught that right now.
to kids, right? This is college level, like intersectionality courses.
Yeah, but when it's applied, you have to be fair, you can tell me what critical race theory is in definition, but when it's applied, it's more about. I mean, it's in general like. You're talking about power structures, race hierarchies, and how the world has been set up.
What policy are you referencing related to critical race theory that you disagree with?
I'm just wondering your opinion. Like, that's one of my main things against that because...
critical theory. It's critical theory. It's a lens of viewing of particular societal behaviors, how certain things affect societal behavior. That's all it is. So any conclusions that you form from it, right, are secondary, right? Because those are solutions you're trying to reference that people get from, right, problems that might be identified within critical race theory. Critical race theory is a lens of analysis.
Right, and when it's
descriptive. It's descriptive, Asher. It's not prescriptive. Prescriptive means, like, I'm going to be able to describe this is what you should do, right? Descriptive just means this is what it is. And critical race theory is a description of what is, right? It's just a description of how...
In your opinion?
Yeah, of course. There are certain accurate descriptions within critical race theory, of course.
Can you repeat the exact description for me?
So, like critical race theory?
Yeah, that you agree with.
Like the particular
what's the
depictions.
view on the world with it? Yeah.
Yeah, so particular depictions that you could exist from critical race theory would be like the existence of privilege associated with race. For example, right, in terms of this, right, we would see that people who, right, do not exist or exist in a society, like, for example, like me, right, I'm white, right, I do not experience, right, a system of power that disenfranchises me on the basis of the fact that I'm white. So it can change the way that I engage in particular behaviors comparative to other individuals that are impacted by those types of things. Right? And then we can also see how particular types of things like racism impact behavior amongst individuals versus men and women, right? How racism can affect men and women differently, right? We can have a critical analysis of that type of stuff, right? But like that's something that I would think is relevant to bring up in this context. That's like an example.
Yeah, but my issue with that is like, why are you just stopping at race? Because I can acknowledge there can be certain privileges with race, but you can do that with anything. Anything that distinguishes humans, any single thing.
Asher, there's class analysis, right? There's critical theory as it relates to the context of class. There's class privilege.
I mean, anything you can say that could distinguish human beings. I mean, you could say like
there are lots of privileges that exist in society, right?
So I don't understand why. I guess you could explain to me why, in school, from what I've seen, race. I mean, that's obviously the one that's mainly pushed, and they're kind of...
Wait, because racism has been heavily prevalent within our society.
But it's clearly not the only distinguishing thing that you can say.
Yeah, we also need it as it relates to sexuality. We also need it as it relates to gender, right? We also need it as it relates to plenty of other things, right? Like
millions of
for
things.
example, people who experience ableism.
Humans. Right, exactly.
Well, it's not necessarily anything that distinguishes humans. It's something that distinguishes humans that can create particular types of systemic disparities within our society or create negative implications upon people on the basis of a particular characteristic that is something that they don't choose.
So what distinguishing quality would you say wouldn't have any privilege?
To be totally honest with you, I don't know why we're having this conversation. This is not related to the topic at all. Right. I was going to answer these things like because I just want to be nice, but we're not even talking about like why you're voting for Trump at this point. We're having a conversation about like critical race theory and what you think intersectionality is, and we can have this conversation, but it's best to have that in like a week or two, right?
That's
like
fair.
once we're done with the election, because I'm going to be having those types of conversations. I'll be debating people on those types of topics after the election.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Emily, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Emily, that's the best argument. But yeah, so okay. In terms of this, like, is there any other reason you want to give as to why you want to vote for Trump, or is that it?
I just want to know if you would think it's fair for me to say and reasonable, right? That just with, and you're familiar with this viewpoint I'm talking about, like, is it fair and reasonable for someone with this viewpoint, and you're familiar with it, you're from Iowa, I understand that. Like, how is it not reasonable to vote for Trump?
Yeah, he's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. He tried to send false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to illegally steal the election. He wants to terminate the Constitution. He called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims into the country. He says that climate change isn't caused by humans and it's going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet. Right? Those are just 5 things. I can mention a million things to you. Okay? Those are 5 very important reasons. You should not vote for Trump on any of these things I just mentioned are reason enough to not vote for him. Like alone, by themselves. They're reason enough to not vote for him by themselves. Like if this was true for another candidate, okay, if you heard about these things with Trump when he was running in 2016, do you think people would have supported him? If you knew he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, if you knew he would try to cause people to deny the election, right, when there was no sufficient evidence to indicate that, right, by sending false states to electors, electoral college, right? And trying to pressure his vice president into not certifying the election results, and then getting a vice president that said he wouldn't have certified the election results.
My thing with the election, right, is everyone knows that we've seen Trump for so many years. We all know who he is, personality wise, and I think he can have so much pride that he won't admit he lost it, but he still handed over power peacefully. So like he can say all he wants, but he handed over peacefully. There was no he was not challenging democracy in any way.
What are you talking about? He sent false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win.
And it got denied. It got denied, did it not?
So he attempted to steal the election and he failed. That doesn't mean that it wasn't a threat to our public institutions. That doesn't mean he was engaging peacefully.
It had no chance of working. And
you could say it had no chance of working, but him trying to actively undermine critical aspects of our Constitution, critical aspects of our democracy and our public institutions is absolutely a threat to our institutions, absolutely a threat to our system, and absolutely a threat to our population, especially when he gets tens of millions of people to believe in these lies, because the people that are putting people into our public institutions and our positions of power are individuals in our society that are voting. So if we continually vote people in that have these types of ideas that want to evade and undermine the checks and balances of our systems, at some point we will have a system where our checks and balances are undermined. Well, I understand it might not be now, but he's creating a society that will produce it in the future.
So I've heard that the Democrats want to add more justices on the Supreme Court, right?
Yeah, what'd you get this from, Ben Shapiro?
Maybe not him, but definitely a conservative outlet. Is that true?
Well, Ben Shapiro said that. So they brought that up possibly, but like I don't even think this is a good argument. This is coming after our. Can I please finish?
Yeah,
this is not a good argument for coming after our public institutions, because under the Trump administration, close to the election, they literally added multiple judges after saying that Obama near the end of his administration was like a candidate that shouldn't be able to put up Supreme Court justices because it was too close to the election. So within the same period in time, they said that they added people, right, when it was they're like not allowed to because it's too close to the election, right? They did so under Trump's administration. So they packed the court, right? This in the same way that you'd reference that like the Democrats would be packing the court if they added more people to the Supreme Court, which is something that they haven't done. And if they were going to do that, why haven't they done it?
So Trump did add more justices. Is that what you're saying?
So he didn't add more than 9, but what he did is he added an appointed justices in a time period where he was not supposed to, based upon the precedent that was set by Republicans when Obama was president. Because closer to the election, he appointed judges.
Was it unlawful?
Not necessarily unlawful.
He could do it,
Asher, thank you for the money. Thank you so much for the money gun, Apple. You're not listening, Asher, to what I'm saying.
No, I'm trying to. Sorry, I apologize. I see what you're saying. He didn't follow the president.
The precedent set by Republicans prior. So
That's
again, this
fair.
isn't. It's not illegal to add more Supreme Court justices. We just have a precedent.
No, but the use of it.
Asher, we just have a precedent that you don't add more.
Yeah.
Right? In the same way that we had a precedent in good faith that you shouldn't, right, particularly appoint judges that close to an election. And you should wait for the election so that the American people can decide how that should happen. And that's not what they did at the end of Trump's administration. Closer to the election, they appointed and nominated judges when they said that Obama shouldn't be able to with more time left on the clock.
Okay. That's fair. I'll give that to you.
And also, this isn't like coming after our public institutions. Because if you think about it this way, if you just appoint judges, they could, the next time they get in office, they can just appoint judges, and then they can appoint judges after that. That doesn't come after our public institutions. Okay? What actually comes after our public institutions is getting people to believe the election was stolen, that the media is fake, getting people to believe that that specifically, I appreciate the Megan, thank you so much, that terminating the Constitution is a good idea.
Well,
right? That type of stuff actually comes at the veracity of our public institutions because tens of millions of people then vote for individuals that believe this in the future. It destroys the social fabric of our nation.
You have to be fair with the media thing, right? There is plenty of, like, so many cases where the media has portrayed something wrong on both sides, going both ways. I mean, you have crazy alt-right. I mean, there's media that depicts fake things all the time, and that is a fair statement.
Yeah, and I agree with that, but that does not mean that the media is the enemy of the people. Does that make sense? That's what Trump claimed. Trump claims that the media is the enemy of the people. Person the money gun, which is a common phrase used within fascistic rhetoric. Right? He specifically is saying that the press is the enemy of the people. This is what free speech is about. Right? So what he's coming after is free and fair media. Appreciate the hand heart. Appreciate the dancing flowers.
He didn't say they don't have a right to say it, but if you're lying, then
he said he wants to come after them, doesn't he?
Well, he has the ability to. What do you mean by come after them?
He wanted to go after those particular type of media companies to stop them from doing this.
When did he say that?
Yeah, look up. Trump thinks media is enemy of people. I can't hear you when you're out of the app, by the way. Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen. Do share the live. It will help get out to more people. Ashley, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Ruth, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much, Ruth. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for the boo. Emily, the reason why is because you need to address it on small levels in order to know whether or not it's going to be beneficial in the first place. Appreciate the corgi. Yeah, David, are you voting Trump? David, are you voting Trump? Push the sunglasses. Okay, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all.
Yo.
What's up, Matt?
How's it going?
Going good, going good.
I'm tired.
Want to support me? Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, and I appreciate the description. Alex, are you voting Trump?
Yeah, Alex.
Sorry. What'd you say?
Nothing.
Alex, are you voting Trump?
No, yeah, I am.
Okay, why so? The other person just left, by the way.
Bruh.
Why are you voting Trump? Elisa, thank you for the description. Thank you, Elisa.
You know, I'm a new voter this year, but it's more
Emily,
of
not
like
enough
his,
to justify that it's good.
It's like his immigration policies mostly.
What immigration policy?
You know, I just think he has like a tougher stance on, like, you know, the illegal migrants in our.
So why did he call people in Congress to undermine the bipartisan border bill?
I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea. I just think.
How is he going to engage in mass deportation? How does he know who's undocumented and who's not?
I don't know. I feel like we could figure that out. And it's like
how
not even the immigration stuff. Like the
no. How do you identify that they're undocumented?
I don't know.
How are you going to mass deport people if you don't know who's undocumented?
I'm not saying mass deport people.
That's what Trump is saying.
Trump is.
He wants the largest deportation campaign ever. So how is he going to do that? What's his plan?
I have no
Has he
idea.
even explained his plan? Why don't you guys question whether or not how his plan is of doing that?
All right, outside of immigration, like his foreign policy stuff, like, you know what I mean? Like the troops in Afghanistan, he reduced the troops in Afghanistan. I know Biden pulled them all out of Afghanistan.
Emily, that's not me saying it doesn't work. It's me saying there's no evidence to indicate it works. Kia, thank you for the $5, and Amanda, thank you for the $5. Sorry, go for it. What were we saying?
No, Trump reduced the troop levels in Afghanistan, and he was like a broker between Israel and like other Arab nations. You know what I mean?
Yeah, which specifically increased conflict within that region, specifically because they didn't acknowledge the state of Palestine. Right, and that's actually what like Iran cites now for why they like are why they're engaging in conflict. They literally say that they won't retaliate to Israel if they stop engaging in the onslaught amongst Gaza. So obviously, the conditions that exist in Palestine have incentivized more conflict in the Middle East.
Okay, I see that. I have a question for you though. What do you think? What do you think Kamala will do about the troops and the North Korean troops in Russia?
Nope, Emily, I'm not. So North Korean troops in Russia, right?
Yeah.
I don't know what you want me to say about that.
It tells us that Putin. Well, okay, one, they're not in Russia; they're in Ukraine. But two, it tells us that Putin is worried because it means that he has to go to outside sources to get troops. He has lost so many young men that he has no more troops to basically go. So he's going to a failing communist country to get troops. And someone like Kim Jong-un is stupid enough to send those troops over because he knows that now he has the leverage over Putin, who desperately needs those troops.
Oh, and Matt, I just want to clarify this. I know you mean this in terms of like their government and their political office, but communist country in terms of being a country would be like a contradiction. You just mean like their political office is like communist in ideology, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, they call themselves communists. That's what I meant.
But like their economy isn't. I just want to clarify that for people.
Well, yeah,
people like
obviously
who are socialists might look at that and they're like, oh, that's an oxymoron.
Don't come at me, people.
Kelly, thank you so much for the $24 on Cash App. Thank you for all you do. Michigan votes. Thank you so much. Appreciate the booth. Thank you so much, Elisa. Alex, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. No,
okay.
I'm just here to. I was just gonna ask a couple questions. I'm not 100. I wasn't 100% sure if I'm even gonna vote for Trump or not. But I've been listening for 30 minutes, and you're making great points too. So.
All right. Is there anything else you want to talk about or add?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Appreciate you. All right, let's get on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Let's get this next individual up here. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live. It will help get out to more people.
Peen.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Push the boo.
I should join the live and do that.
You're on the live.
I think they accidentally joined. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live. Yo, Connor, how are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
Appreciate that mustache. Why are you voting Trump?
A couple of reasons. Immigration. I question the Inflation Reduction Act. Like, you talk really highly about it, but I'm not so sure about it.
What's bad about it?
Like, for example, California. You're in California, right? Their solar panels, they have a ton of it, but yet they have the second highest cost of energy. So I'm not so sure about that. Like, why is
What's
that?
wrong with the Inflation Reduction Act in particular? Not California policy.
Yeah. So it pushes like green renewable energy, right?
Yeah, it invests in green and renewable energy to make it cheaper.
Yeah, that's one of the main like purposes of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So California's doing that like really heavily, right? So if California has like all these solar panels,
I want to know
right?
what's wrong specifically with the Inflation Reduction Act policy. not California's policy on solar. Just because they both have policies on solar does not mean they have the same policy on solar. Samantha, thank you for the $5 on PayPal.
No. Pushing green energy just makes electricity super expensive. That's the problem with it.
No, it doesn't, because it actually creates competition, right? And a substitute for a gasoline, which makes energy prices lower.
Well, why does California have the largest solar capacity, but they have the highest energy costs?
Because they tax certain forms of energy to a greater degree, right? Cost of production is higher here.
So if they're... Hold on.
There's more people that live here?
Yeah, I'll say more people. Larger population.
Like greater demand?
Well, the demand's high, sure, but they also produce a lot, so...
Higher infrastructure cost?
Well, yeah, they don't even have the infrastructure to support all the solar they have.
So that's why we're investing in the infrastructure, Connor?
Yeah.
That's the Inflation Reduction Act invests in infrastructure, right?
Right.
The bipartisan infrastructure invests in infrastructure related to renewable energy, right?
Yeah. But
okay, so then we're doing that.
Infrastructure. Yeah.
Well, that's why we're investing in it.
Okay, I see.
So you understand that it makes us less dependent on foreign oil, foreign energy. It decreases energy costs by investing in it. And actually, since 2013, we've seen a 3 to 4 times decrease in the cost of production per kilowatt for solar, purchase the subscription. And that's in 10 years.
Okay, yeah. That makes sense.
That's according to the Department of Energy, by the way.
Yeah.
So it doesn't sound like you have anything that you disagree with in terms of the Inflation Reduction Act. You just, for some reason, don't want to invest in renewable energies?
Yeah, it's just I don't think it's the most important thing right now.
You can say you don't think it's the most important thing, but do you believe climate change is caused by humans?
Is climate change? Oh yeah, it's caused by humans, sure.
Is the climate going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet?
Maybe.
Really?
I knew it.
Really? You deny climate science?
I think it's pretty small and insignificant.
Really? The United Nations just today released a report showing that we're on pace to meet our tipping point of 3.2 degrees Celsius, which is the point in which we can't go back. And so you're saying that it's not a big deal, and yet all the indicators are pointing to within the next 15 years, shit just totally hitting the fan.
All right. I think.
So is your plan put your head in the sand?
Basically.
No. How do they know that's the temperature that we're doomed?
Because we know what the habitat can actually sustain, because we know things called what plants and animals based on the temperature that they have naturally evolved in, and when you increase the temperature that quickly, they cannot evolve out of it, and at that point is when it throws the habitat out of whack. You get more melting ice, more temperatures, which means more disease, more droughts, more famines, things like that. So we know, because we know basically at what temperature. Oh, okay. Well, science, I guess. Science scared him away. Boo.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 32.
Appreciate the boo. Are you voting Trump?
I'm not. I'm watching your Jubilee on YouTube. You're awesome, part.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Jake. Thank you so much. You're so incredibly nice. Thank you. I am just looking for people who are voting for Trump, but I do appreciate you so much.
See, Parker was on Jubilee, but I was interviewed by 2 foreign press outlets today. So,
Taylor, thank you so much for the $5. Tara, thank you so much for the $5. And I think the $2. All right, let's get this next individual up here.
So if you people in Canada or Germany, I see my face, then you'll know.
Yo, it's a pal to you?
What's up? I'm 30.
Are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm not voting for Trump.
Lillian, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Lillian. Matt, do you see what I just sent you?
No, I didn't see my text. Hold on. That plus the little bottle next to it.
I'm like 2/3 next to it.
Nice. And everybody, I got interviewed on the street for people that went. I went to the Harris rally in D.C. and people just came up to me. So I just like, okay, you know what? Fine, I'll get student.
Yeah, chat. I have an adult beverage. That's what it is. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm 20.
Are you voting Trump?
No.
Nice.
Yeah, go for Trump.
Parker does not go on adult beverages very often.
No,
but when I do,
the last time you did, he got super sick.
No, I didn't. I was fine last time. It was a few times ago.
Oh, okay. Oh, so you're slowly getting more used to it then.
Push the boo. I haven't done it in a long time. It's been probably like over a month since I have.
I see.
Or last time was with my girlfriend.
Over a month? That's not a long time.
Okay, for me that
for
is.
you,
Okay?
maybe, I guess. I mean, I haven't had anything in God,
See,
man.
honestly, I don't drink very often. I do every once in a while. It's like a once every few months sort of thing.
I know.
Vanessa, thank you so much. I appreciate that $5. Thank you so much. Ask what my favorite Fortnite skin is. I don't even know. I don't know. I kind of like the Dazzle. It's like a throwback one.
I haven't played Fortnite in forever.
Me either.
There's
Joseph, are you voting Trump?
I am voting Trump.
And why is that? Alicia, thank you for the $8 for the drink on me.
I fall more in line with what he believes, like the Second Amendment.
How do you feel about him wanting to terminate all articles in the Constitution? Christian, thank you for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Christian. Thank you.
You know, I kind of think it's the lesser of two evils.
What? You said that you care about the Second Amendment. Push the boo.
Yes,
She's
I
not
do
coming
care.
after the entirety of your Second Amendment, but Donald Trump is.
But she said she would give us. She said she would give us some time, and if we didn't surrender our weapons, she was gonna send police to our doors to get them. That's
not
what
true.
she said.
I would love
That's
to
what she said.
Give me the quote.
All right.
No, okay. Yeah, that's look.
All right, we'll get up another person to help him out in the meantime. Push the boo. Thank you so much, Ariana.
Wilson, you vote for Trump?
Wilson, you voting Trump? Wilson, hello?
Wilson! Oh, okay. He's gone.
Okay, let's get this next individual up here. Keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 4 million likes, everyone. If you fill up the bar a few times, we'll easily be able to get up there, y'all.
4 million likes and Matt starts singing.
Victor, thank you so much. I appreciate the $25. Thank you so much. 7 years sober. Great for you, Victor. Great for you.
love you.
But I love non-alcoholic beer now. Yes. Cheers, Parker. Cheers, Parker. Thank you. I love soda, so we can do that together. Christopher, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. We all drink our sodas together. Thank you so much. I love like soda and glass bottles. That might be like one of my things, you know.
Old glass bottle. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Okay, this is what she quoted on guns. She said if she was elected president, she would sign an executive order that if you didn't surrender your guns, she was going to send police to your door to confiscate them.
Yeah, give me a source. That's not a quote.
That's what she's stating what you already said.
And Joel, are you voting Trump?
Oh no, I don't. I don't think I didn't.
Okay.
You're good.
1, 2, 3, 4. You just restated what you already said.
It's what she quoted.
No, can you tell us where you got this quote from?
And
someone asked me if did you ever call soda pop? Yes, I did. I grew up in Iowa. Of course, I called it pop.
We called it pop too, I think.
Yeah, I got it from both sides.
What? Where'd you get it from?
Both sides.
Jeremiah, thank you for the $2 for get yourself a glass soda. Thank you so much.
Right
Savannah, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Sober for the 6 years on the 3rd. Hey, good to hear that. Good to hear that, Savannah. Allison, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you so much.
But anyways, that's what I
$2.
wanted
Thank
to
you.
talk about.
Christopher, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
But I do appreciate that you are
No, just like what's the
coming
source?
on here and debating. I got it from Fox News, MSNBC.
Title? What's the title?
CNN.
What's the title?
I could not recall the title for you.
Okay, go back out of the app, look at the title, come back into the app, and then tell us the title. Push the little crown. Chandler, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Sober, I can't say that on live. From O Drugs, 5 years ago today. I have Harris and Wallace admin to thank for that. Yo, W for Chandler in the chat. Great to hear that. Great to hear that. All right, let's get up another person to help him out. Matt, if you see anyone, you can add them up, by the way.
I got
Everyone
you.
keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 4 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Appreciate the hanging lights. Thank you so much. Oh, that would have been... Oh, this is a perfect person to add up. Hey, Brittany, how do you feel about Donald Trump diverting $155 million of FEMA funds in particular, specifically for migrant detention centers?
I was wrong, Parker.
Parker, I know that you didn't want to.
I was wrong, Parker. You are correct.
Like, I know that you were like
But,
dreading this right now.
I
What
think
did you ask me?
Yeah, how do you feel about Donald Trump wanting to, or actually who diverted under his administration $155 million of FEMA funds specifically for migrant detention centers?
No, he didn't do that.
Yeah, he did. I can send you
No,
a
he
source
didn't.
right now. Would you like a
Yeah,
source?
you're just gonna look up like something that like works in your way. You know what I'm saying?
It'll be from the government, probably.
Here you go. Let me look it up too.
Okay. Melanie,
I mean, my personal stance on illegal immigrants is they're not paying taxes.
They do pay
They're
taxes.
taking our
What the
jobs.
heck are we even talking about?
That was him, mate. That was not us.
Yeah, that was me.
Oh. So you think it's
mean-
appropriate for Kamala to pay Beyonce $10 million to be at her rally rather than like giving it to victims?
So, yeah, I think that it makes sense for election time. And I do think that the way to give people money specifically, right, is through like the governmental processes. I actually don't even know if it would be legal for them to use campaign funds to do that.
Wait,
I mean, Trump raised, I don't
That's
even know where it's
GoFundMe.
at now.
Go
Tons
fund me.
of
Why
money.
didn't if Trump is a billionaire, why didn't he give some of his own money?
He did.
Oh, how much?
I'm not sure how much.
Go find it.
I think it was like over 100,000.
100,000 when he's a billionaire?
I mean,
But he also campaigned on it.
Only giving 100,000 when you're a fucking billionaire is
So
crazy.
it's not even his administration, and he raised more money than this administration.
That's
and
not
you're
even
really
true.
going to talk
Wait,
negative
what are
about
we
it.
arguing about? Like, for what?
What?
What are we arguing about?
She's saying that they raised more funds through the GoFundMe than the Biden-Harris
Oh, for the
administration did through
hurricane.
federal funds.
Oh, for the hurricane.
I
Yeah.
mean, it
Which is
is his
insane.
money. Is it not his money, though?
Part of it is his money, yeah.
I mean, it is Trump's money, but the point we're making is that if you think that Kamala Harris should give the $10 million she gave to Beyonce specifically to hurricane victims, well, then Trump should have to give way more than $100,000, right? To
No,
Donald
I'm
to
saying
the
that
victims.
if she can pay Beyonce $10 million, couldn't she have done more by giving that to victims? Or helping
Well,
support victims?
Well, if it helps her get elected, then probably not, because she wouldn't be in office to do that.
I mean, wouldn't it helping hurricane victims help her get elected as well?
But wouldn't it help
So
her get
I
elected
think
if
that-
people knew
I
that she
think
gave
that the
$10 million
determination-
to hurricane
So
victims?
listen. No, probably not.
No, it would, because people would be like, "Oh wow, that was so nice and so kind."
That's
and
bullshit.
She just helped.
No.
What?
You guys would not say that. She did that. You guys would be like, that's not enough.
I mean, I would.
Let's
I
be
mean,
totally
I
honest.
personally
And then
don't-
also, can you give me the source
Yeah,
that
they
she
paid
got
her
$10
$10
million?
million.
I personally don't trash Kamala or Trump. I don't believe in doing that. But
where'd you get the source that Beyonce got paid $10 million?
I forget. That was last week. I mean, I could look it up, but you can too.
I'd love to see that. I see this from PolitiFact that apparently there's no evidence that that Beyonce got paid $10 million at her speech at Kamala Harris's rally.
Quoting bullshit.
No. Oh my God. First off, even if I was, but I'm not. That's literally all you guys do.
Actually.
That's literally all you guys do.
We just disproved it because this is like a talking point, and I'm sorry, but it's just like not true.
Okay, so
Melissa,
you could not do your research, right? And like you could not know what's going on, and you could just go off of like everything that you hear and vote. But what I don't understand is that like it's hard to live right now. Number
Rebecca,
one,
think of the $5.
So people don't feel that, and then like people are like, "Oh, free Palestine," but literally she's allowing thousands and thousands of people to be murdered right now. Like, free Palestine, but vote for what's happening right now.
I don't know where you got hundreds from.
No, not hundreds. There's like what 50,000. It's like up to 50,000.
40,000, right? Which 40,000, which 70% are women and children, right? Title, person description, and Donald Trump.
And that's what's happening under her administration.
Brittany, can I finish? So you understand that it is the case that Donald Trump supports them doing even more, right? Not only that, but it is the case that Donald Trump has also supported multiple other genocides. For example, right, in Yemen, he actually vetoed the block even arms deal to Saudi Arabia, which they used to commit a genocide in Yemen. Right, we can point to that. The 432% increase in military drone strikes in the Middle East, which actually killed Yemeni children.
You can spin it how you want it, Parker.
We can reference the fact
that's just war.
Hold up, can I please finish? Also, in terms of the conflict increasing in the Middle East, he allowed for Israel to engage in the annexation of the illegal annexation of the Golan Heights, right? Illegal settlements within the West Bank, the Abraham Accords, which didn't take into account the state of Palestine, which specifically,
did he kill
right, as Iran has indicated, has shown to provoke.
Did he kill 50,000 people?
Okay, so again, as it relates to this, Donald Trump would have provided the funds to Israel and says that he would provide more. Push the corgi. He said He said any Jewish person that votes for a Democrat should get their head examined because he believes he's so much better for Israel than Kamala Harris.
Biden also did say, if you don't vote for me,
Netanyahu also wants Trump. Let's be totally honest.
It happens on both sides.
It does happen on both sides, but the fact that it's happening to this extent, it would have never went here. It would have never went this far. It's been over a year.
Wait, in my personal opinion, I think
that's a ridiculous statement.
He literally said it. He said it would have happened.
Donald Trump supports them going into Lebanon.
Boots on the ground.
Donald Trump supports them going into Iran. Donald Trump supports Israeli expansionism. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
He can have his views.
We're literally living it. Like, I don't know how you can argue that back.
And by the way, Brittany, I just want to let you know, it is free Palestine, and I do heavily disagree with Kamala Harris in terms of her foreign policy record. Right, I heavily disagree with that. That is a very big disagreement I have with Kamala Harris, and it's something I definitely think about all the time. But the point I'm making is that this is not better with Trump; it's worse with Trump, and there's no other alternative.
But how do you know that when
people bring up Jill Stein? Jill Stein has no shot of winning. There's no road to 270 for Jill Stein. There is no other alternative to Kamala Harris. And if you do not vote for Kamala Harris, the inevitability is that it's going to be more likely that Donald Trump is president of the United States, which he will do even more to hurt Palestinians, right, and people around the world. So we should vote on the fact that Kamala Harris's domestic record is significantly better than Donald Trump. Not even fucking close.
Parker,
how do we know Kamala's going to do everything?
One, two, three. Kamala, and let Brittany speak real quick.
Okay, I want to ask you a question. Are you saying that you see what's going on right now over there?
Yes.
Right? Everybody does. Mm-hmm. And you're saying with 100% certainty that under Trump's administration, it would be worse.
Yes.
Yes.
Undoubtedly.
But it never happened. And you're literally just saying, oh, no, it would be worse.
Just look at... Sorry,
he literally said that it would have been boots on the ground. It would have been in and out. Like, that's it.
No, that's a ridiculous thing. You would have dropped U.S. troops into Gaza?
No,
So you're
I'm
saying,
talking
so
about
you're
the
saying that they
IDF.
would have done more?
No, I'm talking about the IDF. It would have been boots on the ground, not bombs being ricocheted at
That's not what
Gaza.
Trump said. Wait, please show
Yes,
me a
he
source.
did.
Show me a source.
He said it would have been in and out, over and done with. It would have. He said it would have happened way quicker.
Can you show me a source that it would have been boots on the ground? One, two, three, four. You go for it.
I personally think
I don't
we
have
should leave.
sources like reference.
Brittany, we'll give you time to go look it up. We'll talk to 1, 2, 3, 4 while you look it up.
I think we should leave other nations to do as they please. I don't think we should be sending all this money to Ukraine, all this money to Israel. You know, we should.
So I
focus it
disagree
in.
with funds going to Israel, but I agree with the funds going to Ukraine. The reason why I do so is because of the Budapest Memorandum, and we have to uphold nuclear peace agreements. I want nuclear peace agreements specifically with countries like Iran as well, right? And other countries around the world. So if we want to uphold nuclear peace agreements, we have to start with Ukraine. And I understand you don't want to spend money in these places. I get it. Right, most of the money we sent to Ukraine, though, right, that was weapons and equipment, right? We weren't using to help people in need, right? Because it's weapons. You can't feed people with weapons.
I also don't think we should send weapons, to Ukraine. I think we should.
1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to tell you the reality. If you don't send weapons and help to Ukraine, that's Russia. It's not Ukraine anymore. It's Russia.
Yeah, it is.
And what is Russia going to do even further? If Trump pulls out of NATO, right? What is he going to do? That means that the entirety of Europe is in the eyes of Putin because he wants to bring back the old Soviet Union.
That does make sense. I do agree with you on that. That does make sense. Yeah, I do agree with that. Okay, yeah, you are right on that. I don't like how we're sending all this money everywhere. I think we should focus in.
I get it. But like 1, 2, 3, 4, what you're not understanding is you're talking about 3% of the overall military spending under the Biden-Harris administration. How about we talk about the overwhelming level of spending we have, over $900 billion now. Let's talk about that. Let's cut our military budget in half, have the biggest military in the world by over $100 billion a year, and we'd also have $4.5 trillion over a decade to help people in need.
I mean, I don't think we should cut our military spending.
Okay, so do you see what I mean? Don't cut military spending, but cut stuff going to Ukraine. You understand that the money that was given to Ukraine, that was a part of our military spending.
Yes. Yes, I do agree.
And by the way,
that, yes.
the weapons that we're sending over to are primarily those in which we need to get rid of anyway.
Yeah, we are getting rid of a lot of our stock per se.
Yeah, but we're just buying up new stock. So it's a win-win because we have older weapons that we don't want to use anymore. And so we're giving it to somebody that actually will be using it.
Yeah. Also, I just wanted to say that I do appreciate
Yo, Cortez, you said I was uninformed about Ukraine. What am I uninformed about?
Well, I think you're pushing a narrative. You're comparing the Ukraine spending to the entire DoD budget. How about we put a different perspective on it? How about we divide the amount of days that this war's been going on and divide it by the total amount that we spent, and it works out to close to 180 billion daily. That's not chump change.
Daily?
Daily?
Yes. Do the math.
You want to bet?
Yes. Do the math. Pull it up. Pull
$5 grand. $5 grand.
Yes.
You want to bet $5 grand?
Yes, it's a little. It's a little.
Okay. So if they are not giving $180 billion daily to Ukraine,
listen, Parker.
Then you will give me $5 grand.
Parker, let me clarify what I said. If you divide the amount of days the war's been going on by 174.2 billion, it works out to just shy of $180 billion daily.
What?
That math is definitely nothing.
Math.
Okay. Wait, hold on. Cortez. So if it is the case that it's not $180 billion given to Ukraine daily, they'll give me $5 grand, right?
180 million.
Oh, million and billion are different. Okay.
Correct.
So
if I misspoke, I apologize.
Okay, so 180 million a day. Okay, so as it relates to that, okay, that's fine, right? That's way different than 180 billion, right?
Yeah, I misspoke.
Now, if we're talking, I pushed the hand art. So if you're referencing 30 billion, right? By the way, I just want to let you know, 107 billion went to the Ukrainian government, right? 70 billion is weapons and equipment. So about 30 to 40 billion is cash, right? That we sent to them. So if we were to take 30 to 40 billion, divided by what? It's been like 2 years.
Yeah, it's been about 2 years.
Parker,
So that's 765, right? Or sorry, it's even more than that. It's 800, and or what the fuck is my math? Jesus Christ, I need to.
It's a lot of money.
730. It's 730. What the fuck is wrong with me, dude? It's 365 times 2 is 730, right?
Yeah.
It's 730. Okay. So 730, right? So you divide it by 730. So if you divide 30 billion, 40 billion, 40 billion, right? Divided by what? 730. That's going to be like what? 500 something thousand?
Million.
500 million? No, it's not 500 million.
My bad. Look,
that would be 56 million. 56 million.
We can cut this any sort of different ways. Another way I hear that this spending is mischaracterized is that they often say that this money came from Department of Defense. This was 5 separate supplemental spending bills. That means that's money outside of the budget.
No, what I'm specifically demonstrating is the weapons and equipment. Most of it was specifically from the weapons. One was from the DoD spending. And what I'm comparing it to is the overall DoD spending. So I'm saying there's no way you can look at that and then not blame the rest of the DoD spending. So you said I'm uninformed. There's nothing I've been uninformed about that you brought up.
Yeah, you're pushing this narrative that...
I have a source, just so you know. I was didn't want to interrupt.
Go ahead. You just did that.
I have a video on my profile with sources.
Cortez, hold up. Let me hear Brittany first. Brittany, you there?
Yes.
Rosemary, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much, Rosemary.
Can you not hear me?
No, we can't hear you when you're out of the app. You have to be in the app for us to hear you, Brittany.
Sorry.
I learned that the hard way.
I've never heard of that website before, so I don't know how credible it is, but it's Vox.com, Vox.
Yeah, but what's the title?
Okay.
What?
What's
Vox
the title?
Is okay.
People.
What is it? We
Oh,
can't
you
hear you when you're
when I go out of it?
No,
Yeah,
that's what
we
we just
can't
told
hear you
you.
when we're out of it. So you have to remember the title and then come back.
Impossible challenge for Mega.
Parker.
He said Israel should, quote, get over with it, stop killing people, and, quote, get back to peace.
Where's the boo? Israel should get over it.
Get over it, stop killing people, and get back to peace.
I mean, I think we should let Israel do whatever with Palestine and let them hash
I mean,
it
I'm
out.
Jewish, so, like, I'm pro-Israel.
Whoa,
But-
being Jewish does not make you pro-Israel.
No, it does, like, when you have family from there and you see what happens over there, and, you know what I'm saying?
Wait,
Like,
what specifically? Like what? Them slaughtering innocent Palestinians? Them starving innocent
okay.
Palestinians?
Parker, that really is
I mean,
offensive
such
when
is
you,
the
like,
nature of
discount
war.
everything that happened.
How did I didn't discount anything.
Because you're like not giving any credit to what actually happened. You're just being like, oh,
What?
them killing innocent
Let's
Palestinians.
talk about what happened. Let's talk about what happened. The Nakba? Let's talk about it.
Okay,
Let's talk
do you
about
wanna
the
talk
illegal
about-
settlement. You want to talk
Do
about
you-
that? Want to talk about the apartheid state? Let's talk about that.
Okay, prior to
The ethnic cleansing
the
of
war on
Palestinians, let's talk
Gaza,
about it.
did you know anybody that lived over there or experienced any type of terrorism?
Do I know anyone that lives in Israel now?
Okay, so then, like, I have been here, like, this is an ongoing situation that's been happening
Yeah.
in my life for at least the last 10 years.
Yeah, it's way more than 10 years for Palestinians.
No, but I'm just telling you, like, I'm young. You know what I'm saying? Like, so in my
Cool.
adult life, that's
and by the
what
way,
I
the source
remember.
you gave doesn't justify your standpoint. Where does it say that?
It's about the third paragraph, but that's only half of his quote. He says after that, he says, but they have to have like complete victory, and they have to do what they have to do. So
yeah, that means
I mean, Trump is pro-Israel. We all know that.
Yeah,
but he did say that,
he's
and
the
it makes
most
me feel
pro-Israel
like
president
it. What?
ever.
Can I talk for a second? It makes me feel like he would have went in and got the job done, and it wouldn't have been this long, drawn out thing for over a year now.
It would have been long and drawn out anyway because
why
Israel has had trouble finding the members and the leaders of the H group to be able to take them out, and they know that from a PR standpoint, they can't just go in guns blazing, and because that would lead to more deaths. They're trying to be precise, but they're failing at it terribly. And just now, they just managed to kill the H group's leader 2 or 3 weeks ago, and it took them fucking a year to be able to do it. So what do you think that they would be able to go in and just freaking mow down people?
Mow down.
Well, that's what she wants them to do.
I mean,
I like how you're laughing at people being mowed down. That's crazy.
He literally just said
that's just pro genocide. By the way, that's crazy. Shelly, think of the $10. Thank you so much.
Parker, you are literally. It really pisses me off. We've already had conversations before, and I don't understand how you could be pro-Palestine.
Yeah, well, Brittany just signed your fate there.
Hey, Parker, I agree with you on that, and I just thanks for bringing me up. I have a video. It has lots of sources.
So you agree free Palestine?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I mean, okay.
I'll take it. And also,
personally,
if you're free Palestine,
wait, what?
Why not?
I mean, did not Palestine attack Israel?
No.
They flew in with gliders.
You're talking H group did, not Palestine, right? But
did they fly in with gliders?
In that sense, you can't say that it starts at October 7th. On October 6th, it was one of the deadliest days for Palestinians. Josh, I appreciate the description. They were killed at mass. Okay, on October 6th.
Nope. Okay.
The day before October 7th. So, and you also can't ignore the Nakba, the ethnic cleansing of 750,000 Palestinians.
What happened leading up to October 6th?
What?
What do you mean?
Give me a rundown of what happened leading up to October 6th. Did Israel just gun down the Palestinians? Is that what you're saying?
Palestinians? Okay, we'd have to go through an entire history. We have to go through an entire history of lessons, right? Specifically about the occupation, about the Nakba, right? About all of the oppressive aspects of
isn't that technically
the Israel
what we did to the Indians?
Zionist state. Wait,
is that not what we did
Indians
to the
is crazy.
Well?
Indians,
Native Americans,
Indigenous Americans, Native Americans, and Indigenous Americans. Yeah, and that's still wrong. What the United States citizen. Listen, what the United States did to Indigenous Americans is disgusting, it's despicable, and you will never be able to justify it. It is disgusting.
So we should give up land to the. We should give up land to the Native Americans. We should free Native Americans.
I mean, I think that Native Americans, right, and Indigenous Americans should have equal rights, protections as everyone else, right? So I agree that we should create a multiracial, multi-ethnic, free democracy where everyone can live in peace, right? In tranquility, right? In a society that will create better conditions for people. So that's what I agree with, right? That's what I agree with. The same thing is true. Listen, let me please finish. The same thing is true in the context of Israel and Palestine. I believe in a multi-ethnic, multiracial, multicultural, equal rights, democracy for that area as well. I don't believe in ethno-states. Right, I don't believe in any of those ideas that there should be a Jewish state and an Arab state. I believe that we should be living together in peace and harmony. And I think that's what creates better conditions, right? And that same thing is true for the United States in terms of Indigenous Americans. I think that there should be reparations. I think that there should be conditions to invest in Indigenous communities to make conditions better off for Indigenous people in this country, right? But I think that includes allowing Indigenous people to reap the benefits from our society, right? From the society that is predicated off of the stealing of the land from Indigenous people, right? The slaughtering of their ancestors, right? The genocide of Indigenous Americans, right? And the subjugation of them continually after that. Because the genocide of Native Americans did not just stop when the United States popped up, right? It was continually perpetuated after that. So we need to acknowledge this. We need to teach our children about this. And we need to create a society where this doesn't happen in the future. Because the ethnic cleansing and the genocide of one people, right, creates justification for that to happen to groups of that include all of us. Okay? So we all need to be against genocide. We all need to be against ethnic cleansing. And we all need to be for, right, a society where it's multi-ethnic, multicultural, multiracial, right, equal rights for everyone across the world, not just here in the United States.
Okay, so you're talking about a multi-ethnic, Israel, correct?
Yeah, I don't believe in like a Jewish supremacist state.
So are you saying you have the right to dictate what another country does, or if another country decides?
What I'm saying is that this is what it should be. There should be conditions in which allow for, right, multi-ethnic, multiracial democracy with equal rights to exist, where it's not about, right, Israeli supremacy. It's about equal rights for everyone.
I mean, if you look at it,
the
Israel is just doing what is spoken in the Bible per se. I'm not saying I'm religious or anything, but they're doing what
they're not doing what's in the Bible.
By the way, that's not spoken about in the Bible. I don't know what the thing you're talking
about. The Bible says, God gave the promised land, I say, quote, promised land to the Israelites. So I guess in some context, they're taking it as it should be strictly them. Again, I'm not saying I totally agree with that.
The Bible doesn't outline that you go kill people for those things in this context, in this history, right? In this society, that doesn't say that. Right? And also, even if it did say that, that doesn't justify doing that.
The big issue is that there's unbalanced points of views. Like if you want to hold a strictly religious point of view, that's unbalanced. That's one-sided. If you want to start this history in October 7th, that's unbalanced because this has been going on for way longer beyond that.
Yeah.
So, I don't want to use that word educate. Learn as much as you can from both points of view. That way, you'll understand it's very complicated, but ultimately it's apartheid and genocide, in my opinion, and we shouldn't support it.
I mean, I don't support genocide either, but I don't know. I think we should leave countries to do what they want. It's not America's responsibility to clean up every single country around the world.
Wait, we're not saying it's the U.S.'s responsibility. We're just telling you, right, what we think should happen in these particular scenarios. Because we think what's happening is right now is detestable, right? It's oppressive towards people, right? And it creates a society that would be bad, especially if we were in the context of this. Because what we're doing here is we are in a completely different setting, right? We haven't experienced these types of things. And if we could imagine ourselves in the scenarios, right, in these types of scenarios, it allows for us to humanize Palestinians. Because our society teaches us not to humanize Palestinians, but to instead view them as like out-grouped, right? As an out-group, right? And I think that leads to the oppression, right, of Palestinians and the devaluing of Palestinians.
Wait, can I also say one thing? Wait, one thing. How is America not involved when 60% of Israel's military imports come from America? 60% come from America, about 30% come from Germany. So how is America not involved when America is directly funding what is happening to the Palestinians?
I'm saying we shouldn't be involved in, we shouldn't be involved in the world's issues like that. We shouldn't be sending weapons to Israel. We shouldn't be sending all this stuff.
So you agree that America should stop funding Israel?
I think we should stop funding everywhere. I think we should focus and fix our problems, and then we can look at the world and help them.
I mean, to be totally honest, you're just never going to engage in any foreign aid at that point. But if it means you not supporting weapons to Israel, I'll take a win when there's a win. But I think there should be
totally
humanitarian
agree with your standpoint.
Do you agree with humanitarian aid provided for Palestinians?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's
I do agree with, but
You mean in terms of weapons?
In terms of weapons.
Okay.
Yeah, we're supplying Israel with all these weapons, and Israel is killing people, innocent people. But wasn't Palestine also sheltering their, I'm not going to say insurgents, I'm going to say their fighters beneath hospitals in
No,
hospitals?
it wasn't. There is absolutely no evidence for that. The United Nations released a report on October the 10th, a commission report that showed that Israel has provided absolutely no evidence to substantiate that claim. They literally just blatantly like threw out AI generated videos of like command centers under hospitals, but didn't even provide any evidence to back it up. So the United Nations came to the conclusion that an attack on these medical facilities was intentional policy to continue genociding Palestinians and to destroy the medical infrastructure or healthcare infrastructure in Gaza. So no, there is no evidence that age group or militant fighters or combatants have been kind of housed in hospitals.
Israel isn't fighting fair. Anyways.
I'll just close this out, and Parker, you can let me off. I just wish that the Democratic Party took a stronger action against funding some of this stuff, and I'm very disappointed that we haven't. I understand the asking for a ceasefire, but no concrete action. Put conditions. Stop funding it. Do something outside of talking.
Cortez, I'm gonna agree that I in a certain sense that I disagree with the way that both sides conduct their foreign policy, right? Like, I'm not going to agree with foreign policy from either the Democrats side or for the Republican side in terms of total terms, right? That's but things like, for example, with certain agreements that we have, right? It could make sense. Like, if there's no reason to not uphold the Budapest Memorandum, I don't understand why we wouldn't, right? It makes sense to uphold that if we want other types of agreements like that in the future.
No, I understand, but the Budapest too. I mean, Budapest does not obligate military aid.
No one said obligation, but it does show a commitment that we gave. So obligation, no, it's not legally binding, but it is a commitment that we gave. And if we break that commitment, that is the issue.
Other countries don't see that we have that type of commitment, and they won't engage in those types of agreements with us.
And I understand too, but we need to uphold also international law when it comes to the conflict that we're talking about. Because if we're following it in one place and just trashing it in another place, we undermine ourselves at every turn, and that's what's happening.
Wait, how have we violated international law specifically with Ukraine?
No, I'm not talking about Ukraine specifically. I'm talking about with the other conflict that we were just talking about.
Like with Israel? Oh, yeah. I agree. Yeah, the U.S. should abide by international law.
Yeah, and not only that, we violated even our own laws by not following the Leahy law to stop funding weapons over to Israel when there has been human rights violations that have been well documented, and we failed to do that, and that's violating our own law.
Yeah, but does the Leahy law says who determines what the human violation is? See, that's the problem, though. Does Congress have to determine it? Does the president determine it? Or is it a body that's international?
It was Tony Blinken. It's a State Department that determines that.
Okay, so the State Department has to say that. And I'm pretty sure that the State Department has not said that is occurring, which is a problem for the State Department. So then the law is therefore not being going into effect, right?
Two agencies. I think was it the State's Department Refugee Bureau and I'm blanking on which agency. I have to look it up. They did say that Israel is actively blocking humanitarian aid, and therefore America should stop sending weapons, and tried to invoke the Leahy law, but that is not being implemented. So.
100%. That's what's happening. So we're kind of dragging our feet on that, and that's what I disagree with. But anyways, I'm going to get going, guys. I have a video on the Ukraine spending. Check it out on my account. Thanks for letting me up, Parker.
Sure.
I'm gonna go too. I do appreciate you're a smart dude. I just wanted to ask some questions, and I appreciate that you are debating people here.
For sure. Appreciate you coming up. Polaris, thank you for the description. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop as well. But before I drop, Matt, ProPublica did an article about this. The article is called Israel Deliberately Blocked Humanitarian Aid to Gaza.
Oh, I believe that they did it. My point was only that I think Blinken has to sign off on it probably, and I don't think he's done that.
No. I mean, like, about the two government agencies.
Okay.
Yeah. So it was the United States Agency for International Development and the State Department's Refugee Bureau. Those were the two agencies.
Nice.
And ProPublica wrote an article about. But anyways, I'm gonna drop. Thank you for letting me.
Good seeing you, Athena.
Of course, as always.
Jeffrey, are you voting Trump? Jeffrey, you there? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up, TJ? You voting Trump? All right, let's get this next individual up here, y'all. All right. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Keep tapping that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 4 million likes. It will help send it out to more people. I do appreciate it, y'all, so much. I appreciate y'all so much. All right. Let's get this next individual up here. If you see anyone crazy, Matt, you can add them up.
I'm looking.
All right, let's get this next individual up here. Do give it a second, y'all. I apologize.
Let's see.
Okay. All right. Dean hasn't responded to me. I thought he was going to come back on live. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Damn that Dean.
Carol, you voting Trump?
Carrie there.
All right. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024.
And of course, I invite somebody and they don't accept.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh my God.
Derek, I'm inviting you, so if you want to come up, you got to accept the invite, dude.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
Well, I'm voting for Trump because he wants to peel back the deep state. You know, he doesn't want the federal government to have too much power. And so I want tariffs. I don't want to pay income taxes.
Whoa, that was just all over the place. Okay, so replacing income tax with tariffs would be regressive, right? So it would actually shift the burden of taxes from people who are rich and wealthy to people who are lower income, because people who are lower income spend a greater proportion of their income on imported goods into the country and consumer products.
So would you be able to prove that without using anecdotes? Because we also have the 1820s when the United States was the best economy. We had no income taxes.
Yeah, so the way that we would engage in specifically demonstrating this is by simply saying what the impact of tariffs would be. Tariffs cause prices to go. Are you trolling?
No.
Yeah. But Parker, I just want to say he just cited as the
Political
greatest
spiritist. Okay. He his bio has a satire account. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I was like, yeah. When he said the 1820, I was like, okay.
Imagine citing the 1820s as a good economic period.
Yeah. Hey,
That's
Amber.
crazy, to be honest. Amber, are you voting Trump? Hello?
Amber gone.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, Heather, thank you so much for the $5. How much longer will you be on? I don't know. It depends. It depends on what I feel like. By the way, Matt, you have a bit of an echo.
Oh, sorry.
A bit of a feedback. I don't know. I think I'll just feel out the rest of the live, and then I'll let y'all know when I'm gonna get off. If y'all really tap the screen, I won't get off. If y'all hit 5 million likes, I'll stay on until 12 o'clock. If you hit 5 million likes within 5 minutes, right, I will stay on until 12 o'clock. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
1.5 million in 5 minutes, Parker. Oh,
I know,
yeah.
and I think there's 8,000 people in here.
Yeah, that's true. How's the echo? Is it going?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
I know. 5 minutes, everyone. Y'all can easily do it. There's literally 8.5 thousand people in here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Tim, you there?
Y'all don't realize how long 3 hours is for me after I've gone, 4 hours and 40 minutes? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alpha Trump, how old are you?
24.
Wait, hold on. Alpha, have we talked already?
We have not.
Okay.
Okay, are you voting Trump?
Absolutely.
Why so?
Because he's going to make this country great again. And
Okay, how
he doesn't
so?
have the endorsement of Vladimir Putin.
Okay, so Vladimir Putin specifically was doing that to literally lie, right?
Nah,
Right.
I don't think so. There is another problem I do have, though.
And what's that?
So if Kamala doesn't get elected, she is the one that would be certifying the election, correct?
Yes.
So she could easily just not allow Trump.
Tara, thanks for the $5.
Actually, you're incorrect because of the events of January 6th, Congress passed a new law called the ECA, which says that the vice president must certify the count. So actually, she's duty bound by law that she cannot forfeit the way that Trump wanted Mike Pence to do it. So we have safeguards now because of Donald Trump.
So she has to certify it.
Yes.
Bro, y'all are gonna actually get there.
Oh my God.
I don't know. I think she's going to try and coup the country if she loses.
This is the pot calling the kettle black, by the way.
Are you trolling?
No, Trump.
Do you think she's gonna
pic.
send people to raid the country too? Or raid the Capitol?
They did the last time.
Okay, I'm kicking you.
Why?
Because I know you're trolling.
Why?
You sound like a troll, dude.
I mean, he has Trump on a lion, so I mean,
dude, I really feel like if I portrayed to be a Trump supporter, I feel like people wouldn't be able to recognize if I had a voice changer. They wouldn't be able to recognize because I know all the arguments from their side. I know all the arguments.
Yeah.
By the way, we have 2 minutes to get 400K likes. Just letting y'all know. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Well, they're going to do it. It's going to happen.
Yeah, and y'all can keep up the likes, everyone. By the way, we would really appreciate that. Maybe we can get to 12 million today. Hey, that would be a record breaker of any live.
Yeah,
ever.
that would be a record breaker.
I'm sorry.
Audrey, you didn't mean to?
Nope. I'm Kamala. Sorry.
Yes. Wait, Kamala Harris just joined the live? I'm just kidding.
Hey, I just saw you. Great speech, by the way.
1 minute for 100K likes, everyone.
Oh, that's super easy. It's going to get there.
100K likes, everyone.
Bazin, you there?
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Oh, shit, chat. We got there, everyone. We got there. 5 million.
Yes, Abby.
Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I was there.
Yo, what's up, man?
All right, now keep going, everyone. Tap. Are you voting Trump?
Wait, you just threw your.
So who's
you showed a ballot.
Trump or it's a hard
Kamala
choice.
Harris. Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris. Do it. Do it.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah, let's go.
Baby, come on,
Let's go.
W.
Let's go.
W that person.
Oh, let's fucking go, chat. Woo! That's what I like to see, chat. I want to see every single one of you doing that shit. Let's fucking go, everyone. We got a
not
week.
me. Sorry, I was tapping.
Don't worry. You're good. You're good.
W tapping.
All right.
I'll take it.
Yeah. Sorry, I had to text my girlfriend.
You're good.
All right.
I added people. Oh my God! You got the universe.
Christian with the TikTok universe. Let's fucking go. Let's get some W's for Christian in the chat right now for the TikTok universe. Holy fuck, let's go.
Yeah, W Christian.
W's for Christian in the comment section right now. Let's go. Thank you so much for the fucking TikTok universe. Unfucking believable. That is insane. Christian. Thank you so much, Christian. Let's get some W's for fucking Christian in the comment section for the next at least 5 minutes, everyone. W Christian in the chat. Thank you so much, Christian. That is unbelievably kind of you. It's always good to see you around. Thank you so much, Christian. Alex, are you voting Trump?
I'm not, but I was just on here, and I will.
W for fucking Christians in the chat. Let's get some W's for Christian, everyone. I want to see that for the next fucking 5 minutes. At least, everyone.
What's up,
Thank
Christian?
you so much, Christian. It is always good to see you. John, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. And Brady, thank you so much for the $5.
Lucy, are you voting for Trump?
Ooh,
and yeah, I will, John. Don't worry.
My bad, y'all.
No,
you're good. Don't worry.
You're good. People will be tapping. See, Parker, this is what you caused. You got people tapping away, and now they're joining the line.
Tapping, everyone. We're at 5.4. I think we can easily make it to
at 12 million.
12 million. That would be the goal. Like literally, I'm not trolling everyone. I think we can do it in 3 hours. If y'all help me, everyone. I'm serious. Because I'm stuck with y'all until midnight.
I will probably be leaving here in about 13
and I think it's $5. Wow, bro, I'm gonna be alone.
Well, it's past midnight for me, man. I gotta, I gotta work my day job.
Oh gosh,
you're gonna be alone.
Yo, what's up, Kevin? How old are you?
Someone sends me a big gift, maybe I'll stay longer. Just saying. I'll put off.
Yeah, I'm 29.
Sydney, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1. Kevin, are you voting Trump? Appreciate the pain. Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. Why are you voting Trump?
No, I just I got a question. When will you be doing the live? I mean the guy debates again?
In like a week or two.
Like a week or two? All right, bet. I'm not voting Trump. I just wanted to know that.
All right. Yeah, we're hitting near the end of the election, everyone. Trisha, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you so much
for the $1. I did watch her live. Yep, I was there.
Jack, are you voting Trump?
Of course, sir.
Why so? And how old are you?
He's the more patriotic candidate.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2006.
Okay, what month?
March.
Okay, we appreciate the meerkat. Thank you so much. Okay, why are you voting Trump?
I think he's more patriotic. I think you see a Ford F-150 with 3 American flags on the back, you know who they're voting for.
Holy shit. Thank you, Elizabeth, for the $100. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I guess I'll stay on for a little while. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. I appreciate you. It means a lot. Thank you so much.
Okay, wait, what'd you say, Jack?
He's more patriotic.
How is he more patriotic?
Because he's always wearing the American flag tie. You look at everything from the rallies to his policies to his foreign diplomacy. He's always America first.
Hannah, thank you for the $20. Wait, I was just at the DC Harris rally, and there was a sea of American flags. I had American flag. We were holding signs that said USA and freedom. They sang patriotic songs. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I
guess it is subjective, but yeah.
I felt very patriotic there.
You agree he's better on foreign diplomacy?
No.
Morgan, think of the $10.
Not at all.
No.
VP Harris has been one of the most traveled vice presidents of modern history. She has visited and spent time with more foreign leaders than Donald Trump probably has. She has been on the background of working with these foreign leaders in ways that make her uniquely qualified to be president on that front. And I thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Sorry, I missed it. Ariani, thank you so much. So I don't know what you're talking about, frankly.
Well, he didn't start new wars, and he doesn't support sending billions and trillions of dollars to Israel or Ukraine.
Trillions?
Wait, he does support sending money to the state of Israel. I mean, he does support that.
Actually, more funds, yeah.
Somebody said I'm from the most racist state. What?
What state are you from?
Crazy. It's billions, right? Not trillions.
Yeah. But what state are you from?
I don't really want to say.
Stephanie, think of it $2. Thank you so much for voted Kamala.
Is it in the South?
No, of course not. Do I sound Southern, guys?
I don't know. You could have been like a transplant. I don't know.
No, I'm not from the South.
Oh, you're in Texas?
No.
Florida.
No.
Glasses go.
No. Guys, stop guessing, guys.
I'm going to guess all 50 states.
Please don't. Please don't.
Here, Matt, do you have the ability to add people up and kick them off?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we're going to add up another person. Once we get up another person, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick.
Okay. Yeah, you're good.
The adult drink is really getting to me.
Hey,
Damien, are you
yeah.
voting Trump?
Yeah.
Damien, I'm from Florida. I'm voting Trump.
Why so?
I just don't like Kamala Harris. I don't like it when she was DOJ and or district attorney in California, all the laws that she made or enforced.
Which law?
The one on truancy.
Thank you, Chris, for the raid. Thank you so much, bro. Thank you. Wait, you don't want to enforce laws on truancy?
I don't.
Are you against schools?
No, but I think that if you have a kid that's not going to school, chances are you can't make them go to school because you're working 2 jobs, and that's why they keep skipping school. So we're basically just like prosecuting them because they're poor.
Wait, hold on. No. Truancy means the willful withholding of a student from going to school. So these are parents.
That's not what that means.
Well, hold on. It means that the parents know that the student's not going to school and the student is repeatedly skipping out. Right?
That's not what truancy is, though. That's a little bit of a tight definition, and that's not what it is a lot of the time.
Okay, then what's truancy?
Well, when I was in high school, truancy was I didn't go to school, so I didn't get my driver's license because of it. Had nothing to do with my parents not knowing whether I was going to school or not. It was me skipping school.
Truancy laws usually only apply to those that are doing it habitually and are outside doing something else while that's happening, right? I mean, you're saying that she's going after the parents, but the parents that are doing this most likely know that their children are not going to school, because the school will notify the parents when those students are not going to school.
Yes and no. I mean, I knew when I was in school, I was smart enough to give them my phone number and not my parents, so my parents were never notified. There's definitely extenuating circumstances with everything.
Do you think the school would not figure it out, like eventually, why they cannot reach these parents?
I couldn't tell you, to be honest. But not just that law. There's also, she's been proven to denying people probation because they need more workers in the prison system. Like, there's plenty of things that she's done while she was district attorney of California that were not good. Those are just like small examples. On top of that, I think the Democrats need to just bring someone forward who's actually likable, but instead they want to bring forward like probably the worst candidate they can.
I have a question. Do you prefer letting criminals on the street? Stephanie,
No.
think of it $2. Susie, think of it $1. Okay, so so you agree with her that you should keep them in the prisons,
if your probation
not
is
on the
up,
street?
and then your probation, when your probation is up, that implies that you've already served a certain amount of time, which is why you're being
they didn't have enough people. They didn't have enough prisons, so they were specifically getting people to like leave those areas, right, in terms of the prisons, because they didn't have people. So what you're talking about didn't happen.
I'm referencing something else. I'm referencing.
What you're referencing didn't happen.
How do you know that?
Give me a single source that you're referencing.
I mean, I can't pull up a source right now.
You
right
can.
here. I don't
Go ahead.
have
I'll talk to someone while you find it.
Are you cool with that?
Yep.
And also,
Okay,
I
got
just
you.
want to point out, I find it funny now that all these conservatives are like
Also, I'm liberal.
being
I've
with
voted
the-
Democrat my whole life. So,
Hello.
Okay, Josh, are you voting Trump?
Okay.
I'm voting Trump.
How old are you?
Old enough.
No, you're not. Get the fuck out of my life.
Hey.
Whoa, dude.
What do you say?
I'm not even going to repeat it.
Okay.
Yo, what's the pal to you?
I am 24.
Preach the boiling cauldron. Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so? Preach the confetti.
One reason, border security, for one. 2, no tax on overtime. 3, I like my...
So border security, no tax on overtime, and then Second Amendment.
Yes.
Okay, so border policy. Trump called people in Congress to undermine a bipartisan border bill. Push the gem gun. Thank you so much. He wants to terminate the Constitution. And what was the other one you said?
No tax on overtime.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think no tax on overtime makes sense, but decreasing taxes on overtime I'm fine with if it's predominantly going to affect the middle class. Push the gem gun.
So,
but like, I just don't think that's going to be good policy along with all of his other ones, because most of his tax policy is going to go to people who are rich. I'm cool with middle class tax cuts, right? I think they're actually really good middle class tax cuts, but that's not what the Republicans are advocating for.
So,
like
do you know
alone.
why taxes were put into place?
To fund the government?
Yeah.
No. Taxes were put into place back in World War II, I want to say, to help fund the war. And it was not supposed to be permanent.
Wait, do you think there was no taxes prior to World War II?
Yes, there was. There was no taxes prior to I think it was World War II.
Jason, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Jason. Use up W's for 50 in the comment section. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Jason. Thank you so much. I absolutely will. Thank you, Jason. Go ahead.
Do you mean like income tax?
Yes.
Okay. So the income tax, okay. But we did have taxes prior to World War II.
We did have income tax prior to World War II. I don't know where he got this from. You're thinking World War One.
That's what it was then. I couldn't remember which war it was, but I knew it was one back then.
And I think it was a little bit before World War One.
It was somewhere around that time where taxes were put into place just to fund the war, and it was supposed to go away right after, and it never did.
In 1862, the Civil War efforts enacted the first income tax law.
Yes.
That was 1862.
Okay.
Good point.
So my question for you is, why are you voting for Kamala? You asked me why I was voting for Trump. Why are you voting for Kamala?
I got you. Yeah, because it is the case that she's influenced to pass the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act, which is good policy that helps middle-class Americans. And she also hasn't been held civilly liable for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. She doesn't have 34 felonies. She didn't try to overthrow the government. She didn't try to restrict women's access to abortion. She didn't call for a complete and total shutdown of Muslim-centered the country. Plenty of things.
And she also didn't prosecute the Catholic Church when she had full control of their files.
The Catholic Church needs to be prosecuted.
Well, when she had full control over the files, she refused
let me argue
to
this point.
prosecute
They have engaged in one of the worst cover-ups in human history. Like, they have protected child predators for decades, so yes, they should be investigated and they should be held accountable. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, Kamala Harris ignored them when they were reaching out to her.
Wait, you just said... Didn't you just say that she went after them?
No, she didn't. That's the problem.
Oh, so you're saying that
she had full control over the
them.
files. She had multiple complaints in California against them, and she instead
And you're saying she
went
saw
cold
the
on the line
complaints.
with victims of it.
And she saw the complaints.
Yes, she had full
Give
control
me a
over the
source.
files.
Can you give me a source?
Here, in the chat, right here.
I won't be able to click on anything in the chat. You have to tell me the title.
Well, by the way, even though I think the federal government should definitely go after him, I'm pretty sure that they can't prosecute like the Vatican or anything. Like, that's a separate entity. So, I mean, they could sue them, but that's about it.
They don't accept civil courts, remember? Huh?
Oh, yeah. I forgot.
Yeah, Damien, do you accept civil courts?
Where'd he go? He disappeared.
You have to look up the source, I think.
Yeah.
Sorry, okay. I mean, it's hard for me to just say the title, bro. It's a long title, and I have to like click on and off because anytime I click out, you can't hear me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It takes a little bit to memorize a sentence.
Here, give me 2 seconds.
Okay. Dawson, you got anything?
So for me as a Christian, I was born and raised as a Christian. That's just how I was. But her last rally, at least the last one that I saw, someone yelled out, "Christ is King."
Oh my God, this thing again.
Jesus is Lord or something like that. And she said that they were at the wrong rally.
Yeah, what about it?
That right there just kind of rubbed me wrong, only for the simple fact of she heard what they said, but then came back with that.
Matt, do you want to take this one? I've already done this like 10 times today.
So she was saying it to them because they were Trump supporters who were heckling her speech, not the fact that they claim that Christ is king, because she agrees with that. Like, she herself is a Christian, so she wasn't disagreeing with that. It was the fact that they interrupted her speech, and you could tell by their tone that they were like trying to heckle her. That's why she said it.
All right. So another thing, I saw one. I don't know when it was, but I saw today. It was a video of her talking to a crowd, and
well, I have a question. If Kamala Harris wanted to do a complete and total shutdown of Muslims in the country, do you think anyone should vote for her because of that?
I mean, it's not my place.
It is your place.
Would you vote for Donald Trump if you wanted to do a complete and total shutdown of Christians entering the country?
I wouldn't vote for anybody if they were trying to do that.
Okay, would you vote for him if he were doing a complete and total shutdown on Muslims entering the country?
No. I mean...
Wait, what? Ooh, dun dun dun.
I mean, it to me, it doesn't matter what religion you are. If you're going to come into the country, why don't you do it legally?
That no one's arguing about that. It's not about being legal or not. It's about whether or not we are denying people from other countries entry in this country based on their religion.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they're denying them based on their religion or whatever.
We are. That's what I'm saying. Trump wants to do that. He just said a little while ago that like he wants to expand the list. So he wants to take his bigotry and make it bigger.
All right. So how many? We'll just use Muslims as an example. How many Muslims have come in to the United States and have caused terrorist attacks?
Not that many. And why are you just associating terrorist attacks with Muslims?
I'm not. I was just using them as an example.
How many white Americans have caused like mass terror attacks? More than Muslims, by the way.
What's going on?
I wasn't saying that whites don't, blacks don't, and it's just Muslims.
Black
do
people.
that.
Black people.
Yeah, don't add the S.
Excuse me, black people. I'm not saying that it's just down to one race or one belief or whatever.
Okay, but we're asking you: would you vote for somebody who wants to ban people from other countries because of their religion?
No.
Okay, Donald Trump wants to do that. He wants to take his Muslim ban from 2017 and expand it beyond the original 9 countries, I think. So he's singling out these countries because they are majority Muslim. And you're saying that you won't vote for that. So thank you for your vote for VP Harris.
No, it definitely ain't going to be for her.
What state are you in?
A good state.
That being?
Is that a red state?
I think so.
Okay, well, you can vote for Donald Duck. I don't care. You can do a write-in candidate.
Vote for Donald Duck.
Write-in Donald Duck.
If you want to vote for Donald, make sure it's Donald Duck.
Yeah.
Dawson.
What?
What state? You're not going to dox yourself based on what state?
Alabama.
Oh,
well,
you can literally vote for whatever the fuck you want. Like,
yeah, literally vote Donald Duck.
You could vote for a lamp. Like, it doesn't matter.
All I'll say for a source,
you should vote for Kamala Harris.
Yeah, because it adds to the total. But
Parker, for a source, you can just Google Kamala Harris Catholic Church and you'll find articles. I saw like 6. You can pick your poison. as they would say.
It just all this is just record on Catholic issues.
So you don't see a single article because I saw 6.
Which ones? Tell me the title, dude. It's not that difficult to tell me a title.
Clergy sex abuse victim cries. Bro, I can't read I'm sorry, I can't memorize the title that long. They're all going to be like 20-word titles. I'm putting it in the comments.
You could tell me that I won't be able to click on anything in the comments.
That I'm reading it.
Okay, well, Matt reads
There's
that. I can talk to
articles.
them. Damien, I have a question.
Yeah, go for it.
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I don't want to. I don't like either of them, to be honest. Like, I'm not sold on Trump either.
I'm just asking, would you vote for someone who's done that?
Maybe. If I feel like that they're going to run the country better.
Do you think violent sex abusers should be able to get access to guns?
I think everyone should have access to guns.
In prison?
100%.
You think prisoners in prison should be able to get guns?
Well, not in prison, no.
Why not?
But I think after they get out of prison, sure.
Wait, Damien, why so? Why not in prison?
Because there's so many. Well, because we don't want to endanger security guards, all that kind of thing.
But you want to endanger
They're in prison.
everyone
They need
else?
to not have access to the outside world. It has nothing to do with
So
guns.
violent sex offenders shouldn't be able to get access to guns, right?
No, I'll say no.
If violent sex offenders shouldn't be able to get access to guns, why should they
I think
be able to
everyone
run
should
for
be able to
president?
have access to guns, though. I think the more we take away guns,
If violent
it's just
sex
a bad
offenders
problem.
shouldn't, Damien, if violent
I said
sex
no.
offenders shouldn't, if violent sex offenders shouldn't be able to get access to guns, why should they be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes?
Well, I'm not entirely informed on how he's a violent sex offender.
He was held civilly liable of sexually abusing Eugene Carroll.
Yeah, by his behavior.
How does that make it violent sex offender then?
Wait, hold on. Grape is violent.
There's
by its very
different
nature.
scales. There's different scales, first of all.
Wait, hold on.
Let's be real.
Is sexual assault? Let's say, okay.
There's different scales of it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that they're not bad.
What do you mean
'cause
there's
they
different
are.
scales of forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will?
There's roofing somebody, and then there's literally tying somebody up.
Wait, hold on. Roofing somebody can be almost calculated as violent because you're causing them harm.
What the are you saying roofing and sexually assaulting a woman isn't violent?
Roofing is violent because you're causing them bodily harm.
I guess I'm thinking of violent in a different sense. But yeah, you're right. It's violent.
Okay, all sexual assault is violent.
Yes. That's
if we
very
agree
easy to
that
say.
sexual assault is violent, then Donald Trump is a violent sexual abuser. He's a violent sex offender. And if they shouldn't be able to get access to guns, they shouldn't be able to run for president and gain
But he
access
is able
to the
to.
nuclear codes. I understand that you think he is able to, but what I'm
He's
demonstrating
literally
to
running.
you, what I'm demonstrating to you is that you shouldn't vote for him. Then, if you think he shouldn't be able to be president, then you should not vote
Well,
for him.
when we have someone who I think is a complete liar and even more disingenuous than
Wait, so how is Donald Trump?
I'm going to vote
Really?
for him because I feel like
You
he's
think
actually.
Kamala Harris is more of a liar than Donald Trump when Donald Trump has 30,000
Yes.
confirmed lies?
Then I'm sorry,
to who?
you just don't live in reality.
I don't live in reality.
If there's
No.
one thing that everybody universally will agree on, it's that Donald Trump lies. As
So does every politician.
every breath he takes is almost a lie.
So
the
does
guy
every
can't help
politician.
himself. Well,
But
no,
the
this
fact
is beyond
is, when he was
politics.
president, my rent was 800 and now it's 2,000.
Your rent was 800. What
That's the
fucking
fucking
relevance
problem.
does that have?
That's a hell of a pivot.
Wait. How did he cause your rent
Because
to
I'm
be
talking
lower?
about who's going to run the country better.
Wait,
I'm
can you
not talking about
demonstrate to me
anything
how we
else.
caused the rent to be lower?
How we caused the rent to be lower?
Yeah.
It's not that he caused the rent to be lower, but he didn't allow inflation to get way out of control the way Joe Biden
Okay,
did.
wait. How did the Joe Biden and Kamala Harris administration cause inflation?
I mean, I can't tell you exactly how they did it, but you can see now that they definitely
here,
did
Damien. Damien, let me help you out. Don't you know that they passed the Inflation Expansion Act? I mean, like, obviously.
Molly,
I mean,
thank you for the $5.
yeah, thank you, Molly. I mean, obviously, they passed a law that made it that they wanted to make it worse. Obviously.
I'm not really familiar with that law, so
Oh my God, it's a fucking joke.
yeah.
Okay.
You guys can't tell that I'm joking too.
Well, you got a very deadpan voice. So,
No, you're not.
This is my sense of humor, bro. It's pretty dry, but
yeah, it is pretty dry.
But listen, like all I'm saying is, I just haven't seen enough from Kamala Harris for me to like.
Kamala.
Or I'm sorry.
Kamala.
I'm sorry.
Can you
I'm
tell me
around
Donald
a different
Trump's
circle than you.
What's
Kamala.
Donald Trump's healthcare policy? Tree, thank you so much for the $5. Thank
Does
you
he
so
even
much.
have a healthcare policy?
No, he doesn't.
Yeah,
well,
I
actually,
didn't think
you
so.
mentioned rent.
I know, right?
What's his
Jason,
policy
thank you for
to,
the $25. Thank you so much, Jason. I really appreciate. Thank you so much. Literally, though, Jason, I really appreciate. Thank you so much, Jason. Let's get some W's for Jason in the comment section right now.
What is Donald Trump's policy?
Look, man, I voted for Joe Biden, and I just felt like very lied to about almost everything he did, because I voted for him because I wanted the minimum wage to go up and a few other things. And within a year of office, they just completely gave up on everything that I voted for him for.
Wait,
So that's one big issue with Kamala Harris is
Joe
they're going to
Biden
say anything that they can to get you to vote for him right now, and as soon as they get to the office, they're going to go, "Oh, well, we can't really pass that. We're not getting enough support, and we have to be."
You understand that it takes stuff in Congress? Like, okay, have you ever
I
voted
understand
before
that,
in
yeah.
an election?
I understand that, but
you
when you
voted
tell me
before in
that
an
this is what you're going to do, I expect you to do it. Like,
Damien.
I didn't want Trump to build a wall, but you know what? He did it.
Damien, how much wall did he build?
I mean, not the whole thing, obviously.
3.7% new wall.
Hey, he did
built
it.
3.7% new wall of the border. Are you trolling?
Maybe I'm trolling.
Oh my God. Are you
Okay.
seriously?
I didn't know that. I didn't know that. So that's my fault. I'll admit when I'm wrong.
Okay, so not only that, he didn't make Mexico pay for it. He didn't repeal and replace the ACA. He didn't drain the swamp. He didn't get the infrastructure bill.
Yeah. I got
So
my
why don't
gripes
we
with him
blame-
too. All that.
Wait, so why do you apply this standard to Kamala Harris, but you don't apply it to him?
Because he at least goes after the shit that he's going to do. That's my problem with Kamala
Tree,
Harris.
thank you so
They
much for the
don't try.
$10 for.
They
By the
don't
way, I
try.
voted blue today. Can we get some W's for Tree in the comment section right now? Thank you so much.
You don't try. How many bills do
Tree.
you think Joe Biden has asked Congress to pass and they just won't do it? I mean, that's trying. Like, or how about this? Joe Biden has tried at least 5 times to pass various versions of student loan forgiveness, right? At least 5 times, and each time he is handicapped by the courts. Like,
This is super
that's so Joe Biden and a VP Harris have tried multiple times to do things, but they're always handicapped either by the courts or by Congress.
But how does Trump never get handicapped by anything that he's trying to do?
Did I claim
It's so
that?
easy to handicap Democrats
Did I claim
every
that?
single time.
No, hold on. Did I
So
claim
easy
that?
to just get handicapped and, oh, gee, guys, we tried.
Damien,
We
did I
tried.
claim that Trump was never handicapped? I think he was handicapped in some ways for the right reason, right? But often Trump didn't try. He said, for example, I have a healthcare plan and I will put it out, and then he never did it, right? That's not trying. Trying would be putting out your
Code,
healthcare
thank you
plan
so much for the $5.
and
Thank
then
you,
it
Code.
failing in Congress.
I mean, I'm also tired of giving the money overseas every chance we get. with Ukraine, with
we don't.
Israel.
The pivots are
And he
like
has.
insane.
I mean, I'm pivoting because. All right. Let's go back to the original topic. I'm sorry. I'll try to stop pivoting. It's just like natural. I apologize.
It's just natural. I would go to foreign policy if you want. Like I don't.
I'm not very political brained. I'm not gonna lie.
You're what brained?
I'm not political brained. This isn't like my forte.
You're good. I mean, it's not mine either, but I mean, you're good.
Wait, so again, if you wouldn't let someone who's a violent sex offender get access to a gun, why would you let them run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes? Jason, JW, thank you so much. I really appreciate. Thank you so much. I appreciate the $25. Thank you so much, JW. Thank you so much.
I mean, I'm not letting them do anything.
I got you, JW.
It's not really up to me whether or not they're going to run or not.
No, but do you think they should? Would you vote for him morally?
Right now, if we're talking about Trump, yes, I'll vote for him.
So you would vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
Yes, unfortunately, and it does pain me to say that.
So you would let violent sex offenders get access to guns?
No.
Why not? Because you just said that you would let them get access
after
to the
they've
nuclear
served
codes.
after they've served their time and maybe
Cuba,
like
thank you so much for the
10-year
$5.
gap.
Thank you.
Maybe I'll let them have access to guns.
Wait, so Trump has to serve his time and then have a 10-year gap?
Yeah,
he hasn't served his time and isn't.
Well, it would be 120 by then.
Yeah, I mean, but again, it's not really up to me, is it?
But why are you
Actually,
voting
it
for
is,
him then?
because
It
you're
is.
voting.
You're letting voting.
Because of my dislike for
Damien,
Kamala
you're
Harris.
voting. Damien,
Wait,
you're
hold on,
literally
Damien.
voting.
What state are you in?
Florida.
Okay, I mean, Florida's important, but like you don't have to vote for the Orange Menace. Like you can vote for like a lamp or something. I mean,
I've thought about it.
The Orange Menace is
yeah, the Orange Menace.
I like that one.
Wait, Damien, if you're laughing at that, why are you voting for him? Jeez,
That's what I call, dude. That's what I said in the interview.
Honestly,
Carrie, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much, and Bethany, thank you for the $1. Can we get some W's for Carrie in the comment section right now? Keri. Thank you so much, Carrie.
honestly, the reason why I'm voting for him is completely selfish. I'm not going to lie to you.
What's the
And
reason?
it's because Republican policies tend to benefit me because I have my own business. So it
much you
gives
make a
me
year?
easier times to get tax breaks, which is what he did.
Sorry, do you make more than $400K a year?
I make right around there. Sometimes more, sometimes less.
Okay, Damien, then you're not going to be taxed more. The only thing that's taxed more is the income over $400,000.
Yeah, but the thing is there were a lot of tax breaks I was able to get while Trump was president that went away after.
Wait, so you agree that taxes are too high right now?
No, I think taxes are fine. I think
we're
I should
still
tax
under
more,
Trump
to
tax
be honest
policy.
with you.
I'm just letting you know we're still under Trump tax policy.
But Damien, next year the Trump tax credits run out. Which person do you honestly believe is more likely
Everyone keep tapping the screen. Get this to 10 million likes.
To fight to keep the tax breaks that benefit the middle class and small businesses over those that that go to large corporations and the rich? Like there's only one answer.
Well, I will say that under the Trump tax law, that's been very beneficial for me. So I'm going to vote for Trump based on his
when
first performance.
When it comes up for renewal next year, who do you think is going to be a more staunch advocate of the middle class?
I think they're going to be the same because, I mean...
Really?
Yeah, the Democratic
David,
Party
do you have
has
children?
also... Sorry, what'd you say?
Do you have children?
No, I don't have children.
Do you want children?
I don't know right now. I'm not that old. I'm only 26.
I mean, you're older than me.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't... Sometimes I want them, sometimes I don't, to be honest.
Hey, that's valid. That's valid. But what I'm saying is that if you decide to have children, right, she wants a $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through being 5 years old, and $3,000 through them being 18.
I mean, that's pretty nice.
I know, right?
But, I mean, all I was going to say is you guys are asking, like... I want to go back to his original question of, like, who I think is going to give out the better tax credits. And all I wanted to say about that is the Democrats have been known to give massive bailouts to all the corporations any chance that they get. So it's not just like a Republican thing.
Wait, hold on. The Democrats have been known to do that. It was not under Democrats that large bailouts happened unopposed. Obama did it when he had great opposition within his own party to do it, and he was just following up on what Bush did, for example, right? Bailouts of large corporations largely come from rich backers that are members of the Republican Party anyway. So no, right now the current state of the Democratic Party is very much anti large corporation. Like, name me one Democratic politician who's a fan of like large corporations.
A fan of is different because they can't be outright fans of them for the optics. But I'm sure you could go into their donations and their PACs and find a whole lot of corporations that are donating to them.
Okay, yes, I agree with you that we need to ban like big corporate donations and shit. Yeah, let's get rid of Citizens United and all that, right? But who do corporations love more, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? There's a clear answer here because they donate to one political person over the other.
Are you sure? Are you sure Kamala Harris doesn't get any kind of donations?
No, that's not what I said. I said they prefer one candidate over the other.
I mean, the they is just like very loose.
Okay,
that's going to be my problem with that.
Large corporations, billionaires, whatever you want to say, they prefer one candidate over the other, correct?
And how do you know, like, do you have a source for that?
Well, we can look at either their public statements or who they donate to.
Yeah, so, again, do you have a source for that?
I mean,
because I'm sure that these large corporations are also donating.
We can go to campaign finance websites and look at who's donating. Sorry. And we can go also just to public statements. I mean, Elon Musk, for example, right? The rich man in the entire world, he's firmly, on MAGA. So, I mean, that's an example.
Then there's no
literally
billionaires
bought Twitter
that are
to be MAGA.
Democrats either.
Let's say that again.
If I'm not mistaken, wasn't Jeff Bezos like backing Biden?
Jeff Bezos, I think, did back Biden, but this year he's not very open in his support. No, I'm not saying that they don't have billionaire supporters. I'm saying on average, billionaires are more supportive.
Elon's just a very how do I say, like, very cherry picked person because he almost has like a personal vendetta against
$3
cancel culture. So of course he's going to vote for Mr. Anti-Cancel Culture. That's what Elon Musk is like. His big thing is right now. I don't think it has anything to do with his tax breaks. I think it has everything to do with.
Oh, I firmly think it's about his tax rate plus his.
I firmly believe it's about. He's on Joe Rogan podcast talking about the cancel culture disease.
Well, I think he has that part too, but I also think he wants those big fat government contracts. Because his Rocket corporation, whatever the fuck it's called, I forget what it's called, but they have big NASA contracts.
Are you talking about Elon Musk?
Yeah, whatever that one's called.
SpaceX.
SpaceX, yeah, thank you, SpaceX.
Yeah, I'm not very familiar with their contracts. To be honest, I don't really like Elon Musk at all. So,
base.
W. I mean.
Okay, all right. Well, Damon, you got anything else you want to talk about, Rod? I appreciate the fireworks. Thank you so much. I really think you should vote for Kamala Harris because do you know what tariffs are? 10 to 20% universal tariffs that will cause your prices to go up. Your groceries, your gas, the houses, your clothes, everything you buy imported into the country, your phones will go up in price.
And Damien has a small business.
Your alcohol.
So Damien has a small business.
Thank you for the fireworks.
I mean, it's already going up. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, yeah, but
you don't want it to go up even more, right?
Eggs went from $4 for a 12-pack to like $10 now. It's
you
insane.
paid $10 for eggs?
I paid $10 for eggs.
Dumbest shit I've ever heard. No, you don't.
Well, that's a problem in Florida.
Damien, that's a problem.
Oh, see, okay, hold on. You can't complain about going to Whole Foods.
If I buy poverty eggs from Publix, it's $8. Okay.
Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, Damien. I can get eggs in California for like $4.
Yeah, no. He said he went.
How the hell are you?
He said he buys the
$4?
fancy
I need to go out
kind.
there.
I'm like, yeah, Damien. Like when you go to Whole Foods and you see
I
the
don't
prices,
shop at
don't
Whole
complain.
Foods.
No, I'm using that as an example, right? Like people who go to Whole Foods can't complain about the prices. Like
I know, like you're going to Whole Foods. I literally responded to some girl who made a video about this. Appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much. She paid $14 for grapes.
Yeah, Parker. That's where.
Yeah, they had to be out of season.
Made a good one.
$14 for grapes. Would you? I wouldn't even go through the checking line for $14 for grapes. $14 for grapes. They better be gold in your mouth.
Yeah, no,
right? They better like have some crazy effect on you.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
I better be off my ass on Planet 9.
Parker, we may disagree on this, but I do follow your live, and honestly, I agree with almost everything else you have to say.
Damien, I really think you should vote for Kamala Harris.
If I really liked Kamala Harris, yes, I'm saying it right.
Yeah,
I would vote for her. I'm so tired of the Democrats putting up bad people every election when we have much better options.
Wait. I'm sorry, but you think Donald Trump is a better option than Kamala Harris? That's like insane to me. Like, I think Joe Biden is a better.
I feel personally offended that they just want to put up whoever I don't want up there.
Wait, Damien, I have a question. If it was Joe Biden versus Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I would still vote for Trump.
Okay.
If it was Bernie Sanders, if it was AOC, if it was literally anyone else Democratic, I'd probably vote for them.
Oh, okay. So the issue with that is that Kamala Harris is progressive, right? And she's moving us more towards that way. I see. If you vote for Donald Trump, you move us away from AOC and Bernie Sanders even more. I promise you, if you support AOC,
I feel like she's
Kamala
super
Harris in office because
problem.
both Bernie Sanders and AOC, who are they voting for?
Well, obviously the person in their party.
Well,
it's not just because they're in the party, but it's because they have a better position. Well, Bernie kind of is. I mean, I would consider Bernie kind of a part of the Democrat. I know he's like independent.
Well, now, but like he was
still originally
like,
not. Like he's to the left of the Democratic Party. You know what I mean?
I think
my issue is just the establishment Democrats.
And also AOC is more progressive than Kamala Harris.
I'm force-fed all these candidates that I don't want to vote for every election.
And also,
but
do you think Trump is anti-establishment? Do you think Trump is anti-establishment?
I think he's more anti-establishment than Harris. And you know what? I think he might portray himself as anti-establishment, but I don't think he truly is, to be real. But I'm willing to take the chance.
No, but I understand you're saying you're willing to take the chance, but that doesn't make any sense given that we know what his presidency is like.
It was good for me. It's much better than the last 4 years. That's kind of the problem, and maybe that's like a
Damien,
that's a personal bias, you know.
No, Damien, what that is correlation causation fallacy. You're saying because two things are associated means one caused the other, which does not mean that.
No, I'm just saying under Trump, things were a lot easier than right now.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that he caused that.
No, you're right, and that might not be what that means, but I don't have anything else to work that off of, to be honest. Like, I just want to get back to how it was before all this inflation hit. And maybe it'll never go back.
Trump is going to make it worse. Trump is going to make it worse.
You may be right, and I respect your opinion.
See, I would be okay with this if I thought I was maybe right, Damien, but I know I'm right for sure. Right? And like that's why I'm so certain when it comes to this. I'm not just some biased individual on the internet. I am like
I've seen your lives.
I promise you, if there was a better position on the other side, I would hold to that position. I am not party oriented. I promise you that. But it is so clear in this election, it's unbelievable. Right? For me, I thought it was clear with Joe Biden versus Donald Trump. But it is even more clear with Kamala Harris.
I don't think it is, man. I really
it really is.
You should do a little bit more research.
Damien, we are less than a week out from the election. I promise you, I have done my research. Like
how she handled being district attorney in California with the truancy,
I have
with the Catholic Church.
I did.
The way she handled all of that, it just all that says to me is establishment. is
Damien,
I'm going to look out
you know
for
what
the
this
people with
says
more
to me?
power.
You know what this says to me? It says to me that you're more critical of the things that Kamala Harris did as district attorney than you are critical of the things that Donald Trump did as president of the United States, and recently too. That's what it tells me, because the things that she did as district attorney, even if you were saying that they were true, aren't even as bad as the things that Donald Trump perpetuated while in office, right, throughout his entire life, etc. Like, I can give you so many more things. You have to literally ignore the things that I'm saying to act like what Kamala Harris did was worse. You have to completely ignore it.
I think you're convincing me, honestly. I think I might need to rethink how I'm voting. And I'm not just saying that.
I am totally unbiased, Damien. I look at the facts. I seriously will not come on my live and support something that I know is not factual. If I know it's not factual, right, I feel disgusting if I were to say it. Okay? I don't do that. I promise you, right? I'm saying this because I genuinely care for you as an individual, and I care about this country a lot. I love this country, right? I want this country to be better off. And I promise you, Donald Trump is not going to allow for us to progress. Appreciate the fireworks. Thank you so much. He's like, actively, I have to come on these lives and I have to argue against things that I wouldn't have expected to argue against literally 4 years ago. Because the Overton window has moved to the right. And leftists, people on the left, they think that the Overton window has moved left for some reason. Since Donald Trump has been president, we have moved right by far because Donald Trump was elected. And that moves us right. Like all these accelerationists, they believe that Donald Trump being elected is going to move us more left. Like, I think that's delusional shit, right? And I think that we need to acknowledge that what we vote for and whoever gets elected moves this country.
And I think that since
because
Biden
the
was
entire
elected,
conversation that existed in 2019 and 2020 was way more left wing than what it is now.
Yeah, well, I think part of that I think a lot of that has to do with how frustrated some of those people were in the middle. Because I'm very middle ground for a lot of stuff.
But you know what it did? It pulled us more to the middle. So if you're like anti-establishment, we got pulled more towards the establishment because of individuals like Donald Trump.
Well, that's what's keeping me away from Kamala Harris.
Listen. Donald Trump delegitimizes anti-establishment messages. You want to know why he delegitimizes it? Is because he uses conspiracy, brain rot, misinformation to justify his worldview, which makes it seem like when people are anti-establishment, that they're utilizing conspiracy theory and bullshit to do so, when there are real reasons to be anti-establishment, right? But since Trump makes that so convoluted, it destroys the fight against the establishment. So I think that it's better because he's anti-establishment, but it's not.
Let me just say this. I'm not going to sit here and drag on conspiracy theories with you, but there are some that I believe in. There are some that I think are fucking retarded. Sorry. I'm sorry.
I was going so...
Damien, please vote for Kamala Harris. Please vote for Kamala Harris. But like, do you genuinely, as a person, I would recommend get that out of your vocabulary. Right? It's very common for our society to perpetuate the usages of those types of terms, and people will like laugh at the fact that I call it out and say it's bad. But it's not a good thing, and it's something that we should not normalize in our society because it is harmful towards individuals, right? It is very harmful, right? And people don't realize that because they don't have family members around them, right, who are affected by this. They don't know many people that are affected by this, right? And that's why it's so prevalent that people don't care about those things. And
it packs such a punch.
And I don't think he tried to. I think it's just because it was a part of his terminology and what he typically uses.
I know. I don't.
And the point is that you need to get it out of your vocabulary, right?
Every time I hear it,
it just society. Yeah, we all grew up in a society that promotes ableism, that promotes racism, that promotes homophobia. But what our goal here is to do is to get people to be educated about these things so that they don't do those things in the future, right? So it's to become a better person to not do those things. Yeah, let's get this next person up. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. It's not sensitive to say that we shouldn't use the R slur. Like I don't. Someone in the chat did. Yeah.
Wow.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 22.
Are you voting Trump?
I'm most likely voting Trump. Yeah.
Why so?
I just think I like his policies better. I like I feel like he's more confident than Kamala. I feel like Kamala, I don't like how she talks. I don't like her accents. I don't like her. I feel like she's just losing the crowd. She's losing the crowd. And it's not good.
like her accent.
I'm sorry. Let's just clarify. Let's say that the accents thing was true. That's worse than sexual abuse. That's worse than cooing the country.
Well, no, but he did that. All that stuff is. I'm just looking at what I see on TV these days, you know?
In what you see, right, like you don't accept a lot of it because you think that Donald Trump is right when he says that it's fake news and the enemy of the people, right?
I mean, my opinion here, what I see on the TV is based on Trump trying to hide the media sometimes, sure, but what Kamala mostly does, all the parties are corrupt in my opinion, but it's more censorship from the left side than the right side.
What does that have to do with anything?
What do you mean there's more from the left? Donald Trump wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. Where are people on the left advocating for putting people in prison for a year for doing anything like that?
He wants to make a CBS lose their license because they were mean to him. Like,
Michael, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you, Michael.
He has sued comedians who have made jokes about him.
Right, I'm not debating the things that make him a terrible person. What leans me more towards him is I just think he would be a better
Thank you so much for the
world leader.
$25. Thank you so much, Tessa. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Sorry, say that again?
I just think he's more. I don't think he's a better person than Kamala, but I think he possibly could be a person who is more trustworthy.
Oh my God. The word trustworthy and Donald Trump don't go together in any sentence in the English language. No, Austin. The Oxford English Dictionary actually just came out with a new rule that the word trustworthy and Donald Trump cannot be in the same sentence together. Like, it is grammatically just not possible.
Okay, to be completely blunt with you, I am not the most political person in the entire world, but I am trying to, I don't do my research, but I just watch what's on TV, and I'm trying to figure out why there's such a push for Kamala over Trump.
It's really close to the election for you to be questioning these things.
Yeah, now
right,
you're questioning things.
Like Austin, like these are the questions you probably should have been having like months ago. Because like we're a week out. we're a little bit less than a week out.
Yeah, Austin,
and here, I'm gonna give it to you, and I think you have plenty of time before then. But I just think it's like, it's just like interesting. But like,
I mean, like Austin. Sorry, Parker. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
No, because I want to be able to tell you. Like, I can explain to you the policy she supports. I can explain to you where she's coming from. Right? I appreciate I see you. You probably just don't know because you haven't been involved in the politics. But like, I've been in like the political sphere for like this entire time, like the past few months and stuff like that. Like very much a lot. So I've seen like all the different things she's done. So I can understand from your perspective, you haven't seen a lot of the things that she's done, so you might not know these things about her. Whereas Donald Trump's been around for 9 years, so you probably know more about him. Christus and Glasses.
Right. So there's obviously Trump's been around longer, so there's more details on him. So,
yeah, right.
But for Kamala,
what economic policies do you like of Trump's?
How do you trust her to not falter under the pressure?
Because she hasn't. We have no indication of that. And Donald Trump, I think he's more likely to do something bad in the context of the pressure. Like he said, he wanted to nuke hurricanes.
Nuke hurricanes? How is that even possible?
He said that he wanted to. I know. He said he wanted to nuke hurricanes so they wouldn't affect the U.S. And you've got climate scientists like what the fuck is this guy
Not the
saying?
climate scientist. He's got me like, what the fuck?
He's got me like that too, but also like he said the climate is going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet. He doesn't use science.
Well,
He's
some of these rich people, they get over their head and they start speculating on categories that aren't their expertise.
I don't even think it's about rich people. I think it's about the fact that he is he's just got a lot of conspiracy, right? And the conspiracy is prevalent with his
during
beliefs.
the height of a global pandemic, he was standing there next to two of the world's best known doctors. And instead of going to them being like, what should I do? He tells millions of people, let's put bleach into our veins because that will kill the virus.
Deborah, join
I
the
do
line,
remember
Deborah.
that. I do remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. That's not exact. And then, did you know, Austin, that after that, calls to poison control went up like 200%?
No, I hated the whole COVID situation was terrible, and it was definitely time for a change from that. But
Deborah,
when I look at the situation now,
Deborah's in here.
What's the argument against the way it was 4 years ago versus the way it is now, or the way it has been the last 4 years?
I mean, Trump failed to guide us.
I asked people to be able to add up Deborah. Deborah, join. You're about to vote here pretty soon, Deborah. Come on.
Trump failed to guide us through the pandemic. Biden had to rescue us, and that's exactly what he did. So we are just suffering from the consequences of a global pandemic, and Biden and Harris have done a good job with policy and maintaining the course.
Oh my God. This person in the chat said you are a fascist. Y'all read this random directive. Vote Trump to save democracy. What? Calling us fascists, right? And saying vote Trump to save democracy is the craziest thing I've ever seen. And Deborah, why are you commenting in the comment section but not joining in? Come on, Deborah.
Deborah, I miss you. Please come up.
No, but I want to switch topics real quick.
Okay, sure, go ahead.
I'm trying to understand something. Like, I was on the live earlier. I'm trying to understand the code switching thing because, like, I get that it's a part of Black Americans to, have to switch the way they talk to white people, especially. But I'm just confused. Like, how is it okay for Kamala if, like, I don't know her background. I don't know if she's like part Jamaican or part Mexican or whatever. But like sometimes like she switches into those accents when she's talking to those minorities. But if she doesn't like represent with those, like specifically, like I'm trying to add two and two together. Like I don't know if those are okay.
Like what specifically? I don't know what you're referencing. Shannon, thank you so much for the $10, and Cassie, thank you for the $1.
Like some of the accents she's used could have been like related to ethnicities that are not what she represents or what has been publicized.
Can you give me an example?
I don't know. I don't know what her full race is. Like I'm just partially basing this off. Like I would assume that she's Black, but I haven't done the research or whatever. So
yeah, that's fine. She's Black.
She is Black,
and she's South Asian.
Okay. I thought I've heard like Mexican. I've heard Jamaican.
Her dad is African. Her dad is African.
And then Mexican.
Yeah.
I don't know where that came from.
I don't know how you can speak Mexican.
No. But like the accent, like when someone was like I just have the picture in my mind. Like she was in an interview.
You mean having like a Spanish accent or like a like?
No, it was somebody who was I think they were speaking Spanish. But she decided to like reply to them. Like she said, like I love you back, but she said it in like kind of like a Spanish voice.
Wait, hold on.
Wait. Like when I speak Spanish, you that's how you speak the dialect.
Yeah, I mean, like, did she say like te amo and like, and she went like te amo or something like in like a Spanish like accent or something.
Or like rolled your R, like you're just using like the dialect.
Yeah. That's not
like if I speak in Spanish, I'm going to utilize a different, like if I spoke Spanish, like for example, te llamo. Like that sounds ridiculous. I'm not going to say te llamo.
Te llamo taco.
Like use te llamo. Like that's a ridiculous thing to say.
No, me llamo.
Right? Like why would I say it in my normal
that's the wrong
voice?
pronunciation, but you would still say it like from like you would like if you were trying to match if you were trying to match someone whose native language was
wait, if you're
Spanish.
speaking the language, that makes sense to utilize the dialect.
Yeah,
I don't wait, actually it would make no sense for me to be like to utilize my current like way of speaking.
Yeah, like Austin, I can recite the beginning lines of Dante's Divine Comedy in Italian, and when I do it in like an accent, and so like because it sounds better. Like I'm not doing like in like my
okay. I want to be clear here. Like it sounds like an accent to us, and that's what Matt's referring to there. But like what we're referencing is a particular type of dialect.
Yes.
Right. We're referencing like a particular language and how it's spoke. Right.
I feel like I can understand. It just still like when I think of it, it still sounds like she's matching the dialect.
Tree, thank you so much for the dollar. Tree said I speak completely different when I'm speaking English and Spanish. Literally.
Well, Parker, you clearly know more about this than I do. What about this? When I speak to my parents, they grew up in Southern Illinois. They have a Southern kind of like a Southern dialect to them, right? When I talk to them, I kind of switch into that accent, right? They add R's into their words, like they say "wash" instead of "wash."
I don't do that because I feel like my like the Midwest is like a little bit different from I don't know. I just like I don't do that myself, but like I understand why other people
all
do
of my
it.
family
Like, that
has
makes
this
sense in
like
that
dialect
context.
thing going on, and yet when I speak, I don't do that. Like, but when I speak to them, sometimes it like will like go into that like old way of like talking that I grew up with.
Okay,
Yeah,
maybe
also like
maybe
wait, Austin. Let's be totally honest. Like, how is this like one of the big issues in the election?
because I'm just going based on what the American people are looking at most. That this is the stuff that pops up
But
on
why are
people's.
the American people looking at this?
No, because the people who are not doing research, this is this stuff that comes up on your like.
Did you know that
this is the
Trump's
stuff that's
winning
on
by
TV,
like
this is the
14
stuff on
points
debates and
amongst?
stuff.
Did you know Trump's winning by like 14 points amongst people who haven't voted in either 2020 or 2024? And then amongst people that have voted in 2020 and 2024, that Kamala Harris is winning
For the projections for what?
for the polls
right now.
That Trump is winning with new voters, especially people who have less satisfaction in how the like election is. If they're less like involved in the election, they're more likely to vote for Trump by numbers.
Yeah, I believe that.
So the point I'm making with that is that if you get more involved, if you know more of the information, you realize how negative and bad Trump is. And it's hard to see that from a perspective where you're like in a culture that thinks it's normal to vote for him and it's justified to vote for him. And I can especially see that, especially because I grew up in Iowa. I grew up in a Christian conservative household. I used to be a Trump supporter. I understand the culture that exists. But what I'm telling you is that I again genuinely care about you. I care about this country. I love this country, right? And Donald Trump is a threat to this country. It's a threat to its future, right? To the American dream, to the Constitution, to everything that we hold dear in this country, all the values we have. Wendy, thank you, the meteor shower. Thank you so much. And we can't let someone like that not only destroy the Republican Party, Cora, thank you, subscription, but also try to destroy the country. Because, like, inevitably speaking, this is doing irreparable damage to the Republican Party. People are always going to view the Republican Party through the lens of what Trump has done now. Push the boxing gloves. And you guys are going to have to do a whole turnaround with how you guys act in order to be able to get a huge portion of the population back on your side. Push the fireworks. Thank you so much. You guys would have to stop doing the tax cuts for rich people, like the only tax cuts for the middle class. Talk more about freedom. Drop the whole, right, like you're restricting women's access to abortion thing. And maybe you guys might win. Drop the racism. Drop the homophobia. And you guys might win, right? But if you guys continue on this path of what Donald Trump is leading your party towards, you guys have no chance of winning in the future. And the only reason you guys win is because of the Electoral College, which at some point is going to change because of Texas. Pretty confetti. Like Texas is going to change, whether it be 2028, 2032. Sam, I appreciate the description. Thank you so much. And you guys are screwed.
Wait, Texas is the deciding factor on whether or not we have the Electoral College?
No, I'm saying Texas is going to, once Texas changes, right, you guys won't be able to win unless you radically change what you do. You guys will not win. Okay? When Texas goes blue, you guys are fucked. I'm just letting you know. You'd have to get so many other places to be able to make up for Texas because Texas has so many electoral votes.
Right. That'll probably, I can see it changing, but that'd probably be really hard just because of what everyone
and also
thinks about the border.
Texas changing, push the boo, is not about whether or not it's going to change. It's about when it's going to change. That is the reality for Texas. Is that it's going to be blue.
Well, I mean, we'll see. Well, I mean, I'm not doubting, and I'm not from there, so I can't.
Tara, thank you so much for the fireworks. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. You don't even have to be. I'm looking at the statistical demographics of the state and how it's changing. And that change is going to indicate by 2028 or 2032, it's going to be blue. Push the galaxy. Thank you so much. I would guess either 2020, 2032. That's my guess. Push the shower. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the meteor shower and the booth. Thank you so much. Boston, is there anything else you'd like to talk about, Rod?
But like the people, like I hear that makes sense to me that a lot of people who aren't as well versed are voting for Trump, obviously, but it can't
because
be,
the idea is like gas price is low, I'm voting Trump, but like that's not good reasoning at all. It's a correlation causation fallacy. Yeah, go for it. Like
we're getting really close, obviously, and I look at the numbers and it's not looking great, to be honest, for Kamala. But you never know until election day, obviously. But why do so many people have like this attachment? Like, because I feel like in so many different, it could be, news, or it could be any time there's people with power, they have money, they can protect themselves from downfall. So I feel like that's kind of what's going on here, but I feel like he's still like knows what he would be doing, and because he's done it before.
What? I appreciate the baby goes. Thank you so much. So in 2016, would you have voted for Hillary Clinton because she had more of an idea what she was doing?
2020, I voted for Biden. I wasn't able to vote 2016.
No, but like if you were able to go back in time and vote in 2016, what would you vote as?
Probably Trump.
So my point I'm making is that just because there's more experience does not mean you would vote for one candidate over the other. It has nothing to do with the experience there. And if you want to relate to experience, Kamala Harris's experience in every single branch of government, the legislative branch, the executive branch, and the judicial branch. Cora, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Out of any candidate we've ever had, She's one of the most qualified candidates we've ever had. The fact that people dispute that she's qualified is, totally honest with you, is totally based upon how we view black women in these spaces. Because it is the case that there is an assumption that DEI just grants people who are black all of these opportunities. The under commission, thank you so much, which has an idea associated with it that people are not qualified. But she's overly qualified. The one that is not qualified for this position is Donald Trump, by far. If we were to actually look at that. Out of anything, Trump is the DEI candidate because in 2016, the only reason he won is because of the Electoral College. The Electoral College is predicated off of diversity, equity, and inclusion for rural communities in rural areas. So Trump is actually the DEI candidate, right? And unqualified, as we add that. But if we look at Kamala Harris, she's extraordinarily qualified for the position.
Isn't that why
the fact that people dispute that is kind of crazy to me?
Yeah, I don't dispute her talent necessarily, but isn't that why people vote for Trump? Because he's not he's not like a super right Republican. He's more changing the game somewhere.
But it's hypocritical for them to argue, oh, Kamala Harris is a DEI candidate, and then at the same time argue that they support Trump because he has less qualifications.
I think probably gives. Holy crap. But by the way, I mean, Trump being unorthodox does not make him any less dangerous or any more better to vote for. Like his unorthodox ways doesn't mean that he's a better candidate. He still upholds a majority of Republican values that I oppose. So it doesn't matter if he has like one, unorthodox position,
Yeah. But I don't know. I'm still just trying to figure out like.
How about, can I ask you this? What's the one hang up that is keeping you from voting for Harris? Like if it's that one thing, you're like, okay, when I go to my ballot and I see the two names, this is the thing that's keeping me from filling in that bubble.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm like not even thinking of voting at all. But
one, you should. What state are you in?
North Carolina.
You need to vote, okay? See, now
I had such an intuition to talk to you, and I know why now. I know why now.
Yeah. Now
Austin, I'm serious. Your vote really matters. It really does, Austin. Like, I understand you don't want to vote, but like, you get nothing from not voting.
Yeah. So, Austin,
you get nothing from it.
My question is still out there. What is that thing that when you're at the ballot? What is keeping you from filling in that bubble for Harris? What's that thing that is like keeping the pen away from it?
So it might be a little bit of recency bias. Like, I know I have like a lot of friends who are like from Ukraine. I'm hearing their experiences there. They're doing not very well with the war. It's been going on for a really long time.
Okay.
So yeah, some of that is
Ukraine. As you said,
right.
Okay. Who is more likely to support Ukraine in their goal to stay sovereign and out of the reach of Putin, and make sure that Ukraine does not get a raw deal whenever Russia eventually has to come to the table? Trump or Harris?
I just can't see Kamala Harris. I can see her handling the situation better for Ukraine, but I can't see her overthrowing the power of Putin.
Well, hold on. No one wants to overthrow Putin because that'd be like war and shit. Like, we don't want to do that, right? We don't want to, like start a war.
Well, yeah, not overthrow him necessarily, but like
Trump is a fan of Putin. He talks good about Putin. He totally capitulates to Putin all the time. What makes you think that Putin or that Trump is going to help Ukraine when all evidence that we have shows that he dislikes Ukraine, he dislikes Zelensky, and he is a fan of Putin?
Yeah, I think I don't know why he says all that stuff, but it just feels more protective in a sense that he can handle the situations with him.
Kristen, thank you so much for the $5 for a Facebook
I don't
cat
know if
mom who
Kamala
voted for
has
Harris today. W for Kristen in the comment section for now. Can't say more because I'm abortion healthcare worker post birth. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, but appreciate the healthcare and advocacy you do. Thank you so much, Kristen. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Beth. Thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Peggy, thank you so much for the $1. The $2, thank you so much. Hannah, thank you so much for the $3. And Tree, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you.
So, Austin, who does Ukraine want to win? Like if you polled the average Ukrainian, who do you think they would say that they want to win?
Well, I'm sure the way you're asking that question, I'm sure it's Kamala, but
yeah, sure. Now, why is that? Is it because maybe they know that Harris is way more supportive of their sovereignty and wanting to make sure that Ukraine has the resources to force Putin to come to the table so that Ukraine does not get a raw deal here? Right? That's the whole goal. The goal is not that we want more war and more conflict. It's that we want to make sure that the state of Ukraine has the ability to go to the table and say, Russia, you cannot win.
Mm-hmm.
You have to leave our nation. Because if you continue, you're going to completely destroy your economy. You're going to basically allow thousands of your young men to die. It is not in your best interest. Only VP Harris would allow that to happen. Trump has already said that on the day...
Whoa, mistaking Trump and Putin is...
Yeah, I know, big mistake, right?
Expected.
Yeah, I know. Trump has already said, right, he would force Zelensky, by not giving them money, force him to come to the table and accept Putin's terms. And Putin's term is that he wants half of the state of Ukraine. If not most of Ukraine. Okay, Zelensky cannot accept that, and so we are at a stalemate. Trump is going to make him accept it by taking away the money. So who is really on the side of your Ukrainian friends, the ones who are right now fighting for their national sovereignty, Harris or Trump? I mean, think about that, right? I mean, Putin has offered his terms. He said, you have to give me the Donbass region. You have to give me the Kursk region. You have to allow us to monitor the government of Ukraine, right? And Zelensky says, no, hello, we're a sovereign nation. You can't just do that, right? But then you got Trump saying, no, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in, I'm going to cut off all money, and I'm going to be like, Zelensky, take the deal, because I want this over with. And Zelensky's like, well, now you leave me no choice, so now I'm going to have to give up half of my nation. That's not in the Ukrainians' best interest, because Putin will just come back later and try to gain all of it. Because that's his goal. He wants to remake Soviet Europe.
Right. Yeah, and that's my fear entirely. But I still don't see how just like our country is going to make that possible. More so than either party, to be honest with you.
I told you. I said it's making sure that Ukraine has the ability to withstand Russia's aggression, so that Putin is forced to come to the table because he finally sees that he cannot win. He's starting to get there, right? He already had to beg Kim Jong-un for troops because he's running out of young men to send to the front lines. And so he's already going to go to other nations just to get troops. So he's already realizing that shit is not going his way.
Lily, thank you so much for the $10. Jessica, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I'm glad to hear that your vote is verified. Caitlin, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Iris, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. And Cass, thank you so much for the $1. I don't know why people are sending me that. I'm so confused.
Like, why don't they ever talk about any of this like the plans that they have to fix these wars. Like not just this one, but the one in Gaza is just as bad.
They speak on it all the time. I mean, Trump talks about how he's going to end them, and it's usually always to the benefit of the aggressor. And Harris wants to either maintain Ukrainian sovereignty by making sure that they have the ability to fight back, and she's also in support of a renewed peace deal for the Palestinians, so that Israel will stop their war of aggression. So, I mean, she wants peace. Trump just wants to.
Thank you so much for the dollar. Thank
Trump
you.
is on the side of Trump is on the side of Putin and Netanyahu. Those are both sides that I don't want to be on.
I just feel like both of them. That's why I'm always just in the middle of this, because both of them just have such a neutral stance. It sounds like a neutral stance to me, but it also sounds like they both just want to end the wars as soon as possible, finish the job, which doesn't give you clear answers in favor of Ukraine or Gaza.
Yeah, so you're saying like they're not like to the level of us in terms of how like comprehensive they are in trying to establish like what we should do. You're trying to say like they're vague. And I mean, I would probably attribute this, like, this is me. I'd attribute this to like they're running for president of the United States. They go more deep into like detail. They lose more people.
Yeah, people always claim that they want more policy, but then once you start actually talking policy, their like eyes start to glaze over.
You're more likely to lose people in the detail like that. Yeah. I feel like in terms of foreign policy, Tyrone, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. So it's probably related on both sides to at least some sort of political narrative of like, oh, this is going to affect me politically, so I can't be extraordinarily clear with like what this is. I have to be somewhat vague.
Yeah, because also too, you know for a fact that no politician can get 100% of what they want done. So the more specific you are, the more likely you are to not have that specific thing to be passed, because things change. You have to compromise and stuff, and so your policy outcomes will always change at times too.
Shayna, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. That's such a great thing to hear. Alana, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. Sawyer, thank you so much for the $10. And Tyrone, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's definitely pretty eye-opening to think about all this. Like, I guess it's quite important to do your own research, because all they're going to do is glaze over the topics that are going to hurt their campaign. Yeah. I just hate, you look at the ads and you look at the stuff online, and then you look at the people fact checking them, and it makes it so hard to develop your own opinion when you don't know who to trust.
Hey, I get it. That's why you look for reputable institutions. You talk to people that know what they're talking about, right? And that's what I've learned from engaging in conversations, because I mean, I wasn't always this involved or knew this much or was able to engage with these topics in this sort of way. It came from engaging in these types of conversations, getting myself involved, studying. It takes a lot of fucking work, right? So I understand the point you're getting to in terms of like there's a lot of miscommunication and things in between that keep you from knowing what's right. But I think you're in a pretty good place, to be totally honest with you.
Yeah,
everywhere you can be on the internet, I think you're in a pretty good place.
Yeah. I think when you go to the ballot box, so what's going to happen is you're going to be looking at that ballot and you'll be seeing the name Kamala Harris, and you'll reflect on the conversation that we had today, and you'll say to yourself, you know, those two guys made a lot of sense. I think it's time to put Trump behind us and move forward and not rely on the chaos and the division and the 3 a.m. tweets anymore. Let's move on and let's have actual policy and actual functioning government. And you can have the pride in knowing that you, as a swing state voter, would have helped determine that outcome.
Yeah. No, I've definitely appreciated our conversation very much. I was definitely not thinking of voting at all, but definitely
whoever
probably
you
get to the
vote
bots
for,
for sure.
I mean, whoever you vote for, and your vote is always private, but whoever you're voting for, I think you should vote regardless. Even if you vote for Trump, I don't think you should, but even if you do, you should still vote because your vote is a privilege, and you have such immense power right now because you're in a swing state that you should exercise it because you hold a heavy influence for the rest of us. So really think about that because you hold a lot of power. Like I'm just saying, like there are people in 7 states hold a lot of power right now, and you're one of them. And so you need to really reflect on that you're making the decision basically for the rest of the 330 million of us.
Yeah. I it's just hard though because every term I feel like I'm more reluctant to vote because we get so much further from the way that the government used to be ran, or just like the way you look at the presidents. It's just completely shifted, and the media does not help with that either. So it just makes my privilege feel way less valuable to me.
Well, I understand that, but apathy is never a good thing because when you have apathy and you don't vote and you don't participate, then you can't really complain about anything, right? I mean, your complaints are valid, but the fact that you have voted, but if you don't vote this year and things go sideways, right, then you can't really complain because you didn't actually exercise the franchise and you didn't participate. And you need to participate to have skin in the game.
Okay.
Because you want to have skin in the game, right? And so you want to, be able to exercise your vote, and you should do it. And it doesn't take that long. And I think I think from our conversation here, you'll make the right decision, given what we talked about. And I definitely hope that you make the right decision. So.
All right. Yeah. Thank you guys so much.
Appreciate you, Austin. Appreciate you.
Yeah, of course.
Peace.
Peace.
All right, everyone. I think I'm gonna do 18 more minutes left on this, and then we're gonna do Q&A for an hour. Okay, everyone.
All right. Well, I have to go to bed because it's almost 2 a.m. So
yeah, I know.
All right. Well, thanks for having me on,
Thank you for the $5. Good to see you, Matt.
You all have a wonderful night. Okay. Bye, Parker. Take care.
Good to see you, Matt.
Yeah, thanks for having me up.
Okay, Alma, again, thank you for the $5. Landon, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I didn't see that. No, I'd have to see them saying that. But yeah, we're going to do this for 17 more minutes or so, and then we're going to go to my second account or third account and do Q&A. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. I'm 25 years old. So I'm in the service, actually. And when Trump was our president, it was a lot more easier. We didn't, have to worry about getting deployed somewhere. We got
what
5%
about
pay raise.
Kamala Harris being in office is going to cause that, and the average pay raise was not that. No. The pay raise is higher under the Biden-Harris administration.
Not for service members.
Service members? Yeah, I'm referencing military members.
Yeah, no, it was 5%. We only got
Andrew. Think of the $5. There was not a 5% increase under the Trump administration.
Yes, there was.
Well, are you talking from military, right?
Yeah.
Or you're talking military service, correct?
Yes.
You can look at military pay increase. It wasn't 5% under Trump's administration.
Okay.
Antoine, thank you so much for the $10 for the Crifter Fund. Thank you so much. Hannah, thank you so much for the $20 for staying. Thanks for staying open late. Of course. Landon, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. I'll make sure to look through that. Andrew, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Yeah, Parker, get a real job is the third account. I got everyone. I'm gonna do this for like the next 16 minutes, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 19.
Are you voting Trump?
Absolutely.
Why so?
Lower inflation, lower taxes, better economy.
Okay, so how is he going to cause lower inflation with 10 to 20% universal tariffs?
He's going to lower inflation by reducing the size of the federal government by up to 80%.
What is he going to cut?
He's going to cut Congress pay. He's going to cut the members of the federal government, all the bureaucrats, all these agencies that don't do anything but siphon our tax dollars. That's exactly.
Yeah, you've cut like $5 billion from the federal government. So what else?
Lower taxes, buddy.
Lower taxes.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's gonna reduce governmental revenue. So what are you gonna cut in terms of spending?
All the money that's reduced is going to be supplemented by tariffs. That's exactly the point of tariffs.
Tariffs are an increase in taxes that will cause consumer products to go up in price. Reading with Rachel, think of the description. If that causes all those products to go up in price, you understand that's going to be a tax on the American consumer,
Okay,
right?
so what's the basis for all the prices going up right now? What's your excuse for that?
So in terms of the prices going up, Nat, think of the description. Thank you so much. That's specifically caused from COVID supply chains. Kelly, think of the description. That has nothing to do with the president of the United States. That happened globally. Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world.
The basis for inflation is $36 trillion in debt.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
I'm pretty sure this is Shani Evelyn. So you're going to say whoever contributes more to the debt is more at cause for the inflation? Sexy
Yes.
prescription. Thank you so much. Okay, so Trump contributed more to the debt. 8.4 trillion overall, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related. Under the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion overall,
We had
2.2 trillion
economic
non-COVID
growth.
related.
We had economic growth. We had low inflation, low taxes.
You said we had economic growth, low inflation, low taxes. Right now, we're still in a Trump tax policy. We have the same rate of increase in terms of real GDP.
There is no middle class anymore. You understand that? It's rich and
What
poor.
is the relevant difference in the middle class right now versus under Trump's administration?
What do you mean? What's the relevant difference? We paid less in taxes and we have more spending power.
Wait, less in taxes? We're currently still under Trump tax policy.
Okay, if that's the argument that you want to go with, that we're under Trump's tax policy, you realize
We are still under Trump tax policy.
Okay, so when Trump
Single thing
came into
description.
office-
Thank you so much.
Okay, so when Trump came into office and the economy was booming, you said that it was due to Obama.
No, what I'd said it was due to like trends that existed prior to Trump. So what did he do to cause that? What trend? The trend that existed in terms of GDP growth.
Like what?
I don't know what you're saying. I said the trend of GDP growth.
What are you talking about? The trend of GDP growth?
The trend of GDP
he
growth
sustained
prior to
that,
Trump
if he
being in
sustained
office was
that-
the same as when he was in office.
Okay, so if he sustained that, and then Biden got into office, and it all came tumbling down.
No, it actually came tumbling down under Trump's administration because of COVID.
Okay, and then we were staged for an economic rebound, and then they started pouring trillions and trillions of dollars to stimulate the economy. That
Trump signed off on more debt-related spending. What are you talking about?
All the bills they passed.
Yeah, that was the Trump administration that caused more debt-related spending.
See, the Democrat strategy is literally to just blame every bad thing that's happening on Trump.
No, I'm literally giving you exactly what it was. 8.4 trillion overall for debt-related spending signed into law under Trump, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related. Under the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion overall, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related.
Okay, so if that was a problem, then why was our economy beneficial? Why was it good? If the money that he spent,
I'm just saying what he signed into law in terms of debt-related spending. That's over 10 years in terms of his debt-related spending he signed into law.
We had a prosperous economy.
Okay, so what's your point?
COVID.
Yeah, that was under Trump. COVID was under Trump.
What about the border, though? He allowed 30. She's allowed at least 15
There were
million
increasing shares of it. No, that's just a made-up number.
Oh, it's a made-up
description. Thank you so much. Yeah, no, you saying 15 million is just a made-up number.
Oh, it's
so
a
in
made-up
terms
number.
of
So how much
it
is it?
is.
So how much
It
is
is. So even though, I mean, if you want to look at even some of the highest estimates, like in terms of 7-8 million, right? We can still explain that in terms of economic insecurity caused by the pandemic. So that has nothing to do with the Biden-Harris administration. It has everything to do with global inflation that affected everyone around the world.
So because
right,
of
in terms of that, also, like what was the policy? What was the policy they influenced? They said do not come. Tell me what policy specifically that they influenced to get passed that caused it to be better.
They stopped construction of the border wall.
Or to be worse. Sorry. The border wall, you understand that like the bipartisan border bill would have built more wall than Trump built under his entire administration. He called the people in Congress to undermine the bill. Did you hear what I said?
No, I didn't.
So Donald Trump called people in Congress to undermine a bill that would have built more wall than he built under his entire administration.
That bill wanted to nationalize. They wanted to add at least 5,000 immigrants per day and make them.
No, that's not per day. That's if they were to hit that in one day, you could shut down the border. The daily average for a week in terms of that is 2,500, and you could have shut down the border.
To say that was a border bill is a complete farce. That's just not.
It was a border bill. It was the largest border bill in the past 20 to 30 years. It was a Republican border bill drafted by James Langford.
They wanted to make all the people that came into the country illegally citizens. That was a key component.
That's not true. That's not true. That's totally false. You have no clue what you're talking about.
You have no clue what you're talking about.
Have you read you have no. That is not in the bipartisan border bill. I wish it was. That's not in the bipartisan border bill, though.
I wish it was.
I wish that most people in the country who are here undocumented were able to get access to immigration status, right? Because only people I think who have committed bad crimes and violent crimes should be kicked out of the country in terms of deportation, right? I think that we need to make the systems go faster, right? And make them safer and more secure. And when we make them safer and more secure, it makes sense to then enforce border security. Right now, it takes 7 to 10 years to get to the country through the asylum process and 5 to 7 years to get through here legally the other way around. So like you have to understand, people come to the country who undocumented, who are just coming here for a better life. They're not coming here for nefarious reasons. So incentivize them to go through the legal process.
We should allow them to come in because they're not coming in for nefarious reasons. We should allow them to pour into our country. That's what you're saying.
What do you mean by pour in the country? You understand that immigrants benefit our economy, right? Wait, you understand immigrants benefit our economy, right? Push that mustache. They actually like make standards better off for.
What's the basis for you saying that?
They have a higher labor force participation rate than natural-born U.S. citizens, which means they add more into the economy than they take from it, which will help us with the insolvency of Social Security, Medicare, things like that. Let me please finish.
Like
Let me please finish. Let me please. Can I please finish? Can I please finish? Can I please finish? What you're referencing is state policy, not federal policy. Right, and even the state policy that you're referencing, according to the Congressional Budget Office, right, all the short-term costs associated with immigration are heavily outweighed by the long-term benefits. The 5.5 million increase in labor force, mainly due to immigration, by 2034 is going to cause a 7 trillion increase in GDP, 1 trillion increase in federal revenues. So if you want to increase the size of the economy, then immigration helps with that.
Okay, how about giving them $14,000 when they come over? Free phones, free hotel rooms.
That was made up. All those are like, wait, the $14,000, $14,000 is made up. The other things that you're referencing, those are state policies. Those are state. I never just said everything I disagree with is made up. You just said people are getting $14,000. That's made up.
They're getting credit cards,
give me one source.
Unlimited balances.
Give me one source.
There is no sources because every media source is biased. Do you not understand that?
If there's no fucking source, then you're wrong, buddy. Dude, I'm sorry, but you're just delusional. Right? If you don't have a source, you're just giving me a trust me, bro. You're not giving me any evidence. You're not giving me anything legitimate. You're just engaging in bullshit conspiracy theory.
Everything you don't agree with is a conspiracy theory, right?
No. I'm just demonstrating that this is conspiracy theory because you have no evidence, no reason, no facts, no logic, no reason. You've got nothing except for feelings.
Not giving them benefits.
You understand that you don't have a source for referencing the 14,000. You don't have a source for referencing.
Where are they staying? So where are they staying?
So you're referencing specifically, right, in certain scenarios when there was literally storms in New York that people were able to stay.
They don't have houses.
You're not listening. People do have houses. You understand that people who aren't undocumented immigrants still have houses?
How would they have a house if they're coming into the country for the first time? Where are they staying?
You don't think that they can buy houses or rent houses?
How would
you understand people can rent with just cash
for the first time?
Wait, you understand they work and then they build up money.
They build up money after being here for
right now. Right now there's less people. MS. Right now there's less people coming into the country than at the end of Trump's administration. What are you talking about?
That's just not.
It is. That's what you get from the Customs and Border Protection.
Right now,
what are you talking
about the last 3 and 4 years?
I'm not disputing that. Cumulatively, there's been more people that came to the country. That's because Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine a bipartisan border bill.
It's because of a bipartisan board. But what you're saying makes no sense. You're saying
Amara with $100 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Amara in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Amara in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Amara. That is incredibly kind of you. Could some W's for Amara in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. What were you saying?
I'm not saying immigrants are inherently bad people. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying they don't have a basis to come here when the country is already struggling. And you saying that they've been here for a month, they have no family here, and they're able to rent and buy houses is nonsensical.
You understand that you can rent after you make money, right? Like
Yeah.
they
Okay,
they
so
come
if
here,
they're
they
here for a
work,
month,
they rent.
People that are here and have been here for years and have had jobs for years are struggling to afford rent and basic necessities. So how are you going to say?
Thank you so much.
How are you going to say that an immigrant who's been here for months is able to afford rent, groceries, all these things? That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, they're buying on a different market as well. You don't understand what you're referencing, and also you can get multiple roommates.
Okay.
If you live with lots of people and they're all getting income, you can. So I don't know what you're referencing. I don't know how you can't understand this. You think undocumented immigrants are all homeless?
No, I don't.
Thank you for the travel with you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I'm saying they can't afford to live here as soon as they come in. They're receiving.
No, are you telling me? Are you telling me undocumented? So you think the federal government's giving undocumented immigrants money? Can you give me a single policy that you're referencing? Kelsey, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you so much.
In my
Lorenia,
town,
thank you
they're
so much for the
staying in
$10.
hotel rooms. They're in schools. I'm not saying they're bad people, but we can't afford that as a country.
So the schools you're referencing when there was severe weather, what was the hotel rooms? That's state policy, and that was specific levels of time. You're not referencing any federal policy. Tell me the federal policy.
I don't know the federal policy. I'm not a political.
There isn't a federal policy.
Okay, so are you better now?
A political
than you were?
what? Well, you said a political what?
A political buff. A political. I know you study this. I know.
Okay.
So if it's in front of your face, how can you not believe it? The country is struggling. The country was not struggling under Trump pre-COVID.
You understand that the real median wages are higher right now than they were in Q4 2019 pre-COVID? Real median wages, that means median wages accounting for inflation.
Okay. All right, man.
No, that's just facts. You can get this from the Bureau of Labor Statistics and the St. Louis Federal Reserve. Okay. How about you study this?
Okay. The country's in the shitter right now, dude. You can say whatever.
What macro indicator? What macro indicator, MS? What macro indicator? Tell me.
Macro indicator, massive and rampant inflation.
Right now we're 2.4%, and that's the same as what it was in during 2018. 2018 had the same level of inflation as what we have right now.
Everything costs more.
Yeah, because of cumulative inflation that happened globally everywhere in the world, and it's not caused by the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay.
The same way the 14.8% unemployment that happened under Trump's administration was not necessarily caused by Trump.
So what's your basis for not liking Trump if pre-COVID everything was fine?
Proven sexual abuser, proven fraudster, election denier that tried to overthrow the government. He tried to restrict women's access to abortion. He called for complete total shutdown of Muslim sites in the country. He thinks that climate change isn't caused by humans, and he thinks that the climate is going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet. He's delusional.
Okay, man. All right. Fair enough.
I mean, do you think that those are legitimate reasons?
The sexual abuser is definitely a legitimate reason. I don't support anyone that does that, obviously.
Trump has.
No politician.
Sidar, thank you so much for the fireworks. Thank you so much.
No politician in the history of the world doesn't have skeletons in their closet and doesn't have
You can't mention anything like that for Kamala Harris.
You think Kamala Harris is a good person?
I don't think Kamala Harris has been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. I don't think Kamala Harris tried to coup the country. I don't think Kamala Harris called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslim sites in that country. I think that's specific to Donald Trump in this scenario.
All right. Okay.
Okay. All right. Appreciate you coming up.
All right. Thank you, man.
All right, everyone. I'm going to end the live and go to Parker Get a Real Job. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick before I do. But everyone look up Parker Get a Real Job. And you can go there and spam Parker Raid. Follow me here if you haven't already. I love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. I love y'all so much. Peace out, everyone. Why did I say 12.1? That's so weird.